Chapter 1 Let's Break Up. Soo-hee, I'm sorry, let's break up. Shanghai University. At the entrance of the lecture hall, Soo-hee stared blankly at the scene in front of him, unable to react for a moment. He was very familiar with the scene before him. He was sure that he had experienced it once before. He was reborn. The woman in front of him was Luan Ru, Soo-hee's girlfriend of 4 years at university. Today is the graduation day for Soo-hee and Luan Ru. It is also the 4-year anniversary of the two being together. It can be said to be a double happiness. Soo-hee originally planned to propose to Luan Ru on this day, and he also specially invited his future father-in-law and mother-in-law and Luan Ru's biological sister to attend the graduation ceremony. Just now, he proposed to me. Who would have thought that my girlfriend refused without hesitation? In his previous life, Soo-hee broke up with his girlfriend and never recovered. He made many mistakes at work and was framed by his superiors. He lost a large sum of money and also lost his job. Later, the superior leader married Luan Ru. Soo-hee drank too much at the wedding and was not paying attention to the vehicles when he was crossing the road. He was crushed to death by a dump truck. At the moment of death, Soo-hee's past memories flashed through his mind like slides. He suddenly realized that he was wrong. Not only was his devotion to Luan Ru wrong, but his own fall also hurt those who loved him. Who would have thought that after opening my eyes, I would be back to the day of the proposal? Although the proposal was rejected again, Soo-hee's mentality was completely different at this time. Luan Ru, what nonsense are you talking about? The daughter's words immediately made her father Lu Tiancheng frown tightly, and he immediately scolded. You've been under a spell, haven't you? How can you say such nonsense as breaking up? Lu Tiancheng was unwilling to believe that his daughter would actually reject Soo-hee's proposal. It's hard to find a boy as outstanding as Soo-hee even with a lantern. Any normal person would not refuse Soo-hee's proposal. Lu Tiancheng couldn't understand why his daughter rejected Soo-hee. Could it be that his daughter had an affair? Thinking of this, Lu Tiancheng's face darkened. If it was because of moral issues, Lu Tiancheng would definitely not agree. He has already regarded Soo-hee as his own son-in-law, and will never allow anyone to harm his son-in-law, even his own daughter. Luan Ru. Are you worthy of Soo-hee's efforts over the years by doing this? It's not just about the money, how much effort has he put in for you? Look at what you are wearing, which one of them is not from Soo-hee's work as a delivery man? You said you want to break up, so let's break up. Have you ever thought about how to repay Soo-hee for all the hard work and youth he has put into you? Lu Tiancheng wanted to scold his ignorant daughter to wake her up. As parents, we can never watch our two children go their separate ways. After all, it was their Lu family who owed Soo-hee. If it was just a debt, then it would be fine to pay it back. But the problem is that besides money, there is also love. The most difficult debt to repay in this world is the debt of love. There is a reason why Lu Tiancheng likes Soo-hee. One of the reasons they came here today was to celebrate their eldest daughter's graduation. On the other hand, I also came to cheer Soo-hee up. Unlike other father-in-law and mother-in-law, Luan Ru's father Lu Tiancheng and mother Bai Yuegui are 100% satisfied with Soo-hee. Although Soo-hee's family background is ordinary, his character can truly be described as noble. Lu Tiancheng was originally a construction worker at a construction site and his income was considerable. I earn about 10,000 yuan a month, which is not a lot, but it is enough to provide my 2 daughters with food and clothing. But when Luan Ru was a freshman, he accidentally fell from the construction site. Although the damage was not particularly serious, it took 100 days to heal a broken bone, and he had to lie in bed for 3 months. After Soo-hee knew about this, he took the initiative to assume the responsibility of taking care of his future father-in-law, and took care of him by his bedside. That really puts the literal meaning of serving tea and water and taking care of shit and piss into practice. In this age where interests are paramount, even a biological son may not be able to do this, but Soo-hee did it. Although Lu Tiancheng received a certain amount of compensation after the accident, the amount was too little. Lu Tiancheng has 2 daughters who are in school. At that time, the eldest daughter, Luan Ru, was a freshman in college. The youngest daughter, Luan Rong, is only a senior high school student and is about to take the college entrance examination. After paying for medical expenses, there was not much left of Lu Tiancheng's compensation. As for Bai Yuegui, she was unemployed at home due to health reasons when her 2 daughters were in kindergarten. Because of Lu Tiancheng's accident, the pressure on the family, which was originally relatively comfortable, suddenly increased dramatically. Just when Lu Tiancheng thought that his two daughters would suffer because of financial problems, Sui once again took the initiative to step forward. He not only supported himself, but also supported his sister-in-law and girlfriend by working part-time on campus and delivering food outside the campus. This allows the two of them to devote themselves fully to their studies without having to worry about their livelihood. After these two incidents, Lu Tiancheng and his wife completely accepted Suhi and treated him as their own son-in-law. So, when they learned that their son-in-law was going to propose to them on graduation day, they happily went there to cheer him on. Who would have thought that the daughter not only refused, but also wanted to break up with Suhi? This made Lu Tiancheng difficult to accept for a while. "Dad, don't force me. This is my own business, don't bother with it." Luan Ru shook her head vigorously. She was actually very sad when she broke up with Suhi. However, Suhi is just an ordinary person. Even though he graduated from a prestigious university, he is just a 9-to-5 worker. Being with him, Luan Ru felt that she could see the end at a glance. This is not the life she wants. So, we have to break up. You. Lu Tiancheng stretched out his calloused right hand and wanted to slap his daughter hard to wake her up. However, seeing his daughter's tearful face, he couldn't put his hand down after all. What an injustice! What an injustice! Lu Tiancheng sighed repeatedly. "Uncle, no need to say more." Suhi waved at Lu Tiancheng and smiled bitterly. "Wanru, I respect your decision. Indeed, I can't give you the happiness you want. Let's break up." Having lived his life over again, Suhi can now face everything calmly. "I have experienced life and death, so is there anything I can't let go of?" After saying this, Suhi casually closed the engagement ring. He did not throw it away, but put it away solemnly. This ring cost him more than 20,000 yuan, which was saved from his hard work as a delivery man during his 4 years in college. Even if you don't need it anymore, you can take it back to the gold shop and exchange it for some money. Wouldn't it be a pity to just throw it away like this? In his previous life, Suhi kept the ring, waiting for Luan Ru to change her mind. But he never came back until he died. In this life, let the money obtained from this ring become Suhi's first pot of gold for moving forward. "I'm sorry, Suhi." Luan Ru lowered her head, and 2 lines of clear tears slowly dripped down her cheeks to the ground, evaporated in an instant, and disappeared without a trace. "No need to say sorry, just say it's not meant to be. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Suhi waved his hand casually, said this, and turned to leave. Little River. Lu Tiancheng still wanted to keep Suhi for dinner, but the words were on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't say them out loud. Today's lunch was originally intended to celebrate our eldest daughter's graduation and Suhi's successful proposal. But in this situation, how can I eat this meal? Just as Suhi turned to leave, a sweet voice rang out. "Brother Suhi, wait. I have something else to say." Suhi turned his head and saw his sister-in-law Luan Ru, who had been silent, staring at him with a smile. Luan Ru was wearing a JK uniform, and the white shirt could not hide her proud figure. She is 1.7 meters tall and has a pair of long slender legs. A pair of black stockings wrapped around the legs make the long legs look even straighter. She has shiny black waist-length hair curled in big waves and a beige plaid headband on her head, which makes her look charming, pure and cute. Her skin is as white as cream, her shoulders are as sharp as a knife, she is tall, has a charming figure, a sweet smile and beautiful eyes. More perfect and more outstanding than her sister. "Sister Wan Rong, do you have anything else to say?" Suhi asked subconsciously. Over the years, Suhi has long regarded Luan Ru as his own sister, and the two have a good relationship. "Brother Suhi, oh, no, Suhi." Luan Ru changed her usual playful attitude and became serious. "Suhi, if I say I am willing to marry you, will you marry me? Chapter 2 Will you marry me?" Luan Ru's words were like thunder coming out of the blue, instantly exploding in Suhi's mind. Sure enough, even if he was reborn, history would not change. In her previous life, after seeing her sister and Suhi break up, Luan Ru immediately stood up and confessed her love to Suhi. However, Suhi was disheartened at that time, and his whole mind was on Luan Ru. How could he take the better Luan Ru into consideration? After his rebirth, Suhi realized that this girl was the woman who had been silently paying for him. Back then, Suhi went out drinking and the rental house was in a mess, and Luan Ru had to clean it up every time. Cook for him, wash his clothes, and carry him back from the bar. This is really not easy for a weak woman. When Suhi was in a car accident and on the verge of death, he could still vaguely hear the girl's heart-wrenching cry. I guess, apart from his mother, the one who was most saddened by Sui's death was this girl. Luan Ru. Are you crazy? That's my boyfriend. Luan Ru, who was standing by, was completely defeated and looked at her only sister with an incredible expression. She didn't expect that she would be snatched away by her own sister right after she broke up with Sui. This is not the way to use the term takeover man, right? Although Luan Ru has made up her mind to break up with Suhee, she is also mentally prepared for Suhee to have a new girlfriend in the future. However, she still couldn't accept that this new girlfriend was her own sister. Sister, didn't you break up with Suhee? Since you broke up, he is not your boyfriend anymore. You look down on Suhee, but I do. I'm willing to be with him. For rich or poor, in sickness or in health. Luan Ru's tone was very firm. For the sake of her love and the dignity of the person she loved, she had to stand up. Luan Ru's words made Luan Ru shut her mouth instantly. Yes, she has broken up with Suhee. Since they broke up, what right did she have to stop her sister from being with Suhee? Sister, can I ask you again, do you really want to break up with Suhee? Luan Ru looked at her sister seriously and confirmed again. Luan Ru, don't be impulsive. Suhee can't give you happiness. Luan Ru smiled bitterly. In fact, she herself didn't know whether she really cared about her sister's happiness when she said this, or whether she was unwilling to let her sister marry Suhee. Maybe both. Sister, you don't have to worry about this. Even if I have to eat coarse food with Suhee, I'm willing. Luan Ru smiled sweetly, then turned around and asked Suhee another soul-searching question. Suhee, I want to marry you. Will you marry me? Ding. It is detected that the host has been proposed to by his soulmate, and the partner consumption cashback system has begun binding. Host, please choose whether to accept Luan Ru's proposal. Yes. Bind to the system will lead the host to a happy and fulfilling life and reach the pinnacle of life. No. The system disappears permanently, and the host continues to be a qualified bootlicker. Host, please choose carefully. System. Suhee didn't expect that at such a critical moment, the system necessary for the reborn would actually pop up. Suhee is no stranger to the system. As an old bookworm who has been reading literature for decades, I have seen all kinds of system routines. The system is as powerful as the author's imagination. What Suhee didn't expect was that one day the system would fall on his head. What is the difference between this and pie falling from the sky? The prodigal author finally did something human. However, since I have been reborn, it would be too low class for me to be a reborn person without a system. Reject Luan Ru's confession? That's something only a brainless person would do. You can bind the system and marry a sister-in-law with fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. Even a pig knows what to choose. Suhee is not without feelings for Luan Ru. However, in the past he only regarded Luan Ru as his sister-in-law, and his love for her was more of a family one. But now, it's not impossible to make a change. I have missed such a good girl once. If I miss her again, I am afraid even God will not be able to bear it. As for love? When a man chases a woman, there's a mountain between them. When a woman chases a man, there's a veil. It only takes a moment to fall in love with such a beautiful, lively, and gentle girl. Thinking of this, Suhee made a decision immediately. Seeing that Suhee didn't speak for a long time, Luan Ru thought she was rejected, and a bitter smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of her mouth. Suhee, it seems that I was too abrupt. Even if I wanted to confess my feelings, I shouldn't choose this time. But I won't give up. Today, even if I disturb you. When Luan Ru said this, her eyes became red. However, she, who had been strong since childhood, still sniffed hard and tried not to let the tears fall. In order to avoid being seen in such an embarrassing state by the person she loved, Luan Ru quickly turned around and was about to leave. The weather today is a bit gloomy. I don't know whether God feels sorry for Suhee being dumped, or feels sorry for Luan Ru being rejected. Just when Luan Ru thought that the situation was hopeless and was about to leave, a warm and strong hand grabbed her arm. Luan Ru, I am willing to marry you. Suhee had a warm smile on his face and looked at Luan Ru with tenderness in his eyes. Ah. Suhee, are you telling the truth? Luan Ru was slightly startled. She was not sure whether she had heard it wrong. She wanted to confirm it again, but was afraid of getting a negative answer. Luan Ru was extremely conflicted at this moment. Her slender, white hands kept pulling at the hem of her shirt, as if only by crushing the hem could she ease her inner conflict. Of course it's true. Wanrong, I am willing to marry you. After Sui finished speaking, he directly held Luanrong's soft and boneless little hand. Wanrong, I'm sorry that I didn't prepare a diamond ring for you. But I promise you that I will prepare a bigger and better ring for you in the future. Sui's tone was firm. What he doesn't have now, he will make up for in the future. As for the used engagement diamond ring on his hand, it is not worthy of such a good girl like Lu Wanrong. Yeah. I'm waiting for your diamond ring. Lu Wanrong smiled sweetly. Sui's hands were big and warm, making people feel very safe. Yes. I swear. Sui raised his finger to the sky and said solemnly. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the double cashback system has been successfully bound. The host only needs to spend money on his soulmate, and he can get a random cashback of 1 to 10 times. The clear and pleasant voice of the system sounded in Sui's mind. However, Sui ignored the system's prompts. In his eyes, there was only Lu Wanrong in front of him. Even without the system, he would choose to accept Lu Wanrong, a beauty who is so devoted to him. I will never let such a good girl suffer for 2 lifetimes. Chapter 3, Sweetie becomes cow lady. You, how could you do this? Luan Ru, who was standing by, was stunned, but she finally reacted. The direction of the situation was far beyond her expectations. Originally she still held out a glimmer of hope, hoping that her sister was deliberately using provocation to get her to come back. But now it seems that this is not a provocation at all, it is clearly taking advantage of the situation. Why can't we do this? Lu Wanrong smiled faintly. Sister, but you gave up Sui with your own hands. Since you have given up on Sui, why can't I take over? I love Sui. During the months when my father was sick and hospitalized, Sui rode his bicycle to pick me up from school every night. From the first day I sat on the back of Sui's bicycle, I fell hopelessly in love with him. My love for Sui has never been less than yours, and even more than you. At least, I won't give up brother Sui for the so-called future, the so-called glory and wealth. Lu Wanrong's words made her sister Lu Wanru silent. Lu Wanru never expected that her sister had been hiding such a deep secret deep in her heart. Perhaps, if she had continued to be with Sui, this invisible secret would have been hidden deep in her sister's heart. However, now she gave up Sui without hesitation for the sake of an invisible future. This secret buried deep in her sister was also made public. An open secret is naturally no longer a secret. Sui, are you serious? My sister is still young and can be impulsive. You shouldn't be so impulsive too. Seeing that she couldn't win the argument with her sister, Lu Wanru could only turn her gaze to Sui. If you just want to provoke me and make me uncomfortable, I will never agree to you and my sister being together. I won't allow anyone to hurt my sister. Lu Wanru's tone was so firm that she even believed that she was doing all this for her sister's sake. Don't worry. I will never let Wanrong suffer any injustice. Have you ever seen me let you suffer any injustice in all these years? Sui asked back, and then said. Also, we've broken up, so you don't have the right to tell me what to do, right? You. Lu Wanru was so angry. Sui would never say such things to her before. Sure enough, the newcomers are better than the old ones. When they were in love, he called her Xiao Tian Tian, but after he married his sister-in-law, Xiao Tian Tian became Nyo Deseo. Okay sister, you don't have to say anything more. I'm already with Sui. Lu Wanrong smiled, then turned to her parents and said. Dad, Mom, did you bring your household registration booklet today? Give it to me. I want to go get the marriage certificate with Sui now. Before Lu Wanrong went out, she already knew that Sui was going to propose to his sister Lu Wanru today. In order for Sui's proposal to be successful and for their 2 children to get the marriage certificate on the spot, Lu Tiancheng and his wife specially brought out their household registration booklet. Originally, Lu Tiancheng thought that since his eldest daughter rejected Sui, the household registration book would no longer be used. Who would have thought that things would take a turn for the better and the youngest daughter would actually marry Sui? At this time, Lu Tiancheng and his wife were still a little confused. After hearing what their little daughter said, they reacted belatedly. Oh, yes. I brought my household registration book. As Bai Yuegue spoke, she took out a red household registration booklet from her bag and handed it to her little daughter. At the same time, a smile appeared on her face. Wanrong, your brother Sui is a good man. It's okay that your sister doesn't know how to cherish him, but you must not let him down. It would be a pity to miss such a good person. After Bayuague finished speaking, Lu Tiancheng immediately echoed. Yes, Wanrong, Mom and Dad support you. Lu Tiancheng and Bayuague had already regarded Su He as their son-in-law. Since I can't be the eldest son-in-law, it's okay to be the younger son-in-law. Anyway, my youngest daughter is an adult and is already 20 years old. Although they have not yet graduated from college, college students are legally allowed to get married. The eldest son-in-law is a son-in-law, the younger son-in-law is also a son-in-law. As long as the son-in-law is still Su He, there is no problem. Mom and Dad, don't worry, I will definitely cherish my relationship with Su He. Lu Wanrong nodded vigorously and continued. Without further delay, let's go get the certificate first. Su He, do you have your household registration book with you? As Lu Wanrong spoke, she winked at Su He playfully. Oh, I brought it. Su He said blankly. He did bring his household registration booklet with him. This was also the intention of Lu's father and mother, so that they could get the marriage certificate as soon as possible after the proposal was successful. With a marriage certificate, you are a legal couple recognized by the law, and it is too late to regret. Well, let's go. Good. Mom, Dad, sister, let's go. Bye. Uncle and Aunt, we are leaving first. After saying hello, the two left hand in hand, leaving behind Lu's father, Lu's mother, and Luan Ru, who were still a little at a loss. After seeing her boyfriend and sister leave together, Luan Ru finally reacted completely and threw herself into her father's arms and cried loudly. Well. Lu Tiancheng sighed. He wanted to comfort his eldest daughter, but he didn't know how. His daughter had to swallow the pain she had caused herself. On the other side, Su He and Lu Wanrong soon arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wild geese were flying high, orioles were singing in the willows, and today was obviously a good day. Wanrong, do you really want to go with me to get the marriage certificate? When he arrived at the door, Su He hesitated. What he was most worried about was that Luan Ru was just acting on impulse. Girls of this age are most likely to be emotional. Of course. Su He, I really like you and want to spend the rest of my life with you. Aren't you afraid that I'm only with you out of spite? Don't be afraid. As long as I can be with you, it doesn't matter if you don't have me in your heart. And, I believe that one day, there will only be me in your heart. The two walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau, took a number in the hall, and sat in line. It took about 20 minutes before it was their turn. Then they took photos, registered, received the certificate, and swore an oath, all in one go. Miss, thank you for your hard work. Here is some wedding candy for you. After the oath, Su He took out 2 boxes of wedding candy and presented them to the staff. Thank you. I wish you two a happy marriage and a son soon. The staff also smiled. They were also very happy to meet such a sensible newcomer. Wedding candy is not expensive, but it is a blessing and a respect. Thank you for your blessing. The two got their marriage certificate and left the Civil Affairs Bureau hand in hand. The sky was originally somewhat dark, but because of the appearance of the two, the dark clouds suddenly dispersed. A beam of warm sunlight shone right on their faces. Mr. Su, please give me your guidance for the rest of my life. Lu Wanrong smiled, her smile full of happiness. Miss Lu, please give me your guidance for the rest of my life. Su He raised his hand and gently combed the strands of hair on Lu Wanrong's forehead behind her head, revealing her rosy and fair face. Chapter 4 First Hug. Su He. Lu Wanrong called out in a low voice. Su He lowered his head and looked at Lu Wanrong curiously. At this moment, Lu Wanrong suddenly stood on tiptoe and took a hard bite on Su He's mouth. Ugh. Wanrong, you. Su He was a little surprised, and at the same time, he raised his head and looked around. Fortunately, people around them were in a hurry and no one noticed them. This made Su He feel relieved. Humph. Su He, you are my husband now, what are you afraid of? Lu Wanrong let out a soft moan and at the same time, hooked Su He's neck even tighter, as if declaring her sovereignty. Afraid? What should I be afraid of? The one who kissed me is my legal wife, openly and honestly. Su He smiled and took the initiative to hug Lu Wanrong's slender waist. This was the first time he truly hugged Lu Wanrong. There is still a big difference between Lu Wanrong and her sister Luan Ru. Although the two are sisters, their figures and looks are first class. But Luan Ru is usually quiet and doesn't like exercising very much. Although she has a good figure, it is more due to her diet control. So, holding Luan Ru feels like holding a piece of marshmallow, so soft. But my younger sister Luan Ru is different. Luan Ru has a lively personality and likes to exercise. You can clearly see her abs. Holding her, I feel more energetic. Moreover, Luan Ru is thin where she should be thin, and plump where she should be plump. This kind of figure that is 1 in a million is called a Biao Ti Buddha. Hee. Su-hee, you finally become my Luan Ru's man. I've been thinking about you for many years. Can I call you husband? Luan Ru lay in Su-hee's arms, her face blushing as she looked up at the man she had loved for many years. Of course, wife. Su-hee touched Luan Ru's little head lovingly, and suddenly a strange smile appeared on his face. But, can you still call me brother from now on? Su-hee lowered his head, looked at Luan Ru and asked with a smile. Why? Luan Ru's big eyes were full of confusion. Because, this is very exciting. Oh my god. So you are such a brother. Then you scream? Scream. My husband, brother. My wife's sister. Moa. Husband, are we going home to our bridal chamber next? Puff. Luan Ru's words almost made Su-hee spit out blood. Isn't this little girl too bold? They had been together for less than an hour. Although they have already obtained the marriage certificate, they are already a legal couple permitted by law. But if we have the wedding night now, isn't it a bit too fast? Don't we need to develop feelings for 2 or 3 weeks first? What's wrong, brother? Is it unfair for you to spend the wedding night with me? As Luan Ru spoke, she looked at Su-hee with seductive eyes. Good job. Su-hee exclaimed, what a guy. This little girl is born with a charming body. How come I didn't notice it before? Which man can resist a girl who is so good at acting coquettishly? Ahem, Sister Luan Ru, let's talk about this when we get home. Now, let me take you to buy a diamond ring. Just now, when Su-hee was waiting in line to get the certificate, he had a general understanding of the functions of the new consumption binding system. The function is actually very simple and not complicated. As long as you buy something for Luan Ru, no matter what you buy, you can get a certain percentage of cash back. Some are 1-to-1, for example, if you spend 10,000 yuan, you will get a cashback of 10,000 yuan. Some are 1-to-10, for example, if you spend 10,000 yuan, you will get a cashback of 100,000 yuan. Of course, 1-to-10 is the maximum limit, and the maximum cashback is 10 times. It may not seem like much, but if Su-hee bought a villa worth 10 million yuan for Luan Ru at one time and triggered a 110 cashback at the same time, he would be able to get 100 million yuan in cash. This is 100 million. Don't think that just because modern people are rich, they don't take 100 million lightly. In fact, 100 million is a sum of money that an ordinary person might not be able to earn in 1,000 years. This is absolutely an astronomical figure. Of course, this is just Su-hee's fantasy. He doesn't have 10 million yuan now, and can't afford to buy a villa. However, with the system, all this is no longer a fantasy. One day, he will not only have 10 million, but also countless 10 million. Buy a diamond ring? Brother, there's no need to spend so much money. I'm not interested in things like diamond rings. Luan Ru shook her head and refused directly. She is different from ordinary girls. She is not interested in things like diamond rings, luxury cars, and luxury houses. As long as I can be with Su-hee, it doesn't matter if I have simple meals for the rest of my life. I told you before that I would buy you a bigger and better diamond ring. I always say what I mean and I always keep my word. Su-hee held up Luan Ru's pretty face and looked at her fox eyes seriously. His eyes suddenly dropped, causing the latter to blush slightly. Well. Then we don't need to buy something too good. Luan Ru pouted her lips, looking delicate and adorable. Okay. Don't buy expensive ones. No way. Su-hee said secretly in his heart. With the system in hand, Su-hee can of course buy whatever price he can afford. If you don't use the system, you will be struck by lightning. Half an hour later, Su-hee and Luan Ru arrived at the jewelry store. I bought this ring just a week ago, and it cost me more than 20,000 yuan. You can only accept 3,000 yuan for recycling now? Are you kidding me? Su-hee looked at the jewelry store staff in disbelief. More than 20,000 yuan worth of stuff, but only 3,000 yuan can be recycled after a week? Isn't this too much? The stock price may hit the daily limit, but it is not as fast as the diamond ring depreciating in value. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. According to our store's recycling price, this diamond ring can only be returned for 3,000. The staff member had a professional smile on his face and spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant tone, and was not affected by Sui's words at all. In fact, the clerk cannot be blamed for such a huge price difference. Diamonds are really a scam. If it was a natural diamond, it would be better. Even if the price dropped, it would not be so outrageous. But those cheap diamonds on the market are almost all artificial diamonds. The value of artificial diamonds is naturally not as high as that of natural diamonds, so the sharp drop in their value is understandable. Moreover, there are really a lot of diamond reserves, but they have not been mined. The reason why Sui's diamond ring can still be sold for 3,000 is because the ring body is made of colored gold. The bonus contains 75% gold, which is also the most valuable point. If it weren't for this little bit of gold, I'm afraid this diamond ring would only be worth a few $100s. Chapter 5. A wife who doesn't spend money is not a good wife. Okay, let's recycle it. Sui didn't say anything else. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. This engagement ring will definitely not be used anymore, and he will not wear this used ring on Luan Ru's hand. However, keeping it by his side will make both Su-hee and Luan Ru feel uncomfortable. After comprehensive consideration, it is better to sell it directly. The most important thing is that Su-hee wants to buy a ring for Luan Ru, on the one hand to compensate Luan Ru. On the other hand, he also wants to test the function of the system. However, he only has more than 20,000 yuan in his hand, which is also his entire savings. Su-hee had saved these 20,000 yuan from his part-time job during his 4 years in college. He had originally planned to give them to Luan Ru as a gift after marrying her. But now, he didn't need it anymore. Okay, sir, I'll give you a ticket right away. The staff member smiled slightly, took the ring and had a professional master check it. After confirming that there was no problem, he paid Sui 3,000 yuan on the spot. With these 3,000 yuan, Sui had nearly 30,000 yuan in his account. Although 30,000 yuan couldn't buy a good diamond ring, it could still buy some hardware. Then, Sui took Luan Ru to a new gold shop. The gold shop just now was such a rip-off, Sui would not choose it again. Brother, should we buy a diamond ring? It's too expensive. Luan Ru held Sui's arm, frowned slightly, and said seriously. Besides, I'm still a college student, and it's not appropriate to have a diamond ring on my hand. It's okay, let's take a look first. What if there's something you like? After Sui finished speaking, he directly pulled Luan Ru into the gold shop. Then he began to choose. The gold shop sells gold jewelry and diamond rings. Sui first picked out a gold necklace for Luan Ru to try on. The price of the gold necklace was not expensive, just over 5,000 yuan. Don't think that gold necklaces are only for big men. In fact, girls with fair skin also look very good wearing gold necklaces. Of course, this gold necklace is not a big thick chain. It would not look good on girls wearing a big thick chain. This gold chain is thin in itself, but the workmanship is very delicate, and there is a hard gold pendant in the shape of a little lamb on it. Luan Ru's zodiac sign is sheep, and the animal on this pendant just fits her sign. It's really beautiful. We want this necklace. Pay for it. Without waiting for Luan Ru to object, Sui paid for the necklace directly. Ding! Dasha Bank spent 5,300.00, and the balance is 24,500.00. After the payment was completed, Sui received a text message notification on his bank card. Next, it depended on how the system would give him the cash back. As Sui was expecting, a clear and pleasant voice sounded in his mind at the same time. Ding! The host spent 5,300 yuan for his soulmate, triggering a 1x cashback. The cashback amount will be directly deposited into the consumer account. All consumption amounts come from overseas financial markets, which are safe and reliable, and the host can rest assured. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have used the cashback function for the first time and triggered a single 10x cashback reward. The host can get 10x cashback for the next round of consumption. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have completed the first round of consumption and are rewarded with a novice gift package. The gift package has been sent. The host can choose any time and place to open the gift package. A series of sounds rang in Sui's mind, like the sounds of nature, extremely pleasant to the ears. Immediately afterwards, Sui's bank card received a deposit of 5,300 yuan. At the same time, the bank card balance returned to 29,800 yuan. And, more importantly, the novice reward was triggered. 10 times cash back for a single purchase. You can get 10 times cash back for your next purchase in Suwa. He now has a total of 29,800 in his hands. After a tenfold cash rebate, he will have nearly 300,000, directly entering a well-off life. In addition, there is also a novice gift package. However, Sui is not in a hurry to open the gift package, as he can still take a look at it after returning home. After paying for the necklace, the staff of the jewelry shop took off the label of the necklace for Luan Ru, and then Sui put the necklace on Luan Ru personally. Does it look good? Luan Ru touched the little minyan on the necklace and looked at her husband with anticipation. This was the first gift she received after becoming Sui's wife, so of course she was happy. It looks great. Only you deserve this necklace. Sui smiled, then pointed to the bracelet and earrings he had just tried on the table, and said to the jewelry store staff, "Miss, I want this pair of bracelets and earrings too." Sui did not ask Luan Ru's opinion. When he was trying them on just now, he could tell that Luan Ru liked the styles of both the bracelets and earrings. However, these two pieces of jewelry cost more than 20,000 yuan in total, which is not cheap. After trying them on, Luan Ru put them down and finally chose only one necklace. Now that he has a tenfold cash back, so he naturally cannot miss this opportunity to make a fortune. With the consumption cashback system, all he had to do was to teach Luan Ru how to spend money. A wife who doesn't spend money is not a good wife. Yes, sir. When the staff heard that Sui wanted to continue spending, the smiles on their faces grew even wider. The more the customer buys, the more commission she gets. As for placing more orders? That's totally fine, okay? Who wouldn't want to make money by writing a few more words? This is much easier than some novel authors working hard to make money. Hubby, no, these two are too expensive. Seeing that the staff was about to issue the order, Luan Ru quickly spoke up to stop her husband. Her husband just graduated from college and must be short of money. He shouldn't spend so much money on her. Luan Ru is understanding and considerate of her husband. Luan Ru saw how Sui had to live in the open air for the past 4 years. Every penny they spent during their school years was earned by Sui working part-time in his spare time. Knowing that money is hard-earned, Luan Ru will naturally not squander it. This is also the consideration that a wife should have for her husband. Honey, it's not expensive. We're getting married, so we must have some hardware. Sui waved his hand, signaling the staff to go and issue the order. Seeing that she couldn't stop her newlywed husband, Luan Ru could only let him go. What's more, since you buy gold jewelry, you can exchange it for money even if you don't want it in the future. Gold is the most valuable asset and may even appreciate in value. Buying gold is always a good deal. Soon, the order was placed. A pair of gold bracelets weighed 60 grams, and a pair of earrings weighed 5 grams, totaling 32,500 yuan, which exceeded Sui's bank deposit. However, the jewelry store was having its anniversary celebration and all jewelry was 10% off, so after the discount it only cost 29,250 yuan. After rounding off the 50, he only needed to pay 29,200 yuan, which was exactly the same as Sui's savings. Chapter 6, The Sad Place in the Past. Sui took out his bank card and paid the full amount without blushing or breathing heavily. Ding! Your Dasha bank card spent 29,200.00, and the remaining amount is 600.00. Ding! Detected that the host is spending for the soulmate, triggering 10 times cash back. Ding! Your Dasha bank card has an income of 292,000.00 and a balance of 292,600.00. Good job! When Sui saw the bank balance, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. In just a short while, his bank deposit was close to 300,000 yuan. 300,000 yuan was not a small amount. In the past 4 years, Sui has earned more than 200,000 yuan by delivering food during his spare time and on weekends. After deducting the living expenses for the 2 girls, tuition fees, and his daily expenses, only a few tens of thousands of yuan were left. But in just such a short period of time, he made a lot of money for free, which he could not earn in 4 years of college. The system is worthy of being a system, it is indeed powerful. However, now is not the time to be happy. It will not be too late to be happy when you get home. When he returned home, there was a big gift package for beginners waiting for him. After the payment was completed, the waiter immediately and happily packed the food for Soo-hee. Then, under the waiter's respectful gaze, the two left the gold shop. Originally, Soo-hee was thinking about buying Luan Ru a few more bags and changing her into some brand name clothes. With his current savings, he can go shopping at luxury stores like LV and Chanel. However, these proposals were sternly rejected by Luan Ru. I have already spent more than 30,000 yuan on gold jewelry today, which is almost enough even for my wedding. They are just an ordinary family, not a wealthy one, so they don't need LV or Chanel to show off their wedding. Seeing his little wife so reserved, Soo-hee could only sigh and take his little wife home. More haste, less speed. If you want to transform your little wife into a spendthrift girl, it won't be done in a day or two. Just do it step by step. On the way home, Luan Ru originally wanted to take the subway, but Soo-hee directly refused on the grounds that it was inconvenient to carry valuables, and directly took a taxi. Soo-hee just asked the system, and he can get cash back as long as the money is spent with Luan Ru. In that case, he would definitely choose to take a taxi. Although taking a taxi may result in traffic jams, at least the car is quiet and you can lean against it. How comfortable is that? And you can get cash back, isn't that better than taking the subway? Soon, the car arrived at the destination. This is an old-style residential area that doesn't even have an elevator. It was also the love nest of Soo-hee and Luan Ru. When they were in their senior year, it was inconvenient for them to live in school because they had to do internships. So, Soo-hee rented such a house. Although the location is a bit remote and the community is a bit old, it is close to the subway station, making it very convenient for commuting. Soo-hee rented a one-bedroom apartment, which cost about 3,000 yuan a month. However, he usually interns during the day and delivers food at night, and earns more than 10,000 yuan a month, which is completely affordable. Although the houses outside the community are a bit old, the decoration inside the houses is still good. Originally, Soo-hee rented this place because it was a fully furnished house. Coming back here again, Soo-hee still feels very emotional. After breaking up with Luan Ru in his previous life, he fell into despair. Because going home would make his mother worry, he continued to rent the house here. However, although the house is still there, the beauty has long left. Continuing to live here will only cause Soo-hee more troubles. In the end, Soo-hee was forced to leave here. Because he can no longer afford to rent a house here. Later, Soo-hee returned to his old business, delivering takeout, and rented a basement again. The environment in the basement is incomparable to here. Moreover, he is also a person who works for 3 days and rests for 2 days. He originally thought that he would never come back here in this lifetime, but unexpectedly, God finally allowed him to be reborn and return to this touching place. This was not the first time Luan Ru came here. In the past, she would come here on weekends to help clean up the rooms for her sister and brother-in-law. She is still a college student and cannot help her brother-in-law with money, so she can only share some of the burden with him on these small matters. However, when she came here again today, Luan Ru's mentality was completely different. "Honey, help me find a few luggage bags so I can pack my sister's things. We can send them back to her tomorrow." As soon as she entered the house, Luan Ru immediately became busy. "There are many things left by my sister in this room, such as stuffed toys, daily clothes, and so on. Now that Luan Ru is the mistress of this house, she naturally will not allow other women's things to exist in this house, even if this woman is her own sister." "Okay. Let me help you." As Soo-hee spoke, he found a few luggage bags and helped his wife pack them. There weren't many things left here by my ex-girlfriend, and apart from the clothes, they were packed up quickly. However, when Luan Ru started packing her clothes, she opened the drawer containing her underwear and socks. When she saw what was inside, her pretty face turned red. There are 2 full drawers filled with all kinds of strange-shaped underwear, and another drawer of colorful stockings. These things don't look like they can be worn outside. They are more like they are worn alone in a private setting like a room. In addition, there are some unopened boxes of small balloons, 3 in a box, a total of 10 boxes. As they are all adults, Luan Ru can easily guess the functions of these clothes and small balloons. "I didn't expect that my sister looks quiet and gentle on the surface, but she has so much fun with brother Soo-hee in private." Luan Ru pursed her lips as she looked at the drawer full of clothes. "But if brother Soo-hee likes it, I can do it too." Luan Ru took a look through the collar of her shirt at the white clothes with Pikachu pattern on them that she was wearing next to her skin, and she immediately had an idea. She casually packed up the underwear and stockings she had worn, and also left behind a few unopened, disposable underwear and stockings. By the way, she also stuffed 200 yuan into a pair of socks, as if she had bought these new clothes from her sister. They are all disposable and not expensive, 200 yuan is enough. From today on, she will say goodbye to white and move into colorful colors. After cleaning up all this, it was time for dinner. Originally, Suhee wanted to go to a Michelin 3-star restaurant to eat, so he could get some cash back. But Luan Ru refused directly, and dragged Suhee to the vegetable market to buy a lot of vegetables. She wanted to cook a big meal for Suhee herself. To this, Suhee readily agreed. Luan Ru is a very good cook, but her sister Luan Ru is much worse than her. When Suhee was with Luan Ru, he would either cook or order takeout. Only on weekends, when Luan Ru came to help after school, could Suhee have a home-cooked meal made by others. Luan Ru prepared 4 dishes and a soup, and even lit red candles and opened red wine. Of course, Suhee was not idle the whole time, helping Luan Ru. This feeling made Suhee very comfortable. It turned out that cooking could be done by 2 people helping each other. These things are bought from the supermarket. They are not expensive, but they add a lot of romance after using them. Honey, the food is ready and the wine is open. Go wash your hands and eat. Chapter 7 Newbie Gift Pack. Luan Ru brought the last bowl of soup to the dining table and called out to Suhee with a smile. Wow, what a rich feast. You've worked so hard, my wife. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Suhee couldn't help but feel moved. He was really lucky to marry a wife like Luan Ru. It's not hard. I'm happy to be able to cook for my husband. Luan Ru smiled sweetly. She didn't have big dreams in her life, and her only dream was probably to cook soup for you. It is also a very happy thing to be able to prepare a sumptuous dinner for the person you love most and watch him sweat while eating. Well, then I'll start. Suhee clapped his hands, picked up the chopsticks and was ready to start. Wait, husband, let's take a picture first. As Luan Ru spoke, she took out her cell phone and her marriage certificate. Suhee immediately understood what his wife meant. Since they are married, they must make an official announcement on their circle of friends. This is also a formal introduction to his wife, Luan Ru, to relatives and friends. Luan Ru took a few beautiful photos, beautified them, and then forwarded them to Suhee. Suhee took a look at the photo and found that Luan Ru in the photo was no different from the real person. She has the fair and smooth face that is unique to her age, delicate facial features, long black and beautiful hair, and a pretty face without makeup. Even without PS beauty filters, she is the most beautiful. Honey, I'm going to post an official announcement on WeChat Moments. Will you post it? Luan Ru raised her cell phone with a smile and gestured to Suhee. Certainly. Suhee agreed without any hesitation. Then, the 2 of them each edited a paragraph of text and posted the marriage certificate with their ID numbers blurred out to their moments. After posting on WeChat Moments, he threw his phone aside and started his first date, which was also his first romantic dinner with red candles. At the same time, after Luan Ru returned home, she immediately locked herself in the room and did not even come out to eat dinner. Lu Tancheng and his wife called her once but she didn't come out, so they just followed their daughter. They were actually a little unhappy and worried at the same time. She was naturally unhappy because her daughter rejected Suhee's proposal and took the initiative to break up, thus wasting 4 years of love with such a good man. They are worried because they are afraid that their daughter will go astray and become one of those gold diggers on the internet who will do anything for money. There are already signs of this happening, so the old couple is so worried. Once you take the wrong path, there is no turning back. After Luan Ru returned to her room, she kept scrolling through her moments aimlessly. She didn't know what she was scrolling through, and she didn't see the message she wanted to see. Around dinner time, Luan Ru finally saw the 2 posts on WeChat Moments that she wanted to see. Official announcement of Suhee and Luan Ru. There are 2 marriage certificates, and the people wearing white shirts on the certificates are Suhee and Luan Ru. Luan Ru leaned on Suhee's shoulder, smiling like a flower. Suhee held Luan Ru in one hand and placed the other hand neatly on his thigh, with a bright smile on his face. Just one glance can make people feel deep happiness. Luan Ru held the phone tightly in one hand and clenched her fist with the other. Her slender fingers left several deep marks on her palm, and 2 lines of tears kept sliding down her cheeks. Originally, it should have been her who was held in Suhee's arms. After hesitating for a moment, Luan Ru sent a message to Suhee. You guys, are you really married? After sending the message, Luan Ru stared at her phone in a daze. However, her message was like a stone dropped into the sea, and she received no response. I borrow the beauty of flowers to add to the moonlight, and happily turn the autumn night into a spring night. Perhaps, the two of them were making love and had no idea what the world was like. Luan Ru has a deep feeling about Soo-hee's physical condition. I'm afraid that Soo-hee won't reply to him within an hour. On this side, after Soo-hee and Luan Ru finished their meal, the latter took the initiative to clean up the kitchen. Soo-hee tidied up the living room, and then took out the novice gift package given by the system. Open the novice gift pack. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bottle of genetic medicine. Gene medicine can greatly improve all functions of the host's body, including physical strength, intelligence, and endurance. The genetic medicine transformation process is quite noisy. Please choose a quiet environment to carry out the process. After taking genetic medicine to strengthen your body, you will be immune to all poisons and all diseases will be cured. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to trigger a 5-fold cashback on your purchase. Next time you make a purchase, you can get 5 times the cash back. Good job. Hearing the system's voice, Soo-hee exclaimed, wow. Although there are only 2 rewards in the novice gift pack, both of them are very good. The first is genetic medicine, which can significantly improve all functions of the human body. It can greatly improve all physical skills. In other words, as long as Soo-hee swallows the genetic medicine, his physical strength, intelligence, and endurance will be greatly improved. Moreover, you will never get sick again. What does it mean to be immune to all poisons? It means that even nuclear sewage or wastewater can be drunk as a drink. As for the 5-fold cash back, that goes without saying. After a day of consumption, Soo-hee roughly figured out the system's cashback routine. The higher the cashback multiple, the smaller the chance of triggering it. Today, whether Soo-hee is taking a taxi, buying groceries, or shopping in a supermarket, the maximum cashback he can trigger is 1 times the cashback, and only once did he trigger 3 times the cashback. It is already very difficult to trigger 5 times. This time the system directly gave a 5-fold cashback. Soo-hee only needed to spend all of his 300,000 yuan in savings next time he made a purchase, and he would be able to get a 5-fold cashback. After the cashback, he would have a huge sum of 1.5 million yuan. It will make Soo-hee a millionaire in an instant. Although the system did not give him money directly, it gave him 5 times the cash back, which is no different from giving him money. Then, Soo-hee thought about it, and a small bottle of genetic medicine in a test tube suddenly appeared in his hand. The liquid inside the genetic medicine is green and doesn't look like a good thing. However, Soo-hee did not doubt the efficacy of the medicine. The things given by the system would not harm him, right? Thinking of this, Soo-hee immediately took the gene medicine and slipped into the bathroom. The system said to find a quiet place, and the only quiet place in their house was the bathroom. In order not to be disturbed, Soo-hee slipped into the bathroom, locked the door, and then took out the genetic medicine. System, can I just open this thing and drink it directly? Soo-hee asked curiously. His system is obviously an intelligent system, although it is usually quite aloof and won't pop up to chat with him. But if there are any questions, I will reply. Yes, host. The effect will be felt in about 1 minute after drinking the gene potion. The transformation will last for 10 minutes. There will be no discomfort. Please feel free to use it. It is recommended that the host strip naked and stand in the shower. Impurities will be removed during the transformation and can be rinsed at any time. Good. Soo-hee did not hesitate. He opened the stopper of the test tube, raised his head and drank the genetic medicine in 1 gulp. The medicine is not unpalatable and has no special taste, just like ordinary mineral water. However, it does make me feel warm in my stomach after drinking it. After about a minute, the medicine began to take effect. Chapter 8 Big Changes. First of all, Soo-hee felt that every pore of his skin began to seep out tiny traces of fine black dirt. These dirt were the impurities accumulated in Soo-hee's body due to the environment and diet since he was a child. As impurities were discharged, crackling, teeth-grinding sounds came from the joints of Soo-hee's bones. It was as if all the bones were broken and reassembled. In fact, this is true. The genetic medicine strengthens all the functions of Soo-hee's body, naturally including his bones. However, maybe it was because the genetic medicine had an analgesic effect, but Soo-hee did not feel any pain from beginning to end. On the contrary, I felt warm all over and extremely comfortable. The only discomfort is probably the sour feeling in the teeth and the impurities constantly secreted from the skin surface. Especially the impurities, which are sticky and cling to the body, and have a fishy smell that makes people feel very uncomfortable. No wonder the system suggested that he take the medicine in the bathroom. If he did it outside, he would be suffocated to death. The crackling sound of bones continued for 7 or 8 minutes before it ended. After that, 3 minutes later, Sui turned on the faucet and began to clean the impurities on his body surface. 10 minutes later, Sui finally finished cleaning the impurities on his body and washed his hair at the same time. When Sui stood in front of the bathroom mirror and looked at himself in the mirror, he was completely stunned. The Sui in the mirror is still the same Sui, except that his facial features have become more harmonious. Sui is very handsome, so even if he is not the most handsome boy in the school, he can still be the most handsome boy in the department. However, although his facial features are very good looking, their arrangement is still far from perfect. After being transformed by genetic drugs, Sui's facial features are now perfectly distributed, with each organ growing where it should be. If Sui was just the most handsome boy in the department before, now he is definitely the most handsome boy in the school. In addition to the facial features, there is Sui's figure. Sui originally had a pretty good figure. Although he didn't have 8-pack abs, because he delivered takeout for 4 years in college, his figure was still strong and he didn't have a little belly. But now, Sui's figure has become more perfect, with 8 neatly formed abdominal muscles, looking strong and sexy. In addition to the abdominal muscles, there are also very clear muscles on the arms and calves. Moreover, these are not the kind of bodybuilding muscles that are formed by exaggerated protein accumulation, but muscles that are very symmetrical and full of explosive power. Sui swung his fist with force, and the wind from his fist could be clearly heard. Now, the power of his punches is definitely comparable to those of world champions, or even stronger. Besides muscles, there is height. He was only 1.78 meters tall, and when standing in front of Luan Ru, who was 1.7 meters tall, he was only a little taller. If Luan Ru wore high heels, the two of them would look about the same height. However, Sui's height has now increased by 4 centimeters, reaching 1.82 meters. With a height of 1.82 meters, he is definitely tall, and his pair of long legs can make him popular among thousands of girls. Don't think that only men like women's long legs. In fact, women also like men's long legs. Even if he grew 4 centimeters taller all of a sudden, it wouldn't be particularly obvious. After all, Sui was originally 1.78 meters tall, which was considered relatively tall. After growing taller, the most obvious change is Sui's skin. Delivering food is a very hard job. It is exposed to wind and sun all year round, and even the best protection will still be affected. But now, Sui has bronze skin, crystal clear, just like a freshly shelled chick. Now his skin is even more tender than that of most 18-year-old girls. Even Luan Ru would be envious if she saw it. Finally, it's Sui's big brother. Sui was gifted and could fight for an hour together with his older brothers. When he and Luan Ru practiced the Jade Girl Heart Sutra, his surging internal energy combined with his elder brothers could always achieve the desired effect. At that time, the big brother's height was only 3 centimeters taller than the average level, but now, the big brother has also grown taller, his height has increased by 5 centimeters, and his waist circumference has also increased a lot. To describe it as horrific is very appropriate. It's worthy of being a genetic medicine. I can now be described as having a perfect body, right? Looking at himself in the mirror, Sui smiled with satisfaction. I wonder if Luan Ru will be able to recognize him after he walks out of the bathroom. Thinking of this, Sui put on his pajamas and walked out of the bathroom. At the same time, Luan Ru also cleaned up the kitchen, and the two of them bumped into each other head-on. Ah! Honey, are you okay? Sui was quick to act and picked up Luan Ru. No, it's okay. Luan Ru blushed and shook her head. She could clearly feel the hardness of Sui's 9-pack abs through his thin pajamas. That's right, 9-pack abs. Although Luan Ru has married Sui, the two have not yet had their wedding night. Before this, she had never had a boyfriend and was naturally very shy about matters between men and women. It's all right, it's all right. Sui held up Luan Ru's pretty face, and with a smile, he tucked her hair behind her ears. At the same time, Luan Ru also noticed that Sui seemed a little different from before. It seems like he has become more handsome. Old husband, how did you become so handsome? Luan Ru asked subconsciously. Not only has he become more handsome, he seems to have grown taller as well. Hey, I've always been this handsome. I just became even more handsome after taking a shower. Wife, you've been tired all day, go take a shower. Sui laughed and changed the subject. Yeah. Husband, then you wait for me, don't fall asleep. Tonight, I want to touch your 9-pack abs. Luan Ru laughed, and boldly reached out her hand and touched Sui's 9 abdominal muscles. In an instant, her pretty face turned red. Aren't these abdominal muscles too hard and too big? At the same time, she also envied her sister. My sister must have been very happy during these 4 years. Sui didn't expect Luan Ru to be so bold. Just when he wanted to further feel the girl's soft and boneless hands touching his abdominal muscles, the girl chuckled, turned around and rushed into the bathroom. This girl is really good at teasing. Sui smiled bitterly, patted his abdominal muscles, and then said, "Good brother, you must behave well later." As Sui walked into the bedroom, Luan Ru, who had already entered the bathroom, sneaked out again, took 2 sets of clothes from the TV cabinet in the living room, and quickly slipped into the bathroom again. Then, the sound of a shower came from the bathroom. Taking a bath is a long process for any girl. Sui lay on the bed and waited for 50 minutes. Just when he was about to fall asleep, Luan Ru pushed open the door and walked in with a smile. "Honey, I'm done with my shower." Hiss. Seeing Luan Ru standing in front of him, Sui subconsciously took a breath of cold air. At this moment, his brain was instantly filled with blood and stopped functioning. Even though Sui's brain had been enhanced by genetic drugs, the scene before him was so shocking that it far exceeded the capacity of his brain. Chapter 9. I'm here to resign. Luan Ru in front of me was wearing a JK uniform. There is nothing strange about this. Girls of her age look their best in JK uniforms. What is strange is that this is not an ordinary JK uniform, but a JK uniform that is only worn on special occasions. The skirt is very short and directly covers the lower body. The same is true for the short-sleeved shirt above, which is very tight, showing off Luan Ru's perfect figure to the fullest. In addition to the JK uniform, she also wore a pair of black silk stockings on her legs. There were 2 thin red straps on the top of the stockings, connecting to the bottom of the skirt. Red and black form a strong visual contrast. The most important thing is that Luan Ru also had a pair of ponytails. Twin ponytails are synonymous with purity. Black stockings, the epitome of charm. The combination of the two can only be described in 2 words. Oh shit. JK uniform, black stockings, and twin ponytails, these 3 moves together are enough to kill people. Even though Sui was knowledgeable and experienced, he still couldn't bear it after being hit like this. Hee, husband, do I look good? Seeing that her husband's eyes were fixed on her, Luan Ru immediately smiled. She then turned around on the spot, her skirt flying up, allowing Sui to see a more beautiful scenery. Good, looks good. Sui swallowed and said tremblingly. Hee, let's go to bed then? Aha. Honey, turn off the lights. No, I want to drive. Ah. Sui hugged Luan Ru into his arms. Turn off the lights? What light should I turn off? If I turn off the lights, won't it be a waste of such beautiful clothes? Amid Luan Ru's cries, the two finally began to practice the Jade Girl Heart Sutra. Jade Girl Heart Sutra, the most profound skill in the world. It requires both men and women to practice together in order to understand the true meaning of the technique. Sui was already a master of the Jade Girl Heart Sutra, so he was naturally familiar with it. Under his guidance, Luan Ru quickly became familiar with this profound technique. From the beginning, she had to be guided by Sui to practice it, and later she took the initiative to practice it. This night was destined to be a restless night. The next day, when Sui got up, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Last night, the two of them practiced the Jade Girl Heart Sutra until 1 o'clock in the morning. Sui's body, transformed by genetic drugs, was so strong that he seemed to never get tired. If it weren't for the fact that Luan Ru was practicing the Jade Girl Heart Sutra for the first time and he was worried that she would go astray, he would probably be able to practice it all night long. After Sui woke up, he subconsciously touched around him, but he didn't feel anything. The beauty beside him, he didn't know where she went. Just when Sui was puzzled, the door of the room opened and a little head tiptoed in. Hey, honey, are you awake? Luan Ru obviously didn't expect Sui to have woken up, and was immediately shocked. Wan Ru, where did you go so early in the morning? Sui asked curiously. Today is Friday and school has classes, but Luan Ru has no classes in the morning and does not need to go to school. Although it is graduation season, Luan Ru is a junior student and it is not time for summer vacation yet. However, the good thing about college students is that as long as they don't have classes, they have a lot of free time. You can use your free time to work part-time, or do internships, or prepare for exams. You can arrange it freely. Honey, I'm going to buy you breakfast. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed buns. Hurry up and eat. Breakfast? Soo-hee was stunned for a moment, and then he was moved. During his 4 years in college, his ex-girlfriend Luan Ru never bought him breakfast once. Luan Ru has a bad stomach, so she has to eat breakfast, but she likes to stay in bed, so Soo-hee always buys breakfast and brings it to her bedside. It was the first time that I could drink hot soy milk, eat soft fried dough sticks, and eat juicy meat buns as soon as I woke up like today. The two sisters are born to the same mother, so why are their personalities so different? This was Soo-hee's first reaction. Then he went to the restaurant and had breakfast. Wan Rong, you've worked hard. You don't have to get up early to buy breakfast in the future. You're tired too, and you need to rest. Soo-hee gave Luan Rong a lot of trouble last night. It is the first time to practice, and I have been practicing for such a long time, so I also need to rest. Hubby, I'm not tired. I think it's worth it to do all this for you. Luan Rong held her chin with both hands, shook her head slightly, and looked at her husband affectionately. You're so nice, wife. Soo-hee reached out and touched the little girl's head lovingly. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? After breakfast, Soo-hee sent Luan Rong to school. Luan Rong had classes in the afternoon and couldn't be late. After sending his wife to school, Soo-hee came to the company. He came to the company today for only one purpose, which was to resign. With the system in hand, why do you need to go to work? If the system master still has to go to work, he will be laughed at by tens of millions of system masters. Soo-hee and Luan Ru worked in the same company, both in Shanghai Jintu Group. When he arrived, it was almost 10:30, long past the time to sign in for work. Soo-hee didn't mind. After swiping his card to enter the company, he went straight to his workstation. Hey, Xiao-su, why are you here? Didn't you ask for wedding leave? The guy across from Soo-hee was obviously a little surprised to see Soo-hee appear. Yesterday, after he got the marriage certificate, he posted it on his Moments and didn't block anyone, so his colleagues could see it too. I didn't ask for leave? Brother Lu, who asked for leave for me? Soo-hee was stunned. He did not ask for leave because there was no need. After getting the system yesterday, he had already decided to resign. He was just an intern, there was no such thing as resigning a month in advance, he could just go through the formalities and leave. As for the salary? If he wanted to give it, he could give it. If he didn't want to give it, he wouldn't mind the small amount. After having the system, Soo-hee's confidence has changed. Brother Lu usually takes good care of Soo-hee, so Soo-hee is always polite when speaking to him. So, Luan Ru said you were going to take a wedding leave today. Brother Lu smiled and continued, but you are really good. You got married right after graduation. That girl is also very beautiful, not worse than Luan Ru. I always thought you two were a couple. Luan Ru and Soo-hee joined the company together, and they went to the same school and majored in the same field, so it is normal for people to have such speculations. They are not an official unit, and there is no principle of relative avoidance. It doesn't matter even if a couple is in the same group. However, the two have never disclosed each other's identities at work. This was also Luan Ru's request. She didn't want to be talked about in the company. However, Soo-hee did not expect that Luan Ru would actually ask for leave for him today. Brother Lu, you are joking. Soo-hee smiled and waved his hand. I won't tease you anymore. Since you've asked for leave, why are you still coming to the company? Even if you come now, you're still late. Brother Lu obviously likes gossip. There are indeed not many people who come back to work after taking wedding leave. I'm not here to work, I'm here to resign. I'm ready to leave. Soo-hee did not hide anything and told the truth. Chapter 10 My Mother Calls. Resign? Brother Lu was obviously stunned. Shanghai Jintu Group is one of the top investment companies in Shanghai. Many college graduates have tried their best to get an internship here but have not had the opportunity. Even if an intern is not retained, the internship experience of Jintu Group can be a stepping stone to various financial investment companies. Being able to enter such a good company is like 1,000 troops crossing a single plank bridge, and few interns voluntarily resign after entering. Even if you really feel that you have no chance in the company, you will still take the internship certificate and leave after the internship is over. That's why Brother Lu was so surprised when he heard that Soo-hee was going to resign. Yes, Brother Lu, I may not be suitable for this job, so it's better for me to leave early. Soo-hee explained with a smile. Brother Lu was usually quite caring towards him, so Soo-hee was also very polite to him. Well, everyone has his own way to go. So I wish you good luck. Brother Lu smiled slightly. That's how a company is, the tent remains the same but the soldiers come and go. You'll get used to it and there's nothing to be sad about. Well, thank you for taking care of me during this period, Brother Lu. I'm going to the HR department to resign first, and I'll treat you to dinner when I'm done. You're welcome. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Soo-hee went to the personnel office to go through the resignation procedures. He is just an intern. He has not signed a labor contract and has not paid any 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. He can come and leave as he pleases without having to give a month's notice in advance. However, Soo-hee performed very well during his internship, so the HR department tried to retain him. Although Jean2 Group is a large company, it still values talents. However, Soo-hee finally refused. With the system in hand, working one more day would mean losing millions of dollars. How could he waste his beautiful youth in the company? After resigning, Soo-hee just walked out of the personnel office and met Luan Ru head-on. Luan Ru was holding a cup of coffee in her hand and chatting and laughing with a man in a suit. There was no trace of pain on her face, as if everything that happened yesterday had been forgotten. Soo-hee knew this man, his name was Lu Xiaoyuan. He was his and Luan Ru's immediate superior, and also the teacher in charge of this group of interns. Lu Xiaoyuan is considered a second-generation rich man. His family lives in Shanghai and he owns 2 houses in Shanghai. One of them is 180 square meters, where their family of 3 lives. The other is 200 square meters, currently unused, and is the wedding house prepared for him by his family. However, the 2 apartments are not located in the inner ring of the city center, but in the central ring a little further out. Although housing prices in the central ring road are not as high as those in the inner ring road, they are also very high. A house of 200 square meters costs more than 10 million. Compared to people like Soo-hee who don't even have a house, this kind of person is indeed a rich second generation. As for why Soo-hee knew all this? Of course, Luan Ru told him. On the 3rd day after Soo-hee and Luan Ru entered the company, Lu Xiaoyuan began to pursue Luan Ru in indirect ways. If you want to pursue something, you must show your strength. He himself has a good income in the company, with an annual salary of about 4 or 500,000, and he drives a BMW 5 Series. The BMW 5 Series is the ceiling for ordinary people. Lu Xiaoyuan is only 27 or 28 years old now. Being able to drive a 5 Series at this age, his personal strength is beyond doubt. So he didn't care at first. He trusted Luan Ru very much. Even though he saw the 2 of them being very close, he just took it for granted that they were just working people. But now it seems that the relationship between the 2 is not simple. Soo-hee? Why are you here for work? Didn't Luan Ru say that you got married and asked for wedding leave? Lu Xiaoyuan seemed a little surprised when he saw Soo-hee. Luan Ru on the side didn't say anything, but just lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Soo-hee. Manager Lu, I'm here to resign. I won't be here anymore. Soo-hee said lightly. Resign? Hearing this, Luan Ru suddenly raised her head and looked at Soo-hee in disbelief. Soo-hee, are you crazy? You found the job at Jean2 Group with great difficulty, how can you just quit like that? Besides, you just got married, and you quit your job like this. How are you going to support your wife? Luan Ru's pretty face turned red, and she seemed to not believe that Soo-hee would resign. This job was hard-earned, and the income after becoming a regular employee is also very substantial, at least much higher than that of most graduates. Soo-hee had just gotten married and his wife was still a college student, and they needed money right away. Luan Ru didn't understand where Soo-hee got the courage to resign. You don't need to worry about that. I am capable of supporting my own wife. You should just worry about yourself. There are more than 20 interns, but only 2 can stay. This person, if your ability is not outstanding, you may not be able to stay, right? Soo-hee glanced at Luan Ru and said lightly. You. Soo-hee, I'm trying to persuade you with good intentions, why are you talking like that? Luan Ru pursed her lips. In the past, Soo-hee would never talk to her like this. Even if she did something wrong, Soo-hee would take the initiative to admit his mistake. A situation like today has never happened before. Soo-hee. Luan Ru is trying to persuade you. Is it appropriate for you to say that? I heard that your family background is also very ordinary, right? If I leave Jean too, I may not be able to find a better job, right? Lu Xiaoyuan on the side frowned and looked at Suhi. Besides, I've seen how hard Luan Ru works. I'll apply to the higher-ups to keep her here. He felt that his chance had come, and at this time, he must stand firmly by the side of the goddess. Before, Lu Xiaoyuan knew that Luan Ru and Suhi were very close, and he was worried that something might happen between them. Now that he knows Suhi is divorced and has quit his job, he is actually very happy. Thank you for your concern, Manager Lu. However, you two don't need to worry about my own affairs. I've already completed the resignation procedures. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. As an intern, there is no issue of work handover. Suhi waved his hand, walked between the two of them, and left without looking back. Looking at Suhi's receding back, Luan Ru gritted her teeth and finally did not call out to him. Since we have broken up, let us just be strangers. After leaving the company, Suhi received a call from his mother Cheng Hui. Seeing the call from his mother, Suhi also smiled. He comes from a single-parent family and his father died unexpectedly when he was young. His mother played both the role of father and mother to raise him and sent him to college. Suhi once swore that after he graduated, he would be filial to his mother. Hey, Mom, have you had lunch yet? Suhi picked up the phone and asked with a smile. At the same time, Suhi also felt a little sad. In his previous life, he was deeply in love with the so-called love and just walked away. He felt sorry for Lu Wanrong who loved him deeply, but he felt even more sorry for this loving mother. After living his life over again, Suhi vowed to compensate his mother. You little bastard, do you still think you have a mother like me? As soon as the phone was connected, I heard my mother's angry voice on the other end. What's wrong, Mom? Don't be angry in the middle of the day. Suhi was a little confused. What's wrong with my mom? Why is she so angry for no reason? You know, Suhi has always been a good boy. He has always worked hard in his studies and has never caused his mother to worry or get angry. However, Suhi was still very happy when he heard his mother scolding. I originally thought that I would never hear my mother's voice again. Let me ask you, why did you quit your job at Jean 2 Group for no reason? Did you know that it's the best company in Shanghai? The starting annual salary after becoming a regular employee is 200,000 yuan? Chapter 11 Marrying My Sister. Cheng Hui started questioning him right away. Jean 2 Company is very famous. Even a middle-aged woman like her has heard of it. It is a company that countless college graduates dream of joining. Cheng Hui was so proud to be able to work in this company that she would brag about her son's promising future to everyone she met. Who would have thought that this guy resigned before even getting a permanent job, without even discussing it with her as his mother? This is really infuriating. Mom, Luan Ru told you, right? Suhi smiled. The only person who knew about his resignation was Luan Ru. Luan Ru had Suma's contact information and could contact this great mother at any time. That's right. If Ru hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known about it. How long are you going to keep this secret from Mom? Son, I'm telling you, you can't give up such a good job. Unless you can pass the exam and get a job in the civil service. If you encounter any grievances at work, you can tell Mom. Maybe Mom can help you. Cheng Hui advised earnestly. He was worried that his son quit his job because he was embarrassed by others at work. For a college graduate, it is the time to be proud and arrogant, especially when the child has such an outstanding talent as his own son. It is indeed possible to give up your job and resign because of temporary unhappiness. Mom, no, I quit because I have a better career. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of lazy person. From now on, I will give you 10,000 yuan every month for living expenses. And it's only temporary, the money will increase. Suhi comforted him with a smile. Son, what are you doing after you quit your job? Don't go down the wrong path. Mom doesn't care how much money you make, as long as you can support yourself and Luan Ru. When Cheng Hui heard what her son said, instead of feeling happy, she became even more nervous. How much does her son have to earn to give her a living allowance of 10,000 yuan a month? At least 20,000 yuan, right? Although Cheng Hui is a typical housewife, she also knows what a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan means. A monthly salary of 20,000 yuan is enough to beat 99% of people in the country. Mom, don't worry, I just opened my own shop and started a business. It's legal and compliant. In order not to worry his mother, Suhee made up an excuse. Opening a shop? That's great. It's freeing to run your own business. Chang Hui nodded silently and did not ask any further questions. The child has grown up and has her own ideas. Her thoughts no longer keep up with the times. As a mother, the only thing I have to do is to give my son unconditional support when he makes any decision. Yes. Don't worry, Mom. I know what's going on. That's good. Cheng Hui smiled and continued, when are you going to marry Luan Ru? Mom has prepared the betrothal gifts. There's not much left. 200,000 won't be a problem. I really like Luan Ru. The parents of both sides had met each other a long time ago. Although it was not a formal meeting, it was still a meeting, and the father-in-law and his wife were real people. As for Luan Ru, I have been to her house several times. Cheng Hui was very satisfied with Luan Ru. She had fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, and was very polite. My son has been with this girl for 4 years, and it's time for them to get married. Mom, I haven't had time to tell you that Luan Ru and I have broken up. Suhee scratched his head awkwardly. Although he officially announced yesterday that he and Luan Ru had obtained their marriage certificate, Sue's mother does not have WeChat, so she did not know that her son had already obtained the marriage certificate. He originally planned to tell his mother the good news today, but who would have thought that before he could make the call, his mother called him first. What? Broke up? Son, do you have someone else out there? I'm telling you, if you dare to be unfaithful to Luan Ru, I will break your legs, do you believe it? Cheng Hui's tone suddenly became stern. Cheng Hui has always attached great importance to her son's character. She allowed her son to be mediocre, but would never allow him to have any moral problems. In Cheng Hui's opinion, cheating is the biggest moral issue. Mom, what are you thinking? It's Luan Ru who wants to break up with me. Suhee curled his lips and then briefly recounted the process of their breakup yesterday. Luan Ru has someone better to pursue, and I am not worthy of her, so we broke up. Speaking of this, Suhee actually still felt a little uncomfortable. People have feelings, and he is also a human being, so he is no exception. Oh, so that's how it is. Son, don't be sad. After learning the truth, Cheng Hui felt particularly sad for her son. Don't worry, son. Mom will definitely find you a better girl. Cheng Hui has decided to sign up for the blind date corner immediately and try to find a girl with better character and morals for her son. Cheng Hui's son graduated from a prestigious university and is handsome. Why would he worry about not being able to find a suitable girl? Hearing his mother's words, Suhee suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his head on the other end of the phone and said a little embarrassedly, Mom, I actually got married yesterday. Puff. Cheng Hui almost vomited blood. What is going on? They just broke up yesterday and they got married again? What kind of operation is this? She felt a little confused by her son's operation. Mom, it's like this, Luan Ru's sister, Luan Rong and I got our marriage certificate. Suhee did not keep anyone in suspense and told the story between him and Luan Rong in detail. Cheng Hui had also met Luan Rong and had a good impression of this girl. So, Luan Ru's parents also agreed? Cheng Hui felt that she could not accept this setting for a while. At the same time, she was also surprised that her father-in-law and his wife were so open-minded. Of course. Luan Rong's household registration is still with her parents. How can we get the marriage certificate if they don't agree? Suhee said with a smile. Son, you're playing too big, aren't you? Cheng Hui curled her lips, feeling speechless. Isn't my son too awesome? Not only did he sleep with his elder sister, but he also married his younger sister? However, Cheng Hui quickly accepted this setting. Whether it is Luan Ru or Luan Rong, they are both good girls after all. Since Luan Rong has already married her son, all she has to do is treat this new daughter-in-law well. Son, since I let you marry her and we've even got the marriage certificate, you must treat her well in the future. As for the betrothal gift, I will transfer it to you as soon as possible. 200,000. If your father-in-law thinks it's too little, Mom will find a way. A dowry of 200,000 is already a considerable sum of money for an ordinary family. This is also all the savings that Cheng Hui has saved over the years, for the purpose of marrying her son off in the future. Now that he has a wife, it is natural for the son to give the money to his daughter-in-law. Mom, no need, I have my own money. Suhee shook his head and rejected his mother's kindness. Besides, Wanrong's parents also said that they don't want a dowry. As long as I treat Wanrong well, that's fine. These are Lu Tianchang's original words. With such a good son-in-law like Su-hee, what kind of dowry does he need? The bride price is just a guarantee for the daughter, out of concern that the daughter will suffer in her husband's family in the future. But if the son-in-law is Su-hee, there is no need to worry about this problem at all. Chapter 12 5 Elements Lack of Gold. No. It's their business if they don't want to do something. We have to make our attitude clear. Chang Hui said firmly. I'll transfer this money to you first, and you give it to Wanrong. Tell her that this is the betrothal gift from our family. As for how to spend it, it's up to her to decide. That's it. After Chang Hui finished speaking, she hung up the phone without giving her son a chance to refuse. 3 minutes later, Sui received 200,000 yuan in cash from his mother. Looking at the 200,000 in the account, Sui was very moved. He knew this was all his mother's savings. His mother raised him alone for so many years and was able to save 200,000 yuan. It must have been saved by tightening her belt in her daily life. However, Sui did not refuse. He just thought of it as saving it for his mother, and he would find a reason to return it to her after some time. After getting his mother's approval, Sui felt relieved, as if a huge weight had finally fallen from his heart. Then, Sui returned to his rental house. After returning home, Sui began to make plans for the next step. Now that we have a cashback system, we must make good use of it. His cashback system is somewhat different from others. For others, you can get cashback as long as you make purchases. However, Sui's cashback must be spent on Luan Ru in order to obtain the cashback, and the amount of the cashback is still uncertain. In other words, all of Sui's future spending must revolve around Luan Ru. Sui spent the entire afternoon thinking about how to maximize the effectiveness of the cashback system. Buying a house. Buying a car. It is a must. He is already married, and it is impossible for him to continue to let his wife live with him in a rented house in a miserable state. Although the rental house is not small and the decoration is remarkable, it is not their own house after all and they have no sense of belonging. So, you must buy a house. However, Sui doesn't have much capital on hand now. The cashback plus the 200,000 given by his mother only makes about 500,000 in total. 500,000 is not enough to pay the down payment even for a small apartment in Shanghai. So he wants to make this money bigger. After planning for an afternoon, Sui finally had a complete plan. The next step was to start implementing the plan. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Sui received a message from Luan Ru. Honey, I'm done with school and I'm going to take the subway home now. Tomorrow is Saturday, and there is no need to go to school, so Luan Ru does not plan to stay in school. Honey, let me pick you up. Sui hurriedly stopped him. He wanted to take a taxi to pick up Luan Ru from school. Although he couldn't make much money, every little bit counts. No need, honey. I'm already at the subway station and will be back soon. You should get some rest. You must have been exhausted yesterday. Luan Ru said with a smile. There is something behind her words. The two of them had been busy for so long last night, and although Luan Ru was a little uncomfortable, she was still in good spirits. But it's different for men. Without a few days' rest, they'd probably won't be able to recover. Hey, I'm fine. I'll just wait for you to come back. Sui smiled and shook his head. After the genetic drug transformation, he was also an indomitable cow. Yeah, I'm fast. As soon as Luan Ru got off the subway, Sui took her to a restaurant to eat. Sui wanted to try every possible way to spend money on Luan Ru. From now on, I will never cook unless necessary. This meal only cost more than 300 yuan and triggered a 2x cash back, so it was still a good profit. After dinner, the two went home. Wife, you're going to be a senior soon and you're going to do an internship. Do you have any ideas? Sui hugged Luan Ru and asked with a smile. I haven't decided yet. I still have classes in the first semester of my senior year. Even if I want to do an internship, I have to wait until next semester. Luan Ru pouted and shook her head. When they reach their senior year, many graduates will face this problem. Luan Ru is no exception. She has never thought about what she will do after graduation. Wife, I remember you can make a lot of snacks, right? How about I open a cake shop for you across from the school? A cake shop? Luan Ru was stunned, and her eyes revealed a hint of longing. In the past, she did have a dream of opening a cake shop. During college, she worked part-time as a baker in a cake shop. She could make all kinds of cakes and her skills were very good. However, the cost of opening a cake shop is too high, especially if it is opposite a school. Their school is located in the university town, surrounded by several universities, and opposite the school is a pedestrian street shared by these universities. After school every day, this pedestrian street can be seen everywhere with college students, and it can even be described as a sea of people. Being such a popular place, the store rent must be very high. To open a cake shop here, the rent alone is a considerable expense. The remaining various equipment, store decoration, employees' salaries, etc. are also not a small amount. According to conservative estimates, it would cost at least $500,000 to run a cake shop. $500,000 is a huge sum of money. At least, it can scare Luan Ru away from pursuing her dream. That's right. I've already resigned from the company and plan to open my own shop and do some business. I think it's a very good idea to open a cake shop opposite the school. I plan to let you manage the store after it opens. There is currently only one cake shop opposite the school, but the taste is average and the price is not cheap. If they can open their store there, lower the prices and improve the taste, they will definitely be very competitive. $300,000 in rent may seem like a lot, but you can still earn that much in a year. The most important thing in a university town is the flow of people. The flow of people there is really terrifying, and there is no shortage of business at all. After opening this store, Suhi can finally give an explanation to his mother. This morning he vowed to his mother that he had opened a store. It would be troublesome if the Queen Mother came to inspect and didn't see the store. But husband, where did you get so much money? Luan Ru couldn't help but ask. Hey, have you forgotten that I was an intern at Gene 2 before? I got some inside information, bought a few stocks, and made a lot of money. Suhi had already thought of an excuse. Matters concerning the system are top secret and cannot be disclosed even to one's dearest wife. Without revealing the system, he had no way to explain to his wife the source of the huge amount of money, so he had to lie. This is also a white lie. If he told his wife about the system, and she accidentally told others about it and it got to the ears of someone with ulterior motives, then his wife would definitely be implicated. So, making money in the stock market is a very good excuse. Moreover, the system once said that all cashback rewards come from overseas securities markets, which is consistent with what he said. Ah? Really? Luan Ru was tempted. If she could really open a cake shop, she would definitely be willing to do so. Of course it's true, let's go check out the store tomorrow. Honey, are you ready to be the boss lady? Suhi put his arms around his wife's slender waist and asked with a smile. I'm not ready yet, but I have prepared this. Luan Ru laughed and then took out a pair of stockings. Gold. Wife, how do you know that I lack gold in the 5 elements? The one who knows me best is my wife. Chapter 13 5 times cash back, millionaire. The next day, Suhi and Luan Ru cleaned up the pieces of stockings on the floor and went out to check the store. The two took a taxi and went directly to Hojie. Hojie is the name of the pedestrian street opposite the school. It is said that it was called Back Street in the past, which means, as the name suggests, it is behind the school. I don't know when it was changed to Hojie, but now both the location and the actual marked address have become Hojie. Today is Saturday. Even though it is still morning, there are still many young people shopping in Hojie for dates. A group of energetic college students gathered in 2s and 3s, forming a beautiful scenery. Especially those beautiful girls, so pretty that people can't help but sigh, it's great to be young. Of course, there are also many college students who have just stayed up all night in the internet cafe and come out to look for food with dark circles under their eyes. A college life without all-nighters is an incomplete college life and a regrettable college life. There are many stores in Hojie, with hundreds of them, big and small. But not all of them are doing well. Some people have no business sense. Once they have an idea, they rush to open a shop and do business. In this case, most of them will fail. Therefore, even in a good place like Hojie, there are many stores that are closed and have rental information posted. Suhi and Luan Ru walked around and selected 3 stores. The locations of these 3 stores are all pretty good. One of them is right opposite Luan Ru's school, another is at the side door of another school, and the other is in the square in the center of the street. The two observed that the locations of these 3 stores had very good traffic. If I open a cake shop, business should be good. After making his selection, Sui called the rental information above. He first contacted the house directly opposite, but unfortunately, that house had already been rented out and the new tenant had not yet started decorating, so the rental information had not yet been posted. Next, he contacted the landlord of another store at the side door of the school. That store had not been rented out yet, so Sui also contacted him to view the house. But after watching it, they were disappointed. The layout of this store is not very good, and the area is only 40 square meters, which does not meet their requirements. 40 square meters is still a bit small for a cake shop. I'm afraid that apart from the kitchen and a cash register, there won't be room for anything else, not even a toilet. Finally, only the center position was left. The location is quite good, a little distance from another cake shop in Hojie. And there is a big square here, called Shuinchi Square. College students who usually come here to shop will come to Shuinchi Plaza for a walk. In addition, people from surrounding communities also come to dance in the square. At night, it is particularly lively here. After the landlord came, Suhee and Luan Ru took a look at the house. The house is nice and has high ceilings. The previous tenant also built a mezzanine. In other words, this cake shop can be divided into 2 floors. The area of the first floor is also very large, about 120 square meters. As a cake shop, it is sufficient. Moreover, the upper floor can be used as a dining area, providing a convenient place for college students to rest. However, the rent of this store is not cheap, it costs 400,000 a year. 400,000? Isn't that too expensive? Landlady, can you make it cheaper? We are college students starting a business, and we hope you can support us more. Luan Ru's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly. The landlord was a middle-aged woman in her 50s, who seemed easy to talk to. The little girl is quite sweet. The landlady smiled and did not lower the price directly. Instead, she followed Luan Ru's words and asked, "What kind of store are you planning to open?" "Auntie, we are planning to open a cake shop. From now on, you and your family can come to our shop to order cakes for free on your birthday," Luan Ru said with a smile. The cost of a 10-inch cake is at most 40 yuan, and more is labor cost. Even if the landlord's family celebrates 4 birthdays a month, that's only 48 cakes a year, which costs only 2,000 yuan. If the landlord can reduce the rent by tens of thousands of yuan, it would be a great deal. Moreover, judging from the landlord's appearance, he doesn't seem to be the kind of person who would seek a bargain. I guess he only buys 7 or 8 a year at most. By this calculation, it is definitely a huge profit. Suhee on the side couldn't help but cast a surprised look at Luan Ru. This little girl seemed to have quite a business mind. He didn't say a word, but handed the negotiation table to Luan Ru and let her do whatever she wanted. In fact, Suhee doesn't want the landlord to be cheap. He can directly use the 5-fold cashback card for this purchase, and of course he hopes the rent is as expensive as possible. But not bargaining would arouse Luan Ru's suspicion. To be on the safe side, I'd better bargain a little lower. Haha, you're quite good at handling things. Sure enough, after listening to this, the landlord laughed happily and continued. How about this, Auntie won't say anything to you, just one price, 380,000. This is already the lowest price. 380,000 is indeed the landlord's bottom line. If the house hadn't been vacant for a long time, she wouldn't have lowered the price. But there is no way. Now it is a rental market. The longer she keeps the house vacant, the more she loses. There were a few people who had come to see the house before, and they quoted prices lower than 380,000. She would never agree to a price lower than this and would rather leave it idle. This time, Luan Ru did not continue speaking, but left the decision to Suhee. Okay, Auntie, I'll rent it for 380,000. Suhee readily agreed. Including the 200,000 yuan given by his mother, he had 500,000 yuan in cash, which was more than enough to rent the shop. After a 5-fold cash return, 380,000 yuan will be returned to 1.9 million yuan. After deducting the original 380,000 yuan, the net profit is 1.52 million yuan. Okay, I've brought the contract. If you take a look and it's okay, sign it and it will take effect. As the landlord spoke, he took out 2 contracts. Suhee took a look and found no problems. After renting the house, he offered free rent for the first month while it was being renovated. This is also the unspoken rule for renting a store. After Suhee was sure that there was no trick, he asked Luan Ru to sign. Of course, the house was rented in the name of Luan Ru, which was a prerequisite for obtaining the cash back. Luan Ru did not refuse. She and Soo-hee were already one, so it didn't matter whose name was signed. After signing, Soo-hee immediately transferred 380,000 yuan to the landlord and used a 5-fold cashback card. Use the 5 times cashback card. Ding! Your Dasha bank card spent 380,000.00, and the balance after the transaction is 119,800.00. Ding! Your Dasha bank card received 1,900,000.00, and the balance after the transaction is 2,019,800.00. Cool! Soo-hee almost couldn't help but exclaim. The system is really amazing. After the 5-fold cash rebate, his bank deposit directly exceeded 2 million. Although 200,000 of it was given by my mother, after deducting these 200,000, there is still 1,800,000. Before yesterday, he was just a poor loser with only tens of thousands of dollars in savings, but after a day, he had become a millionaire. Millions in cash and millions in assets are two different concepts. Even in Shanghai, not everyone can easily take out 1 million yuan in savings. Chapter 14: Luxurious Decoration. Okay, Madam Boss, this store will be yours from now on. Soo-hee handed the lease contract to Luan Ru with a smile. Luan Ru excitedly took the contract from her husband. She was a little dazed and felt that it all seemed a little unreal. Is it that easy to own a cake shop? Isn't this too easy? Honey, am I really going to open a cake shop? Am I just dreaming? Luan Ru raised her head and stared at Soo-hee in a daze, with stars in her eyes, and a little confusion and helplessness. Of course I'm not dreaming. Let me pinch you and see if it hurts. Soo-hee stretched out his hand and gently pinched Luan Ru's fair and tender face. Her face was full of collagen, elastic and soft, and felt extremely comfortable. Oh, that's disgusting. Luan Ru felt pain, laughed sweetly, and slapped Soo-hee's big hand away. However, the slight pain also made her sure that this was not a dream. Wife, the final exams are next week. Once the exams are over, you have to hurry up and keep an eye on the decoration. Let's find a decoration company to design it properly, and try to successfully open the cake shop in 2 months. The next 2 months will be summer vacation, and Soo-hee does not plan to open during the summer vacation. As a pedestrian street next to the university town, Hojie relies mainly on college students for its traffic. The pedestrian street relies on college students, so the flow of people is usually very high. Moreover, college students nowadays have good family conditions and their consumption capacity is even stronger than that of some working people. However, relying on college students has its pros and cons. The biggest disadvantage is the winter and summer vacations. During the winter and summer holidays, the number of people in Hojie will drop sharply. Especially during the winter vacation and New Year holidays, this place will even become a ghost town, with not a single person to be seen. However, they are a new store, so they can use the 2-month summer vacation to renovate it. 1 month for decoration and 1 month for formaldehyde removal should be enough. Well, I'll do as you say. Luan Ru nodded obediently. After staying in the store for a while, Soo-hee took Luan Ru to Fujin's Xingyi Decoration Company branch. Xingyi Decoration is a relatively famous decoration company. They can not only decorate houses and villas, but also stores. But it's expensive. For an ordinary house, the design fee alone would cost tens of thousands. The decoration of a store is relatively cheaper than that of a residential house. However, it is only relatively speaking. It will definitely be expensive to let this store decorate it. The reason why Soo-hee chose this place was that he wanted to spend more money here. If you can trigger multiple cash back, you will make a lot of money. Honey, is this decoration company too expensive? It looks very high-end to me. Standing at the door and looking at the grand decoration company, Luan Ru suddenly hesitated. It's obvious that this company specializes in decorating luxury homes, so the fees must be expensive. She was just opening a cake shop of about 100 square meters, so she could just find a similar company. There was no need to waste money on decoration. How about I ask my dad to find some co-workers to help? As for the design, I can ask my classmates from the Design Institute to help? Luan Ru tilted her head and thought for a moment. Father Lu is a worker at a construction site, and his co-workers, naturally, also work at the construction site. The people working on the construction site are all versatile. As long as you tell them the design requirements, they can complete the decoration according to your requirements. Let's go in and take a look first. If it's not suitable, we can try your plan. After Suhi finished speaking, he no longer gave Luan Ru a chance to refuse and took her hand and walked into the decoration company. Hello, sir and madam. Are you looking to renovate your house? I'm Luan Ru, the decoration consultant of our store. You can call me Xiao Li. As soon as the two of them walked into the company, a young lady in uniform came to greet them. Well, we need to decorate the store, Suhi said with a smile. Decorating a shop? Okay, please come this way, let's sit down and have a cup of tea and chat slowly. Luan Ru asked the two to sit down and made 2 cups of tea. I wonder what kind of store you two want to open. Our company also has extensive experience in store decoration. We have basically handled all the store styles on the market. There was a hint of confidence on Luan Ru's face. We want to decorate the cake shop. Luan Ru smoothed her hair on her forehead and took the initiative to speak. A cake shop? We have also renovated one before. You two can take a look at some of our successful plans. Luan Ru opened the tablet in her hand and found several decoration plans for cake shops. These cake shops are decorated quite luxuriously and are probably located in a luxurious area in the city center. The decoration of this kind of place should mainly focus on the word luxury. After all, for a cake shop here, taste and the like are secondary. It has to be high-end to attract those big guys to spend money. Suhi was actually quite satisfied with these decoration plans. According to Luan Ru's introduction, these plans would cost about 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. It can be said that it is definitely more expensive. However, Luan Ru could not accept this price. She felt that it was just a decoration shop and it was not cost-effective to spend so much money just on decoration. After all, in addition to decoration, you also have to buy a lot of hardware and software. For example, ovens, refrigerators, etc. all need to be customized. So much money has been spent on decoration, where is the money left to make these custom-made items that are actually useful? Finally, Luan Ru simply called the designer out, and with the cooperation of Luan Ru, made a preliminary design plan. Mr. Su, Ms. Lu, according to this plan, the all-inclusive renovation fee is about 150,000, plus the design fee of 8,000, the total is 158,000. We'll deliver 2 more custom cabinets. I wonder if the price is in line with your expectations. Are you acceptable? Luan Ru curled her lips. Of course not. She thought that renovation would just involve whitewashing and laying down tiles, and would cost at most 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. Now, even after the cuts, it was still twice her budget. However, before Luan Ru could say no, Suhi nodded and agreed. Well, that's okay. Let's design it in this style. Swipe the card. After Suhi finished speaking, he took out his bank card and handed it to Luan Ru. 1,580,000 is already the lowest psychological price in Suwa, and it cannot be any lower. If it goes any lower, there will be no profit. If Luan Ru could hear Suhi's thoughts, she would be speechless. I have only seen customers bargaining, but I have never seen customers raising the price. However, the salespeople also like such straightforward customers. Luan Ru took the bank card from Suhi and immediately went to get the POS machine. Honey, I think this decoration style is still too extravagant. Should we change it? This doesn't include hardware like ovens. Luan Ru pursed her lips. She always felt that she was being taken advantage of by the decoration company. Does a cake shop need so much money to decorate? Not extravagant. Suhi touched Luan Ru's little head lovingly. I think the decoration is too plain. This is our first store, so let's leave it like this for now. When we open a branch in the future, we must give it a luxurious decoration. Chapter 15 Mother-in-law's Invitation. Puff. Luxurious decoration? Luan Ru almost spit out the water in her mouth. A store that cost 158,000 yuan to renovate is not considered luxurious? So what kind of decoration can be considered luxurious? Luan Ru's thinking is still limited. When it comes to renovations, there's no upper limit on the cost. A decoration costing 150,000 yuan cannot really be described as luxurious. But if it's just about decorating the store, it's already pretty good. Soon, Luan Ru came back with the POS machine. After Suhi entered the password, 150,000 yuan was successfully transferred to the decoration company's account. Your Dasha bank expenditure is 158,000.00, and the current available balance is 1,861,800.00. Your Dasha bank income is 316,000.00, and the current available balance is 2,177,800.00. Good job. When Sui saw the bank text message alert, a smile immediately appeared on his face. This consumption triggered double cash back. Although the cashback multiple is not high, Sui spent a lot of money this time. After the double refund, it is more than 300,000 yuan, which allows him to get 158,000 yuan for free. If every purchase can trigger double the cash back, then even if it can only trigger double, it is still very cost-effective. However, the system still has some flaws. The probability of more than double is very low. Triggering the double cashback this time is really a stroke of luck. However, Sui was not in a hurry. It has only been 2 days since he got the system, but his bank deposit has already exceeded 2 million. This speed of making money is already close to half the profit, so what else is there to be dissatisfied about? Hello, Mr. Su, we have received the money, and this is the decoration contract. Next, we will design the draft according to your requirements as soon as possible. After the renovation officially begins, we will also have a renovation supervisor watching the whole process, so you can rest assured. Generally, someone needs to be sent to supervise the decoration. However, people nowadays are very busy and have no time to oversee the decoration themselves. Therefore, decoration supervision is generally arranged. Some people choose to hire a special decoration supervision company to supervise them, while others are assigned by the decoration company. Having a renovation supervisor watching over you can indeed save you a lot of trouble. Okay, thank you very much, Manager Lee. Sui smiled slightly and accepted the other party's kindness. You're welcome, Mr. Su. Mr. Su, would you mind adding your contact information? If you two need to decorate your wedding room or anything, you can contact me. Our Xingyi decoration is very professional. Li Wenwen could tell that the two people in front of her were definitely straightforward people. Hundreds of thousands of cash were just paid out without any bargaining. Isn't that straightforward enough? Normal customers can haggle with you for days or even weeks just for a discount of 1,000 yuan. Customers like Su He are the favorite customers of all sales. Li Wenwen naturally wants to maintain such a high-quality customer, as there may be more opportunities for cooperation in the future. No problem, just add my wife's contact information. She will be in charge of the store's decoration from now on. Sui doesn't want to be a hands-off boss. I just don't want to have more opposite sexes in my circle of friends, that is all. Okay, Mr. Su. Li Wenwen smiled faintly. In fact, she would rather add Su He's WeChat, after all, he is the financial sponsor. Although Luan Ru is pretty, she looks like a girl who is ignorant of the world. However, since the financial sponsor has already said so, it would seem too deliberate for Li Wenwen to insist on getting Sui's contact information. After leaving their contact information, Su He and Luan Ru left. As soon as the two walked out the door, Luan Ru's phone rang. When I took it out, I saw it was a call from my mother by you. Hey, Mom. Luan Ru called out sweetly. Xiao Rong, are you and Xiaovi free tonight? If you are free, why don't you come to my house for dinner? You two haven't been home since you got married, right? Bai Yuegwa's kind voice was heard from the other end of the phone. Although my daughter and son-in-law did not hold a wedding after getting the marriage certificate, they are now a legal couple. It's time to go home and have a meal. Tonight? Luan Ru raised her head and asked for her husband's opinion. As the saying goes, a woman follows her husband. She is now married to Su He, and the two of them have formed a new family. Therefore, Luan Ru must consult her husband before making a decision. Sui also heard his mother-in-law on the other end of the phone. Looking at his wife's expectant eyes, he smiled knowingly and nodded to show his agreement. Mom, Su He and I will be back for dinner tonight. Luan Ru said with a smile. Mom, remember to make my most delicious squirrel mandarin fish. Sui loves sweet and sour pork ribs. Besides, Luan Ru started ordering dishes without stopping. Bai Yuegue on the opposite side did not show any impatience and kept agreeing. It's a great thing that my daughter and son-in-law come home for dinner. As a mother-in-law, how can I not show off my skills? After ordering the food, the mother and daughter chatted for a while and then hung up the phone. Honey, let's go buy some gifts for our parents? Today is the first time we've been to their house since we got married, so we can't go empty-handed, right? Since you are going to your mother-in-law's house, there is no reason to go empty-handed. Wutai liquor, health products, and the like must be arranged. Ah, no need for that, husband. My parents don't care about these things. As long as you go, they will be very happy. Luan Ru shook her head and said. How can that be possible? This is neither moral nor logical. Suhi's expression suddenly became serious. Don't worry about it. I'll buy it and then I'll say it was a gift from you. It's such a happy decision. After Suhi finished speaking, he took his wife's hand and stopped a taxi. Then, after giving an address, we set off. He actually has some careful thoughts. Should I also get cash back if I give gifts in my wife's name? Soon, the two arrived at a well-known tobacco and alcohol shop. This tobacco and alcohol shop is doing pretty good business, mainly because their cigarettes and alcohol are authentic, so you don't have to worry about buying fakes. Suhi didn't hesitate and directly bought 6 bottles of Fei Tian Mutai. 6 bottles come in a box, and a box costs about 19,800 yuan. However, it would certainly not be appropriate to send a whole box. Suhi asked the boss to pack 2 bottles in a bag. After putting 2 bottles of Mutai in the bag, there will still be enough space for a pack of cigarettes and a stack of money. This is the wisdom of Mutai, which has long thought of how to give gifts. However, Lu Tiancheng only knows how to drink and doesn't smoke, so he doesn't need alcohol or cigarettes. Suhi just bought 3 boxes of Jillian and put them in as a gift for his mother-in-law. The wine and donkey hide gelatin cost Suhi 22,000 yuan. These 22,000 only triggered a double cashback, so there was no loss or gain. However, Suhi also bought some other healthcare products and took them with him. It's the first time I officially meet my mother-in-law and father-in-law, so I can't be shabby. Chapter 16. I always listen to my wife. Honey, aren't these things we bought too expensive? Even if you want to honor your parents-in-law, this is a bit exaggerated. Looking at the 2 bags of gifts worth more than 20,000 yuan, Luan Ru couldn't help but pout. Isn't it such a waste to bring so many things back to my mother's house? Luan Ru's mind is now entirely on Suhi. What she was thinking about was how to move things from her mother's home to her new home, rather than moving things from her new home back to her mother's home. Most girls in Jiangsu and Zhejiang areas are like this. They don't care about the bride price, but will try every possible means to get things from their parents' home. Of course, this has always been the tradition. Here, the bride price is just symbolic. Basically, in most families, 2 people work together to help their children establish a new home. This concept has long been deeply imprinted in the minds of most people. That's why Luan Ru felt so distressed when she saw her husband spending so much money to buy things and bringing them to her parents' home. If I saved this money, it would be enough to pay 2 months' mortgage. Ha, not much, these are all given in your name. Suhi smiled and shook his head. It is important to clearly distinguish in whose name the gift is given. Although he has received double the cash back, no one knows whether the cash back will be taken back. What if Suhi said something wrong when he arrived at his father-in-law's house and said that he bought the gift for his parents, and then the money was taken back by the system? That would be a big mistake. Although Suhi now has more than 2 million in his hands, he is no longer short of these 20,000 yuan. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. 2 days ago, he made his fortune with just 20,000 yuan. Well, husband, this is just the first time. You can never spend money recklessly again. Luan Ru said seriously. No problem, I'll listen to my wife. Okay, let's go home then? In the evening, Suhi and Luan Ru carried large and small bags and took a car back to her parents' home. Luan Ru's parents' home is very remote, almost in the suburbs of Shanghai. The 2 of them took a taxi, and the fare cost more than 80 yuan. This made Luan Ru very distressed. More than 80 yuan was already her food expenses for the previous 5 days. Now that I'm giving it to the driver at a bargain price, how can I not feel bad? If you take the subway, 20 yuan is enough for 2 people. However, it was still very convenient to take the bus, especially since they were carrying a lot of gifts. After getting off the bus, Suhi carried bags and walked into the community with Luan Ru. This is an old-fashioned open community. There are more than 30 buildings in the community, each with 7 floors. However, because it is an old residential area, there is no elevator installed. Some buildings do have elevators installed at the back, but there are not many such buildings. It's not that the remaining buildings can't afford to install elevators, it's just that the residents on the first and second floors don't want to. Before the elevator was installed, the housing prices on the first and second floors were the highest. Once the elevator is installed, house prices will plummet. No one would want to do anything that affects their own interests. This was not the first time Sui came here. When he was taking care of Lu Tiancheng in the past, he would take the 2-hour subway here almost every day. The environment of the community is not very good, and the concrete floor is cracked. There is no other way around this. For communities without property management, we can only rely on the street to build roads. But if you want to repair the streets, it will take more than 1 or 2 years to complete. Soon, the two arrived at the building where Luan Ru lived. Luan Ru's house is on the 4th floor. Compared with the 7th floor, it is not too high, but it is not low either. However, for Su-hee and Luan Ru, the height of the 4th floor was nothing. Luan Ru is fine, as a girl in her early 20s is at the peak of her energy. It's no problem to go up to the 4th floor in one breath. As for Suha, there is no problem at all. In his previous life, when he was delivering takeout, there was a power outage and he even climbed to the 18th floor in one breath. Although he no longer has to deliver food after his rebirth, his body has been strengthened by genetic drugs. Not to mention the 4th floor, even if it was the 40th floor, he could climb up without blushing or getting out of breath. Arriving on the 4th floor, Luan Ru stepped forward and knocked hard on the door, shouting, "Dad, Mom, open the door quickly, I don't have the key." "Here it comes." "Don't worry, girl. I'm here to open the door." Bai Yuegui's gentle voice came from the other side of the door, and then with a click, the security door opened. "Little River." "Mom." "Why?" Hearing the word mom, Bai Yuegui's face immediately broke into a bright smile. On the day of getting the marriage certificate, Sui had already discussed with Luan Ru that when they visited their respective elders, they would simply change the way they addressed them. As for the fee for changing one's statement, that doesn't matter. Luan Ru would definitely not object to this. She has been Sui's wife for a long time. In that case, isn't Sui's mother her mother? "Shoha, come in quickly. You must be exhausted after all this journey, right?" Bai Yuegui immediately invited Sui into the house, looking happy, as if she was meeting her son-in-law for the first time. He even ignored his little daughter behind him. "I'm not tired, not tired. Mom, this is a little gift I bought for you and Dad." Sui casually placed the gifts he brought on the table at home. He did not talk about the value of the gift because there was no need. He is not the kind of person who relies on showing off gifts to win the favor of his mother-in-law. At this time, Lu Tiancheng also came out of the kitchen. When he saw the gift Sui brought, his brows immediately frowned. "Shoha, why did you spend money on such expensive things? These bottles of wine must be real, right? Did they drain all your savings? Hurry, take it back, it's good that you're here, Dad doesn't need you to give such an expensive gift. Lu Tiancheng can drink." People who drink can naturally tell at a glance what kind of wine Sui sent. A bottle of mutai, even the latest vintage, costs more than 2,000 yuan. The normal price of Feitian mutai as a gift is basically starting from 3,000. But whether it is more than 2,000 or more than 3,000, the price of these 6 bottles of mutai is more than 10,000. Lu Tiancheng knew that his son-in-law was not rich, so he naturally didn't want him to spend this money in vain. Moreover, he really likes this son-in-law. As long as his son-in-law came to see him, he would be satisfied. As for the rest, it doesn't matter at all. "Dad, these are all given to you too by Luan Ru. This is the first time we've come to your house after getting married, so I'll give you a small gift. You two must accept it." After Sui finished speaking, he winked at Luan Ru, who understood and immediately followed suit. The old couple couldn't persuade the two men, so they had to accept it in the end. However, Bai Yuegui secretly gave 50,000 yuan to her daughter and asked her daughter to give the money to Sui. The 50,000 yuan was the dowry that Bai Yuegui had saved for her two daughters' marriage. The old couple had only 100,000 yuan in savings, and their two daughters got 50,000 yuan each, which was fair. Chapter 17 The Red Rope of that year. Luan Ru did not refuse her mother's kindness. She is going to open a cake shop and needs a lot of money. The money cannot be paid entirely by my husband alone, as that would be too much of a pressure. As a wife, she also has to help a little. 50,000 is not a lot, but any help counts. Xiaohe, sit down for a while and eat whatever is on the table. Don't be restrained. Let's go to the kitchen to cook first. Lu Tiancheng smiled and asked his son-in-law to sit down. "Dad, Mom, let me help you." As Sui spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and went to the kitchen to help. To him, this place is like his home. After 4 years, I have become familiar with the process. No. Just stay with Luan Ru and rest, we'll do it. Lu Tiancheng hurriedly stopped Su He from taking action. Su He persisted for a while, but the old couple's attitude was very firm, so he just followed them. After Su He and Luan Ru chatted in the living room for a while, they went to Luan Ru's boudoir together. The Lu family's house is not big, but it can barely be divided into 3 bedrooms and a living room. Mr. and Mrs. Lu live in the largest master bedroom, and the second bedroom is Luan Ru's room. The smallest room belongs to Luan Ru. Originally, the 2 sisters lived together in the second bedroom. Later, when they got older, Luan Ru thought it was inconvenient for the 2 sisters to live together, so she moved to the small room. This was also her own request. She gave all the good things to her only sister. Although it was not the first time that Su He came to the Lu family, it was the first time he walked into Luan Ru's boudoir. The boudoir is decorated very cozily. There is no luxurious decoration, nor is there a pile of stuffed toys and a table full of cosmetics like Luan Ru's. The whole bedroom was tidy, and it was obvious that Luan Ru was a very clean person. Apart from the wardrobe, there was only a small desk and a small bookcase in the room. After entering the room, Luan Ru began to show off some of her collections. Su He was also willing to share with Luan Ru. Honey, what do you think this is? Luan Ru took out a red rope with a small wooden fish tied to it. Is this the red string I gave you that year? Su He looked at the red rope in Luan Ru's hand with some surprise. This red rope was given to Luan Ru by Su He when he was a freshman in college. It was not expensive, only a few dollars. He originally thought that Luan Ru had lost the red rope long ago, but he didn't expect that she still kept it. Husband, do you still remember it? I have kept it all the time. Do you know what the red string means? Why did I have to buy it back then? Luan Ru looked at Su He seriously. That year, she was shopping with Su He and her sister. When they passed by a jewelry store, she chose this red rope. After that, he stayed there for a long time. Even though the rope at the back was about to break due to wear and tear, she did not throw it away. Because the red rope has a special meaning. I really don't know. Su He scratched his head. In this respect, he is actually a bit boring. Can a red rope have any special meaning? In fact, the red string has many meanings, but there is one meaning that I like the most. At this point, Luan Ru's eyes softened. The red string represents the unswerving commitment to love and is also a symbol of being single. Before you meet your true love, you will always wear the red string on your hand until your true love takes it off with his own hands. As Luan Ru spoke, she stretched out her slender, white and tender hand towards Su He. She was wearing a gold bracelet on her hand, which Su He bought for Luan Ru 2 days ago. But in addition to this, there is a red rope. The red rope that Su He gave me back then has long been broken. This one was bought by Luan Ru herself. For her, the only true love is Su He, and only Su He. If she couldn't be with Su He, she would rather wear this red rope for the rest of her life. But now that she has married Su He, this red rope is no longer necessary. Hubby, untie it for me. From now on, my left hand belongs only to you. Su He looked at his wife deeply, then reached out and slowly untied the red rope. Husband. The moment the red rope slipped off her wrist, Luan Ru smiled like a flower. I love you. I love you too, wife. An hour later, Lu's father and mother finally prepared a table full of delicious food and invited Su He and the others to come and eat. At the same time, Luan Ru also returned home after get off work. After she broke up with Su He, there was no way she could go back to live with Su He. Also, because I had just started working and had not yet been hired as a full-time employee, I had no money to rent an apartment, so I could only take the subway to and from work every day. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Luan Ru's voice was full of fatigue. Obviously, at the end of a day's work, it is still very tiring. Luan Ru is back? Come sit down and eat. It's time for dinner. When Bai Yuegue heard that her eldest daughter had returned, a smile appeared on her face. Although the couple was very unhappy because their eldest daughter insisted on breaking up with Su He. But after all, she is my own daughter, how can I not feel sorry for her? The old couple were very happy that their daughter came back. Sister, are you back? Luan Ru also took the initiative to stand up and greeted Luan Ru generously. She didn't feel embarrassed about being with her sister's ex-boyfriend. If you don't cherish the man you want, why don't you allow others to cherish him? Wanrong, Suwa, why are you here? Luan Ru didn't expect that her sister and her ex-boyfriend would go home together. Looking at the delicious food on the table, I couldn't help but curl my lips. Originally, she thought that this table of dishes was specially prepared for her by her parents, but now it seems that she was overthinking. Sister, what are you talking about? This is my parents' home. Isn't it normal for me and my husband to go back to my parents' home together? Lu Wanrong said lightly. She was actually still very dissatisfied with her sister. Such a good man, who has given so much to this family, is just gone. You really don't know how to cherish. Oh. Luan Ru nodded and said nothing more, but just looked at Sui deeply. As for Su-hee, he was quite calm. He has experienced life and death, so what is there to be unhappy about? To him now, Luan Ru is just a stranger. In his heart, he no longer had any feelings for this heartless woman. Okay, Wanru, stop standing. You're tired after a day's work. Come sit down and eat together. Baiyu Ague called her eldest daughter to sit down. As for Lu Tiancheng, he was still somewhat dissatisfied with his daughter. He did not say a word to his daughter the whole time. Instead, he took out a bottle of mutai liquor. Come on, Xiaohe, let's try the mutai you brought. It's a waste for your dad and I to drink this good wine alone. Let's drink together. As Lu Tiancheng spoke, he opened the bottle of wine. Chapter 18. My husband is rich. Mutai? Lu Wanru, who was standing by, was quite surprised to see the mutai in her father's hand. She didn't expect Su-hee to be so generous and brought mutai liquor the first time he visited her. Lu Wanru works at Jin 2 Group, so her vision is naturally professionally trained. She could tell that this was definitely authentic mutai. Okay, Dad. I'll drink with you. Su-hee smiled and agreed. But Dad, I can't drink much, so you can't force me to drink. Ha ha ha. You kid, you can't drink well? Being too modest is just pride. Father Lu laughed. The father-in-law and son-in-law were joking with each other. It can be seen that their relationship is really good. Lu Wanrong sat obediently beside her husband. Seeing her father and husband getting along harmoniously made her very happy. Choosing Suha was indeed the right decision. Dad, let me pour it for you. Sui took the bottle of wine from his father-in-law and poured him a glass of wine. Dad, how about you try it first, is it authentic? After Sui poured the wine, he did not leave, but stood aside holding the bottle. Lu Tiancheng was not polite and picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Great wine. It's worthy of being mutai. It tastes really good. Lu Tiancheng couldn't help but praise. Wine that costs over 3,000 just tastes different. Even if the taste is ordinary, with the addition of money, it will become a very good famous wine. Xiaohe, pour yourself some too. It would be pointless for your dad to drink alone. Lu Tiancheng urged. Drinking requires at least 2 people to sit together and drink. Drinking and bragging at the same time, this is the joy of life. What's the point of drinking alone? Sui nodded, poured another glass for his father-in-law, and then poured himself a glass of wine. Rongrong, you should have some too. Xiaoyi, pour a cup for Rongrong too. Lu Tiancheng smiled and pouted at his daughter. Dad, I can't drink. Lu Wanrong rolled her eyes at her old father and continued. It's so uncomfortable to be as smelly as you after drinking. Ha, then your husband won't stink after drinking it? Lu Tiancheng asked back with a big laugh. Of course, Su-hee is my husband, and the smell of alcohol on him is fragrant. Lu Wanrong said proudly. Alas, girls are extroverts. Once a daughter is married off, she is like spilled water. The ancients were right. Lu Tiancheng took a sip of wine with some resentment. The daughter I raised was taken away by a pig. Even if this pig is Su-hee, it would still feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, he still has an older daughter. Then, Lu Tiancheng set his eyes on his eldest daughter. Ruru, would you like some? This is the mutai liquor that Su-hee bought specially for me. Would you like to try it too? Dad, I don't want to drink. Luan Ru shook her head and looked at Sui. Sui, you just resigned. Where did you get the money to buy mutai? I heard from the HR that you didn't even ask for the internship salary. How much of the little money you saved from delivering takeout food will be left after you buy Wanrong jewelry? And you bought so many things. Don't you think it's a waste? Luan Ru frowned. In the past, Suhee was very willing to terminate the contract. Although he was very generous to Luan Ru, he was extremely frugal with himself. This was the first time Luan Ru had seen Suhee spending money so lavishly. She knew that Suhee had resigned and seemed to have not found a job yet. Why would a person who doesn't even have a job spend money lavishly? However, Luan Ru obviously forgot her identity. She is no longer Suhee's girlfriend and has no right to tell Suhee what to do. Luan Rong, who was standing by, saw her sister questioning her husband and immediately stepped forward. Sister, what Suhee buys doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? You've already broken up. Suhee is your brother-in-law now. Even if he spends all the money, it's our business as a couple. As a sister, you should stop interfering in things that are not your business. Luan Rong's tone was very firm. If you don't love your own husband, who else can you expect to love him? You. Luan Ru was so angry, but she knew she was in the wrong, so she could only suppress her anger and said, Little sister, I'm worried about you too. Suhee can't give you happiness. He can't even work now. Sister, Suhee doesn't have a job, but he made a lot of money in the stock market. He even invested in a cake shop for me. He's not as bad as you say. Besides, even if my husband is a beggar, I don't need you to tell him what to do. At this point, Luan Rong was already a little angry. She herself couldn't bear to complain about her husband, so how could she allow others to complain? Luan Rong's words made Luan Ru stand there in a daze. Made a lot of money in the stock market? Do you want to invest in opening a cake shop? Really? Did she hear it right? Little sister, you are not kidding, right? Suhee wants to invest in a cake shop for you? Luan Ru couldn't help but ask. Of course it's true. We have already rented the store, and the annual rent is 380,000. And the decoration company we hired will also cover the entire cost, and it will also cost 150,000. It's over 500,000 yuan in total, all of which was paid by my husband. My husband is rich. When mentioning the word husband, Luan Rong emphasized the tone. She was asserting her sovereignty over her sister. Suhee is her Luan Rong's husband, not your Luan Ru's ex-boyfriend. However, at this moment, Luan Ru no longer had the energy to think so much. Her mind was filled with question marks. Investing more than 500,000 yuan in a cake shop? Where did Suhee get so much money? Earn money by investing in the stock market? That's too good of luck, isn't it? To put it nicely, the stock market is investment. To put it bluntly, it is gambling. Buying high or buying low, isn't that just gambling? And it can also be manipulated by humans, so what is it if not gambling? The bottom line is that the stock market is very risky. Luan Ru works at Gene 2 Group, so she naturally understands this. Even if their traders control huge amounts of capital, they may still suffer setbacks in the stock market. Retail investors like Suhee are like green leeks. It is absolutely incredible that leeks can make money, and a lot of money. If Suhee can invest more than 500,000 yuan to open a cake shop, then he will definitely earn more money. Suhee, how much money did you make? Luan Ru couldn't help but ask. This time, Luan Rong did not stop her sister. She also wanted to know how much money her husband made. Not much, maybe about 800,000 or so. Suhee said lightly. 1 million or 800,000? That's not a small amount. Luan Ru nodded. This amount was within her expectations. It is already difficult for a retail investor to make more money. 1 million or 800,000 is indeed a lot. However, Suhee, I advise you to clear your position as soon as possible. The stock market is risky, and being able to make money only means that you are lucky. If retail investors like you keep investing in the stock market, sooner or later you will lose everything you have invested. Chapter 19 200,000 Dowry. Although Suhee earned 1 to 800,000, in Luan Ru's eyes, the other party was just taking advantage. It was just pure luck. Luck is not always so good. Don't worry, I know what's going on. You don't need to worry about my affairs. Suhee said lightly. Stock trading is just an excuse. Although his cashback funds came from the stock market, Suhee himself did not speculate in stocks at all, so he naturally did not have to worry about losing all his money. You don't know how to appreciate a good person. Luan Ru angrily slammed the table, stood up from her seat and left. This Soo-hee is so abominable. I clearly reminded him with good intentions, but he ended up making it seem like she was meddling in other people's business. Since Soo-hee won't listen to advice, let him do whatever he wants. Luan Ru, you don't want to eat anymore? Bai Yuegue hurriedly wanted to call her eldest daughter, saying that it would be a waste if they didn't eat the food on the table. No, I can't eat when I see someone. Bang! Luan Ru slammed the door of her room shut and never came out again. Out of sight, out of mind. Come on, Xiaoyi, don't worry about her. She's just used to being spoiled by you over the years. She'll be fine after a couple of days of frustration. We drink our own. Lu Tiancheng took the initiative to raise his glass and clinked it with Soo-hee. Yeah, Dad. Soo-hee nodded without thinking too much. After clinking glasses with his father-in-law, he raised his head and drank the mutai in the cup in one gulp. Good wine. Xiaohe, this wine is really good. Dad, if you like it, drink it all. I'll bring you more next time. No need to save it. No, I can't bear to drink such expensive wine all in one go, ha? Dad, drink less. Yeah, old Lu, if you drink too much, you'll start to act crazy again. Ha ha ha. Halfway through the drink, Soo-hee took out a bank card in front of the two elders. Dad, Mom, there is 200,000 yuan in this card, and the password is Wanrong's birthday. I'll give you this card. Transfer the money out of it and consider it as a gift to Wanrong. People in Shanghai don't care about bride price. But Soo-hee felt that since he had the conditions, he had to come up with the money. The betrothal gift was given by him to Lu Wanrong's parents. Soo-hee asked the system and found out that there was no cash refund for this money. However, Soo-hee didn't care. He now had 2 million in savings, so a mere 200,000 was nothing. Moreover, even if he didn't have 2 million, he was willing to give out the 200,000 as a betrothal gift for Lu Wanrong. For such a good girl, 200,000 is really not too much as a betrothal gift. No, Xiaohe, I've already told you that we don't want a dowry. Lu Tiancheng quickly declined. Let us not talk about the custom in Shanghai that after asking for the bride price, the parents need to return double the amount. A betrothal gift of 200,000 yuan, double the amount returned, would mean a dowry of 400,000 yuan. With so much dowry, I'm afraid Lu Tiancheng can only sell his house to get the money. But Lu Tiancheng didn't think of this. The reason why he declined was that he felt there was no need to ask Soo-hee for a dowry. Lu Tiancheng also knew about the situation of Soo-hee's family. He came from a single-parent family. His father died early, and Soo-hee was raised by his mother alone with great difficulty. Presumably, these 200,000 are all of Suma's savings over the years, as well as all of the money Soo-hee has saved from working over the years. Lu Tiancheng would never accept the hard-earned money. Dad, you did say that, but at that time I was going to marry Luan Ru. Now it's Wanrong, so your words don't count. Besides, these 200,000 are also my gift to the two old people. Thank you for raising such a good girl like Wanrong. After Soo-hee finished speaking, he stuffed the money directly into his father-in-law's hand. Of course Lu Tiancheng refused to take it, and after a while, the two sides started pushing and shoving each other. Finally, it was Lu Wanrong who took the bank card. Dad, husband, stop fighting over it. Just leave the money with me. I'll take it as a betrothal gift. Dad, you have no objection, right? If the bride price is asked to be taken back by the woman, it is almost the same as not giving it at all. That's what Lu Wanrong thought. She accepted the money and took it home to give to her husband. Isn't the money still her husband's money? No problem, no problem. This is of course the best. Lu Tiancheng nodded repeatedly. His daughter, Lu Tiancheng, was very smart. That's fine with me, Soo-hee said with a smile. Okay, then it's settled. This money is mine. No problem. I agree. After Soo-hee and Lu Wanrong finished their meal and helped with some housework, they prepared to say goodbye and leave. Originally, Lu Wanrong wanted to stay at home for one night, but was sternly rejected by Lu Tiancheng. In his opinion, since his daughter is married, she belongs to someone else. Even if it is already dark, you have to go back to your own home. What's the matter with moving back to your parents' home right after getting married? There will be many more opportunities in the future, so there is no need to choose to live at home at this time. In fact, the old couple were also reluctant to part with their youngest daughter. But my daughter is married after all, and if she still lives at home, people will gossip about her. Of course Soo-hee is willing to go home. He can make some free money by going back home. Luan Ru came out of her little room only after Soo-hee and Luan Ron left. Wan Ru, you are too outrageous. I wanted to say something to you just now. Seeing his daughter coming out, Lu Tiancheng's face suddenly darkened. Even if you broke up with Xiaohe, he is your brother-in-law now. How come you don't even smile? And you are even sarcastic to him. Isn't this too much? Dad, you don't have to worry about what happens between Soo-hee and me. Luan Ru said impatiently. I'm your father. If I don't care, who else can care? It's because I didn't care enough about you that you did such an ungrateful thing. It's a good thing that your sister is here to clean up the mess for you. Otherwise, how can we repay Soo-hee for what he owes us? Look at Soo-hee, he gave your sister a betrothal gift of 200,000 yuan. You don't want such a generous boy. I don't know what you are thinking. Lu Tiancheng said angrily. Isn't it just a little money? I told you, I'll pay him back when I make money. Luan Ru curled her lips. In his opinion, didn't Soo-hee sponsor the sisters' 4 years of college tuition and living expenses? At most, the cost for one person is about 100,000 yuan. What's so great? She is now working at the Gene 2 group and may be able to earn back the 100,000 yuan in just 1 month. When the time comes, wouldn't it be better to just return it to them all at once? Is it necessary to keep talking about this to her? As for the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift, as long as she finds a rich second-generation man, let alone 200,000 yuan, she might even get 2 million yuan. What do you mean just a little money? You owe them a favor, can that be measured with money? Lu Tiancheng glared at his daughter. Today, he was determined to teach this girl a lesson. Dad, I have no feelings for Soo-hee anymore. He is too poor, and I don't want to live a hard life with him. Also, you don't need to worry about my affairs. I'm tired and I have to go to work tomorrow. I'm going back to my room to rest. After Luan Ru finished speaking, she turned around and went back to her room. Chapter 28 Pack abs are nice to touch. Wait, this big bag of stuff is all yours. Wan Rong brought it back for you from their home. Lu Tiancheng called his daughter and then carried a large woven bag to the door of Luan Ru's room. Oh. I see. Luan Ru nodded, carried the woven bag back to the bedroom, and locked the door. Look at this damn girl, do you still have any manners? You're making me so mad. Lu Tiancheng said unhappily. You've spoiled me. I spoiled him? Didn't you spoil him yourself? You blame me alone? Bai Yuegue rolled her eyes at her husband. This is clearly a matter between two people, why is it all blamed on him? Ah, what a sin, what a sin. Luan Ru returned to the bedroom and opened the woven bag first. It was full of her stuff. From toiletries to daily necessities. From intimate apparel to all-season clothing. There are also several stuffed toys. These plush toys were given to Luan Ru by Soo-hee. One of the big boy dolls was picked up by Soo-hee from a claw machine for only $3. If this big doll is put on the market, it can be sold for at least 50 or 60 yuan. At that time, when Soo-hee picked up the doll, Luan Ru jumped up with joy. In addition to the dolls, many other commemorative items were also sent back. Seeing these things, Luan Ru couldn't help but smile bitterly. That rental house holds her best memories. It's just that I probably won't be able to get this memory back anymore. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when Soo-hee and Luan Rong returned home. Honey, go to sleep, you have to go to school tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, Luan Rong will have her last week of classes to attend. Final week is exam week. You must review the exam content carefully during this week to ensure you get good grades at the end of the semester and get the credits and GPA you deserve. Honey, I don't have the first class tomorrow morning, can you stay with me tonight? Luan Rong hugged Soo-hee's arm and had no intention of going to sleep at all. Am I not accompanying you? Soo-hee pretended not to understand what his wife said and said with a smile. That's annoying. That's not what I meant. Luan Rong glared at Soo-hee shyly. This stinky man was really pretending to be ignorant even though he knew the truth. At the same time, a pair of slender and tender hands secretly placed on Soo-hee's 8 neat and powerful abdominal muscles. Well, 8-pack abs are nice to touch. Baby, what are you doing with your little hands? Soo-hee grabbed Luan Rong's mischievous little hand and asked with a smile. My husband's abdominal muscles are very nice, aren't they? As Soo-hee spoke, he placed Luan Rong's small hand on the 9th abdominal muscle. Well, not bad, not bad. Luan Ru's pretty face turned slightly red, but luckily the lights were turned off and Sui couldn't see the blush on her face. Honey, has my sister ever touched your abdominal muscles before? There was a hint of jealousy in Luan Ru's tone. I didn't have abs at that time. You're the first. Sui said honestly. Although he used to have a slim figure, he did not have abdominal muscles. His abdominal muscles appeared after he took genetic drugs and underwent genetic modification. Therefore, Luan Ru has never experienced the power of 8-pack abdominal muscles. Then I feel relieved. When Luan Ru heard Sui say this, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Her request was actually that simple. Even if Sui was just coaxing her, she would be very happy. This made Sui feel even more guilty towards Luan Ru. However, he also secretly decided that he must be better to his wife next time. At this moment, Luan Ru's little hand that was grabbing Sui's 9th abdominal muscle also started to become dishonest. How could Sui not understand what his wife meant? Just cover yourself with the quilt and start a game between adults. The next day, when Sui got up, breakfast was already prepared on the table. This is the advantage of Luan Ru. No matter how busy or tired she is, she will always take care of everything at home. The typical good wife and mother type. After breakfast, Sui sent Luan Ru to school. Then he went to the cake shop to take a look. The decoration team will move in today. Although there is a supervisor, he also needs to keep an eye on some details. On the other side, Luan Ru also came to the company to work. She was still feeling a little down. Yesterday at home, she sorted out all the things Sui brought back. Luan Ru originally wanted to throw away all those things that related to the memories of the two of them. But I couldn't bear to part with them, so I sorted them all out and put them away. Perhaps, what we lose is what we cherish the most. If Sui knew, he would definitely think so. In his previous life, when he took these things back, Luan Ru threw them into the garbage truck and took them away. In her opinion, these things, like Sui's feelings, are insignificant. Who would have thought that after Sui was reborn, Luan Ru's personality would change so much? Abusing your husband is fun for a while, but chasing him will lead to a funeral. The ancients were right. Luan Ru, what's wrong? Are you in a bad mood today? As soon as Luan Ru sat down at her workstation, a gentle voice came over. Did something happen at home? Manager Lu, nothing's wrong at home, I just didn't sleep well last night. Luan Ru quickly adjusted her state and put a smile on her face again. Well, that's good. Lu Xiaoyuan nodded, then smiled mysteriously. Luan Ru, do you believe that just one word from me can make you feel better? Luan Ru was a little curious. What words could make her depressed mood quickly improve? Are there such magical flowers in the world? However, Luan Ru herself didn't know whether her mood would improve. But she knew that her curiosity was aroused by Lu Xiaoyuan. Luan Ru has a very good impression of Lu Xiaoyuan. A second-generation rich man, he is wealthy, capable, calm, and single. Such a man is definitely the best candidate for a boyfriend. In her previous life, Luan Ru got together with Lu Xiaoyuan the day after she broke up with Sui. However, this time, Luan Ru was thrown off balance by the actions of Sui and Luan Ru. Her mind is very confused now, so naturally she won't think about these messy things. Hey, let me tell you, today the company will let you officially start operating. This is a sign that the intern has been promoted to a full-time employee. If you can seize this opportunity, you can not only successfully become a full-time employee and stay, but you can also get a considerable commission. Lu Xiaoyuan leaned close to Luan Ru's ear and whispered. Manager Lu, are you telling the truth? Can you really let me manage the business? Lu Xiaoyuan's words immediately made Luan Ru's eyes light up. Looking at the entire financial market, it is rare to see interns trading stocks. Only Gene 2 Group has such courage. Chapter 21 5% increase. Gene 2 Group is bold and decisive, but their traders are not chosen randomly. Each candidate needs to be recommended by a dedicated person and finalized after consultation with senior management. Putting aside other things, Luan Ru is indeed considered good among the interns in terms of ability alone. With Lu Xiaoyuan's recommendation, it was only natural that he was chosen to operate the market. Of course it's true. Didn't you pick a few stocks? I took a look too. They're all pretty good. You can take this opportunity to try your luck. Lu Xiaoyuan smiled and continued. This time the company will give you 100 million yuan. Of course, I will keep an eye on all your operations. If there is an obvious mistake, I will also intervene to stop it. You have to be mentally prepared for this. The company gives new employees opportunities to train, but certainly will not allow them to do whatever they want. The several projects that Luan Ru was going to operate had already been reported and had been carefully discussed by the top management. After unanimous approval from the top management, they felt that several of Luan Ru's projects were worthy of investment, so they let her give it a try. Manager Lu, don't worry, I will take it seriously and will never let you down. Luan Ru's face was full of gratitude. She knew that this opportunity must have been fought for by Lu Xiaoyuan. Without Lu Xiaoyuan's recommendation, she would not have been able to get such a precious opportunity. Wan Ru, there's no need to be so polite between you and me. Lu Xiaoyuan smiled and continued. Besides, you are too polite to me. From now on, just call me Xiaoyuan instead of Manager Lu. This. Luan Ru hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and agreed. Okay, Xiaoyuan. Luan Ru was no longer the little girl who knows nothing. She knew very well what Lu Xiaoyuan meant. From the second day of her internship at Jintu Group, she knew that Lu Xiaoyuan was interested in her. Later, Luan Ru decisively broke up with Su He, and Lu Xiaoyuan was definitely involved. Compared with Lu Xiaoyuan's family background, Su He is simply weak. However, since Su He married his sister Lu Wanrong, Luan Ru's mentality has changed a lot. She suddenly felt that Su He was not that bad. In fact, the more she thought about it, the better Su He seemed. Especially yesterday I heard that Su He made 1.8 million. Although in Luan Ru's opinion, there is definitely an element of trickery involved. However, taking shortcuts is also part of strength. A woman's sixth sense told Luan Ru that Su He's luck was much more than that. Maybe one day in the future, Su He will stand at a height that everyone will look up to. At that time, the person next to Su He was not her, but her sister, Lu Wanrong. It was precisely because of thinking about these things that Luan Ru felt so uncomfortable, and the more she thought about it, the more unhappy she became. To the extent that, she was not that interested in Lu Xiaoyuan anymore. However, today she suddenly got the opportunity to take charge, which made Luan Ru feel that she was capable again. This is an opportunity to control hundreds of millions of funds. Who can have such an opportunity? Hundreds of millions of dollars. Even if Su He is lucky, he will never be able to touch such a huge sum of money in his lifetime, right? As long as she continues to work in Jintu Group, these are just the beginning. The gap between her and Su He will definitely get bigger and bigger. Of course, in Luan Ru's opinion, it was Su He who couldn't catch up with her, not her who couldn't catch up with Su He. Ha, Wan Ru, I'm right, am I? Did just one sentence from me make you happy? Seeing the smile on Luan Ru's face again, Lu Xiaoyuan immediately smiled proudly. At the same time, he was also very happy. After such a long time, Luan Ru finally changed the way she addressed herself from manager to Xiaoyuan. This is a historic progress. I guess it won't take long for him to win over this delicate young lady. Xiaoyuan, please stop teasing me. Luan Ru lowered her head embarrassedly. Ha, I won't tease you anymore. Get ready. When the stock market opens today, it's time for you to make a move. The company's requirements for you are not high. A 5% increase in 1 week is okay, right? 100 million, with a 5% increase in a week, means one has to make 5 million in a week. This is definitely difficult for ordinary people. It is not difficult to earn 5 million from 100 million. If you put it in a bank for investment, you can get almost 5 million in interest a year. However, it is not easy to make 5 million in a week. However, this is difficult for those who specialize in capital, but it is not impossible to accomplish. If you can't even do this, then there's no point in playing with capital. Okay, Xiaoyuan, I will try my best. Luan Ru nodded vigorously. Her eyes were firm and confident. The first operation must be completed perfectly. In the following week, Luan Ru devoted herself to the stock market. Manage fund investments during the day and review them at night. Originally, she wanted to live in the company. However, after Lu Xiaoyuan knew that Luan Ru had no place to live, he took the initiative to rent a single room for her near the company. Although Luan Ru felt embarrassed, she did not refuse in the end. The long commute to and from get off work every day is quite stressful for her. At worst, I can just pay the rent back to Lu Xiaoyuan after I get the bonus. Luan Ru was investing in full swing, and Suhee was also not idle. He thinks every day about how to trick his wife into spending money. However, life has been too peaceful these days. I can only spend more than 100 yuan a day, and the rebate I trigger is 100%, which is equivalent to not making any profit. Suhee was actually very helpless. But there was nothing she could do. Luan Ru had to take exams these days and even stayed in the dormitory at night and didn't come back. Only at dinner time would Suhee go to school to find Luan Ru, and only at this time could the two of them stay together for a short while. Suhee also expressed his understanding of this. There is no rush to make money, the most important thing is that my girlfriend passes the exam. Soon, a week passed. Luan Ru finally completed all her exams and summer vacation officially began. She could finally focus on the decoration of the cake shop. On the other hand, Luan Ru also sold out the last stock in her hands. Luan Ru, congratulations! You have exceeded the task target this time. The profit reached 6%. At Jin2 Company, Lu Xiaoyuan handed a bouquet of roses to Luan Ru, along with a red-headed document. This is a notice from the company. From today on, you will officially become a full-time employee of Jin2 Group. The HR department will contact you to sign a labor contract and pay for your 5 insurances and 2 funds. The benefits of Jin2 Group are still very good. In addition to the 5 insurances and 1 fund, there is also an enterprise annuity. This is something many companies cannot do. High salary and good benefits. It is precisely because of this that so many people are trying their best to get a job at Jin2 Group. Chapter 22 Buying a car tomorrow. Really? Thank you, Xiaoyuan. Luan Ru smiled sweetly. She said thank you from the bottom of her heart. A week's hard work was not in vain after all. After becoming a regular employee, her living standard will improve dramatically. Do we need to say thank you? Lu Xiaoyuan smiled and said, by the way, your commission will be sent to you by the finance department in a while. Originally the commission was to be paid together with the salary, but considering that you are an intern and may have difficulties in life, I asked the company's CHO to pay you the bonus in advance. Remember to check it this afternoon. There are about 60,000 yuan. The commission is calculated based on 1% of the revenue. The profit this time is about 6 million, and the commission is 60,000 yuan. A commission of 60,000 yuan is definitely not a small amount. 60,000 a week, 240,000 a month, and 280,000 a year. So, working in finance is really profitable. Of course, even the top traders cannot guarantee accurate targeting and making money every time. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a mid-level or above trader can earn about 100,000 yuan a month. That's not a small amount. 100,000 a month, that's 1,200,000 a year. Adding the basic salary, year-end bonus and various subsidies, it is normal to earn 1.5 million a year. This is after the industry has experienced salary cuts. Before the salary cut, mid-level and above traders could easily earn 2 million a year. However, for Luan Ru, she was already very happy to earn 60,000 for the first time. For her, this was definitely the biggest sum of money she had ever earned in her life. The financial efficiency of Jin2 Group is still very high. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Luan Ru received 60,000 yuan. Xiaoyuan, I received the bonus. Are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. After Luan Ru got the money, she took the initiative to invite Lu Xiaoyuan to dinner. She should also treat me to this meal. Whether to thank Lu Xiaoyuan for the introduction or to thank Lu Xiaoyuan for his care, she should treat him to this meal. We can have a meal. But how can I let you treat me? I have to treat you to this meal. Lu Xiaoyuan said generously. This was the first time he and Luan Ru had dinner alone, so he had to treat her. No, you've helped me so much, I should treat you to a meal. Luan Ru shook her head and said politely. Don't argue with me. I'll reserve a seat first and we'll go there directly tonight. Lu Xiaoyuan didn't give Luan Ru another chance to speak. He took out his cell phone and booked a seat directly. When it was time to get off work, Lu Xiaoyuan took Luan Ru out for dinner. This is a Western restaurant of very high standard. The per capita consumption is also acceptable, basically around 1,000. Luan Ru originally wanted to invite Lu Xiaoyuan to have a meal at a restaurant of this level. Although Lu Xiaoyuan wanted to treat them, Luan Ru didn't want to owe him so many favors. So, she has decided that she will pay the bill later. When they arrived at the restaurant, Lu Xiaoyuan asked Luan Ru about her dietary restrictions and then took the initiative to order dishes. The dishes he ordered were not expensive, and the total price was kept within 2,000, which made Luan Ru feel relieved. Soon, the dishes were served and the two began to chat while eating. "Wan Ru, you got your first bonus, are you going to buy anything?" Lu Xiaoyuan asked with a smile. "I hadn't thought about it before, but on the way here, I suddenly wanted to buy a car." There was a longing look in Luan Ru's eyes. It's really convenient to have a car. It was windy and rainy, and others stood at the bus stop, getting wet in the rain and wind. Or you have to brave the rain and squeeze into the subway. She took the elevator directly to the underground parking lot, got in her car, and drove through the busy rainy night. Even if there is a traffic jam, I am happy. Luan Ru knows very well how difficult it is for a working woman to live without a car. Especially on rainy days. A delicate makeup or a beautiful dress will be ruined by heavy rain. So, she really longed to have a car. She has 60,000 yuan in her hand, so it will be no problem for her to pay the down payment for a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Well, if it comes to the car, you do have to buy it. Lu Xiaoyuan nodded and continued. Are you planning to buy a car worth hundreds of thousands? Well, do you have any recommendations? Luan Ru doesn't know much about cars, so she wants to find a professional to advise her. He knew that Lu Xiaoyuan had several cars and must know something about cars. This is a bit complicated. Tomorrow is Saturday. Can I go shopping with you in the Auto City? You can also test drive it. No matter how good others say it is not as good as experiencing it yourself. Saturday is private time, and Lu Xiaoyuan feels that if he can ask girls out on this day, then he will be secure in the future. Okay. Luan Ru didn't think too much about it. She really wanted to go and look at the car, and it would be more convenient to have a professional accompany her. So, the two of them made an appointment to go see it together tomorrow and set off at 10 in the morning. The reason why it was so late was that Luan Ru wanted to sleep in tomorrow. She was really exhausted during this week. On the other side, Suhi and Lu Wanrong also returned home. After Lu Wanrong finished her exams today, Suhi took her out for a meal, the reason of course being to celebrate the end of her junior year of study. Suhi spent more than 1,000 yuan on this meal and was lucky enough to trigger a triple cashback. However, Lu Wanrong still complained about him. Spending more than 1,000 yuan on a meal, isn't this the behavior of a spendthrift? Hubby, don't waste money like this in the future. If we cook for ourselves with more than $1,000, we can eat very well. After returning home, Lu Wanrong was still thinking about dinner. If she had known that this restaurant was so expensive, she would never have gone there. Ah, wife, we have money, there's no need to be so frugal, Suhi said with a smile. However, he was still helpless. It seems that there is a lot of pressure to train your wife to be a spendthrift girl. No, we need to save money to buy a house and a car, so we need to spend frugally. Lu Wanrong shook her head. Buy a house and a car? Hearing his wife's words, Sui's eyes suddenly lit up. How could he have forgotten such a great opportunity to make money? Buying a house or a car costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. The money Sui has now is definitely not enough to buy a house, but there is no problem buying a car. Wife, I remember you have a driver's license, right? Ah. Yes. Lu Wanrong nodded obediently. She got her driver's license during the summer vacation of her freshman year. At that time, Suhi and Lu Wanru both needed to take a driving test. Sui thought that his sister-in-law Lu Wanrong was also on summer vacation, so the three of them signed up for the test together. So, they all have certificates. That's right. Let's go buy a car tomorrow. In your name. Chapter 23, Afraid of Traffic Jams. Chapter 23, Afraid of Traffic Jams. The next day, Sui pulled Lu Wanrong out of bed. Honey, get up quickly, we have to go look at the car. Buying a car is a very joyful thing. This was also the first time that Sui bought a car in his life, so he was so happy that he could hardly sleep last night. Ah, husband, are we really going to buy a car? Lu Wanrong pursed her lips. Why don't we wait a little longer? Let's open our cake shop and make some money before we consider buying a car? The cake shop hasn't even opened yet, but they are still pouring money into it. This is when the two of them need the money the most. At a time like this, things like buying a car or a house have to be put aside for the time being. It's not too late to buy it after you make money. It's really not a good time to buy a car. Don't worry, honey. I made some money in the stock market these days. It's more than enough to buy a car. Sui touched Luan Ru's little head lovingly, and then said, "We won't buy anything expensive, just something similar will do. You'll be the boss's wife soon, and as the boss's wife, you can't squeeze on the bus with your employees to go to work, right?" This. Luan Ru was still a little hesitant, but Sui didn't give her the chance to hesitate and directly pulled her up from the bed. After washing up, the two went out to have breakfast and then took a taxi directly to the Auto City. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the Auto City. This is the largest automobile city in Shanghai. Here you can see almost all car brands in the world. There are civilian brands such as Toyota, Honda, and Volkswagen, there are luxury brands such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Porsche, and there are top luxury brands such as Ferrari, Lamborghini, and Rolls-Royce. As long as you have money, you can buy any car you want here. After the two got off the car, Sui took Luan Ru for a walk. On the way here, after Sui's constant brainwashing, Luan Ru has accepted the reality of buying a car. At this moment, her face was filled with smiles. She is actually very happy now that she is really going to buy a car. The car they are about to buy is the first car for their family. To be precise, it was the first car for the three families, including her mother's family, Sui's family, and their current new home. To say that I'm not happy would be a lie. Honey, what car should we buy? Look at that sign out front, it seems nice. The cars parked outside are pretty nice too. Sui looked in the direction his wife pointed, and what came into view was the Mazda 4S store. Sui still has a very good impression of Mazda. Putting aside other things, Mazda cars are very handsome just from the appearance point of view. Especially the Mazda 3 and Mazda 6, which are coupe-style sedans and are very good looking. However, Mazda is clearly not within Sui's consideration. Forget about the Mazda, the space in this car is too small and it's not suitable for family use. When we have a baby in the future, it will be difficult to put a baby chair in the back. Sui simply shook his head and refused. In fact, he didn't dislike the small space in Mazda's car, but he was mainly afraid of traffic jams on the road. Even the best actor would get stuck in traffic, let alone him. All right. Luan Ru tilted her head and thought for a while, and felt that what her husband said made sense. When buying a car, you do have to take your children into consideration. However, looking at her flat belly, Luan Ru couldn't help but frown. When will she be able to get pregnant? I really want to have a baby of my own with my husband. With a baby, the family is truly complete. The two passed the Mazda 4S store, and the next thing that came into view was the Volkswagen 4S store. However, it was rejected by Sui. Volkswagen cars have a high cost-performance ratio, but the front design style that has remained the same for decades is really not commendable. It's still a bit old-fashioned for young people to drive a Volkswagen. So, he directly passed it. Next, Toyota, Honda, BYD and the like were all rejected by Sui. The same goes for Tesla. Sui doesn't like trams. In his opinion, trams are trams, not new energy sources. New energy vehicles and electric vehicles are two different concepts. Moreover, current battery technology is really too backward. He will choose trams only when there is a revolutionary change in tram battery technology. After skipping some civilian car brands, luxury car brands begin to appear. The first 4S store I saw was Audi. Although Audi cars have been reduced in price now, there is nothing wrong with calling it a luxury car brand. However, the two of them went in for a walk and then came out. The sales staff at this 4S store are so awesome. From the moment I entered the store to the moment I left, not a single salesperson came to serve me. The pre-sales attitude is so bad, not to mention the after-sales attitude. Buying a car is not just about buying the car, it is also about buying value-added services. Obviously, the value-added services of this 4S store are not very good. Of course, it's not that the brand is bad, it's just that the dealer is not that good. After coming out of the Audi 4S store, the two walked towards the Mercedes-Benz. Honey, you're not going to buy a Mercedes? Seeing her husband walking towards the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, Luan Ru immediately reached out and grabbed him. Although Luan Ru didn't know much about car brands, she still knew Mercedes-Benz and BMW. This kind of car costs hundreds of thousands of dollars and is an absolute luxury car brand. One of them is a recent graduate, the other is a college student who is about to enter his senior year, and both of them are also starting their own businesses. In this case, it is really not suitable to buy a luxury car. You don't have to buy it. Since you're here, just go in and take a look. Besides, there are Mercedes-Benz cars that cost hundreds of thousands. After Sui finished speaking, he took the girl's hand and walked inside. Really? Mercedes-Benz cars are so cheap? Honey, don't fool the kids. Luan Ru blinked and looked at Sui with suspicion. Of course there are. A Mercedes-Benz A-Class can be purchased for around 170,000 or 180,000 yuan. Sui smiled. A Mercedes-Benz A-Class that costs 170,000 or 180,000 yuan is actually just a Mercedes-Benz logo. This is definitely not Sui's goal. The main reason he came this time was to trick Luan Ru into spending money. Although you don't necessarily have to buy a luxury car worth more than $1 million, you will always buy a car worth hundreds of thousands. If you spend less money, you will get less cash back, which is meaningless. Okay, let's go in and take a look. Luan Ru didn't think much about it. Just think of it as a chance to go in and see the world. No one will kick you out if you don't buy anything. As they were talking, the two arrived at the entrance of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. There were sales staff standing in front of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store waiting for customers. When a young girl saw Sui and Luan Ru coming over, she immediately came up to them. Sir and madam, are you here to look at the car? As the girl spoke, she bowed slightly towards the two of them. This girl is pretty good looking and has a good figure. She was wearing a professional suit and a pair of black stockings on her legs. Wearing high-heeled shoes, her already tall figure looks even more slender. Most importantly, the girl's pair of giant pandas can definitely be described as magnificent. I don't know what he ate growing up. Roughly speaking, it is at least the size of the fifth letter of the English alphabet. It's really a bit exaggerated. Although Sua is a mammal, it is still a bit too much for a panda this big. He prefers his wife's fourth letter to the girl's fifth letter. Chapter 24 Money is not a problem. Well, let's come and take a look. Okay, please come in. Is this your first time in our store? The female salesperson made a pleased gesture to Sui and the other man, and took the initiative to lead the way. Yeah, first time here. Sui nodded. Okay, then please register your information first. Is it a gentleman or a lady who wants to buy a car? The saleswoman asked politely. My wife buys the car and I pay for it. Sui said with a smile. Okay. Then let's register your information, sir. May I ask your name, sir? Surname Su. What's your cell phone number, sir? 152. After registering the information, the female salesperson led the two into the 4S store and handed them a business card. Hello, Mr. Su. This is my business card. My name is Zheng Chanqian. You can just call me Xiao Zhang. Okay, thank you. Sui took the business card and put it in his pocket. Then, Zheng Chanqian led the two of them to sit down on the sofa. Mr. Su, please have a drink of water first. What kind of car would you like to see? Our 4S store has basically all car models in stock, no need to wait. Zheng Chanqian said as she pointed in the direction of the exhibition car. We want to see the A-level. As soon as Zheng Chanqian finished speaking, Luan Ru immediately spoke first. Mercedes-Benz A-Class? Zheng Chanqian was stunned for a moment. There are relatively few owners who buy Mercedes-Benz A-Class. After all, spending 170,000 or 180,000 yuan or even 200,000 yuan just to buy a car logo is not cost-effective. The people who buy this car either really know nothing about it or buy it purely for face. However, it's not that no one buys it. It's just that compared to the higher level C-level, it's much less. Zheng Chanqian is also an old employee. After hearing that the two wanted to buy a Mercedes-Benz A, she was actually a little disappointed. After all, the more expensive the car, the greater the commission. For Mercedes-Benz A, the commission is very limited. However, as a professional salesperson, I will not be bothered by small customers. Even if she can only earn $100, she will serve her customers wholeheartedly. Ms. Lu, you have a good eye. The Mercedes-Benz A-Class is very suitable for a girl like you to drive. All Mercedes-Benz A-Class models in our 4S store are currently equipped with this product. Can I show you the display cars first? If you are satisfied, I will arrange for 2 more test drives. When buying a car, you must look at the show car first. The main purpose of the exhibition car is to look at its appearance and some of the functions inside. As for the specific performance, you can only experience it during a test drive. No problem. Soo-hee nodded. Since your girlfriend has already asked, there's no harm in going ahead and talking it over. At worst, I can find an excuse to look at other cars later. Okay, both of you, this way please. As Zheng Shanxian spoke, she gestured to the two of them to come in, and took the initiative to walk forward. Soo-hee and Luan Ru stood up from the sofa and followed closely. After passing a few cars, I soon saw a Mercedes-Benz A in the corner. Mr. Su, Ms. Lu, this is the Mercedes-Benz A. This is a compact car, with a maximum capacity of 5 people, and its engine is powered by. When she arrived at the car, Zheng Shanxian began to introduce the performance and configuration of the Mercedes-Benz A. Moreover, he took the initiative to open the car door and let the two of them in for a test ride. Mr. Su, we have all the configurations and colors of this car in stock. You pay today and you can pick up your car today. Do you want full payment or a loan? If you take out a loan, there will be additional discounts. 4S stores all hope that customers can buy cars with loans. Because of the loan, the 4S store can receive an additional loan interest subsidy. The same is true for sales. Therefore, they prefer customers to take out loans rather than paying in full. However, Soo-hee was obviously unwilling. For him, taking out a loan is a waste of money. The more he spends, the more he earns, so he is naturally unwilling to take out a loan. We'll pay in full. The price doesn't matter. What matters is that the car is good. Soo-hee said lightly. No one can stop him from getting cash back on his purchases, not even a giant panda salesman. Okay, Mr. Su, the full price of this car is about 190,000 yuan, which is the lowest price. Zheng Shanxian was obviously a very experienced salesperson. Even when she learned that Soo-hee wanted to pay in full, she did not panic at all. However, if you take out a loan, you can get 180,000, and we can negotiate further. 180,000 is still negotiable. Compared with 190,000, I can save at least 10,000 yuan. With this calculation, many people will actually choose to take out a loan. 180,000? That's so expensive. I thought it would only cost 170,000. Luan Ru curled her lips. 180,000 yuan for a car was already very expensive for her, and she found it a little bit unacceptable. Ms. Lu, if it's 170,000, I can get a loan. If you two are sincere about buying it, I can give you 175,000. Zheng Shanxian said with a smile. What about the interest? Soo-hee asked calmly. We offer interest-free service, but you have to pay a handling fee every year. Phew. Hearing this, Soo-hee smiled helplessly. Routines, all routines. Isn't this handling fee just another name for interest? Sure enough, there are too many tricks in loan application. Then let's pay in full. However, I think this car is still too small. I want to take a look at the car next to it. Do you have a white one? After Soo-hee finished speaking, he pointed to an SUV next to him. Mr. Su, you want to buy a GLC? This car is about 3 times more expensive than a Mercedes-Benz A. The car that Soo-hee pointed to was the GLC. GLC is a mid-size SUV, and the price of a low-end model is around 400,000 yuan. If you want the top configuration, you can't get it without 500,000. This kind of car is basically the ceiling for ordinary people. It's not that Zheng Shanxian thinks Soo-hee and Luan Ru can't afford it, but the jump from Mercedes-Benz A to GLC is a bit too big. She was not mentally prepared for this. Even if Soo-hee said he wanted to buy a Mercedes-Benz C, she would still find it acceptable. Well, I told you, the price is fine, I want the top-of-the-line model. It has everything, like 360-degree imaging, built-in dashcam, and remote start function, right? Soo-hee's tone was still very flat, as if he was talking about something completely irrelevant. Mr. Su, the top configuration has these functions. How about I take you two on board to experience it first? No problem. Song Shanxian turned and walked towards GLC, while Luan Ru quickly grabbed her husband. Honey, are you crazy? You're not really going to buy that car, are you? The salesperson just said that this car is almost 3 times more expensive than the A-Class. I don't dare drive such an expensive car. Luan Ru curled her lips. She is a novice, and a novice female driver. I haven't touched a steering wheel since I got my driver's license. How dare I drive a car worth 500,000 right from the start? Chapter 25. It feels so good. Don't worry, honey, this kind of car is actually safer to drive, Soo-hee explained with a smile. Generally, luxury cars have many driver assistance features. For example, 360-degree images are very useful for beginners. It is difficult for a novice driver to master the distance between the front and rear vehicles. Especially the front of the car, without the 360-degree effect, it is easy to miscontrol the distance of the front of the car when parking and get scratched. With 360-degree images, this problem can be alleviated to a great extent. In addition, there are many similar functions. But, husband, this car is too expensive. We are still in the startup phase, so we should spend our money wisely, Luan Ru persuaded earnestly. Why don't we just buy the A-Class? That car is pretty good too. In fact, even if it is a grade, Luan Ru thinks it is too expensive. After all, grade A costs 180,000, which is beyond Luan Ru's budget. But a car that costs 180,000 yuan is definitely more economical than a car that costs 400,000 or 500,000 yuan. Wife, I made over $1 million in the stock market recently, so I can definitely afford a car worth $500,000. Seeing his wife insist, Soo-hee could only reveal more of his family's wealth. Just buy this car. Only when you spend the money can you make more money. Just listen to me on this matter, let's go and take a look first. After Soo-hee finished speaking, he took his wife to see GLC without waiting for her to object. Soon, the two saw a black GLC lying on the smooth ground like a wild beast. As soon as Soo-hee saw the car, he fell in love with it. A man should have an SUV. After Zhang Qianqian briefly introduced the performance of the car, the two of them sat in to experience it. It must be said that the feeling of sitting in a car worth $500,000 is definitely incomparable to that of a car worth hundreds of thousands. Spacious, comfortable, really comfortable. Even though Luan Ru thought it was very expensive, she couldn't help but be tempted. After the test ride, it's soft time to test drive. There happened to be a test drive car for the highest configuration, so Soo-hee showed his driver's license, signed a waiver agreement, and then took his wife for a test drive. After about 15 minutes, the test drive was over. After the test drive, Soo-hee has decided to buy this car. This car meets Soo-hee's requirements in terms of power and other aspects. Back at the 4S store, both parties sat down again. Manager Zhang, I want this car. How much is the full payment? Soo-hee asked. He still planned to buy the car in full. The more you spend, the more you earn. Mr. Su, the full price for the top configuration is 540,000 yuan. If you really want it, I can give you a discount of 5,000 yuan. We have cars in stock in our store. If you pay today, you can pick up the car today. Zhang Qianqian quoted a false price. In fact, this price can definitely be further negotiated. However, she definitely wouldn't quote the lowest price when she first came up. After all, once the reserve price is announced, if the customer still wants to bargain, there is no room. Even if the discount is 5,000, it is still not the lowest price. So the full amount is 535,000, right? Soo-hee asked calmly. Okay, no problem. Swipe the card. Soo-hee agreed immediately, and then took out his bank card and Luan Ru's ID card and handed them to Zhang Qianqian. Swipe this card and register the car in my wife's name. Only by registering Luan Ru's name can Soo-hee get the cash back. It seemed that he was adding property to Luan Ru, but in fact, Soo-hee earned much more than he paid. At least, it's not impossible to lose money. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll go swipe the card right away. Zhang Qianqian was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Soo-hee to be so straightforward and directly took out his bank card to swipe the card. Didn't even ask for the price. However, Zhang Qianqian still likes such customers. She certainly wouldn't take the initiative to bargain. After all, no one can go against money, right? Soon, Zhang Qianqian brought the mobile POS machine. After swiping the card and entering the amount, he handed the POS machine to Soo-hee. Soo-hee took it, quickly entered the password, and returned the POS machine to Zhang Qianqian. After printing out the payment receipt on the mobile POS machine, Zhang Qianqian finally breathed a sigh of relief. This order was considered a success. At the same time, Soo-hee also received a text message reminder. Your Daxia bank card expenditure is 535,000.00, and the current balance is 1,455,320.00. Your Daxia bank card has an income of 2,675,000, and the current balance is 4,130,320.00. So cool. When Sui saw the text message alert, he was so happy that he almost jumped up on the spot. This consumption actually triggered the system's 5-fold cash back. Originally, because he had given out 200,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, he had less than 2 million yuan left. Although the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift was given to Luan Ru, she did not receive any cash back. So he asked the system and learned that he would not get cash back if he gave cash directly to Luan Ru. He could only get cash back if he made purchases for her. Originally, Sui thought that this cash back would at most trigger a double cash back. I didn't expect the system to be so generous and gave me a 5-fold cash back directly. His bank deposit exceeded 4 million in an instant. With these 4 million, he can buy a house directly. 4 million is definitely enough for a down payment. At the same time, Sui also figured out a little bit of the system's routine. It seems that the more money you spend, the easier it is to trigger multiple cash back. Sui asked the system whether there was such a reason, but was directly ignored by the system. But it doesn't matter, the system is inherently cool. Some rules can just be figured out by yourself. Sui's heart was already blossoming with joy at this moment, but he did not show anything on the surface and remained calm. It was as if the 540,000 yuan spent was not money at all. Zheng Qianqian's face, on the other hand, was all smiles. She handed the bank card and receipt to Suhi. "Mr. Su, please keep your card and receipt. I will prepare the contract for you right away. And because you paid in full, I'll give you a set of floor mats and a car cover. Don't worry, these things are good things, not those low-quality gifts. Not all the things given away by 4S stores are of poor quality." Sui paid the full amount in one go and bought the top-of-the-line model without even bargaining. Such customers can bring them huge profits. So, of course Zheng Qianqian would generously give away some good things. "Okay, thank you very much." Sui didn't hesitate and thanked him with a smile. "Mr. Su, you are too polite. Please sit for a moment. I will go get the contract for you." After Zheng Qianqian finished speaking, she turned around and left in a hurry. Before the contract is signed, the customer has the opportunity to change his mind. She has to get the client to sign the contract as soon as possible. "Honey, you will soon be a car owner. Are you happy?" Sui leaned on the soft sofa, looking at the pouting girl in front of him, and couldn't help but pinch her face gently. Well, a young girl in her early 20s, with a face full of collagen, feels really good. Chapter 26, What more could a husband ask for? It's fun, but it's a little too expensive. Luan Ru is still worried about the price of the Mercedes-Benz. More than 500,000. How many loaves of bread would I have to sell to make that back? Wife, you have to be mentally prepared. Sui chuckled, then touched Luan Ru's little head lovingly. In the future, as we earn more money, the things we buy will become more expensive and better. If you always think about saving money, that won't work. I said I would give you the best, so I will work hard to make money so you can use the best. A car worth 500,000 is just the start. Suhi is telling the truth. With the cashback system in hand, what car can he not afford? For example, now that he has 4 million in savings, if he wasn't worried that Luan Ru wouldn't be able to accept it, he would go and buy a Ferrari. "Hubby, you're so nice." Luan Ru leaned over to Suhi and kissed him hard on the face. This man is really fulfilling the promise he made at the school gate. Everything is given for the best. With a husband like this, what more could I ask for? At the same time, a BMW car also drove to the door of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, and two people got out of the car. They were Luan Ru and Lu Xiaoyuan. "Xiaoyuan, can I really buy a Mercedes-Benz with these tens of thousands of dollars?" Luan Ru was a little hesitant. In her impression, the price of a Mercedes-Benz car can easily cost hundreds of thousands. She only had 60,000 yuan, how could she afford such a luxury car? "Don't worry, Luan Ru, there are cheap Mercedes-Benz cars too. For a girl like you, a Mercedes-Benz would only cost a few 100,000 yuan, so a down payment of 60,000 yuan would be enough. If it's not enough, I can give you some," Lu Xiaoyuan said with a smile. He has already regarded Luan Ru as his future girlfriend. If my girlfriend wants to buy a car, it's okay for her as a boyfriend to give her some financial support. Of course, you can't post it in vain. If she wants him to pay for her services, Luan Ru has to agree to be his girlfriend. Although Lu Xiaoyuan doesn't do anything for free, he also doesn't act like a bootlicker who doesn't give the money for the sex. No, how can I spend your money? Luan Ru shook her head repeatedly. He and Lu Xiaoyuan are just colleagues. Even though she knew that Lu Xiaoyuan was pursuing her, she couldn't waste his money. We are just friends, no need to worry about it. Lu Xiaoyuan laughed loudly and continued. Let's go in and take a look at the car first. The Mercedes is really nice. You will be a formal employee of the company from now on. It would be inappropriate to drive an ordinary car to meet clients. Luan Ru nodded. She felt that what Lu Xiaoyuan said made sense. As an employee of a financial institution, face is still very important. When going out to meet clients, a Mercedes-Benz is definitely more prestigious than a Mazda of the same price. Even if the performance of this Mercedes-Benz is instantly surpassed by ordinary car brands of the same price. However, just a big three-pointed star logo is enough to save face. After the two got off the car, a salesperson immediately came to greet them. Hello, sir and madam. Are you here to look at the car? It's my honor to serve you. This time the service was provided by a male salesperson, who spoke in a very gentle and polite tone. I have to say that the service attitude of this Mercedes-Benz store is really good. I'm Chen Yu, a salesperson at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. You can call me Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen bent slightly and greeted the two of them politely. Xiao Chen actually just saw the two people getting out of the BMW. It was a BMW 5 Series. The top configuration costs more than 500,000 yuan. Anyone who can afford a car worth more than 500,000 yuan is considered rich. Therefore, Xiao Chen naturally would not look down on the two of them. Well, my friend wants to buy a car, let's take a look at the Mercedes-Benz A-Class. Lu Xiaoyuan nodded calmly. As an experienced driver, he often visits the 4S shop. Faced with such occasions, he was also very calm. Luan Ru, on the other hand, felt a little embarrassed. To her, a 4S store is a high-end place. It was my first time in such a high-end place, and I would be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. Mercedes-Benz A-Class? Chen Yu was stunned. What's going on today? Why are so many customers coming to see the Mercedes-Benz A-Class? You know, normally no one would come to see the Mercedes-Benz A-Class for several days. However, Chen Yu was not unhappy because Luan Ru wanted to buy a Mercedes-Benz A. As a salesperson, the most important thing is to do a good job of guidance. Maybe, the customers will give them a surprise. Zheng Qianqian has already illustrated this point with practical examples today. Didn't her client say he wanted to buy a Mercedes-Benz A before he came in and then ended up buying a Mercedes-Benz GLC? Okay, please register first, and then I'll take you to see the actual car. Good. Luan Ru registered her information just like Sui did before, and then followed Chen Yu to look at the car. Sui and Luan Ru were sitting with their backs to each other on the other side of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store showroom, so they did not see Luan Ru and the others come in. Ms. Lu, this is the Mercedes-Benz A. Let me first tell you about the performance of this car. Xiao Chen is also a very professional salesperson and briefly introduced the car to Luan Ru. How far down did the car land? After the introduction, Lu Xiaoyuan asked. Luan Ru knew nothing about cars and had no idea about the bare car price or the landed price. She also didn't know what to ask when buying a car. So, all of this has to be left to Lu Xiaoyuan. Sir, the full price of this car is 190,000 yuan, and if you take out a loan, 180,000 yuan is about right, and it's negotiable. All models of this car are in stock, and you can pick it up on the same day the transaction is completed. The price Xiao Chen quoted is almost the same as Zheng Qianqian's. These are all professional terms and must be the same. As for the exact amount of the car landing, it depends on you to negotiate. A loan of 180,000? How much is the down payment? Luan Ru asked. She is still very satisfied with this car. The huge three-pointed star on the front of the car is so beautiful. Moreover, the price of 180,000 yuan is acceptable. The main issue now is the down payment. If 60,000 yuan was enough for the down payment, she could pick up the car today. Now we can do zero down payment, of course, we can also do the down payment according to your own requirements. 10%, 20%, or 70% is fine. Xiao Chen said with a smile. There are still many tricks in buying cars now. Although the down payment can be zero, the interest and handling fees will definitely be higher. Therefore, if conditions permit, it is best to pay in full for a car and then bargain hard. There are endless pitfalls in loans. Luan Ru thought about it and finally decided to pay a 30% down payment first. If it's 30%, the down payment would be just over 50,000, and she would still have a little left. Luan Ru couldn't spend all her money on buying a car, so she had to save some for daily life. It's not certain how much money you can earn next month. If you spend all the money and don't get any bonus next month, that would be troublesome. Chapter 27 New Unspoken Rules. We can lend you money, but you have to give me a cheaper price. Lu Xiaoyuan on the side said lightly. Sir, shall we sit down and talk? No problem. Accompanied by Xiao Chun, the two walked towards Su He and the others. Soon, the two sides met. Su He, Wan Rong, why are you here? When Luan Ru saw Su He and her sister, she was stunned. She didn't expect to meet these two people here. Sister? Why are you here? Luan Rong was also slightly stunned. She didn't expect to meet her sister here. At the same time, Luan Rong also noticed the strange man next to her sister. Judging from the way the two of them look, they are not a couple, right? I'm here to buy a car. You haven't told me yet why you came here. Luan Ru's pretty eyebrows frowned. Of course we are here to buy a car. Luan Rong took her husband's arm and said with some pride. A few days ago, her husband was despised by her sister for being poor, but just over a week later, her husband took her to buy a Mercedes-Benz. Isn't this something to be proud of? You guys are buying a car too? Sister, this is a Mercedes-Benz, are you sure you want to buy this? Can you afford it? Luan Ru couldn't believe it for a moment. It's only been a short time, and Su He is already taking her sister to buy a Mercedes-Benz. How is this possible? Sister, what do you mean? Why can't we afford it? Luan Rong's tone was already a little unhappy. If the other person wasn't her sister, she would have cursed at her. Why do you look down on others? It's no wonder that Luan Rong was angry. It was just a Mercedes-Benz and they had already paid for it. Why do you look down on others? Wan Rong, don't be fooled by the temporary high consumption. Luan Ru frowned, her tone very dissatisfied. Even if Su He made a little money in the stock market, it will be gone soon if you spend it this way. One of you is unemployed and the other is a college student. How do you support yourselves? Retail investors make money from the stock market and they earn a lot, but they also lose a lot. Do you really think you can always make money in the stock market? If individual investors could make steady profits, there wouldn't be so many leaks jumping off buildings every year. At this time, Lu Xiaoyuan on the side finally figured out the situation. The girl in front of me, who is even more pure and beautiful than Luan Ru, is actually Luan Ru's sister. As for Su He beside her, there is no need for introduction. Su He had just left Jin 2 Group not long ago, and he was also Lu Xiaoyuan's subordinate, so of course he knew him. However, Lu Xiaoyuan never expected that Su He would be with Luan Ru's sister. This was far beyond his expectations. No wonder Luan Ru was so angry when Su He left Jin 2 Group. This is really a case of being disappointed in one's parents. At the same time, Lu Xiaoyuan also breathed a sigh of relief. He arrogantly thought that Luan Rong and Su He were simply sister-in-law and brother-in-law. In this way, the thorn in his heart was removed. Wan Ru, won't you introduce me to her? Lu Xiaoyuan walked forward and looked at Su He and Luan Rong with a smile. Although he only glanced at Luan Rong, he was instantly stunned by this girl. If he had to choose between Luan Rong and Luan Ru, he would definitely choose Luan Rong. Luan Rong's figure, appearance, and even personality are better than her sister Luan Ru. Oh, Xiaoyuan, this is my sister Luan Rong. You know Su He next to you. He's her husband. Luan Ru gave a brief explanation. When she heard the word husband, her heart still ached. More than a week ago, this man was still deeply in love with her, belonged to her alone, and was about to enter the marriage hall. Sister, who is this? Your boyfriend? Was he the reason you fell in love with him in the first place? Seeing Lu Xiaoyuan, Luan Rong's brows immediately frowned. The woman's intuition told her that this man definitely had a relationship with her sister. Otherwise, the two people would not come together to see the car. Wan Rong, what nonsense are you talking about? This is my boss. As Luan Ru spoke, she secretly glanced at Su He, as if she was afraid that Su He would misunderstand. However, Su He's eyes were not on her at all, and he didn't even look at her. In the eyes of others, he may be heartless and ungrateful. He is so cold to his ex-girlfriend more than a week after the breakup. If not heartless, what is? But only Soo-hee himself knows that he is a reborn person. He is ruthless because he suffered too much hurt because of his love in his previous life. The truly ruthless person is the ruthless woman in front of him. Soo-hee's attitude made Luan Ru feel even more uncomfortable. Her breakup with Soo-hee was absolutely impulsive. If Soo-hee continued to pester her like he did in her previous life, she might soon get tired of him. And she quickly fell in love with Lu Xiaoyuan, who seemed to be better. However, in this life, Soo-hee not only did not lick her, but even got together with her sister and treated her like a worn-out shoe. Luan Ru felt that her self-esteem had suffered a severe blow. In fact, her mind is still on Soo-hee, but she just can't say it out loud. Oh, your boss? Your boss is so nice to you. He doesn't sleep at home on his day off, but accompanies one of your subordinates to look at cars? Isn't this some new type of unspoken rule? Luan Ru raised her ear directly towards her sister. She was not actually that kind of person originally, and she didn't want to speak in such a sarcastic way. But when she thought of her sister mercilessly hurting her lover, she couldn't help but want to say a few more words. The purpose, of course, is to piss off this heartless woman. Luan Ru knew that any explanation she gave was redundant, so she stopped explaining and instead focused her gaze on Soo-hee and changed the subject. Soo-hee, you guys are going to buy a Mercedes-Benz Class 2, right? I advise you to switch to a more affordable brand. You don't have to go to work, so the main thing to consider is the cost effectiveness. I bought the Mercedes-Benz just for face, but it will definitely put pressure on your finances. Luan Ru wants to buy a Mercedes-Benz because she must have a prestigious car for work. However, Soo-hee and Luan Ru are different. What face do I need for an unemployed person at home and a college student? Don't worry, we have enough money to buy a car, you don't need to worry about it. Soo-hee said coldly with a blank expression on his face. He remembered clearly that Luan Ru in his previous life also bought a Mercedes-Benz A. Moreover, she was with Lu Xiaoyuan on the day she bought the car. Because, that Mercedes-Benz A was bought in full by Lu Xiaoyuan and given to Luan Ru. That night, Soo-hee couldn't sleep all night. Standing downstairs of Luan Ru's rental house, he stared at the light coming out of the window all night as if he was possessed. In this life, if he encounters a similar thing again, he naturally won't give Luan Ru a good face. In fact, when he thought of all the humiliation he had suffered in the past, he wanted to go up and give these two thieves and whores a big slap in the face. Chapter 28. You are discriminating. You. Luan Ru was extremely angry. She just couldn't understand why Soo-hee became like this in just 1 week. I gave him a kind reminder, but why is this person so tactless? Seeing Luan Ru's expression, Lu Xiaoyuan immediately understood. It seems that my future girlfriend doesn't have a good relationship with her sister and brother-in-law. Although it is difficult for a judge to judge family affairs, at this time, Lu Xiaoyuan felt that he had to stand up and stand on Luan Ru's side. Ahem, Soo-hee, what you said is wrong. Your aunt also cares about you. You just resigned, so you probably don't have much money, right? Without a job, it will be difficult to pay the monthly mortgage payments in the future, right? Although the monthly payment for a Mercedes-Benz A is not much, 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month is still a considerable expense. Lu Xiaoyuan took it for granted that Soo-hee and Luan Ru would have to take out a loan to buy a car. Not to mention people like them, even if it was Lu Xiaoyuan who bought a car, he would choose a loan that seemed more cost-effective. After all, it is more reassuring to hold the savings in your hands. If you have money in your hands, you will not worry. Thank you, Manager Lu, for your reminder. I think the monthly payment should not be a problem for me. Soo-hee smiled faintly. As the master of the system, he still needs to worry about the monthly payment? If the masters of other systems knew this, they would definitely laugh him to death. I hope you won't regret it later. Lu Xiaoyuan sneered. Regret? Probably not. This word does not exist in my dictionary. The corners of Soo-hee's mouth rose slightly. It is impossible to regret it, and I will never regret it again in this life. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Shanshan, who was preparing the contract, came back with the drafted contract. Mr. Su, I've prepared the contract, we can sign it. Zheng Shanshan walked towards Soo-hee with a smile on her face. Yeah, okay. Soo-hee nodded, took the contract and took a look at it. Mr. Su, the car cover and floor mats I just mentioned are already written into the contract. At the same time, we also give you 5 routine maintenance services for free. You can contact me if you need anything later. Zheng Qianqian said with a smile. She was in a very happy mood. She had just asked the data clerk to do some statistics. After taking over this car, her title of sales champion this month was secured. The sales champion will receive a huge bonus. Okay, thank you, Manager Zhang. Su He nodded. This Zheng Qianqian is quite a good person. If I want to buy a car in the future, I can continue to look for her. This Mercedes-Benz GLC is Su He's first car, but definitely not the last. Not far away, there was a car lying in the middle of the forest shop like a beast. It was the car that Su He had always longed for. It was an imported Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and the top-end model cost 3 million yuan in full. This is Su He's ultimate desire for a Mercedes-Benz car. If the GLC is a beast that looks mighty, then the Mercedes-Benz G is a behemoth. It looks not only powerful, but also more domineering. In fact, he can afford a G-Class now. Having just received a 5-fold cash rebate, Su He's bank deposit has exceeded 4 million. With a deposit of 4 million, it is no problem to buy a G-Class. And it is really as Su He guessed, the more money you spend, the greater the probability of triggering multiple cash back, so you might be able to make a lot of money this time. However, in order not to arouse suspicion from his wife and others, it is better for him to keep a low profile. When Luan Ru heard about the gift Zheng Qianqian mentioned, she immediately became excited. Just now Chen Yu told her about the price and did not mention any gifts. Since Su He can get free floor mats, car covers and maintenance when buying a car, there is no reason why she shouldn't get them. So Luan Ru immediately called Chen Yu. Xiao Chun, when they buy a car, they give away floor mats, car covers, and maintenance. Do I get them too? Luan Ru pointed at Su He and said. Ms. Lu, I've already given you the best price. We can also give you a dashcam here. As for floor mats, car covers and maintenance, there is no way to give them away. Xiao Chen said honestly. What? Then why can they give it away? It's obviously the same car, why do they have floor mats and car covers, but I don't? You are discriminating. Chen Yu's words immediately made Luan Ru explode. They bought the same car, so why did Su He not only give away floor mats, car covers and maintenance services, but she only had a broken dashcam? An external driving recorder only costs 3 or 400 yuan. The gifts like this are probably of very poor quality, and 100 yuan might be enough. How is this different from taking out the garbage? 5 routine maintenances, calculated at 500 yuan each, that's a discount of 2,500 yuan. For 2,500 yuan, you can install a built-in dash cam. The gap between the two is incomparable. You want to get rid of her with an external dash cam? It's not that simple. Ms. Lu, this situation is different. Chen Yu had a bitter face, feeling helpless. What they bought was a GLC, and they paid the full amount at a considerable premium. It is reasonable for them, the 4S store, to give away some valuable items. But Luan Ru bought a Mercedes-Benz A, and the price was much cheaper. Giving away so many things, even if they are worthless, is not worth it. How is it different? They bought a Mercedes-Benz A-Class, and I bought a Mercedes-Benz A-Class, too. Aren't they exactly the same? Is this how you treat people differently? Luan Ru became angrier and angrier as she spoke, and her voice gradually became louder. From childhood to adulthood, she has never been treated differently like this. Especially being treated differently in front of my ex-boyfriend. The discount made Luan Ru feel very embarrassed. When Zheng Qianqian, who was not far away, heard this, she frowned and stood up from her seat. Ma'am, Mr. Su originally wanted to buy a Mercedes-Benz A-Class, but now he has changed to a Mercedes-Benz GLC. There is still some difference in the prices of these two cars. Zheng Qianqian's tone was very calm, but the meaning behind her words was very clear. Mercedes-Benz GLC and Mercedes-Benz A are two completely different cars. Although the Mercedes-Benz A also has the Mercedes-Benz logo, this car is at best a civilian car. But the GLC is different. The price of 500,000 is definitely the ceiling for ordinary people. Even if an ordinary person works hard all his life, he probably wouldn't dare to spend money to buy a car worth $500,000. GLC? How much is it? Luan Ru asked subconsciously. She really doesn't know much about cars. There are so many brands and models that you definitely won't know unless you specialize in research. The GLC's landing price is about 500,000 yuan. Xiao Chen on the side said in a low voice. He has done his best to give face to Luan Ru. As for whether she cherishes it, that depends on herself. Chapter 29. How much money did you make? 500,000? Su-hee, are you crazy? Spending 500,000 to buy a car? When Luan Ru heard Xiao Chen's words, an incredible light suddenly appeared in her eyes. The fact that Su-hee and Luan Ru came together to buy a car already made her feel incredible. Now Xiao Chen told her that the car Su-hee bought was worth 500,000. Isn't this a blow to Luan Ru? She broke up with Su-hee because she disliked his poverty. After the breakup, Luan Ru could immediately buy a car worth 180,000 or 190,000 yuan. This made her feel that breaking up was definitely the right choice. But just over a week after the breakup, Su-hee suddenly came out and said that he had bought a car worth 500,000 yuan. This instantly dealt a heavy blow to Luan Ru's self-esteem. Luan Ru never expected that Su-hee's wealth would grow so terribly. Sister, Su-hee just bought a car. What do you mean by crazy or not? As long as we want, it doesn't matter even if we buy 10. At this time, Luan Ru naturally had to stand up and speak for her husband. Su-hee, did you really buy a car worth 500,000? Luan Ru was still not sure what she heard and wanted to get a positive answer from Su-hee. That's right. The contract has been signed and I've transferred the money. Su-hee picked up the contract and waved it in front of Luan Ru. It clearly has Luan Ru's name written on it, as well as the official seal of the 4S store. This cannot be faked. Did you write Wan Rong's name? This time, Luan Ru felt even worse. Su-hee spent 500,000 yuan to buy a car, and the name of the car was still in his sister Luan Rong's name. Isn't he too nice to Luan Rong? Luan Ru suddenly felt very regretful. If she had not chosen to break up with Su-hee, would this Mercedes-Benz GLC have been hers? Luan Ru knew Su-hee very well. If Su-hee can treat Luan Rong like this, then he can treat her like this too. During those 4 years, Su-hee was also very good to her. It's just that Su-hee had no money at that time. But even if he had no money, Su-hee would spend 90 yuan out of the 100 yuan he earned on Luan Ru. Even if I eat steamed buns every day, I have to let Luan Ru eat the best. Of course, Wan Rong is my wife, so of course I have to put her name on the car I buy. Whose name can I write if not hers? Yours? Su-hee sneered. He didn't think what he said was excessive. In her previous life, the words of rejection that Luan Ru said to Su-hee were much more excessive than they are now. Su-hee, how much money did you make? Luan Ru was silent for a moment, but couldn't help but ask. She wanted to know how much money Su-hee had earned to allow him to spend money so recklessly. However, before Luan Ru could wait for Su-hee's answer, she was interrupted by her sister Luan Rong. Sister, don't you think what you're asking is a bit private? It's true that Su-hee is your brother-in-law, but there's no need to tell you all his income, right? Luan Rong snorted softly. Why should I tell you, an ex-girlfriend, about her husband's income? Is it necessary? Even she, his wife, hasn't asked him. What qualifications do you, as his sister-in-law, have to ask such a private question? Wan Rong, I just care about you. Luan Ru argued cunningly. Su-hee's money is all earned from stock trading, not salary income, and he doesn't have a stable income. If you spend lavishly now, it will definitely be very troublesome if you lose money in stock trading in the future. Sister, I told you, you don't need to interfere in our affairs. Luan Rong smoothed her hair, took Su-hee's arm and said. Even my parents won't interfere in the affairs between me and Su-hee. As a sister, there's no need for you to do that, right? Besides, even if we go bankrupt in the future, we will never come to borrow money from you, so don't worry. Husband, don't you think so? After Luan Rong finished speaking, she smiled sweetly at Su-hee. That's right, we earn our own money and spend it ourselves, so we feel at ease with it. Su-hee pinched his wife's nose as if no one was around and said lovingly. We. Luan Rong laughed playfully. It feels so good to have a wife following her husband's lead. Little did she know how much Luan Ru choked after eating this big bowl of dry dog food. Okay, as long as you don't regret it. Snort. Luan Ru snorted angrily. Since these two people are ungrateful, there is no need for her to say anything more. Once we part, we will never see each other again. After saying that, Luan Ru turned around and left. Hey, Wan Ru, wait for me, aren't you going to watch the car? Lu Xiaoyuan hurriedly chased after him. The goddess needed comfort, and he knew that now was the time for him, a bootlicker, to make use of his remaining energy. Just like that, the two of them left the Mercedes-Benz 4S store one after the other, leaving only the salesperson Chen Yu disheveled in the wind. Is this deal just going to fall through? Mr. Su, Ms. Lu, the contract has been signed. I will handle the transfer procedures for you two right away. After signing the contract, Zheng Qianqian respectfully handed the contract to Su He. Well, does the transfer cost extra money? Su He asked. No need, Mr. Su. Our 4S shop will take care of all the subsequent procedures and fees, including the transfer and license plate. The car can be picked up as early as 2 p.m. Zheng Qianqian said with a smile. Well, that's good. Su He smiled slightly. In fact, if you want to pick up the car, you can do so now. However, you still have to go through the transfer procedures and put up car covers and car models. It would be more convenient to wait until all these are done before picking up the car. It is understandable to wait until the afternoon. Generally, new cars are unlikely to have any problems. The reputation of this 4S store is still very good. Su He was too lazy to check. If there really is a problem, that's a good thing. With triple compensation, Su He has plenty of time and energy to negotiate with others. Well, Mr. Su, it's time for dinner now. If you two don't mind, why don't you go to our cafeteria upstairs and have a quick meal? Zheng Qianqian took the initiative to invite. 4S stores all have their own canteens. If customers come to see the car during lunchtime, they can eat at the 4S store. A free lunch doesn't cost much. Of course, the main purpose of the 4S store's canteen is to serve the car owners of the 4S store, that is, those who come to maintain their cars. Maintenance is very time-consuming, and each maintenance will take at least an hour. If there are more maintenance items, you may need to wait for a long time at the 4S shop. Customers are waiting in their store, and when it's time to eat, they can't ask them to order takeout, right? Therefore, 4S stores will prepare lunch for customers, and of course, this is also the working meal for the staff. No, let's go out to eat. Just taking a stroll around here. Su He directly rejected Zheng Qianqian's invitation. Getting a free lunch at a 4S store? What a joke. Having a free meal means making a lot less money. How could Su He be such a spendthrift person? Chapter 30 Newly opened milk tea shop. Before coming to the 4S store, Su He had already investigated and found a shopping mall around the 4S store. Now that we have encountered it, we must go to the mall to have a good meal. I will never give up unless I spend a few $1,000s. By the way, I can also find a reason to buy something for Luan Ru. It would be great if I could buy a few luxury items and trigger multiple cashback. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll still give you this meal ticket. You can come upstairs and eat anytime you need. Our lunch lasts until 1 in the afternoon. Zheng Qianqian said respectfully. Okay, no problem. Su He nodded and accepted the meal ticket. Then, he and Luan Ru left the 4S store together. Honey, where are we going? Why don't we eat at the 4S store? We can save a lot of money. Luan Ru blinked, somewhat puzzled. There is a free lunch, why not eat it? Mercedes-Benz 4S stores serve high-end customers, so the food should not be bad, right? Hey, isn't there a shopping mall nearby? We rarely go out, so we might as well go shopping. Su He said with a smile. Okay. Luan Ru nodded and didn't dwell on it. The mall is very close to the Auto City, just cross the road. Today is Saturday and there are many people in the mall. The two went upstairs to have lunch first. The lunch was relatively simple at Luan Ru's request, but it still cost more than 500 yuan. This mall is quite upscale and the food is not cheap either. This made Luan Ru very distressed. At this consumption level, how much money will we spend in a year? Can their bakery really sustain the consumption of 2 people? Luan Ru expressed doubts about this. After dinner, the two of them went shopping in the mall. The mall is large and has a wide range of merchandise. Almost all major brands can be found here, making it worthy of the name of a high-end shopping mall. Wife, there is a milk tea shop up ahead, shall we go get some milk tea? It seems to be a new brand. Maybe there is some promotion going on. Su He pointed to a newly opened milk tea shop in front that was holding a promotion and said with a smile. In the past, when he and Luan Ru went out to eat together, Luan Ru would always order a cup of milk tea. Later, after I started working, in order to show that I was classy, milk tea became coffee. However, Sui has no feeling for coffee. It tastes bitter and he doesn't like to drink it. How can it be more interesting than milk tea? Milk tea is an Oriental specialty. No, husband, I don't want milk tea. Luan Ru shook her head. It's not that she doesn't like to drink, she is just used to being frugal. Normally, she wouldn't even buy a bottle of water outside, let alone milk tea. The price of milk tea nowadays is outrageous, easily costing more than 20 yuan. Isn't this a pure rip-off? Let's go buy a cup. It's a good opportunity to take a look at the decoration style of this store and take its essence and discard its dross. Sui continued to encourage. Decoration style? Hearing this, Luan Ru became obviously interested. The cake shop has already started decorating, but the specific decoration style can still be modified. Milk tea shops and cake shops are similar in nature, and maybe you can find different inspiration here. No matter what it is, imagining it is the hardest thing. Only by seeing more can you come up with new ideas. Thinking of this, Luan Ru immediately agreed. Okay, husband, let's go take a look. The two of them walked towards the milk tea shop hand in hand, like a couple in love. In fact, they are indeed a couple in love. We've only been together for a week, how could this not be passionate love? However, this couple has already obtained a marriage certificate and are a legal couple. When they arrived at the milk tea shop, Sui and Luan Ru were surprised to find that this was not only a milk tea shop, but also a cake shop. The milk tea shop is very large, with 2 workbenches, one for making milk tea and the other for making cakes. As I walked into the store, I was immediately greeted by a strong aroma of cake. Even people who have just finished a meal will want another piece of bread after smelling this aroma. Wife, we can also open a milk tea shop in the cake shop. This way, we can sell both cakes and milk tea. Cake and milk tea have always complemented each other. Just imagine, when you are tired of eating sweet cakes, you take a sip of cool fruit tea, and the craving is instantly relieved, right? Yeah. That's a good idea, but I don't know how to make milk tea. Luan Ru tilted her head. It is not difficult to open a milk tea shop, but the problem is that milk tea requires a recipe. There are only 2 of them now, and they don't have a team dedicated to researching milk tea. It is not so easy to prepare the recipe. If you just buy that kind of milk tea powder, it will have a very ordinary taste and no characteristics of its own, and the business will not be very good. As for joining, that is even more of a pitfall. All the money I earned through hard work throughout the year was taken away by the franchise fees. This is a dead end and not feasible. Competition in the milk tea industry is now very fierce. If you want your milk tea to taste outstanding, you must have your own unique flavor. This is a very difficult thing for a new milk tea shop. Although there are no cake shops in Hojie, there are still many milk tea shops. According to Sui's memory, there are at least 5 milk tea shops, and all of them are old brands. In this case, it is indeed difficult to open a new milk tea shop and make money. Well, that's indeed a problem. How about we try the milk tea in this shop first? Since there is no solution for the time being, let's not think about this problem for now. It's also okay to see how others run their businesses. This time, Luan Ru did not object. This milk tea shop is having a promotion where you can get 1 cup free if you buy 1. It's quite a good deal. Sui ordered a cup of iced fruit tea, and then asked the other party to bring a cup of room temperature milk tea. After getting the milk tea, Sui bought a small piece of tiramisu. Then, the 2 of them sat in the milk tea shop and started eating. The tiramisu tastes pretty good, and it's obvious that the baker in this shop is quite skilled. However, this level is nothing special, it's just average. Luan Ru was confident that the tiramisu she could make could surpass that of the bakery chef. Luan Ru's craftsmanship is indeed good, so he admits this and has witnessed it. Although the taste of the cake is average, the taste of the milk tea in this shop is amazing. Sui has also drunk a lot of milk tea. Basically, all the chain milk tea shops in the country can be found in Shanghai. Sui worked as a delivery man for 4 years, so naturally he had tasted all kinds of milk tea. It is common for customers to order milk tea but not be able to drink it for various reasons. In the end, Sui got the better deal. Chapter 31, Live with the Mistress. In addition, when he and Luan Ru were dating, although they only bought 1 cup of milk tea, Luan Ru had a small appetite and basically left some for Sui. Therefore, there are many types of milk tea consumed in Suwa. However, the milk tea here is definitely the best tasting one he has ever tasted. If you have the chance, you can actually ask the boss if he is willing to sell you the milk tea recipe. However, the probability of this happening is still very small, and Soo-hee naturally understands this. But it never hurts to give it a try. Soo-hee is not short of money. If the problem can be solved with money, that would naturally be the best choice. The two sat in the milk tea shop for about 20 minutes. After drinking the milk tea, they prepared to get up and look for the owner of the milk tea shop. But at this moment, there was a sudden sound of smashing and smashing inside the milk tea shop, and then a girl in her 20s ran out. After the girl rushed into the hall, she immediately started smashing things wildly. It was as if he had suffered a great injustice in the kitchen. The customers in the store were all attracted by the girl's attention. At the same time, they all stepped back, fearing that they would be affected by this crazy girl. Soo-hee immediately protected his wife behind him and moved outside, fearing that the girl would rush up and do something to them. Are you crazy? Is there anything you can't talk about at home? At this time, a young man in chef's uniform also rushed up. The man grabbed the girl and walked towards the kitchen. Let me go. Bai Yueming, since you are capable of doing such a thing, don't blame me for falling out with you. The girl shook the boy's hand away. Her face was filled with anger and her eyes were filled with resentment, as if she wanted to eat the boy alive. Xu Dancheng. Have you had enough of the trouble? Today is the first day of the milk tea shop opening. Are you going to ruin me? Bai Yueming also showed impatience on his face. I guess if there weren't so many people present, he might have already taken action. Ruin you? When you cheated on me, did you ever think that I would ruin you? Xu Dancheng said bitterly. From the conversation between the two, the onlookers around them finally knew what had happened. Everyone already knew that Bai Yueming was the owner of this milk tea shop. Today is the first day that the milk tea shop opened. During the opening ceremony this morning, Bai Yueming was on the scene to cut the ribbon. As for Xu Dancheng, she is Bai Yueming's girlfriend and also a very talented milk tea designer. Her tongue can accurately distinguish each flavor of milk tea as well as the ingredients and proportions contained therein. Bai Yueming and Xu Dancheng are college classmates, and they have been together since their freshman year. After graduating from university, Xu Dancheng went to work in a milk tea company. Relying on his own abilities, he quickly made it to the middle level. Originally, she could use this ability to gradually rise to a senior position in that well-known company. However, her boyfriend Bai Yueming opened a milk tea shop. In order to help her boyfriend, Xu Dancheng decisively resigned from her original company, gave up her bright future, and came here to help her boyfriend start a business. Everything was going well. With the help of Xu Dancheng, the milk tea shop has developed several new flavors of milk tea. At the same time, the milk tea from other milk tea shops was also perfectly copied. Moreover, after Xu Dancheng's improvement, the taste is even better. Opened this morning and everything went smoothly. Thanks to its excellent taste and buy one get one free promotion, it has a high customer flow. Originally, Xu Dancheng thought that her boyfriend would definitely rise this time. She also fantasized about living the life of a wealthy lady one day in the future. Who would have thought that she would accidentally find chat evidence of Bai Yueming's cheating on his phone? Moreover, Xu Dancheng discovered that he had been used by Bai Yueming all alone. After knowing the truth of the matter, Xu Dancheng certainly couldn't accept it and collapsed directly. So, what just happened? Let's go home and talk about it, okay? I'll explain it to you when we get home. Today is the first day of the new milk tea shop opening. Let's not make trouble in the store and make a fool of ourselves. Seeing that someone had raised his phone to take a picture, Bai Yueming suddenly panicked. If this was recorded on video by the onlookers and posted online, he would have to close his milk tea shop. Bai Yueming, aren't you afraid of being laughed at when you do something like this? I'm telling you, we're done. Just think of it as me being blind all these years. Go live your life with your mistress. I won't serve you anymore. Xu Dancheng said harsh words, but he couldn't control the tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. After saying this, he turned around and ran out of the milk tea shop. She didn't want to stay in this place for even a minute longer. Seeing Xu Dancheng leave, Bai Yueming's face became gloomy. To him, Xu Dancheng is very important. Her talents and skills are like divine help for someone who runs a milk tea shop. Without Xu Dancheng, his milk tea shop has no successor. Even though business seems to be booming now, it will definitely not last far. Without innovation, it is very dangerous. However, that's all for the future. The most urgent task is to resolve today's issues as soon as possible. After taking a deep breath, Bai Yueming began to comfort the customer. Although most of the onlookers disliked Bai Yueming's character, they thought the taste and discounts of the milk tea shop were indeed good, so everyone continued to stay here. Bai Yueming also told the clerk to clean up immediately. However, Su-hee and Luan Ru had already caught up with Zhu Danqing when he left the milk tea shop. Zhu Danqing ran very fast, but she was a weak woman and in her anger, she couldn't run far. Plus, I was already feeling very uncomfortable, and I ran less than 100 meters out of the mall before I ran out of strength. She then squatted on the curb, hugged her legs and started crying. After crying for 5 minutes, Zhu Danqing finally calmed down a little and raised his head to wipe away his tears. At this moment, a white and slender hand handed over a tissue. "Miss, wipe your face." "You?" Zhu Danqing was a little surprised. She didn't know when the young lady in front of her appeared. At the same time, Zhu Danqing felt a chill in his heart. If this was a bad guy, she would have been knocked out and taken away. When Zhu Danqing thought about the miserable situation he might encounter after being taken away by bad guys, he felt a chill all over his body. Fortunately, the young man and young lady in front of me didn't look like bad people. These two people were Su-hee and Luan Ru who had caught up with them. Although Zhu Danqing was wondering why the two people appeared here, she did not hesitate. After confirming that they were not bad people, she took the tissue from Luan Ru's hand and wiped her face vigorously, as if to wipe away all the grievances. After wiping away his tears, Zhu Danqing took a deep breath. She has decided that she will never shed a tear for a scumbag again. Because it's not worth it. Chapter 32 Million Annual Salary. Thank you, little sister. Zhu Danqing stood up from the ground and thanked Luan Ru solemnly. You're welcome. Luan Ru said with a smile. You two chased me out from the milk tea shop, right? Is there something going on? Just tell me. After Zhu Danqing apologized, he regained his spirits. Her memory is still good. Just now she noticed Su-hee and Luan Ru in the milk tea shop. At that time, I just treated them as passers-by. Now seeing the two following her out, she was very smart and naturally guessed that they must have a purpose. Su-hee and Luan Ru looked at each other. They didn't expect Zhu Danqing to be able to think so calmly at this time. However, this is exactly what Su-hee wants. It is always much easier to deal with smart people. Hello, Miss Xu. We do have something we want to discuss with you. Su-hee smiled and continued. We are about to open a milk tea cake shop and would like to invite you to be our milk tea designer. As for the salary, you can name your price, we will never bargain. Talents like Zhu Danqing will shine wherever they go. Although Su-hee opened this milk tea shop for Luan Ru just for fun, if a good opportunity comes, she can try to expand it. Su-hee has read many system novels. He knew that some systems were not meant to last forever. No one knows when it will disappear. The purpose of the system's existence is to help the host become stronger and stronger. When the host grows to a point where the system deems it strong enough, the system may leave. Of course, this is a system in other novels. Su-hee himself didn't know whether the system would leave or not, he was just guessing. But no matter whether the system will go away or not, what Su-hee has to do now is to make himself bigger and stronger while the system is in place. In this way, even if the system is gone one day, it can still stand in this world. The milk tea shop is the first step for Su-hee to become bigger and stronger. Of course, he was helping Luan Ru to become bigger and stronger. As for himself, wouldn't it be nice to be a big boss behind the scenes and lie down at home and ask for support? You want to hire me? Zhu Danqing was obviously stunned for a moment. She had thought of countless reasons why the two men came to her, but the only thing she had never thought of was to hire her. That's right. We want to hire you. No matter how much you offer, we can accept it. Su-hee said seriously. Ha, are you really willing to accept any price? My price is very high. Zhu Danqing raised his head and glanced at the two of them. It was obvious that these two young men had just graduated from college and had little social experience. You opened a milk tea shop on impulse and thought you could make money? How can starting a business be so simple? It's normal to not turn back until you hit the wall and get a bloody head. If you want to hire her, you have to show some sincerity. That's right. As long as you name the price, I can afford it. Su-hee speaks so arrogantly. He had 4 million in his hand, and he didn't believe that Zhu Danqing would ask for 4 million. Even if he really wanted it, Soo-hee would dare to give it to him. Anyway, this is hiring talent for the milk tea shop, and you can get cash back for the 4 million. The most important thing is the value of Zhu Danqing as a person. An annual salary of 4 million is definitely worth it for a top formulator. After all, Zhu Danqing can continuously design new milk teas for the company. A milk tea shop can only survive for a long time if it keeps updating and upgrading. Once the milk tea shop becomes famous and becomes a national chain of milk tea shops, the annual salary of several million will be nothing at all. Okay. You can let me go. I want an annual salary of 1 million, after tax. Hiss. Hearing Zhu Danqing's words, Luan Ru on the side took a breath of cold air. 1 million a year? This guy is really asking for too much. Moreover, I got 1 million. If you get 1 million, it will basically be around 1.2 million before tax. Their cake and milk tea shop hasn't even opened yet, but they have to spend more than 1 million to recruit an employee. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Although Luan Ru was complaining madly in her heart, she didn't say anything. At this time, let us give the negotiation rights to Soo-hee. 1 million? Soo-hee pondered for a moment, then nodded and agreed. No problem. I will pay you 100,000 after tax every month, and pay your 5 insurances and 1 housing fund in full. In addition, there is a year-end bonus, which is 5% of the net profit of the milk tea shop. 100,000 per month, that is 1,200,000 per year. This is not the most important thing. 5% of the net profit of the milk tea shop opened in Suwa is the big deal. The cake and milk tea shop has not officially started yet, but once the store is successfully opened and the business is very good, Zhu Danqing's 5% of the net profit will be equivalent to controlling the company's shares. If the milk tea shop becomes a national chain that can earn hundreds of millions a year, then Zhu Danqing can earn millions or even tens of millions every year. This is definitely a high salary that no one can refuse. Are you kidding me? Soo-hee's words left Zhu Danqing stunned. An annual salary of 1.2 million, and company dividends on top of that? Isn't this treatment too good? Are you sure you are doing business and not charity? You know, when she was working in that well-known milk tea group, although she was a business backbone, her annual salary was only 500,000 or 600,000. But even with this annual salary, Zhu Danqing is already very satisfied. Her boyfriend, now his ex-boyfriend, Bai Yueming's milk tea shop was able to open successfully because Zhu Danqing invested all the money she earned in the past 2 years into it. It can be said that Zhu Danqing is definitely the #1 contributor to the successful opening of the milk tea shop. Now, the price offered by Suwa is actually double that of the original milk tea group. Add to that the year-end dividends, this will be an unimaginable income. Zhu Danqing was very confused. Why could Soo-hee afford such a high salary? Could it be that the 2 people in front of me are rich second generations? But it doesn't look like it. Both Soo-hee and Luan Ru were dressed very casually. Although the clothes he wore were not cheap, they were still from fast food brands. A set of clothes costs only about 1,000 yuan. He doesn't look like a rich second generation at all. Therefore, Zhu Danqing felt very skeptical that Soo-hee could offer such conditions. Do you think I'm kidding? Can we sign a labor contract? Soo-hee said with a smile. Every word he said was sincere and he was definitely not joking. Okay. If you can really deliver on your promise, I agree to work in your company. Zhu Danqing said seriously. Chapter 33 Willow Color. No problem. As long as the contract is signed, I can transfer the first month's 100,000 to you today. Good. The 2 people hit it off immediately. Then, Soo-hee and Luan Ru went to a nearby law firm and commissioned the firm's lawyers to draft a labor contract and supplementary terms. After Luan Ru and Zhu Danqing signed and confirmed, the contract officially came into effect. Soo-hee did not delay and directly transferred 100,000 yuan to the other party as the first month's salary. Ms. Zhu, from today on, you are the product director of our bread and milk tea shop. Luan Ru smiled and stretched out her right hand towards Zhu Danqing. Boss, there's not even a shadow of our cake shop. Zhu Danqing smiled bitterly and held Luan Ru's hand. I have to get paid on time every month. Otherwise, I will run away. Of course that's no problem. Soo-hee came over with a smile on his face. Every month on the 5th, when the company pays wages, I will transfer your share to you. Soo-hee was so happy that he almost died. He just paid Zhu Danqing a salary of 100,000 yuan and received a five-fold cash rebate. At the same time, it also proved Suhi's previous guess. As expected, the larger the amount of consumption, the easier it is to trigger multiple cash back. Of course, 2 to 10 times is multiple. Suhi's requirements are not high either. As long as you can trigger twice or more, it's a sure win. Okay, Mr. Su, don't worry. As long as the money is in place, I will definitely work wholeheartedly for the company. Zhu Danqing looked at Suhi seriously. There are many good horses, but there are few good horse trainers. The fact that Suhi was willing to hire her at such an incredibly high price showed that Suhi was her mentor. Now that she has met her mentor, she will definitely cherish him. Well, I also promise you that the company will never treat you unfairly. Suhi smiled. The three of them left the law firm while talking. Hey, Lao Zhang, a cake shop employee earns 1.2 million a year, can you believe it? After the three people left, the lawyer who drew the employment contract for them couldn't help but complain. Although he is a professional lawyer, he can only earn 4 or 500,000 yuan after working hard all year round taking cases. Not even as good as a milk tea shop employee. Comparing yourself with others will really make you angry. Xiao Guo. Don't think too much. He is a skilled worker, different from us. Just work hard on the case. When we become top lawyers in the future, our income will not be bad. Old Zhang smiled and patted Xiao Guo on the shoulder and said something comforting. Xiao Guo nodded seriously. The upper limit of a lawyer's salary is indeed very high. As long as you work hard, even if you can't reach the highest standard, you can still earn 1 or 2 million a year. Boss, our company doesn't even have a name yet, right? Do you want to come up with one first? Zhu Danqing has completely walked out of the shadow of being cuckolded. It's not that I want to be sad again, but instead of hiding at home crying, I might as well focus on my career. With a salary of over 1 million yuan a year, why do you need a boyfriend? Name? Suhi started thinking immediately. The name is indeed a big problem. The cake shop is already under renovation, but the business license has not yet been obtained. As a food store, it does not yet have a food business license. Suhi is not planning to simply start a self-employed business. It is still difficult for an individual business owner to earn back more than 300,000 yuan in rent a year and pay the salary of an employee with an annual salary of more than 1 million yuan. Since you need to register a business license, just register a limited liability company. Before that, you have to come up with a name. Wife, do you have any good suggestions? Suhi is really not good at naming. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called himself Suhi, such a simple name. I don't know. Let me think about it. Luan Ru pursed her lips and tilted her head to think. Boss, what do you think of the name Luyan Chase? Zhu Danqing suddenly spoke. Luyan tea color? It sounds nice. Does it have any meaning? Suhi asked curiously. Lu, of course, is the surname of the boss lady Luan Ru. As for these 4 words, they are adapted from the idiom observe the words and look at the expressions. Drinking tea is like looking at a person. You must look at the color of the tea, observe the fragrance of the tea, and taste the flavor of the tea. This is very consistent with our milk tea shop. The only problem is that we mainly make bread, but the name is more like a milk tea shop. Zhu Danqing is telling the truth. The store run by Suhi and Luan Ru actually mainly serves bread, supplemented by milk tea. If the name is changed to Luyanchase, it will be more like a milk tea shop. It may be quite different from the initial positioning. That's no problem. We opened this shop with the intention of selling milk tea and bread together, without prioritizing them. Suhi smiled and waved his hand, then continued. This name is really good and poetic. I think it can be used. After Suhi finished speaking, Luan Ru nodded repeatedly. This name not only has meaning, but is also connected to her name. As soon as others see the name, they will know that she, Luan Ru, is the owner of this store. Therefore, Luan Ru is very satisfied with this name. Okay. Anyway, you guys make the decision. Zhu Danqing smiled. But boss, since you plan to make bread, I might as well recommend my sister to you. She is a pastry master, and her skills are at the national level. If you two can afford the salary, I can invite her over as well. A national level pastry chef? Hearing this, Sui's eyes suddenly lit up. Although Luan Ru is very good at making bread, she is still a student and has academic pressure in the first semester of her senior year. Therefore, it is impossible for Luan Ru to stay in the bakery full-time. If someone else came, Soo-hee and Luan Ru would feel uneasy. It would be fine if there was a baker watching over me. No problem. Sister Zhu, just give me the salary, Soo-hee said with a smile. As long as the problem can be solved with money, it is not a problem for him. A top baker might bring surprises beyond ordinary people's imagination. Okay, Mr. Su, you can rest assured that his salary won't be as outrageous as mine. Probably 500,000 yuan a year is about right. If you agree, I will contact her tomorrow and ask her to resign from her original company. Xu Danqing didn't mean to lower his friend's value on purpose. Her friend's cooking skills are indeed amazing, and she had made snacks at state banquets before. However, because he offended a master chef, he was suppressed. Later, she became discouraged and found a job doing odd jobs in a cake shop. Such talents will definitely stand out at the first opportunity as long as they meet a mentor. Chapter 34, Brighten Your Future. An annual salary of 500,000 is already very high, and I believe the other party will not refuse it. Of course, it is definitely hard work for a baker to run a bakery. Soo-hee didn't intend to let the other party handle it alone. When the time comes, we can just recruit a few more apprentices. Of course I agree. Sister Zhu, may I trouble you? Soo-hee said with a smile. No trouble, no trouble. Then I'll ask her to contact you tomorrow? Good. Now that the problems of the baker and milk tea designer have been solved, the biggest obstacle to opening a cake shop has been removed. Next, Soo-hee prepared to apply for a business license. However, the license needs to be processed on weekdays, and now it is Saturday, there is no need to rush. Soo-hee gave Xu Danqing the address of the milk tea shop. After the two exchanged contact information, he took Luan Ru away. Before leaving, he also told Xu Danqing that he could contact him if he had any problems. Xu Danqing just broke up with her ex-boyfriend today, and I guess things won't be resolved so smoothly. Bai Yueming doesn't look like a good person, and he might continue to harass Xu Danqing in the future. It is very dangerous for a girl to be harassed by a man when she goes out. If it were before, Soo-hee would definitely not meddle in other people's business. Although he is a righteous man, he is not someone who would meddle in other people's family affairs. But now Xu Danqing is a technical staff that he hired at a high salary, so he must be responsible for him. Most importantly, Soo-hee was worried that once the two of them got back together, the technicians would run away. Such outstanding talents must be in our own hands. This is also the reason why Soo-hee is willing to give the dividends from the milk tea shop to Xu Danqing. Feelings are all empty. If you want to retain talent, you have to rely on real money. Soo-hee has always understood this. That's why he gave Xu Danqing and her friends high salaries. Of course, if it is true love and the man is a reliable person, Soo-hee will not stop them. However, a scumbag is not worth it for a person with an annual salary of 1 million to give up his high-paying job and run after him. After Xu Danqing left, Soo-hee also received a call from Zhang Shanshan from the 4S store. All the procedures for the car have been completed, so they can go and pick it up. So, the two of them immediately rushed to the 4S store excitedly. Mr. Su, you are here? Seeing Soo-hee and Luan Ru approaching from a distance, Zhang Shanshan, who had been waiting at the door, immediately went to greet them. Ms. Lu, Mr. Su, the car pickup ceremony is ready. I will take you to pick up the car. Even if you pick up a van, the 4S store will hold a car pickup ceremony, not to mention a Mercedes-Benz. The sense of ceremony must be full. Okay, thank you, Manager Zhang. Luan Ru smiled sweetly. You're welcome, Ms. Lu, please come this way. Zhang Shanshan made a gesture of invitation to Luan Ru, and then took the two of them to the car pickup room. The car pickup room has been decorated, with colorful balloons on the ground and a red ribbon in front of the car, giving it a strong sense of ceremony. This is an Arctic white GLC, which gives people a very refreshing feeling at first glance. In fact, the best color for Mercedes-Benz cars priced above 400,000 yuan is black. Black looks upscale and stable. White cars always feel a bit cheap. However, this GLC was bought by Soo-hee as a gift for Luan Ru. Luan Ru is a young girl, so there is no need for her to appear particularly mature and steady. White is more in line with her pure and beautiful image. Ms. Lu, congratulations on getting your beloved car and becoming a distinguished Mercedes-Benz owner. Entering the car pickup room, Zhang Shanshan handed a bouquet of flowers to Luan Ru. May the three-pointed star illuminate your future and career. This sentence is probably what all Mercedes-Benz owners like to hear the most. When Luan Ru heard it for the first time, she felt warm inside. Her future and career will definitely get better and better. Thank you. Luan Ru excitedly took the flowers from Zheng Qianqian. This was the first car in her life, and it was a Mercedes-Benz worth $500,000. You can imagine how happy she was. You're welcome, Ms. Lu. Please stand beside the car. I'll take a photo of you and Mr. Su with your car. Good. Luan Ru nodded and took a sweet photo with Su He. Both of them had happy smiles on their faces. These were happy smiles. After the group photo, Zheng Qianqian explained some details about the car. Mr. Su, the license plate has been processed and will be mailed to you in a few days. The vehicle registration and driver's license are in a hidden compartment inside the center console storage compartment. The 2 temporary license plates at the front and back have also been affixed to you. After the next 5,000 kilometers, remember to come to the store for free maintenance. Also, don't roll down your car windows within 3 days. Rolling down the windows right after applying the film will damage the film. Zheng Qianqian spoke very quickly. She didn't know how many times she had said these words. They had already been firmly imprinted in her mind. Finally, if you have any questions about the car, you can contact me. Customers of luxury car brands always come back for more. Zheng Qianqian knew that the GLC she sold to Su He would definitely not be the last one. The service was good this time, and people will definitely come to her again when they want to buy a Mercedes-Benz in the future. Well, thank you, Manager Zhang. I will come to you again when I need to buy a new car in the future. We will leave first today. Su He thanked him. Okay, Mr. Su. After receiving a positive answer from Su He, Zheng Qianqian's smile became even brighter. Then, under Zheng Qianqian's respectful gaze, Su He got into the driver's seat and slowly drove the car out of the 4S store. Originally, Su He wanted to let Luan Ru drive. After all, the car was in her name, so naturally she should be the first to drive it. However, Luan Ru directly refused. She hasn't driven a car since she passed her driving test. This car is not only a luxury car, but also a new one. She definitely doesn't dare to drive it. In desperation, Su He had to come in person. Su He can drive. Although he has never bought a car in his 2 lives, he has driven for his superiors when he was interning at Jintu Group. So, he can open it. Moreover, when it comes to driving, male drivers are indeed much braver than female drivers. Su He drove the car and quickly left the Auto City. Following the navigation instructions, he got onto the overpass. The Mercedes-Benz GLC is indeed a luxury car. Although its handling may not be as strong as that of BMW, it is really comfortable to sit in. For the driver, driving fatigue will also be greatly reduced. However, Shanghai is an area with very serious traffic congestion. Even on the overpass, it is not easy to increase the speed. Chapter 35 Sister, go forward boldly. Honey, do we want to go for a spin on the highway? Su He suggested. It would be a shame not to drive your new car on the highway. New cars need a running-in period. During this period, you should do whatever is comfortable for you. You can even drive a little more aggressively. Okay. I haven't been on the highway yet. Luan Ru nodded repeatedly. She has never been on a highway. From childhood to adulthood, she has never even left Shanghai, so naturally she has no chance to experience the highway. Okay. Let's go for a spin on the highway today, and in a few days, I'll take you on a trip. Before the milk tea shop opens, and you're not too busy, let's have some fun. Su He said with a smile. He really wanted to take his wife out for a walk. Since my wife is still a college student, it is not appropriate to hold a wedding for her. But the honeymoon trip can be planned in advance. Su He also knew that Luan Ru had lived in Shanghai City since she was a child and had never left. Although Shanghai is one of the largest cities in Daxia, living here will not make you look backward. But the world is big, we have to go out and explore, right? Even if you don't go abroad, you must visit the beautiful rivers and mountains of your motherland. If you never go out and walk around, you will never know how beautiful this world is. Really? This time Luan Ru did not refuse. In her heart, she still longs for the outside world. Of course it's true. I've already planned it all. Once the cake shop license is approved, we will set off immediately. Su He said with a smile. Good. Long live my husband. Moi. M. Sui drove and soon arrived at the highway. They haven't got their license plates yet, so naturally they don't have ETC installed, so they can only use the manual channel. After getting the card from the manual channel, Sui stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Immediately afterwards, the Mercedes-Benz GLC started running wildly on the highway like a wild horse. Luan Ru on the side was shouting excitedly. She has a lively personality, which is much better than her sister's dull temperament, and she is also very likable. Sui drove very fast, but did not exceed the speed limit. This was also his first time on the highway, so he needed to be careful. Besides, his newlywed wife was sitting next to him. In his previous life, Sui never bought a car of his own until his death. In this life, he starts with a Mercedes-Benz GLC, which means he has already won at the starting line of life. After driving on the highway for more than 10 minutes and experiencing the wildness of the Mercedes-Benz GLC, Sui found a nearby exit and left the highway. It feels so good, husband. It's so comfortable to ride in your own car. After leaving the highway, Luan Ru was still very excited. To be exact, since she picked up the car today, she has been in a state of excitement and can't control herself at all. Ha, then you can drive home by yourself later? Sui suggested with a smile. Ah. Husband, I can't do it. I don't dare to drive. This is a new car. If I accidentally hit it, I will be so heartbroken. Luan Ru's little head shook like a rattle and she refused to drive no matter what. The new car hasn't even had its license plate sent yet. I'd be really heartbroken if she hit it now. Don't worry, we are already on the outer ring road. There aren't that many cars here, so nothing will happen. I'll sit next to you and keep an eye on you. Sui cheered Luan Ru up. Besides, it doesn't matter if there's a crash. Our car has millions of dollars of insurance, so there's no need to worry. It doesn't matter even if the insurance hasn't taken effect yet. At worst, your husband can buy you a new car. My husband is rich. Sister, drive forward bravely. Sui spoke proudly while singing. He really thought so. First of all, the car is insured, so the insurance will pay out no matter what happens to it. Secondly, Sui actually hoped that Luan Ru could crash the car and scrap it, of course, on the premise that no one would get hurt. Since the car was totaled, Sui had a legitimate reason to buy a new one. If he buys another car worth $1 million or so and then triggers a several-fold cashback, he will have enough money to buy a house. Sui now has more than $4 million in his hands, which seems to be a lot, but it can only be used to pay a down payment for buying a house in Shanghai. If he wants to buy a house, he definitely cannot choose one in a remote area. You can't buy a small apartment either. At least it needs 3 bedrooms and a living room, over 130 square meters. The housing prices in Shanghai Center basically start at 70,000. A 130 square meter apartment would cost at least 9 million yuan, and this is a conservative estimate. Basically, if you want to pay the full amount, it will definitely cost more than 10 million. For a house worth 10 million yuan, 4 million yuan needs to be used as the down payment. As for the balance, you can only take out a loan. But neither Sui nor Luan Ru could get a loan. Loans require income. Bank statements, proof of income, proof of employment or a business license with a history of more than 1 year are all required. Banks are businesses, profit-making institutions, not charities. They lend money, which is an important means for businesses to make profits. Therefore, before banks lend money, they must ensure that customers have sufficient repayment ability. Ways to prove repayment ability include bank statements, proof of income, etc. Neither of them had a job, so getting a bank loan was difficult, almost impossible. As an enterprise, we must ensure profitability and minimize risks. This is also why everyone thinks that banks will only lend money to people who don't need the money, and those who really need the money cannot get a loan from the bank. People who are not short of money have the ability to repay the loan, so naturally they don't need to worry about others not being able to repay the loan, and banks are also willing to lend them money. As for those who are short of money, they don't have any money to begin with. If they have no money to repay their debts due to some unexpected events, the bank will suffer losses. Some things can be understood if you think about them this way. It is precisely because he cannot get a loan that Sui cannot buy a house even if he has 4 million in savings. After all, he couldn't produce proof of income and had no salary statements. As for the bank statement of the system cashback, that is definitely not usable. Bank statements showing earnings from stock trading will only make the bank think that your income is unstable. Even if you earn 1 million a day, people will still think it is risky and will not lend you money. For them, earning less interest doesn't matter compared to bad debts. Then let me try? Luan Ru was instantly moved by what Sui said. She really wanted to try what it was like to drive a car. Wouldn't it be a pity if your car keys have never been opened? Well, sure. I'll find an open area to park the car so you can get familiar with the car's functions, Sui said with a smile. There are differences between Mercedes-Benz cars, training cars, and even ordinary civilian cars worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. The biggest difference is the gear shifting. Chapter 36. It moved, it really moved. Mercedes-Benz cars use paddles to shift gears, which means there is a paddle where the wipers of ordinary cars are. By moving the paddle, the gear can be shifted. If you drive a Mercedes-Benz for the first time, you will definitely not know about these functions and need someone to guide you. Soon, Sui drove the car to a nearby gymnasium. There is a large open space in front of the gymnasium, which is perfect for driving practice. After parking the car, the two exchanged positions. After Luan Ru got on the bus, the first thing she did was to change her seat. However, she felt under the seat for a long time but couldn't find the handle to pull the seat. "Honey, how do you adjust this seat?" Luan Ru asked doubtfully. "The seats are electric, and the electric button is on the door." Sui pointed to the button on the door and continued. "You see, pushing forward means forward, pushing backward means backward, and there is also up and down. This is the electric rearview mirror, the paddle shifters." Under Sui's guidance, Luan Ru quickly became familiar with the functions of the car. You don't need to release the handbrake in a Mercedes. You just need to shift the paddle to D gear and lightly step on the accelerator to automatically release the handbrake. At Sui's suggestion, Luan Ru gently stepped on the accelerator. Sure enough, the Mercedes began to run smoothly. "Ah! It's moving, honey, it's really moving." When Luan Ru saw the car start moving, she immediately shouted excitedly. "Honey, don't get excited. If someone doesn't know you, they might think you're in an underwear commercial." Sui curled his lips helplessly. "I don't know where my wife learned this. Logically, shouldn't a girl of her age have seen those shameful advertisements back then? Damn it. I'm going to speed up." Yeah. Go. Ah. It's flying. So fast. Hubby, I can't stand it anymore." Luan Ru was shouting and screaming, and those who didn't know would think that she was not driving, but driving. Moreover, even though Luan Ru shouted loudly, the fuel gauge showed only 40 miles per hour. This made Sui speechless. As expected, some people are both naive and love to play. However, Luan Ru was indeed very brave. After adapting for a while, she could drive normally. Then, under the guidance of the navigation in Sui, Luan Ru drove the car onto the main road and officially drove towards home. Luan Ru didn't drive fast, but very steadily. During this period, there were also car owners who were dissatisfied with Luan Ru's slow driving and kept honking their horns to urge her to drive faster. Some drivers are just impatient and can't wait for even a moment. They want everyone to give way to them. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, when the two passed by an auto repair shop, Sui got out of the car and bought a magnetic internship sticker and put it on the back of the car. Sure enough, the internship post is still very useful. In addition, other car owners didn't say anything when they saw that the driver was a pretty girl. Half an hour later, the car finally arrived at their community safely. All parking spaces in this community are public. Under Sui's command, Luan Ru found a parking space and stopped. After pressing the P key to stop the car, Luan Ru finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah! We're finally here. I'm so nervous. Honey, look at my hands, they're all sweaty." Luan Ru raised her two slender, white hands and waved them in front of Sui. It's always like this the first time, it will be fine once you get used to it." Sui smiled and continued. "But you're already driving pretty well. If a novice dares to go on the road, you'll kill most of the novices in seconds." Husband, it's mainly because you're by my side that makes me feel at ease." Luan Ru laughed. "If I were driving alone, I wouldn't dare." "Then you better work harder. I may not sit next to you next time. You have to get used to driving by yourself." Aha! After parking the car, the two went to the vegetable market to buy some vegetables and then went home. After returning home, Luan Ru immediately opened her moments and started posting photos. Thanks to my husband for giving me the Mercedes-Benz GLC. I drove it home by myself today. I am so happy. Luan Ru posted a 9-square grid, and in the middle was a photo of her and Suhee picking up the car at the 4S store. After posting on WeChat moments, Luan Ru threw her phone away and went to cook. Immediately, her circle of friends exploded. In just 1 minute, dozens of people liked Luan Ru's message. Moreover, it is still increasing. Those who liked the post are all Luan Ru's classmates and friends. They all knew that Luan Ru was married, but they didn't expect that her husband was so rich. For those of them who haven't even graduated from college yet, the Mercedes-Benz GLC is absolutely out of reach. And now, classmates who are in the same class as me are actually driving such luxury cars. This gap is quite huge. Especially some boys, they may often comment on cars, thinking that this is not good or that is not good. But if they really have to pay for a car themselves, let alone a Mercedes-Benz GLC, even a commuter car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan would be beyond their reach. Fortunately, most people are still rational and everyone is giving thumbs up to Luan Ru. However, when someone liked the post, there was some sarcasm. Among them, someone forwarded a screenshot of Luan Ru's moments to the class group. Our Lu University campus beauty is hooking up with a rich second generation. The person who spoke was Luan Ru's college classmate, named Yi Lighting. She and Luan Ru have never gotten along, mainly because Yi Lighting was jealous of Luan Ru. Yi Lighting has a good appearance, fair skin, and a very slim figure. Although her face is not as delicate as Luan Ru's, she is still a little beauty. It's impossible to be the school belle or the department belle, but it's okay to be the class belle. Of course, the premise is that there is no class beauty Luan Ru. There is nothing remarkable about Yi Lighting. Her only shortcoming is probably that she can't afford a. In this respect, Luan Ru is much better than Yi Lighting. Both sisters Luan Ru and Luan Ru have developed very well. I don't know if it's genetics or something, but I have extra flesh where it should be. Yi Lighting has always felt a little inferior because she couldn't afford a. But this thing is really determined by genes. Even as an adult, I still feel the same way about a. Apart from plastic surgery, there is no other way to solve the problem. Therefore, when facing a girl who is prettier, has a fuller figure, and has better academic performance than herself, Yi Lighting will feel jealous. However, she believes that she is better than Luan Ru in some aspects. That is, her family conditions are better than Luan Ru's. Although Yi Lighting's family is not wealthy, they are considered a well-off family. My parents are both working professionals in a business, and the couple can earn around 600,000 or 700,000 yuan a year. Yi Lighting knew that Luan Ru's family situation was very poor. Chapter 37 No Front or Back. Luan Ru's father is a migrant worker and her mother has been unemployed at home for many years. The whole family depends on my father's income alone to support us. At best he earns a few 100,000 yuan a year, and it is all hard-earned money. Luan Ru has been working part-time during her spare time at school, which is something all her classmates know. Therefore, Yi Lighting believes that she is much better than Luan Ru in this regard. At least, she has 3,000 yuan a month for living expenses. As for Luan Ru, she probably doesn't even have 1,000. There are various skin care products on her desk. Luan Ru only had a $10 body lotion bought from the supermarket. The cell phone and computer she uses are all imported Apple products costing tens of thousands of dollars. Luan Ru, on the other hand, does not have a computer, but only a domestically produced smartphone worth more than 1,000 yuan. During the 3 years of college, Yi Lighting had never seen Luan Ru change her mobile phone. She had always been using a domestic smartphone that was already very slow. That smartphone seemed to be one that someone else had discarded. And this is indeed the case. The mobile phone that Luan Ru uses is the one that her sister Luan Ru discarded after she went to college, and she has been using it ever since. Therefore, Yi Lighting feels very superior. But this sense of superiority completely disappeared after Luan Ru posted on WeChat moments. She never thought that Luan Ru would marry a rich second-generation man. A husband who can buy her a car worth 500,000 yuan, and who looks very young, about the same age as them. If not a rich second generation, then what is he? As for whether the owner of the car was Luan Ru, there was no need to question it. In Luan Ru's 9-square grid, in addition to a photo of herself and her car, there is also a driving license. Luan Ru's name was clearly written on the driving license. This cannot be faked. In other words, this car indeed belongs to Luan Ru. Originally, Yi Lighting felt that Luan Ru could definitely not compare to her in terms of wealth. But now, Yi Lighting suddenly found that even the wealth that she was proud of seemed to be surpassed by Luan Ru. Thinking of this, the jealous anger finally clouded Yi Lighting's mind, and she began to spread rumors about Luan Ru in the class group. Classmates, can you get married while in college? Did our classmate Luan Ru violate school rules and regulations? I suggest that we all sign a joint letter to report this to the school. People like this who curry favor with the powerful are a lesson for everyone, aren't they? Moreover, hanging out with rich second generations is an absolute insult to the character of our students. We must report this to the school and have Luan Ru expelled. People like this are not worthy of studying with us. Yi Lighting became more and more excited as she spoke. Jealousy made her lose her mind. The only thing on her mind now was how to bring Luan Ru down. It would be great if we could get her to drop out of school. However, no one in the group paid any attention to her. Although some people envy Luan Ru, none of them are as jealous as Yi Lighting. Even if there is jealousy, no one would be foolish enough to express their jealousy in front of others. That's something only a fool would do. Anyone with a bit of common sense would not show it in front of others, even if they are extremely jealous. Jealousy is the most despicable thing for the public, no matter where it is. Everyone, stop hiding it and speak out. This Luan Ru usually looks quiet and gentle, like a good girl. But in my opinion, she is just a slut. Once they have money, they will take the initiative to post it. Don't think that she was pure and innocent, even though she didn't accept the courtship of so many people when she was in school. She just looked down on those poor boys. They are waiting to cast a long line to catch the big fish. Now I've finally caught a big fish. You really deserve to be called our Lu de Xiaoxua. Yi Lighting kept chattering and belittling Luan Ru, and finally someone couldn't help it. Yi Lighting, have you said enough? Did Wan Ru provoke you? Aren't you just jealous that she is beautiful, has a good figure, and married a good husband? Is it necessary to spread rumors about her like this? The person who spoke was Luan Ru's roommate, named Chen Qingqing. Chen Qingqing and Luan Ru have a very good relationship, and they often go out to work part-time together. However, Luan Ru is doing it for a living, while Chen Qingqing is doing it purely for the experience of life. Chen Qingqing is considered a second-generation rich. Although the family is not wealthy, they have tens of millions of dollars in deposits in the bank. With tens of millions in deposits, one is considered a wealthy person even in Shanghai. Chen Qingqing usually takes good care of Luan Ru, and she has a very straightforward personality and says whatever she thinks. Just now she didn't see the message sent by Yi Lighting at the first time, otherwise, she would have started to respond long ago. I'm jealous of her? What am I jealous of her for? Is it because she's good in bed and can seduce men? Yi Lighting sneered. She would be jealous of Luan Ru? Are you kidding me? She would never admit that she was jealous of Luan Ru even if she was beaten to death. Never admit it. Ha, if you want to envy other people's skills in bed, then go and practice. I'm just afraid that the man will despise you for not being able to tell the difference between right and wrong. I thought you were a man after you took off your clothes. Chen Qingqing smiled disdainfully. People can't afford but for Yi Lighting, it's really a smooth road. Even if a fat man takes off his clothes, he might be a little more plump than her. You. Chen Qingqing, who do you think can't tell the difference between front and back? Yi Lighting didn't expect that Chen Qingqing would come up and poke her in the heart. Her figure is indeed a little flat, but there is no need to be so insulting, right? Shrimp and pork heart. Ha, if you speak rudely, someone will take justice for you. Chen Qingqing said lightly. As soon as she finished speaking, another student came up to her and said, That's right, Yi Lighting, you did go too far. Wan Ru is an adult and has the right to decide whether to get married and who to marry. Some people really have no legal awareness at all. We are all 21 or 22 years old. Girls have reached the legal age for marriage, so they can definitely get married. That's right. If I could meet a man as good as Luan Ru's husband, I would get married right away. How can the school possibly interfere with something that is permitted by law? Love is free, marriage is free, no one can interfere. Yi Lighting, are you Luan Ru's mother? You even want to control her marriage? You can control the heavens and the earth, but you can't control other people's marriages. That's right, jealousy can make a person look completely different. Yi Lighting originally wanted to stir up public opinion and give Luan Ru a good blow. Unexpectedly, what he said not only failed to resonate with others, but instead caused public ridicule. This made Yi Lighting unable to accept it for a while. There's nothing we can do about this. If we have to blame someone, we can only blame her for not doing her job and not having good relationships with people. Chapter 38. It's delicious, so eat more. Are you guys sick? The one who defiled the school was Luan Ru, not me, Yi Lighting. I just pointed out Luan Ru's problem. If you don't agree, that's fine. But why are you scolding me? Speaking of this, Yi Lighting also made an aggrieved expression. As if she was really very aggrieved. Desecrating the school? I'm desecrating your sister. They are dating normally and getting married normally, how can it be considered desecrating the school? That's right, if even legal marriage is considered obscene, then don't get married in the future. If you do get married, I will say you are obscene to society. It's really depressing. A group of people, led by Chin Xingxing, stood up to speak up for Luan Ru. Some people even used foul language, which made Yi Lighting feel ashamed and angry, and she finally quit the group. At the same time, Luan Ru also prepared the dishes and was ready to cook. However, it was not her who cooked, but Soo-hee who took the initiative to cook. Honey, the food is ready, come on. Luan Ru shouted towards the room. I am old now, my wife has worked hard. Soo-hee walked out of the room with a smile. Soo-hee took the initiative to offer to cook. In their family, there has never been a saying that men should work outside and women should work inside. Soo-hee has been able to do all kinds of housework since he was young, and cooking is certainly not a problem for him. Cooking involves smoke and fire. Smoke and fire are definitely a fatal blow to a woman's skin and appearance. Soo-hee felt sorry for his wife, so he didn't let her cook. He can hire a nanny to do the housework, help with cleaning and cooking. However, now that I don't even have my own house, it's naturally not appropriate for me to hire a nanny. Without a nanny, Soo-hee had to do it himself. Hee, husband, then I'll leave it to you from now on. Luan Ru took off her apron, put it around Soo-hee's neck, and kissed Soo-hee on the face. No problem. Soo-hee was encouraged by love and suddenly became passionate. Today, he must show off his superb talents. After Luan Ru came out of the kitchen, she picked up her cell phone. As soon as she opened his 1,000 yuan cell phone, Luan Ru's brows immediately furrowed. He saw thousands of unread messages on his phone. Most of them came from the class chat group. Is there some mission at school? Puzzled, Luan Ru opened the chat group. At this moment, there are already 999 plus unread messages in the chat group. Luan Ru moved directly to the top and started flipping through it. The first unread message was sent by Yi Lighting. Seeing the long list of words sent by Yi Lighting, Luan Ru almost passed out from anger. What this woman said was simply too much. It was obvious that she and Soo-hee were willing to be together, and they had been together for many years. How come this place has become a dirty and chaotic school? As for despising the poor and loving the rich, that is even more nonsense. Before marrying Soo-hee, Luan Ru had no idea how much money Soo-hee earned. She even thought at one point that Soo-hee was a pauper. She knew that Soo-hee was a pauper, but she still wanted to be with him. This is clearly noble love, love that is not mixed with any monetary interests. If she was after money, she would have accepted the pursuit of a rich second-generation man who drove a supercar when she was a freshman in college. How could it be possible that he had been waiting for Soo-hee all this time? Even now, even if Soo-hee has nothing, Luan Ru is willing to be with Soo-hee. Between her and Soo-hee, it was pure love, without any material reasons at all. Luan Ru originally wanted to explain in the group, but when she turned to the back, she saw what Chin Xingxing said, and many classmates were talking to her. This made Luan Ru feel warm in her heart. There are indeed people like Yi Lighting, and they are also very annoying. However, there are still more warm people in this world. Most of the students are good. Perhaps, after entering the society in the future, many people will be tempered and changed by the society. But at least for now, it seems that most of these classmates are good classmates. There were thousands of comments, and everyone was speaking for Luan Ru at the beginning. Later on, they started chatting and gossiping. As for Yi Lighting, she had already been scolded so much that she shut up and stopped talking. Luan Ru quickly read the last message, and after slightly choosing his words, he still spoke in the group. Thank you all for speaking up for me. My husband and I are childhood sweethearts. He is just an ordinary person, not a second-generation rich man. However, he is very capable and is now considered a first-generation rich. I have invested in a potential stock. When we got the marriage certificate, it was too close to the end of the semester, so I didn't have time to bring wedding candy to everyone. When school starts again, I will definitely treat everyone to wedding candy. Thank you, everyone. After Luan Ru finished speaking, she also sent a smiley face. After a brief silence in the group, everyone began to wish Luan Ru well. And they all shouted that they wanted to come and drink in Luan Ru's wedding. Luan Ru naturally would not refuse her classmates' enthusiasm and agreed to all of them. Then, he started chatting enthusiastically with his classmates in the group, satisfying their gossip at the same time. Wan Rong, your boyfriend, oh, no, husband, what does he do for a living? Wan Rong, your husband looks about your age. How does he make money? Why don't you let him take care of us? Lu University campus beauty, now that you are rich, don't forget us old classmates, okay? If you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. Hee, don't worry, I won't forget you all. Honey, what are you grinning about? Sui walked out of the kitchen with dishes and saw his wife smiling foolishly with her cell phone in her hand. He suddenly became curious. Hee, nothing much, just chatting with classmates in the class group. Luan Ru smiled and shook her head. She was not prepared to tell her husband about the unpleasant thing that had just happened. Anyway, Yi Lighting has remained silent, so there is no need for her to pursue anything. This guy is just a brainless, jealous bastard. If you argue with a brainless person, you will become a brainless person yourself. Therefore, Luan Ru would not say much. However, she had also saved the screenshots of Yi Lighting's insults and rumors. If Yi Lighting behaves herself in the future, for the sake of our 3 years as classmates, these will just be a few screenshots. If she continues to spread rumors, these will become evidence that she is slandering Luan Ru. At that time, Luan Ru would definitely not show mercy. Well, I'm glad you're okay. Come and eat, and try your husband's cooking skills. Sui said with a smile. Husband, you should eat too. Good. Wow, honey, these sweet and sour spare ribs are so delicious. Honey, scallion oil taro is delicious too. Honey, the dishes you cook are so delicious. If it tastes good, eat more. Chapter 39, Recruiting. On the other side, Luan Ru also saw the photos posted by her sister Luan Ru on WeChat Moments. In the photo, Luan Ru is sweetly leaning on Soo-hee, and behind them is a white Mercedes-Benz GLC. The two of them are like a perfect couple, the envy of others. Especially the GLC behind him worth $500,000 yuan, which is even more enviable. Luan Ru suddenly felt that the BMW key in her hand no longer smelled good. After leaving the Mercedes-Benz store today, she came to the BMW 4S store and picked up a BMW 1 Series. The price of a BMW 1 Series is about the same as that of a Mercedes-Benz E-Class. Even a little cheaper. Luan Ru was slapped in the face by Soo-hee and her sister in the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, so she will definitely not choose Mercedes-Benz again. Unless she can afford a better car than Mercedes-Benz GLC. But judging from the current situation, this is obviously impossible. She cannot guarantee that she will receive a bonus of 60,000 yuan every month in the future. However, Luan Ru believed that one day she would be able to drive a better car than her sisters. GLC will definitely not become an obstacle in her way forward. The next day, Sui met Che Qinxue as promised, who was Zhu Danqing's senior sister and a master who specialized in making bread and pastries. Che Qinxue came with her finished product, which is a finished cake. The cake didn't have any fancy decorations or icing. It was just a very simple cream cake. But it tastes really good. It is said that Che Qinxue made the cream herself. After tasting it, Soo-hee and Luan Ru were instantly stunned by its beauty. The cake tastes really good. At least, it's hard to find such delicious cake on the market. This kind of cake is basically customized by rich people, and even if you have money, you may not be able to customize it. Luan Ru thought that she was very good at making cakes, but compared with the cake in front of her, the gap was huge. After tasting the master's craftsmanship, Soo-hee decided on the spot to keep Che Qinxue. The annual salary is 600,000 yuan, which is 100,000 yuan higher than what was originally promised. At the same time, it is also a monthly payment of 50,000 yuan, and the year-end bonus is calculated separately. Che Qinxue naturally had no objection to this and readily agreed. Because the cake shop was still under renovation, so he asked Zhu Danqing and Che Qinxue to go back first. As for the salary during this period, Sui paid it as usual. He didn't need that little money. Moreover, no matter how much money is paid, there will be cash back, so Sui naturally doesn't mind paying a little more. During this period, Sui also asked indirectly about the situation between Zhu Danqing and Bai Yueming. Zhu Danqing did not hide anything and told the truth. Sure enough, Bai Yueming went to Zhu Danqing's rental house to find her last night. Fortunately, Zhu Danqing moved to Che Qingxua's house yesterday, so the two sides did not meet. But Zhu Danqing's cell phone never stopped ringing. Even if he blocked Bai Yueming, he would call Zhu Danqing with a new number. For Bai Yueming, Zhu Danqing is a treasure girl. Her abilities are of great help to Bai Yueming's career, even crucial. There was no way Bai Yueming would let Zhu Danqing go so easily. However, Zhu Danqing had made up his mind to break up with Bai Yueming, so naturally he would not pay any attention to him anymore. Having said that, the two of them will probably still be entangled for some time. Emotionally, it is still somewhat difficult to completely get rid of the party who is maliciously entangled. In response to this, Sui still just said that if there was any trouble, they could come to him. You have to love your employees. After the two main forces settled down, the next step was to get the certificates. The process of applying for the certificate was very smooth. The next day, Sui found an accounting agency and spent 2,000 yuan to entrust it to handle the business license and food business license. In fact, Sui can also handle it himself. Shanghai's policy of requiring only one visit is pretty good, and it is also very convenient to apply for a business license, which can be done entirely online. However, based on the principle of not wasting time on things that can be solved with money, Sui still entrusted an accounting agency to do this matter. It's not a waste, he's just trying to make more money. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. If 2,000 yuan triggers a double cashback, you can make 2,000 yuan out of thin air. Earning 2,000 a day is 60,000 a month, which is much more profitable than most working people. However, it does make sense to leave professional matters to professionals. It only took Sui 3 days to obtain the business license and food business license. Shanghai Luyan Tea Color Company, Limited, Legal Representative, Luan Ru. Sui held the business license and said with a smile, "Wife, from today on, you are the boss lady." As Sui spoke, he handed the business license to Luan Ru. Oh my god, I didn't expect that I would become the legal representative of the company before I even graduated? Looking at the name on the business license, Luan Ru also became excited. At the same time, her heart was full of longing for Luyan's future. The company now has only one store, and it is a small store of more than 100 square meters. However, Luan Ru believes that one day in the future, she will be able to make her cake shop bigger and stronger and turn it into a national chain cake shop. Honey, is this true? Luan Ru was still a little uncertain. She was worried that everything before her was just a dream. After waking up from the dream, she was still the little woman who could only watch Sui silently in the dark. Of course it's true. Wan Ru, believe me, everything will get better and better. Sui touched Luan Ru's little head lovingly. I must make up for all the debts I owed her in my previous life and this life. God gave him a second chance. If he doesn't know how to cherish it, he would be a bastard. Aha! Luan Ru nodded vigorously. After obtaining a business license, you can do many things later. The first thing is the recruitment of personnel. Although it is summer vacation now, there are still many students staying in school. Most of these students come from poor families, and the cost of going home is not low. They cannot afford it, so they decide to stay in school. Don't think that this is a peaceful and prosperous time and everyone is a millionaire. In fact, there are many people who are still struggling to make ends meet. Sui planned to recruit these people to work in the cake shop. These are all college students, cheap and obedient. Of course, young people nowadays are still very individual. Firing the boss is a common occurrence. However, those who have personality are those who come from well-off families. Poor students like these who can't even afford to buy a train ticket to go home don't dare to have individuality. Among these people, some are willing to work full-time. Most of them are seniors who cannot find a job for the time being, so it is not bad to work full-time. Some are part-time. Most part-time students work to earn living expenses, which is similar to working and studying. Both part-time and full-time workers are needed in cake shops. Sua has prepared a series of business methods, and the cake shop will surely be a hit when it opens in the future. As for employees, of course the more the better. However, whether it is part-time or full-time, Sui's salary is not low. Chapter 40, Prayer. The full-time salary is 8,000 yuan a month, including food and accommodation. If you don't need accommodation, you can get a monthly subsidy of 1,500 yuan, which is 9,500 yuan a month. Part-time work is 31 hours, and if you work 8 hours a day, you will earn 240 yuan a day. Judging from the salary level, it is definitely not low. Whether it is a milk tea shop or a fast food restaurant outside, it is generally open for 15 to 21 hours. Driving from Suwa for 31 hours is definitely a very conscientious act. He wants to set an example and take the lead in increasing the salaries of college students. However, Sui did not do these things himself. Instead, the recruitment work was handed over to Che Qinshui and Zhu Danqing. This was also something they both asked for. Sui offered them both such high salaries, and they were all paid in advance. If they don't do something for the company, it would be a bit unreasonable and they would both feel guilty about it. So, the two of them took the initiative to undertake the task of recruiting employees. As for Su He and Luan Ru, they drove to Chengdong Airport on the third day after their business license was issued. They are going on their honeymoon. This time they have 4 destinations, namely Guiyang City, which is known for its beautiful scenery, Spring City, where it is spring all year round, Hozil, a paradise for wild animals, and the Holy Land of Faith, Tibet. Sui did not join a tour group, but took Luan Ru directly, bought plane tickets and set off. Group tours are too cheap. You can spend more if you bring your own money. The more you spend, the more cash back you will get. After arriving at the airport, Sui took Luan Ru to the check-in counter for first-class passengers to prepare to go through the formalities. Honey, this is first class. Should we go to the economy section to check in? Luan Ru held her husband and pointed to the economy class next to them. No, I bought first class. Sui smiled and shook his head. An economy class ticket costs just over 700 yuan, but a first class ticket costs over 2,000 yuan. Even a fool would know which one to choose. What? Economy class? You must be kidding. That's something a stupid son of a landlord would do. As the master of the system, of course you have to choose first class. Husband, didn't we agree not to waste money when we go out to have fun? Luan Ru pouted and said to Su He coquettishly. Hey, honey, the first-class cabin is more spacious and more comfortable to sit in. Besides, it didn't cost much. Sui laughed it off, trying to cover up the matter. Okay, I'm convinced by you. Luan Ru sighed helplessly. She has already bought it, what else can she say? Although Luan Ru had never been on a plane, she did make some travel plans before going out. The handling fee for canceling an airline ticket is very expensive, especially if you cancel the ticket before the flight takes off. You may lose more than half of the face value of the ticket. Therefore, canceling the ticket now and buying a new economy class ticket is obviously a very unwise choice. Hey, don't be unhappy, my wife. From now on, our journey will definitely make you very satisfied. Aha! Soon, the two completed the registration procedures. Then, the journey officially began. The first stop was Guiyang City, which is known for its beautiful scenery. After arriving here, Su He and Luan Ru were shocked by the scene before them. The scenery of Guiyang City is truly beautiful. They have lived in the hustle and bustle of the city since childhood, and it is hard for them to imagine that there is such a beautiful place in the vast land of their motherland. The two of them played in Guiyang City for 5 full days before leaving feeling satisfied. During these 5 days, all the hotels arranged by Su He were the best, costing tens of thousands a night. Of course, he kept the price a secret from his wife. If his wife knew that a night's accommodation costs more than 10,000 yuan, she would go crazy. After leaving Guilin, we went to Chunchang and Hozil, then headed northwest to the Tibetan area. The Tibetan area is the religious holy place of Bactria and also the place with the highest altitude. Su He and Luan Ru did not take a plane, but rented an off-road vehicle in Dian province and drove to the Tibetan area. The roads in Tibet are very dangerous, and the 18 bends in the mountain road are not enough to describe the steep cliffs here. Fortunately, there are still many cars on the road. It is summer vacation now, and many tourists choose to travel to Tibet by car. With more cars on the road, the safety factor is naturally much higher. At least, if something unexpected happens, there will be someone to help rescue you. Su He and Luan Ru were having a great time walking and playing. Honey, what are those piles of rocks? While walking on the road, Luan Ru suddenly pointed to a pile of stones stacked into the shape of a pagoda on the side of the road and asked in confusion. This should be called a mani pile, which is used by Tibetan people to pray for blessings and avoid misfortune. It is usually used as a symbol of commemoration and sacrifice. When a relative or friend dies, Tibetans will pile stones in the place where they often passed by to express their remembrance and respect for the deceased. Soo-hee explained patiently. This is a kind of local culture. Before deciding to travel here, Soo-ah had learned about the culture of Tibet in detail. Many things here are different from those down the mountain. If one does not understand Tibetan culture, for example, does not know the significance of these stone piles to the Tibetan people, and instead destroys them, it is a blasphemy to the Tibetan people. So, you still need to understand a little bit of what you should understand. Understanding some culture and customs can also save you a lot of trouble. Is that so? Hubby, can we go there too? I want to pray, too. Luan Ru looked at Soo-hee with anticipation. It was obvious that she was very interested in this blessing activity. A feeling of being eager to try. Sure, I'll find a place to park. Soo-hee smiled and nodded. Praying is certainly possible and permitted. The people in Tibetan areas are also very friendly. As long as you don't destroy their mani piles, they will accept tourists praying in this way. Aha! Soo-hee quickly pulled over and found a spot to park the car. Then, the two of them came to an open area. This place should have originally been a river. However, for some unknown reason, the river has dried up, revealing a cracked riverbed. On the riverbed, there are many dry and round stones of different sizes. This seems to be a feng shui treasure land, with mani piles of all sizes visible everywhere. Many people have prayed here. Soo-hee and Chu Yenran found a pile of stones by the river, then found an open space and began to stack them up. Luan Ru was muttering to herself while folding the mani pile. Her voice was so soft and fragmented that even when I was close to her, I couldn't hear what she was saying. However, what is certain is that this little girl is definitely praying sincerely. Chapter 41 Opportunity for Financial Freedom. Soo-hee did not disturb his wife, but just helped her choose a suitable stone. Soon, with Luan Ru's efforts, a 50-centimeter high mani pile was formed. Then, Luan Ru clasped her hands together, closed her eyes and made a solemn wish. Soo-hee didn't disturb her and just waited quietly beside her. Although he does not believe in this and has no religious beliefs, he respects and understands other people's beliefs. A minute later, Luan Ru opened her eyes. Honey, I've made my wish, let's go. Luan Ru raised her head and said with a smile. The stars are rolling, showing the charm. Honey, what did you wish for? Soo-hee asked curiously. Hee, I won't tell you. As Luan Ru spoke, she ran away into the distance. You little bitch, you're still keeping me in suspense. Tell me what you wished for. I won't tell you. The two of them started chasing each other along the river. Although the river has dried up, the banks are covered with lush green grass. The altitude in Tibet is very high, so the temperature is naturally lower than that in other places. But it is summer now, and flowers, plants and trees are still growing well in some high-temperature areas. After chasing for a while, Soo-hee finally caught up with Luan Ru, and the two of them lay down on the weeds. Wife, what did you wish for? Soo-hee refused to give up and hugged his wife to get to the bottom of things. Well, husband, I want a child. Luan Ru blushed and lowered her head embarrassedly. Child? Soo-hee was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked at Luan Ru's flat belly, and blurted out subconsciously. Then I work hard? Hate. Luan Ru grumbled. Then, the two of them hugged each other. There was no one here at this time, and no one would come to disturb them. However, Soo-hee and Luan Ru didn't do anything in the wild. This is already a no-man's land, so for their own safety, they still have to be careful. It is not impossible to practice the Jade Girl Heart Sutra outdoors, but it must be done under the premise of ensuring safety. If someone finds out and disturbs him, he might go crazy. The two of them just hugged each other briefly, took a few beautiful photos, and then continued on their way towards the city center of the Tibetan area. In the blink of an eye, another week has passed. The scenery in Tibet is so beautiful that it makes people linger. However, no matter how beautiful the scenery is, there will come a day when you have to say goodbye. After the last day of travel, Soo-hee checked in the car and sent it back to Dian province. Then, he and Luan Ru took a first-class cabin back to Shanghai. This trip took about 20 days in total. Both of them had a lot of fun. Luan Ru shares beautiful photos on her moments almost every day. This made her classmates and friends extremely envious. Of course, the one I envy the most is Luan Ru. Like her sister Luan Ru, she has never left Shanghai City. I originally thought that now that I'm making money, I could take advantage of the National Day holiday to go out for a trip and post on WeChat moments to make my silly sister envious. Who would have thought that before she even made a travel guide, her sister had already gone out on her honeymoon? Looking at the beautiful scenery her sister took photos of along the way, Luan Ru felt both envious and jealous. There is no way, I can't compete, I can only work harder to make money. She believed that as long as she worked hard to make money, her living standard would soon surpass that of her sister. There are still many opportunities to make money in the financial markets. And this is indeed the case. On the day when Su-hee and Luan Ru returned, Luan Ru also got an opportunity to make money from Lu Xiaoyuan. Wan Ru, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I plan to put all my savings into it. If the investment is successful, I will be financially free. Lu Xiaoyuan's tone was somewhat excited. Xiaoyuan, what exactly is this investment? Luan Ru asked curiously. What investment can make people financially free with just one investment? If such a good thing really happened, wouldn't everyone be rushing to go? Wan Ru, I'm telling you, don't tell anyone else. Lu Xiaoyuan said mysteriously into Luan Ru's ear. Okay. Luan Ru remained calm, raised her head and stared at Lu Xiaoyuan with her big eyes, showing a little anticipation. According to my analysis, gold is about to plummet. I plan to use my entire 3 million deposit to short gold futures. With a 10x leverage, that's 30 million. Once gold really plummets, then I can at least make a small profit. Do you think that having a small goal can help us achieve financial freedom? Gold falling? A small goal? Hearing this, Luan Ru was stunned. Gold futures are indeed a high-yield investment product. He can make you rich overnight. Of course, it can also make you bankrupt overnight. High-return investments are always accompanied by high risks. There is definitely no such thing as wanting high returns without taking high risks. Luan Ru was indeed very excited when she heard the news. But she was also confused. How could Lu Xiaoyuan be sure that gold futures would plummet? Gold futures are an international market, so he shouldn't have any inside information, right? At the same time, she also had a deeper understanding of Lu Xiaoyuan. This man had 3 million in savings after only working for a few years. It's really unimaginable to be a second-generation rich. Xiaoyuan, how can you be sure that futures will fall? Luan Ru asked the doubts in her heart. It's very simple. The recent economic situation in the United States has been developing very well, and trade with our country has also resumed normal. In the next few days, the United States annual financial report will be released. I'm sure the data will be very impressive. By then, the dollar will definitely skyrocket. The dollar is soaring, and gold prices will definitely fall. Although the US dollar and gold are no longer pegged, they still affect each other. The US dollar is affected by the economic situation in the United States. The better the economy, the higher the increase will be. If the US dollar rises, gold will naturally fall. Therefore, shorting gold futures is a very correct choice. Are you sure about this? Luan Ru asked hesitantly. You can't completely trust news like this. If you invest a huge amount of money and suffer losses, it will not be worth it. I think it's 90% certain. Lu Xiaoyuan nodded seriously. The economic situation in the United States is indeed improving during this period, and this is visible to everyone. Therefore, the decline of gold is an inevitable trend. If you short gold futures in advance, you will definitely make a lot of money. So high? Luan Ru was a little surprised. 90% certainty, this is already a very high probability. If you don't even dare to gamble with a 100% chance of winning, then there is no need to stay in the securities market. Chapter 42 Going Home to Borrow Money. That's right, Wan Ru, if you have some spare money, you can invest with me. I opened a futures account in my father's name and can operate it at any time. According to regulations, securities practitioners are not allowed to open individual securities accounts, nor are they allowed to speculate in stocks. This is to prevent securities practitioners from maliciously manipulating the stock market. After all, they have first-hand information and huge amounts of money. Once intervention is made in the stock market, other investors with normal investments will be treated unfairly. However, the regulations do not allow it, but in reality, almost every securities practitioner will buy some stocks. With so many resources at your disposal, wouldn't it be a waste if you didn't invest in stocks? No matter how high the company's trading commission is, it is impossible to earn more than buying and selling stocks directly by yourself. As long as you follow the company's funds, the probability of making money is still very high. Of course, they wouldn't be stupid enough to open an account in their own name. As long as you open an account using your closest relative's account, the effect will be the same. Securities companies can control their employees and prevent them from opening accounts. But I definitely can't take care of other people as families. Therefore, there are still many employees who use family accounts to trade stocks. Luan Ru was still a little hesitant. It's not that she didn't believe Lu Xiaoyuan, but she was short of money. After buying the car, she really had no money left. Xiaoyuan, give me a day to think about it, and I'll give you a definite answer tomorrow morning, okay? Luan Ru wanted to see how much money she could collect in one day. If you can scrape together the money, you can still give it a try. With a try, a bicycle can be turned into a motorcycle. Okay, no problem. According to the current trend of gold prices, it will fluctuate for at least 2 more days. Just short it before the close of the day after tomorrow. Lu Xiaoyuan nodded. He was not prepared to start shorting gold futures immediately. Futures trading requires margin. If gold prices rise briefly in the next 2 days and their margin is insufficient, they may be forced to liquidate their positions. Once forced to liquidate, you may lose all your money. Therefore, from a stable perspective, it is best to buy the day before the news comes out. Although the price may be a little lower at that time and you will make less money, the advantage is that it is stable. With the 10-fold leverage, the money earned is quite a bit. Good. Luan Ru nodded and agreed. For the next day, the two of them studied the trend of gold futures and various news. After continuous research, the two of them determined that gold would definitely fall. As for how much it can fall, it depends on how good the US economy is. After confirming that gold would definitely fall, Luan Ru became more confident. She has decided to collect the money when she returns home today. Gather as much as you can. The more money you invest, the greater the return will be. Maybe I can make a few hundred this time. If there were hundreds of them, she would be able to hold her head high when facing Suhee and her sister in the future. Thinking of this, the smile on Luan Ru's face became even wider. After a whole day of fantasizing, Luan Ru finally made it to the end of get off work. As soon as she got off work, she drove her BMW series back home. Of course, when it comes to borrowing money, the first thing to do is to borrow from parents. Luan Ru knew her family's situation. Although her parents didn't have much savings, it should be no problem for them to get 100,000 yuan. On the other side, Suhee also brought his wife to his father-in-law's house. Dad, Mom, these are some return goods for you. We brought it back from our trip this time. Suhee took out a pile of gifts with a smile. This time they went out for fun and brought back a lot of souvenirs, which were just right for the old couple. Hey, Xiaosu, why did you buy so many things again? Lu Tiancheng couldn't help but complain. It's not easy for you to make money, so don't keep buying things for us. We don't lack anything. That's how old people are, they don't care what their children buy for them. I just hope my children can live well. This way, they can feel at ease. Dad, they are all cheap things. They didn't cost much. Suhee smiled. You gave us everything, kid? Did you buy anything for your mom? Lu Tiancheng asked. Filial piety is not just about being filial to your father-in-law and mother-in-law, but also being filial to your own mother. That is the real filial piety. Of course I have. I'm going to take Wanrong back to see my mom this week. We've been married and I haven't met my mom yet. Speaking of this, Suhee felt a little ashamed. He should have gone back to see his mother a long time ago. But after I was reborn, there were always things going on. Moreover, he was a little afraid to see his mother. He was afraid that he would cry as soon as he saw her and make her notice something was wrong. No matter how strong a person is, he will always be just a child to his mother. It doesn't matter if a child cries bitterly in front of his parents. That's why Suhee didn't dare to see his mother. He almost cried when he received the call from his mother that day, let alone meeting her in person. Suhee didn't want his mother to worry about him. After this period of adjustment and traveling, Suhee has truly found himself again. He was able to accept it calmly. Therefore, he also had the courage to see his mother who loved him deeply. Well, that's good. You should also go meet your mother. When you two meet, we will also arrange for the two families to meet and discuss your marriage. I also want to thank your mother for raising such an outstanding son like you. Lu Tiancheng said with a smile. Dad, you're so polite. The father-in-law and son-in-law started chatting cordially again. As for Luan Ru, she was helping her mother cook in the kitchen. With the efforts of mother and daughter, a table of dishes was soon prepared. The family was just about to eat when Luan Ru happened to arrive home. Hey, Luan Ru, why are you back today? Go wash your hands quickly. I'll get you some dishes and chopsticks. It's time to eat. Seeing her eldest daughter coming back, Bayuague quickly stood up. It's not that they don't want their daughter to come back, it's just that today is not a weekend and their daughter usually lives at the company and doesn't go home. So, it was strange to see her come back. Mom, I've eaten. When Luan Ru saw Suhi and her sister were there, she knew that this meal was not prepared for her. Even though the table was filled with her favorite dishes, she instantly lost her appetite and simply shook her head to refuse. At worst, we can just go out to eat later. Ah? Have you eaten? Then why don't you sit down and have some food too? Bayuague said this while pulling her daughter to sit down. Mom, I won't eat. I have something I want to ask you two for help when I come back today. Luan Ru hesitated for a moment, and was still planning to tell him the purpose of her return. Oh, kid, just tell me what's wrong. Don't ask your parents for help. Lu Tiancheng smiled and shook his head. Why did my daughter suddenly become so polite? Chapter 43 Gold will definitely rise. This. Luan Ru glanced at Suhi and hesitated, not knowing whether to speak in front of them. Borrowing money is a very embarrassing thing. Even if the person you are borrowing money from is your parents, you will feel embarrassed. Especially since her ex-boyfriend is still at the scene, this will make her misunderstand that she is not doing well now. This is also the thing that Luan Ru cannot accept the most. Sister, is it inconvenient for you to talk about it because Suhi and I are here? If it's inconvenient, let's avoid it first. Luan Ru said lightly. She was quite calm and understood her sister's thoughts immediately. Forget it. It doesn't matter if you know about this. Luan Ru sighed and stopped worrying about it. Even if I don't tell my sister and Suhi now, they will know sooner or later. So, it's better to say it openly. After choosing her words, Luan Ru slowly spoke. Dad, Mom, I want to borrow money from you. Just lend me as much as you have. Borrow money? Lu Tiancheng and Bayuague looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. Why would my eldest daughter suddenly want to borrow money? You know, my eldest daughter is working now, and she just received 60,000 yuan last month. 60,000 a month is definitely a high-paying job. Is such a high salary not enough to meet my daughter's daily life? Why does she need to borrow money? Could it be that my daughter has encountered some difficulties? Thinking of this, the old couple suddenly panicked. Although they were still brooding over the fact that their daughter abandoned Suhi some time ago. But no matter what, she is my own daughter. How could they just ignore what happened to their daughter? Luan Ru, is there something wrong with you? Lu Tiancheng asked with a frown. Whether to lend money or not is another matter, but we still need to find out what exactly happened first. Dad, nothing happened, I plan to invest in gold futures. Gold is about to plummet recently. The more I invest now, the more I can earn. Maybe I can make millions in one night. Gold futures? Lu Tiancheng was stunned for a moment, then his eyes fell on his son-in-law Suhi. Both of them were born into peasant families and had little education, so they knew nothing about investing in the financial market. However, Lu Tiancheng knew that his younger son-in-law and his eldest daughter were both majoring in finance, and should have a better understanding of gold futures. That's why he turned his eyes to Suhi and asked for his advice. Seeing her parents' eyes on Suhi, Luan Ru curled her lips helplessly. It seems that father and mother are more willing to believe Suhi. After hesitating for a moment, without waiting for Suhi to speak, Luan Ru took the initiative to say to Suhi. Suhi, you also studied finance and made money in the stock market. You should know that the financial report of the United States will be released soon. Their current economic situation is very good, and the US dollar will definitely surge. The US dollar is soaring, and gold is bound to fall. If you have some spare money, I suggest you short gold futures. Invest a few $100,000 and you should have no problem making a few million. Speaking of this, Luan Ru's tone was somewhat proud. She feels that this is her advantage in Gene 2 group. There is a large group of very professional financial talents here who can analyze many situations in advance based on a little bit of data. This is definitely an advantage that workers like Soo-hee do not have. You want to short gold futures? When Soo-hee heard Luan Ru's words, his brows immediately frowned. In his previous life, he didn't know how Luan Ru made money. After all, Luan Ru had blocked him after breaking up with him. Even if Soo-hee wanted to know, he had no way of knowing. However, Soo-hee can be sure that Luan Ru will never short gold futures. Because gold is about to skyrocket. The reason is very simple, that is because two bears were fighting. Antiques in prosperous times, gold in troubled times. Gold is a rare and non-renewable resource. The more this kind of resource is developed, the less it will become. Therefore, gold has become the hard currency of the world. Once a major crisis such as war occurs, the currency is likely to become worthless, and the value of gold will become more obvious. This is also why gold prices will fall when the US economy is doing well. As the economy improves and the currency appreciates, gold's safe haven ability will naturally decline. But once a fight breaks out, the nature of the situation becomes completely different. Even if the war does not happen in the United States, gold prices will skyrocket as long as war breaks out anywhere. Soo-hee, who was reborn, knew very well that in a few days, the two bears might fight. Once the fight starts, gold prices will naturally rise. Therefore, shorting gold futures at this time is definitely a dead end. That's right. Gold will definitely plummet. I'm shorting now, and with 10 times leverage, I'm sure I can make a fortune. Luan Ru nodded seriously and continued. Soo-hee, you can really try to invest a little, even if it's only 100,000, you can make millions. You have already married my sister, and I also hope that you can make more money. In this way, my sister will not suffer when she is with you. At least, you two should buy a house, right? It's not right to always rent a house. Luan Ru acted like an elder sister and began to educate Soo-hee. Sister, you don't need to worry about our affairs, just take care of yourself. Seeing that her sister was going to teach her husband a lesson, Luan Ru immediately refused to do so. She herself was reluctant to say a word about her husband. As an older sister, what qualifications do you have to comment here? Besides, I'm not like you who curry favor with the powerful. Even if we don't have a house, I'm willing to be with Soo-hee. Even if I can only live in the basement, I am willing. After Luan Ru finished speaking, she took the initiative to hug Soo-hee's arm and smiled at her gently. Soo-hee didn't say anything, but just responded with a gentle smile. Wan Ru, you are still young, you don't understand what reality is, you. Luan Ru wanted to persuade her sister, but was interrupted before she could finish her words. Stop, sister. You should save these words for your own children later. I don't want to hear them. Luan Ru waved her hand, her tone full of disdain. Just because you are easily defeated by reality doesn't mean that I, Luan Ru, will also be defeated by reality. No one is ever the same. All right. Luan Ru curled her lips and didn't say much. But at this moment, Soo-hee on the opposite side suddenly spoke. Gold will definitely rise in the next period of time. I suggest you don't short it. Soo-hee's tone was very cold. He was not worried about Luan Ru's loss. Even if there is a loss, it has nothing to do with him. However, this time Luan Ru wanted to borrow money from Soo-hee's father-in-law and mother-in-law. If she put all the old couple's money into it, it would be a waste of time and effort. It is not easy for the old couple to save money with great effort. Soo-hee cannot watch their pension money being taken away by his sister-in-law. What? Soo-hee, what nonsense are you talking about? How could gold prices rise so much? You've left the financial industry, so don't talk nonsense without accurate information, okay? Chapter 44, I can't feed her well. I can't feed her well at all. Soo-hee's words immediately made Luan Ru explode. Gold surges? How is that possible? The conclusion that gold would fall was reached after a day of analysis between her and Lu Xiaoyuan, and it was absolutely correct. The recent economic situation in the United States is indeed very good, and the US dollar will definitely appreciate significantly. If the US dollar rises, gold will naturally fall. This is an inevitable result and no one can change it. Believe it or not. Soo-hee smiled faintly. He has said what he can say, and as for what he cannot say, he will definitely not say a single word. There is absolutely no way Soo-hee would tell Luan Ru about his rebirth, as that would be tantamount to seeking death. If Luan Ru listened to the advice and stopped shorting gold, she would be lucky. If she doesn't listen to the advice, she can only blame herself for her bad luck. At the same time, Sui has also decided to go long on gold futures. He had more than 4 million in his hands, leaving 200,000 as startup capital, and the rest could be invested in long gold futures. With 10 times leverage, that's more than 40 million. Once the price of gold rises sharply, you can make tens of millions at least. This is faster than cash back. How could Sui miss such a good opportunity? Humph. Of course I don't believe it. Dad, Mom, Sui is just a layman, he doesn't understand. Luan Ru no longer paid attention to Sui, but instead turned her attention back to her parents. I only want 200,000. Once I get the money, I can give you 400,000. I know you can come up with the money. Previously, Mr. Lee was injured at a construction site. After arguing with the construction site owner for 2 years, he finally got compensation. I don't have much, but I can still come up with 100,000 yuan. Adding the savings of the old couple, it should be no problem to come up with 200,000 yuan. Luan Ru was confident that this investment would not result in a loss, so she asked her parents to take out so much money. When I make money, I will return it to my parents double. With 200,000, you can at least make 1 million or so. 200,000? Luan Ru, where can we get that much money? Baiyu Ague curled her lips and said helplessly. They did have 200,000 yuan before, but 50,000 yuan had been given to their youngest daughter. Of the remaining 150,000, 50,000 is for the eldest daughter's wedding, and the remaining 100,000 should be left with some money for retirement and medical care, right? If I don't have this 100,000 yuan, what will I do if I get sick in the future? At the same time, they have to keep some money. In case their 2 daughters encounter any emergency and need money, they can also give some money for emergency. It's not like there's not a penny left in your pocket, right? Of course, the premise is an emergency. Things like stock trading and futures trading are definitely not emergencies. Mom, doesn't our family have 200,000 yuan? I heard Dad talk about it before. Luan Ru said with a frown. I did have some before. When your sister got married, I gave her 50,000 yuan as a dowry. The remaining 50,000 is for your dowry. The remaining 100,000 is for your mother and I to live on in our old age. Lu Tiancheng did not hide anything and told the truth. Dowry? Dad, has Sui given the betrothal gift? Are you going to give the dowry? Luan Ru frowned even more tightly, looking even a little mean. Sui, you didn't get 50,000 yuan from my sister for free, did you? Sister, I told you, you don't have to worry about our affairs. After hearing her sister's words, Luan Rong immediately quit. What do you mean Sui got 50,000 yuan from me for free? How much money did you get from Sui for free during your 4 years of college? Your food, clothing, housing, transportation, and even tuition fees, which one of them wasn't delivered by Sui? Even if my parents gave Sui 50,000 yuan for free, what would happen? Isn't that right? Luan Rong became angrier as she spoke. His sister is a complete ingrate. She is impossible to tame. Okay, I won't say anything. Luan Ru knew that she was in the wrong and she was indeed not in the right in this matter. If you don't say it, then I will. Luan Rong was unreasonable and obviously had no intention of letting her sister go. I'm telling you, my parents' dowry is for me, and Sui also gave my parents 200,000 as a betrothal gift. But my parents didn't accept it and gave it to me as well as the betrothal gift. Sui also bought me a Mercedes-Benz worth 500,000 yuan. You saw it yourself at the 4S store. A total of 700,000 yuan. Do you still dare to say that Sui took our money for free? Luan Rong became angrier as she spoke. In fact, she had something else to say. That is the rent and decoration fee of the cake shop. All added together, it's over 1 million. If you still say that Sui is getting something for free, then it really doesn't make sense. This time, Luan Ru didn't say anything. She was already speechless. Until now she still doesn't know why Sui can make so much money? This is totally unscientific. After hesitating for a moment, Luan Ru decided to focus on her parents. Dad, Mom, since you both said that you would keep 100,000 for your retirement and 50,000 for my dowry, then can you lend me the 50,000 first? When I make money, I will give you 200,000. 50,000 yuan is actually very little to speculate in futures. But Luan Ru had no choice. It is definitely impossible for me to get the other 100,000, so I'll just take whatever I can get now. As for the rest, she would figure it out later. Luan Ru, I think you should reconsider it. Lu Tiancheng was silent for a moment, but decided to persuade his daughter. Although Dad doesn't understand futures, he knows that it's very risky. If he loses money. Dad, don't worry, you won't lose anything. Luan Ru interrupted her father and didn't let him continue. It's better not to say unlucky words. Well, let me tell you, if you lose, your dowry will be gone. Lu Tiancheng said helplessly. The two daughters must be treated equally. It is impossible for him to give more money to the eldest daughter than to the younger one. This is unfair to my younger daughter. No problem, right? I can assure you that if I really lose money, I will never ask you for a penny more. Luan Ru said with a solemn vow. Okay, I'll get you the money. Lu Tiancheng didn't hesitate any longer and quickly gave his daughter a time deposit certificate of 50,000 yuan. After Luan Ru got the money, a smile appeared on her face. She has already decided that she will ask a few good friends to borrow some money, and then borrow all the money from several loan apps. I guess it shouldn't be a problem to raise 200,000. Although the interest rates of several software are high, as long as the gold price falls, the money can be earned back in one night. After getting the money, Luan Ru returned to her room. Time waits for no one, so she has to borrow money from her friends immediately. Borrow as much as you can. After Luan Ru helped her mother clean up the table, she also said goodbye and left. Because Su He and his father-in-law drank some mauzi together, the task of driving was given to Luan Ru. Honey, do you think the price of gold will really rise sharply? Luan Ru asked curiously while driving. Chapter 45, Encountering a DUI. Luan Ru doesn't know much about the financial market, and it can even be said that she knows nothing about it. She just felt strange, why her husband was so sure that gold would rise. You know, my sister and her team have a professional team. Is it possible that my husband is more capable than my sister and her professional team? This is just a hunch. Sui laughed and laughed. The issues involved here are too complicated. He couldn't tell his wife that he knew the two bears were going to fight, could he? If this gets out, it will definitely make the whole sky burst. After all, even the top officials may not know about this matter yet. Pfft, you sound so confident, I thought you really knew some inside information. Luan Ru burst out laughing. It seems that my husband is just guessing. Ha, it's indeed a guess, but my guesses are always accurate. Suhi laughed loudly. Your sister is going to be in big trouble this time. I just hope she can be more sober and not borrow money to short gold futures. Sui actually knows Luan Ru very well. He knew that with this woman's personality, if she couldn't borrow money, she would most likely take risks and borrow money from those loan apps. Formal money lending software certainly does not allow money to be lent out and invested in the capital market. But they are not banks and do not have internet access. As long as you borrow the money and transfer it between different bank cards, it will not be traceable. Therefore, even if Luan Ru really invested the money in the securities market, the loan software would not be able to detect it. Should I try to persuade my sister again? Luan Ru raised her eyebrows slightly. After all, she is my sister. I can't just watch her jump into the pit, right? Persuading your sister? Forget it. Sui smiled faintly and waved his hand. Do you think she will believe me or her boyfriend to be? Then she must believe her boyfriend to be, right? Luan Ru pouted and muttered. That's it, isn't it? Sui reached out and touched Luan Ru's little head lovingly. Since this girl has thought it through, does she still need to persuade her sister? Then just ignore her. This is a good opportunity for her to learn a lesson. Her sister is too arrogant and she should be taught a lesson. Luan Ru snorted and said nothing more, and the two of them continued driving towards home. However, after walking less than a kilometer, we encountered a traffic jam ahead. Hey, why is there a traffic jam here? Luan Ru curiously rolled down the window and looked forward. This road is very spacious and there are not many cars on it. Generally, there will be no traffic jam unless a traffic accident occurs. It should be a drunk driving check. I see a lot of police cars ahead. Sui pointed at the police car with flashing lights in front and said with a smile. Fortunately, he did not drive, but gave the driver's seat to his wife. If you are caught driving under the influence, you will not be able to drive for half a year, and you may even be detained for 15 days. Therefore, we must strictly abide by the rules of not drinking and driving, and not driving after drinking. Well, checking for drunk driving? Great! As soon as Sui finished speaking, Luan Ru shouted excitedly. The inexplicable look gave Sui a fright. Honey, what's wrong with you? Why are you so excited about a DUI? Sui looked at his wife in confusion. Isn't it just a drink driving check? What's so happy about this? Hee hee, I've never been caught driving under the influence. What a fun thing. I'll have to blow it twice more later. Luan Ru said excitedly. It is not common to be caught drinking and driving, and it is even rare to come across it. Especially for people who don't drink, they may never encounter this situation in their lifetime. This stuff is just magical. People who drink are more likely to be caught driving under the influence, but people who don't drink rarely get caught driving under the influence. Having finally met her, Luan Ru must praise her well. Put. Okay, you haven't drunk alcohol anyway, so it's okay to blow it a few more times. Sui burst out laughing. This girl is really interesting. It's just a drunk driving check. What's the fun in that? However, the little girl is so lively and cheerful, which makes Sui like her very much. About 5 minutes later, Luan Ru finally drove the car in front of the traffic police. She cooperated by rolling down the window and waiting for the policeman to hand over the detector. However, when the police saw that the driver was a girl and there was a boy sitting in the passenger seat, they took the detector away directly. Then, he waved at Luan Ru, indicating that she could leave directly. This made Luan Ru a little confused. What's going on? Doesn't she need a DUI check? Uncle Police, don't I need to be tested? Luan Ru asked with some confusion. No need. How can a woman like you drink and bring a man with you? Let's go. There are many people behind us. The policeman waved at Luan Ru. Luan Ru. Discriminate. This is blatant discrimination. Who says girls 1T drink and drive? It's unscientific, absolutely unscientific. However, with so many cars behind her, Luan Ru would not really stay here and let the police test her. She would never do anything that would waste everyone's time. After leaving the drunk driving checkpoint, the road was instantly clear. However, Luan Ru's mouth was still pouted, looking unhappy. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a drunk driving case. She excitedly rolled down the window and prepared to cooperate with the police, but they didn't even check? Isn't this such a bummer? Haha, wife, don't think about it. Isn't it a good thing not to be investigated? Sui smiled and touched Luan Ru's head, comforting her. Humph. I'm so pissed off. Why don't you let me blow? This uncle is definitely discriminating against me. Luan Ru snorted softly, her tone full of dissatisfaction. Honey, I don't care. When we get home soon, you have to let me blow you as much as I want. Luan Ru turned her head and spoke to Sui fiercely. Ah, okay, we'll go buy a detector later. Sui said with a smile. Hate it. I don't want to play this. I want to play the trumpet. Luan Ru's words were shocking, which immediately shocked Sui. He didn't expect that Luan Ru not only had excellent driving skills, but also had first-class driving skills. In the past, Luan Ru would not have been able to say such words, let alone speak them out loud. Even if the two of them were lying together, she would have been too embarrassed to say a word. Every time, it was Sui who took the initiative to guide Luan Ru, and Luan Ru had never taken the initiative. In this regard, the lively and outgoing Luan Ru is obviously much better. Luan Ru often drives when she has nothing to do, which adds a lot of interest to their lives. Wife, I'll let you blow me enough when we get back. Sui said with a smile. Chapter 46 The Only Investment Opportunity. Hee hee, then don't be a coward. Luan Ru covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Humph. Just don't cry and call me daddy when the time comes. Sui said unhappily. The woman became more and more arrogant, it seemed that he was too indulgent in her. It's time for me to show my authority as a husband and teach this little girl a lesson with an iron rod. The next day, Sui first went to the securities company to open a futures account for himself, and then transferred all 4 million into the futures account. He did not immediately go long on gold futures. We can't be impatient about this kind of thing, we need to observe it. In fact, his idea is the same as Luan Ru's, which is to buy before the two bears fight. Otherwise, if the futures market fluctuates too much and the margin is insufficient, the position will be forced to close. So he doesn't want to end up losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. In fact, he doesn't have to trade futures. With the system in hand, his money will increase. However, there is always a limit to the amount of money you can earn from consumer cashback. There is an upper limit to the price of buying things. In the future, Sui can't just buy Luan Ru a gift worth tens of billions, right? A gift worth tens of billions, even if Sui could afford it, no one would buy it. Therefore, you cannot give up on your career and you must keep it going. Sui was not planning to work in the financial industry to make money. He had traveled through time not long before and knew very little information about the future. It is very rare to be able to seize this opportunity of gold price rise. This is probably the only opportunity to make money using futures, and Sui will definitely not miss it again. After opening the account, Sui went to the cake shop to take another look. The cake shop was being renovated in full swing, and Luan Ru, Zhu Dansheng, and Che Qinxue were all watching on the scene. Ever since Luan Ru came back from her trip, she has been basically watching over the cake shop. This is her first business and she has to do it herself. Decoration is a very troublesome thing, and there will be a lot of trouble if you don't keep an eye on it. In addition to overseeing the decoration, the three are also responsible for recruiting employees. The recruitment information has been sent out, and some people have come for interviews in the past 2 days. For this purpose, Luan Ru temporarily rented a small office nearby specifically for interviews. The people responsible for the interview were actually Zhu Dansheng and Che Qinxue. Luan Ru was a college student with very little social experience. Although he is the boss, he just sits there to keep the situation under control. However, after several interviews, Luan Ru had gained some experience and could ask a few simple questions afterwards. Recruitment went smoothly. They don't require their employees to have experience, as long as they are willing to do the work. As for the experience of making cakes or milk tea, there will be about 1 month of training after the store is renovated, which is enough. And so, time came to the day before the fight between the two bears. Sui remembered that the fight between the two bears and the release of Pyongyang's financial report happened on the same day, with only a difference of a few dozen minutes. In the previous life, gold prices even became a hot topic because of their sudden drop and then sudden surge. Sui watched the gold futures for the whole morning, and the rise of gold futures on that day was relatively stable. There are both large short and long orders, and the two sides are in a stalemate, with neither side able to do anything to the other. This is how gold works. Sometimes you only need to watch the trend for a dozen minutes after the market opens in the morning, and you can basically determine the general direction of the day. Therefore, Sui did not hesitate any longer and converted all the 4 million into US dollars, which was about 570,000 US dollars in total. With a tenfold leverage, that was 5.7 million US dollars. All 5.7 million US dollars were invested in long gold futures. Next, just wait for the money to be collected. He is not worried about the impact that the influx of more than 5 million US dollars will have on the market. In the gold market, more than 5 million US dollars is just a tiny amount of money, not even enough to make a ripple. On the other hand, Luan Ru also handed over all the 200,000 yuan she had collected to Lu Xiaoyuan. Of the 200,000 yuan, 50,000 yuan was the dowry her parents gave her, and of the remaining 150,000 yuan, 50,000 yuan was borrowed by Luan Ru from a friend. The remaining 100,000 yuan was borrowed from a microloan app with an annual interest rate of 11%. Although it is not usury, the interest rate is not cheap. The interest on 100,000 yuan a year is only 11,000 yuan, which seems very high. It is at least twice as high as a bank mortgage loan. However, the average daily cost is only 30 yuan. If you count it on a daily basis, it's nothing. Moreover, Luan Ru didn't borrow it for a year. As long as you make money, you can pay it back immediately, it only takes 2 or 3 days at most. If she could borrow more money, Luan Ru would have borrowed even more. Xiaoyuan, this is 200,000 yuan. I'll leave it to you from now on. Luan Ru solemnly handed the money to Lu Xiaoyuan. She took out all the money she could to make a big gamble. Success or failure depends on this one move. Well, don't worry, just wait to become a millionaire. Lu Xiaoyuan confidently took the 200,000 in cash from Luan Ru. Then, the operation began. He invested a total of 3.2 million, which is about 450,000 US dollars. With 10 times leverage, that is 4.5 million US dollars. If his father wasn't too old and not qualified enough, he would even want to use 15 times the leverage. The higher the leverage, the more money you can make. Aha! Luan Ru smiled and nodded. Then, Lu Xiaoyuan turned on his computer and started operating it. The two of them have observed that today's gold futures trend is very stable and there should not be any major changes. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyuan did not hesitate and immediately shorted all 4.5 million US dollars. At the same time, they saw $5.7 million in long positions enter the market. Seeing this action, the two looked at each other and saw smiles in each other's eyes. This bull must have been ripped off. This is also a good thing. The more leaks there are, the more they can earn. After the operation was completed, the two continued to stare at the trend chart, fearing that there would be major changes in gold futures. If they keep an eye on it, they can exit immediately if any major changes occur. Fortunately, the whole day was calm and nothing happened. Then, just wait to pick up money after the market opens the next day. That night, after Luan Ru returned home, she couldn't help but call her sister. "Hey, sis, what's up?" Lu Wanrong asked calmly. "Wanrong, did Suhi short gold futures?" "You have to persuade him to short gold futures this time. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I missed it..." Lu Wanru kept on explaining the benefits of shorting gold futures, but was interrupted by Lu Wanrong halfway through. "Wait, sister, Suhi didn't short. He went long on gold futures." Chapter 47. Be your girlfriend. Except for system matters, Suhi would not hide any investment projects from his wife. So, Lu Wanrong naturally knew what Suhi had done. However, Lu Wanrong didn't say much. Although she didn't know much about the financial market, she knew her husband very well. She knew that her husband would never fight a battle without confidence, and since he chose to go long on gold futures, he would definitely succeed. So, what does she have to worry about? What? Suhi really bought gold futures? Is he crazy? Gold will definitely fall tomorrow. Lu Wanru was about to vomit blood. Even if Suhi wanted to be angry with me, he wouldn't use so much money to be angry with me, right? This is too immature. Lu Wanru still has a good feeling about herself. She felt that Suhi was going long on gold futures just to go against her. But this is just an impulsive act. For the first time, Lu Wanru felt that it was the right decision to dump Suhi. This man is so impulsive and doesn't act like an adult at all. Compared with the mature and steady Lu Xiaoyuan, he is just an extremely childish child. Sister, you are too self-righteous. Suhi would never invest recklessly just because he was angry. He has his reasons for going long on gold futures. I would like to advise you not to trust your current boyfriend too much. Maybe you will be the one who loses everything. After Lu Wanrong finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Only Lu Wanru was left standing there in a daze. She really wanted to tell her sister that she had not been with Lu Xiaoyuan so far. But her sister didn't give her a chance to explain. Alas, this girl is really going to be badly hurt by Suhi. Lu Wanru sighed. After hesitating for a while, she decided to call Suhi and persuade him to stop. Sorry, the number you dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Can't get through? Lu Wanru tried again and got the same prompt. Damn Suhi, he must have blocked me. Lu Wanru curled her lips and then sent another message to Suhi, but the message indicated that the other party had deleted her. Seeing the eye-catching red reminder, Lu Wanru was almost angry to death. She was indeed blocked by Suhi. Okay, Suhi, since you are so heartless, I wish you good luck. When you lose money, don't even think of begging me. Snort. Lu Wanru snorted coldly and then blocked Suhi. No wonder she was angry. As a goddess, she has always been the one who blocks others, and no one has ever been able to block her. In fact, Suhi was able to avenge himself for his past life. In her previous life, Lu Wanru blocked him the same day after she broke up with him. In this life, Suhi did the same thing. It's a bit childish, but it's really cool. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Since she couldn't contact Suhi, Lu Wanru just ignored her. Everything will be clear tomorrow. Soon, it was the second night. At about 9 o'clock in the evening, the United States officially announced its financial report for the previous year. The economy is growing steadily and rapidly, finances are increasing steadily, and the economic situation is very good. As soon as the news came out, the US dollar started to soar. At the same time, gold was also affected and began to fall. In just 10 minutes, it fell 2 points. Luan Ru and Lu Xiaoyuan, who had been waiting in front of the computer, were overjoyed. Sure enough, they guessed right. Xiaoyuan, you are really awesome. Gold is really falling. Luan Ru said to Lu Xiaoyuan with excitement on her face. This time, she can really make millions. Ha, this is the result of our joint analysis. It's the credit of both of us. Lu Xiaoyuan said with a smile. Yeah. But it's also thanks to you that I was right about you. Luan Ru said seriously. After this incident, she developed different feelings towards Lu Xiaoyuan. Maybe, this man is really the one that suits me. For Luan Ru, a suitable man for her should not only be rich, but also be able to help her in her career. Only then is he worthy of being with her. In Luan Ru's eyes, Lu Xiaoyuan was such a man at this moment. Wan Ru. Once you get the money, can you be my girlfriend? Lu Xiaoyuan said suddenly. Ah. Luan Ru was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Lu Xiaoyuan to confess suddenly. Although she had a growing fondness for Lu Xiaoyuan, she was still a little hesitant about agreeing to be his girlfriend. At the same time, Sui's figure flashed through her mind. Although it was only a fleeting moment, Luan Ru knew that she couldn't let go completely for the time being. She still can't forget Sui. Luan Ru wanted to be reserved, but before she could speak, Lu Xiaoyuan continued. Wan Ru, believe me, I will definitely let you live a good life and will never let you suffer in your life. You can see that I can almost reach my small goal this time. With this money, we can live a rich life every day in the future. If you deposit a small amount of 100 million yuan in the bank, you can earn 3 million yuan in interest a year. With so much money, life is already very comfortable. No one would refuse. Okay, Xiaoyuan, I'll be your girlfriend when I get the money. Luan Ru was no longer reserved. Wealth is already in front of her, and it would be meaningless for her to refuse it. Really? Wan Ru, don't worry, I will definitely treat you well. Lu Xiaoyuan was surprised and raised his hand to hold Luan Ru's hand. He didn't expect that he would be able to capture the beauty so soon. Lu Xiaoyuan was so excited at the thought that he would soon be able to live together with the beauty. Don't, Xiaoyuan. Luan Ru shyly put her hands behind her back. Now that she hasn't received the money yet, she definitely won't let Lu Xiaoyuan touch her so casually. Oh, sorry Wan Ru, I was too impulsive. Lu Xiaoyuan scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He knew he was anxious. The money hasn't been redeemed yet, so they definitely won't be willing to do so. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Just wait patiently. Once you get the money, won't the beauty come to you automatically? At this time, both of them were staring at the trend chart. Gold is still rising. Luan Ru was feeling very happy at this moment, and when she thought that Sui was long on gold, she became even more proud. Sui, I told you a long time ago that making money temporarily in the stock market is nothing. The only way is to make money all the time. Presumably, after this episode of gambling, Sui had lost most of his money. Then, it will be her turn to mock Sui. At the same time, Sui was also staring at the trend chart at home. Chapter 48 Huge Loss. Chapter 48. Honey, has the price of gold really fallen? Seeing the green trend chart, Luan Ru's brows immediately frowned. Could it be that my husband really miscalculated? Losing money is not a big deal. What Luan Ru is most worried about is that her sister will use this as an excuse to mock Sui. Sui has been hurt by his sister once. If he is hurt a second time, he will definitely collapse. Don't worry, it will start to rise soon. Sui looked at the time, then at the deposit. The amount of the deposit should be able to support the moment the news is released. Just then, Luan Ru received a call from her sister. Hey, sis, what's wrong? Luan Ru asked impatiently. She actually guessed the purpose of Luan Ru's call and was just waiting for the other party to speak. Wan Ru, did Sui really go long on gold? The price of gold has plummeted today. Tell him to sell it quickly and get back as much as he can. Gold will continue to fall in the next 3 days, and his small amount of money plus leverage will be forced to liquidate his position. If you don't listen to me and continue to fight, you will be in big trouble. Luan Ru's indifferent voice came. She didn't mean to remind Sui out of kindness, she just wanted to mock him first. However, just as Luan Ru finished speaking, she heard Sui's mocking voice coming from the other end of the phone. Luan Ru, you should worry about yourself first. As soon as the words were spoken, the call ended abruptly. Worried about yourself? Luan Ru didn't understand. At this point, what else did Suhi rely on? Could it be that he was not long on gold at all? Was he just being stubborn? Just when Luan Ru was puzzled, she suddenly noticed that the downward trend of gold stopped, and then a slender upward trend appeared. Hey, Xiao Yuan, why is the price of gold going up? What's going on? Luan Ru asked with a frown. It's okay, it should be a technical adjustment. Lu Xiaoyuan comforted. Now it may be that the bullish giants have started to push up the gold price. The bulls cannot just sit there and watch themselves lose more and more money, so they will definitely pull back a little. This is all normal. I see. Luan Ru nodded. This speculation is indeed possible. As a trader, I naturally understand this principle. Sure enough, after a brief rise, gold began to fall again. Although the decline is slow, it is still going down. Just when the two of them breathed a sigh of relief and thought that gold would continue to fall, the price of gold suddenly rose sharply. Then we saw a large number of shorts selling and a large number of longs buying. Before the two could react, the price instantly returned to the opening price in the evening. Then, it continued to advance at a rapid pace without any pause. Seeing this scene, Luan Ru was directly frightened. Why did gold suddenly surge? What's going on? Xiao Yuan, what happened? Why did the price of gold soar? Quick, clear out the stock. Quick! Luan Ru shouted loudly. At this moment, she no longer cared about her image as a lady. This time, she invested all her assets in the short selling and also borrowed 150,000 yuan. If she loses it all, she won't know how long it will take to pay back the 150,000 yuan loan. How is this possible? Two bears are fighting at this time? Lu Xiaoyuan felt terrible when he saw the latest red-letter risk warning on the news page. As a professional trader, Lu Xiaoyuan knew very well what it would mean once an international fight broke out. This means that gold, as a safe haven asset, will see a surge in prices. Moreover, it is a surge that cannot be prevented by any human factors. Gold in troubled times is definitely the wisest investment concept left by the ancients. And today, they encountered this golden day in troubled times. The rise in gold prices is a foregone conclusion. Even if they have super capital, they cannot stop the rise in gold prices. What? A fight? Xiao Yuan, hurry up, clear all your short positions. Luan Ru knew very well what fighting meant and urged them again. If we don't clear out the inventory now, it might be too late. It's too late. No one will take over. Lu Xiaoyuan smiled bitterly. In order to clear a short position, there must first be a short buy position. But now that all the shorts are selling, how can anyone buy? If no one buys, then you can only wait for the forced liquidation. What? How could this happen? Why did they choose today to fight? Luan Ru is going crazy. Man proposes, God disposes. Who would have thought that the two guys would choose to fight today? After this fight, they were really finished. Luan Ru suddenly remembered that Suhi once told her that gold would definitely rise sharply. Could it be that Suhi already knew that they would fight? That's not impossible. After Luan Ru calmed down, she started analyzing the situation immediately. There will definitely be signs before two people fight. Suhi keenly grasped this omen and determined that they would definitely fight. Once the fight starts, the rise in gold prices is inevitable. Only then did Luan Ru realize that Suhi might really have unique insights in investment. I just don't know how much money Suhi made this time. If this small goal was achieved, Luan Ru would go crazy. You know, she was the one who kicked that small target away from her with her own hands. At this time, Luan Ru had the typical ex-girlfriend mentality. I am afraid that I am not living a good life, and I am also afraid that my ex-boyfriend is living too well. However, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is how to solve your own problems at the moment. How much of the 200,000 yuan can you get back in the end? I don't know about this either. Lu Xiaoyuan smiled bitterly. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. It would have been bad enough that he couldn't marry the beauty, but the worst thing was that he lost 3 million. This is all the money he has saved over the years. I was originally thinking of making a small profit of 3 million, but who would have thought that I would get into a fight? There is no need to think about small goals now, and it is likely that the principle cannot be kept. In just about half an hour, gold prices continue to soar. Finally, Lu Xiaoyuan's account was forced to liquidate due to insufficient margin. After clearing their positions, only 1/10 of their money was left, which was a heavy loss. Ah! How could this happen? How could this happen? Luan Ru grabbed her hair in pain, and her beautiful hair was messed up. She still couldn't believe the ending. Lu Xiaoyuan looked at the beautiful woman in front of him in pain and did not go forward to comfort her. He has lost more, so how can he have the energy to comfort others? On the other hand, the situation at Suhi's home is completely different from that at Luan Ru's. Looking at the red gold trend chart, Luan Ru danced with excitement. Chapter 49. How much money can I get back? Honey, the price of gold has really risen sharply. Luan Ru's face was full of excitement. If it wasn't so late at night, she would have shouted it out loud. Yeah, that's to be expected. Suhi seemed very calm. If you have known about this for a long time, you won't be particularly surprised. Honey, how much money have we made now? After Luan Ru's excitement, she came over to look at the screen. But there were too many strings of numbers in it and she couldn't understand them at all. I have already made 10 million yuan so far. Suhi said with a smile. It has only been 10 minutes since gold started to rise, but he has already made 10 million. This is the benefit of 10 times leverage. If there was no leverage, I would have only made 1 million now. 10 million? So scary? Luan Ru stood there in a daze. She knew the stock market was profitable, but she didn't expect it to be so profitable. This is 10 million. How long will it take for her milk tea shop to make 10 million? 1 year? 2 years? Even 10 years? Can you make 10 million in 10 years? Now is not the peak yet. I will stop when I make 30 million. Suhi said with a smile. Although he knew that gold would soar, he didn't know how high it would rise. After all, he had been in despair in his previous life and only knew that two bears were fighting. As for other things, he had no idea at all. To be on the safe side, it is better to stop early. 30 million is not a lot of money, it is only more than 4 million US dollars when converted into US dollars. More than 4 million US dollars can't even create a ripple in the huge gold market. Moreover, Suhi believed that this incident would cause a huge response and he could definitely earn 30 million. This is his professional quality as a finance student. If you can't even see through this, then your 4 years of studying finance will have been in vain. 30 million? How many years will it take to spend it all? Luan Ru muttered to herself. The little girl's eyes have turned into money symbols. In her eyes, let alone 30 million, even 3,000 yuan is a huge sum of money. 30 million, how many years will it take to spend it all? Hearing the little girl's words, a smile appeared on Sui's face. Isn't it easy to spend money? Once I get the 30 million, I will buy a house directly. If you buy a house in Shanghai for 30 million, won't it be gone? However, Sui has a cashback system, so you don't have to worry about losing your money. The more you spend, the more you earn. Gold's upward momentum continued until midnight before slowing down. By 12 o'clock in the evening, Sui had earned nearly 35 million. He retreated at the right time and decisively sold all his gold stocks. Then the US dollars were exchanged into Daxia currency. As gold prices rose, the US dollar exchange rate also fell a lot. But it's not a big problem. In the end, Sui got 34 million. This investment can be said to be a huge profit. When he received 4 million in the third phase, Sui could no longer suppress his smile and burst into laughter. Honey, let's go buy a house tomorrow. We don't have to live in this rental house anymore. Really, husband, we are going to have our own house? Luan Ru's eyes suddenly lit up. Having a house of one's own is probably the obsession of all ordinary people in Daxia. Without a house, it's like grass without roots, the fallen leaves cannot return to their roots. Therefore, even if it takes all the savings of 2 families and 3 generations, they still have to buy a house. This is the current situation of many families. And now, Suhi and his family can buy a house with their own ability, so they must be very happy. Of course. I've already picked out a property I've already found. It's fully furnished and I can move in as soon as I pay the money. Sui said with a smile. A fine decoration does not mean a rubbish room. Many luxury homes have very nice fully decorated rooms, which are no worse than if they had decorated themselves. The most important thing is that Suhi wants to move in as soon as possible. If you buy an unfinished house, it will take at least 4 months to decorate it, plus 2 months to remove formaldehyde, so you will have to wait half a year before you can move in. Sui can't wait that long, half a year. Anyway, I will buy another house in the future, and I can just decorate it according to my own preferences. Yeah, husband, I don't care. As long as we have a house of our own, it doesn't matter where we live. The house doesn't have to be in my name. All I want is to be with you, Luan Ru said with a smile. She only hopes to have a home with Sui, but who owns the property rights of this home? That doesn't matter at all. How can this be possible? We are already 2 people, the house must be in your name. Just listen to me on this matter. Sui would not be so foolish as to put the house in his own name, as he had paid real money to buy this house. The ownership of the house should naturally be written in Luan Ru's name. Only in this way can he get cash back. If he disdains Luan Ru's name, wouldn't he have wasted tens of millions of dollars? Hubby, why are you so nice to me? When Luan Ru heard Sui say that he wanted to put the house in her name as well, her eyes suddenly turned red. After the 2 of them got together, Sui was unilaterally nice to her. Luan Ru felt that she had never done anything for her husband, which made her feel very uncomfortable. She doesn't want the love between 2 people to be one-sided. Silly girl, you are my wife. If I don't treat you well, who can I treat well? Sui raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Luan Ru's eyes. In her previous life, this girl was hurt so deeply by him. He could never repay his guilt towards Luan Ru even in his entire life. Living his life over again, Sui vowed to give this girl the best. Hubby, I want to be good to you too. Luan Ru snorted and pushed Sui down on the sofa. She has nothing now but herself. Therefore, I can only give myself to Sui. Sui is not a saint. How could he refuse when the beauty came into his arms? Besides, the beauty is his legal wife, so whatever he does is reasonable, legal, and appropriate. As a result, a war was about to break out. A sleepless night. It wasn't just Sui and Luan Ru who had a sleepless night. There are also Luan Ru and Lu Xiaoyuan. The 2 of them lost so much money in one night, how could they still have the mood to sleep? Lu Xiaoyuan's office at the headquarters of Jin 2 Group. Wan Ru, why don't you go home and sleep first? Getting anxious now won't solve the problem. Lu Xiaoyuan glanced at the time on his watch. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. What has happened can't be changed. The only thing I can do now is to make good use of my sleep time to ensure I have enough energy to go to work the next day. If you lose your job because you don't work properly due to a failed investment, it would really not be worth it. 3 million was a huge loss for Lu Xiaoyuan, but he still had some financial resources and would not completely abandon himself for this. In other words, if an investment fails, let it fail. Manager Lu, I can't sleep. How much of the 200,000 yuan can I get back? Chapter 50 Buying a House. Luan Ru sighed. The failure of this investment instantly wiped out her only good impression of Lu Xiaoyuan. Especially after she saw Luan Ru post a circle of friends 5 minutes ago, showing a screenshot of Sui earning more than 34 million, she felt even worse. With a deposit of 34 million, he could be considered middle class even in Shanghai. To earn this huge sum of money, even if Luan Ru earned 1 million yuan a year, it would take her more than 30 years without eating or drinking. However, because of a so-called more outstanding suitor, she forced the opportunity to become middle class to her younger sister. In the end, he was cheated by his suitor and lost 200,000 yuan. Anyone would feel uncomfortable with such a result. Now, Luan Ru no longer wants anything else and just wants to get the remaining money back. They invested a total of 3.2 million in the gold market, but after being forced to close their positions, they only got back 300,000. According to the proportion, Luan Ru should also be able to get back 20,000 yuan. Although there are only 20,000 yuan left, this 20,000 yuan can be used to repay the debts owed to 1 or 2 classmates. As for the remaining students and small loan money, we have to find other ways. Wan Ru, you've seen it too. We've lost more than 3 million and only have 300,000 left. You have lost all your money. Lu Xiaoyuan curled his lips and said helplessly. He also noticed Wan Ru's indifference, and now he realized that this woman was most likely the kind of woman who was blinded by money. If you can help her make money, she will come close to you. Once you lose money, you will kick yourself away immediately. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyuan's tone was slightly dissatisfied. The investment was a joint decision by both parties. Now that we have lost money, we can't put all the responsibility on him, right? All lost? That's not right, Manager Lu. According to the ratio, I should have 20,000 left, right? You can't be so excessive, can you? After hearing what Lu Xiaoyuan said, Luan Ru immediately quit. She just lost money and accepted it. But you have to get back the little remaining capital, right? She invested according to the proportion. Now she has lost money, so she should get back the principal according to the proportion. How can it make sense to lose her money first before losing money? Lu Xiaoyuan also realized that what he had just said was a bit too much. Since he had already discovered that Luan Ru was a gold digger, he naturally knew how to deal with such a woman. After a brief silence, Lu Xiaoyuan decided to return Luan Ru's money. Right, Wan Ru, I was wrong just now. You still have 20,000 yuan in capital. 200,000 accounted for 6% of the shares. Now there are 300,000 left. I should give you about 18,000. But I know your money didn't come easily, so I'll round it up for you and give you a total of 20,000. Lu Xiaoyuan is quite generous. Although he lost 3 million, it was only a loss of most of the money he had saved over the years. Lu Xiaoyuan's family situation is still good, so he can afford the loss. Giving Luan Ru an extra 2,000 yuan might change her opinion of me. Sure enough, after hearing what Lu Xiao said, Luan Ru's expression eased and she changed her way of addressing Lu Xiaoyuan back to the way he addressed her. Xiaoyuan, I'm sorry, I was too harsh just now. Luan Ru also realized a problem. 3 million is indeed a huge sum of money for her, but for Lu Xiaoyuan, it is probably nothing. If I ignore the other person in such a hurry, wouldn't it be a little too obvious? It's okay. Anyone would be unhappy if they lost so much money. I will transfer 20,000 yuan to you now. If you have trouble making ends meet, feel free to tell me. It's absolutely no problem to give you 200,000. Lu Xiaoyuan said with a smile. He didn't want all his previous efforts to go to waste. No matter what, you have to get some sleep first, right? Well, thank you, Xiaoyuan. Luan Ru lowered her head and thanked him. She did not borrow money from Lu Xiaoyuan immediately. She was very clear about Lu Xiaoyuan's little thoughts. After borrowing this money, the relationship between the two people may become inseparable. Why are you being polite to me? Lu Xiaoyuan smiled slightly. One day, he will completely conquer this woman. The next day, after getting up, Lu Wanrong took a look at her circle of friends and saw that no one liked it, so she deleted the screenshot of the future's yield. In fact, Lu Wanrong's circle of friends is set to be visible to only certain people. It can be seen that there is only one person, and that is sister Luan Ru. Lu Wanrong posted this screenshot just to deliberately piss off her sister and let her know what an excellent man she had missed. After a night, Lu Wanrong believed that her sister must have seen it. Therefore, there is no point in keeping this screenshot. Wife, get up quickly and stop playing with your phone. We're going to look at houses today. As Sui spoke, he threw back the quilt and climbed out of bed. His movements were a little bigger, and Lu Wanrong was also exposed to a large area of her body. Hate it. I haven't even put on any clothes yet. Lu Wanrong grumbled. Last night their clothes were thrown in the living room, and the room was full of stockings. As for their bodies, they were naturally naked. We're already an old married couple, what's there to be embarrassed about? You didn't say you had no clothes on in the living room yesterday. Sui laughed and teased the little girl, which immediately made the little girl unwilling to obey. She lifted the quilt and covered Sui's head with it. Let you make fun of me. You really are in great shape now. Sui struggled to get out of the quilt and hugged the little girl in his arms. Then, the tickling technique was instantly activated, causing the latter to scream out in pleasure. The two men quarreled for more than 10 minutes before ending this war without gunpowder. After packing up, Lu Wanrong drove with Su-hee to look at houses. Originally, Lu Wanrong wanted Su-hee to drive, but Su-hee refused. You will become proficient in driving the car only if you drive more. Now Su-hee can accompany his wife to drive every day, but when he gets busy in the future, he may not have time. However, Sui also decided to buy another car. It is still very inconvenient for two people to share a car. So, take advantage of this time to practice more. About 10 minutes later, the two arrived at their destination. Wangjiang Mansion. Wangjiang Mansion is a residential area in the city center and a new real estate development. As the name suggests, Wangjiang Mansion means that you can see Shanghai's Puwang River from the community. Like Wangjiang Mansion and Tangchun, they are both luxurious residential communities along the river. The only difference is probably the distance from the most central location of the city center. Thompson is located in the very center of the city. Wangjiang Mansion is 2 kilometers away from the city center. Although it is only 2 kilometers away, the housing prices are high due to its excellent geographical location. The starting price for 1 square meter here is 80,000. The one facing the river costs about 100,000. Chapter 51, Meeting an Old Classmate. Wangjiang Mansion is considered a high-end residential area in Shanghai. Those who can live here are all people of status and position. Under Sui's command, Luan Ru drove to the door of the sales office. The service at the sales office of this kind of high-end community is very good. After the security guard asked the 2 people about their purpose, he immediately guided the car to the parking lot and found a parking space and stopped. After getting off the car, the 2 walked directly into the sales office. There was no one in the sales office. Although this property is new, it has been on the market for a long time and all the houses have been delivered. Because the prices are relatively high, some houses have not been sold. The developer does not want to mortgage such an expensive house directly to the bank. Therefore, the sales office still exists today. If we can sell one, we will sell one. A house is worth tens of millions, and selling one can bring in a considerable profit. Real estate developers certainly won't be willing to throw away such fat meat. Therefore, the real estate developers still arranged some people to guard here. When they saw Su-hee and Luan Ru come in, a young man in a suit, shirt, and tie immediately came up to them. The young man's face looked very immature, with an intern tag hanging on his chest, and it was obvious that he had just graduated from college. Mr. and Madam, do you too want to see the house? I'm the sales manager of Wangjiang Mansion. You can call me Xiao Chun. Chen Rongyue said politely. Except for a small number of people with malicious intent, most of the people who dare to come here to look at houses are well-known wealthy people. The salespeople here have all received professional training and generally won't look down on others. After all, no one knows who the people who come in to see the house are. If they offend someone powerful, even the big boss behind them won't be able to protect them. Shanghai is a place where many talented people are hiding. As a salesperson, it is better for you to keep a low profile. Of course, it is not absolute. Some salespeople, after working in the sales field for a long time and selling many houses, will become arrogant and stop treating their customers as customers. Of course, such sales are definitely rare. Hello, Manager Chen. We are here to look at houses. Are there any large flats overlooking the river? Su-hee asked with a smile. This time he came here to buy a house near the river. Since you have chosen Wangjiang Mansion, you must be here for the riverside rooms. If you can't buy a house by the river, you might as well not buy one here. The air environment and scenery of the riverside rooms are much better than those of other places. The view is broad and the scenery is beautiful. Living here will make people feel better. A large flat overlooking the river? Yes, sir. Are you Su-hee? Chen Rongyue was originally planning to introduce a house to Su-hee, but he suddenly felt that the man in front of him was very familiar, and blurted out subconsciously. Who are you? Su-hee didn't recognize the other person at first. But since he knows me, he must be an acquaintance. I'm Chen Rongyue, don't you remember me? We were classmates in high school. Chen Rongyue? Hearing this name, a figure that was once very familiar to Su-hee appeared in his mind and instantly overlapped with the figure in front of him. Su-hee recalled that Chen Rongyue in front of him was his high school classmate, and the two had even sat at the same table for a period of time. However, the relationship between the two ended there. Su-hee and Chen Rongyue were not particularly familiar with each other. At most they were just nodding acquaintances. After graduating from high school, the two never contacted each other again, and they were not even friends on chat software. People change. They definitely look different at 18 and 23. It's normal not to recognize it. Oh, Rongyu, it's really you. I almost didn't recognize you. After knowing the other party's identity, Su-hee also smiled. It is a happy thing to meet old classmates after a long separation. You've changed a lot. You've become more handsome. Chen Rongyue looked at Su-hee with some surprise. In his impression, Su-hee was about the same height as him, probably around 1.78 meters. But the current Su He is definitely over 1.8 meters tall. He was half a head taller than him. In addition to his height, his appearance has also improved and he has become more handsome than before. He is fair and thin, and looks very energetic. If his facial features had not changed much, Chen Rongyue would not have been able to recognize him. Ah, nowhere. Su He smiled. He has indeed become more handsome. After being transformed by genetic drugs, he became taller and his facial features became more three-dimensional. Su He, is this your girlfriend or wife? Chen Rongyue fixed his gaze on Luan Ru with a somewhat shocked expression. Luan Ru is very beautiful, with starry eyes and white teeth, which makes people sigh with admiration. This is my wife, Luan Ru. Wan Ru, this is my high school classmate, Chen Rongyue. Su He gave a brief introduction to both parties. Oh my god, Su He, you are married? And you have such a beautiful wife. You have a successful career and a happy family. Are you envious of us poor losers? Chen Rongyue couldn't help but sigh. He had some understanding of Su He's family situation. Su He's family background is very ordinary. His father died early and the family depends entirely on his mother to earn money to support the family. Su He's mother is a typical strong woman. No matter how hard or tired she is, she never delays Su He's studies. Even though the family was not well off and had a hard time, she did not allow Su He to apply for a subsidy for poor students just to save Su He's reputation. In fact, Su He could have applied for a subsidy for poor students when he was a child. However, Su's mother Cheng Hui rejected it. Cheng Hui felt that as a mother with hands and feet, she was fully capable of supporting her son, and there was no need to waste the country's money. The country's money should be used on those who need it more. The most important thing is to consider Su He's face. A child who receives poverty subsidies is likely to be looked down upon by other classmates. However, even if he did not receive poverty subsidies, it was still obvious that Su He's family background was not that good. When Su He was in school, he wore very simple clothes. However, when I saw Su He again a few years later, he was not only surrounded by stunning beauties, but also had a house worth tens of millions. The gap between the two sides widened in an instant. Chen Rongyue was very curious, how did Su He make money? They had just graduated, so how come they could already afford a house in Wanjiang Mansion? And even though he was working as a salesperson at Wanjiang Mansion, he was just an intern. What are you talking about? You are already very capable since you can work as a salesperson in Wanjiang Mansion. Su He smiled. Real estate salesmen are not all people with low education level. The sales of high-end real estate projects like Wanjiang Mansion are also of very high standards. At least, each of them graduated from a top-tier school. Exporting can make a chapter. Chapter 52 Large Flat. Wanjiang Mansion's sales staff serve top-level customers who know a little bit about everything they need. Those who graduated from prestigious universities are generally much better than those who graduated from junior colleges or even have never attended college. Ah, you're so polite. Chen Rongyue smiled. Then, the two of them started to exchange pleasantries. After the pleasantries, we got straight to the point. Lao Su, there are still 3 riverside houses you want to buy. They are 220 square meters on the 4th floor. 220 square meters on the 18th floor. And there's the 300 square meters on the 22nd floor. They are all 1 apartment per floor, large flats. Chen Rongyue briefly introduced the remaining large flat properties to Su He. Well, just take me to see the 300 square meter apartment on the 22nd floor. Su He said with a smile. If a 300 square meter house costs 100,000 renminbi per square meter, the price would be about 30 million renminbi. Adding various taxes and fees, it's about 31 million. Su He had a total of 34 million yuan in his hands, so there was no problem in buying this house. Now the main thing is to look at the apartment type and whether there are any problems with the floor. Good. Chen Rongyue smiled. He was not sure whether Su He would buy this set, but whether as a classmate or as a qualified salesperson, he had to cooperate with Su He to take a look. Lao Su, wait for me for a moment, I'll go get the door key. Chen Rongyue said with a smile. No problem. Su He nodded, and then walked around the hall with Luan Ru. Chen Rongyue moved quickly and came back in just 2 minutes. Then, the two followed Chen Rongyue into the residential area. The environment of the community is still very good, and the greening is well done. The distance between buildings is also spacious. It's still very comfortable when the sun shines on it. The distances between buildings in some communities are very narrow, so the sunlight hardly gets inside the community for long. You don't need to worry about this problem here. Soon, a group of 3 people walked into the apartment building and got on the elevator. Chen Rongyue took out the elevator card, swiped it, pressed the 22nd floor, and the elevator began to rise slowly. Every floor here has one household, so the privacy is still very good. In the elevator, Chen Rongyue patiently explained to Suhee. His tone was still very polite, and he did not neglect Suhee just because he was his classmate. You need to swipe your card to get on each floor of the elevator, so it's not easy for some random people to get on. Chen Rongyue continued. Does that mean the express delivery industry can't deliver in? Luan Ru grasped the key point instantly. The elevator can only be entered by swiping a card, which indeed ensures the privacy and safety of the residents, but problems also exist. That means neither express delivery nor takeout can be delivered directly to your doorstep. If you want to pick it up yourself at a courier locker outside the community, it will not only be troublesome, but you may also have to pay for the locker. Very inconvenient. It's okay for small items, but if I have to carry large items upstairs, I will be exhausted. Sister-in-law, you can rest assured. The property management of the community will be responsible for delivering the goods to your door. Whether it's express delivery or takeaway, they will personally deliver it to your doorstep. Chen Rongyue said politely. The word sister-in-law immediately made Luan Ru feel happy. Is that so? That's great. As expected of a property worth tens of millions, the service is excellent. Luan Ru said with a smile. Haha, if the service is good, the property fee will be relatively more expensive. Generally, the property fee is 12 yuan per square meter. Chen Rongyue explained with a smile. Good service is definitely linked to price. The property fee of Wangjiang Mansion is second only to Tangshan. The property fee of Tangshan is 15 yuan per square meter. Such property fees are definitely very high. You should know that the property fee in an ordinary community is only 2 or 3 yuan per square meter. The property fee is 12 yuan per square meter. If it is a 300 square meter house, the monthly property fee will be 3,600 yuan. The annual property fee is 43,200. The property fee of more than 40,000 yuan is even as much as the annual loan amount that needs to be repaid for a house in some places. Therefore, the property fees of Wangjiang Mansion are indeed expensive. It's so expensive. Luan Ru raised her head, supported her chin with one hand and smacked her lips. The property management fee is more than 40,000 yuan a year. How many loaves of bread do I need to sell to earn back the money? As they were talking, they arrived at the 22nd floor. The elevator runs very smoothly, and after opening the door, there is a separate entrance hall. This is the entrance hall. Since each household has its own hall, you can use this place as you wish. Whether you want to make a shoe cabinet or something else, it's up to you. The house is fully furnished, so what we are designing now is the shoe cabinet. If you don't like it later, you can change it to something else. As Chen Rongyue spoke, he opened the door of the house. Then 3 people walked in. Wow! The scenery here is so beautiful. As soon as she entered the house, Luan Ru couldn't help but exclaimed. In the middle of the room is a large living room. Outside the living room is the vast Puwang River. From the living room, you can have a panoramic view of most of the Puwang River. Moreover, many tall buildings can be seen in the distance. It can be said that the scenery here is absolutely very good. Yeah, it's really good. Suhee nodded seriously. He is personally very satisfied with the scenery on this floor. Then, Chen Rongyue took the 2 of them around the room. The hardware in the room has been designed. All that's left is the software. Of course, if you think the hardware is not good, you can also disassemble it and reinstall it. It doesn't matter. The house is indeed very big. It is a 300 square meter house with only 10 square meters of public area, which can be said to be very conscientious. It faces south and the view to the south is not blocked. It's very comfortable to live here. After a tour, Suhee and Luan Ru were very satisfied with the house. Suhee immediately decided to buy the house. Old Chen, how much does this house cost? Luan Ru asked. This house is 300 square meters, and the total price is 31.2 million. Of course, this is before discount. I can give you 8% off. After the discount, it's a little over 30.57 million. Of course, we can still get a discount. Basically, we can get it for around 30 million. This is already the reserve price. We are all old classmates, and I won't cheat you. What Shen Rongyue said was indeed true. The lowest price for this house is 30 million. It is basically impossible to get a lower price. However, there is still a lot of moisture in the house. Even though it is more than 1 million cheaper, the real estate developer still makes money at this price. And there is still a lot of money to be made. As a salesperson, Chen Rongyue also makes money. Chapter 53, Kick Out the First Wife. Chen Rongyue actually wanted to offer a lower price, but there was nothing he could do about it. The price was set by the company, and he couldn't offer a price that was too low. Moreover, it is impossible for real estate developers to lower prices too much. This will affect their normal sales and disrupt market conditions. If other customers find out, they might even cause trouble. Anyone would be unhappy if the value of their house depreciated. Well, I still believe you on this one. Sui nodded, then after a moment of silence, he said. This house is 30 million. If I can negotiate it, I'll take it. Sui actually wanted to buy the house at the original price. But he knew that if he really did that, it would be too conspicuous. Who would pay tens of millions for something without bargaining? Sui didn't want to arouse suspicion, so he had to give up the business reluctantly and earn less money. Sui, won't you consider it again? Chen Rongyue was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Sui to be so straightforward. A house worth 30 million yuan, can you just buy it? How much money has my old classmate made over the years? You know, if it were him, he would have to think twice before making a decision on a rent of 3,000 yuan, let alone 30 million yuan. The decision was to give up renting a house. He would rather commute 2 hours every day than spend 3,000 a month on renting a house. Don't think about it, just go and apply for the discount. Sui said with a smile. He doesn't want the other party to continue lowering the price. The more he lowers, the more he loses. It's best if the preferential application cannot be approved. If it could be hundreds of thousands more expensive, Sui would be happier. Chen Rongyue just couldn't hear Sui's voice. If I could hear Sui's inner voice, I would be speechless. I have seen people bargaining for a house, but I have never seen anyone hoping to increase the price. As expected, the world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. Okay, Sui, let's go back to the sales office now? I'll apply for a discount for you now. Chen Rongyue said excitedly. If this order is completed, he will not only be able to become a full-time employee, but also receive a large commission. Their sales department gives the same commission to employees. When a house is sold, there will be a corresponding commission, and the commission rate is the same for interns and regular employees. The only difference is that the basic salary for interns is very low, only 2,000. But there are more than 4,000 regular employees, which is twice as much. Even though it's just a difference of 2,000 yuan, for an ordinary worker, 2,000 yuan a month is a huge sum of money. At least, the extra $2,000 can give you the choice of living in the city center or in the suburbs. Live in a basement in the city center or live in an ordinary single room in the city center. Good. Sui nodded. Then, the three of them returned to the sales office. After returning to the sales office, Chen Rongyue immediately asked the front desk to make tea for Sui and Luan Ru and bring out fruit snacks. I went to apply for a discount. At the same time, a middle-aged man led a young girl into the community. The middle-aged man has a big belly. Although he is wearing casual clothes, the loose shirt still cannot show his big belly. It's obvious that this is caused by not exercising for years due to old age and eating too much meat and fish every day. As for the little girl, she looked to be in her early 20s, about the same age as Luan Ru. She was dressed very maturely and had heavy makeup on her face. She was wearing luxury brands all over and was carrying an LV bag in her hand. Hubby, how about we just buy a house here? A small apartment of 100 square meters will be fine. She's been with you for so long, you wouldn't be so reluctant to buy her a house, right? The little girl hugged the middle-aged man's arm and pressed her whole body against him, acting coquettishly. The houses here are a little too expensive. The middle-aged man looked a little embarrassed. This middle-aged man did have some money, and the girl was also supported by him. However, his money was only enough to support the girl and buy her some inexpensive luxury goods. If I buy a house, that would be a bit tight. Especially the house in Wangjiang Mansion. Even if it is only 100 square meters, it will cost tens of millions or even more. If you buy it for your wife, it's not a big deal. The house you buy for your wife is also your house. Even if you get divorced, you can still get half of the compensation. But if you buy it for your mistress, it's different. If the mistress runs away, the house will be taken away by someone else. How can you give away something worth tens of millions for free? That's why the middle-aged man is so hesitant. No, I want the house here. If you don't buy it, I will move into your house and kick your first wife out. The girl snorted. She seemed to have a hold on the middle-aged man, and her words frightened him so much that sweat started pouring down his forehead. If this girl really goes to their house, his wife will definitely divorce him. Although the middle-aged man keeps the girl, he does not want to divorce his original wife. No matter how fragrant wildflowers are, they are still wildflowers. How can they compare with the peonies at home? He may not cherish peonies, but he must have peonies in his home. Peony is a wildflower that can never be replaced. No matter how many wildflowers he picked outside, he would eventually return to peony. Baby, don't embarrass me. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and continued. Wait for me for a while. When my funds are back on track, I'll buy you a small apartment somewhere else. How about definitely no less than 3 million? The middle-aged man also gave it his all. I definitely want to buy a house worth 10 million, but it's okay to buy one for 3 million. Anyway, I can just put it in my own name when the time comes and just treat it as a place for my mistress to live in. It is a bit inconvenient to always go to hotels or rental houses. To hide a beautiful girl in a golden house, you need a golden crow. My dear, are you telling the truth? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the girl's eyes suddenly lit up. In fact, her target was not the house here from the beginning. After all, she herself knew that the man around her was not a top wealthy man. It is obviously unrealistic to ask someone to give you a property worth tens of millions. But if you have to settle for the next best thing, giving me a house worth 3 million is also acceptable. 3 million is enough for an ordinary person to work hard for a lifetime. Although 3 million cannot buy a decent house in Shanghai, after she sells this house and returns to her hometown, she can live a very comfortable life with the money she has saved from being a mistress. Of course it's true. The middle-aged man was relieved to see the girl relax. He was really afraid that the girl would run to their house and make trouble on impulse. Great. Let's just hang out here. The girl laughed playfully, obviously agreeing with the middle-aged man's suggestion. Chapter 54. The performance is mine. Still shopping? Didn't you say you didn't want to buy anything? What are you afraid of? We're just browsing around and asking about prices. The salesperson won't kick us out, right? That's true. The two thought they spoke very quietly and no one could hear them. But Soo-hee, who was not far away, heard everything they said. Soo-hee didn't do it on purpose. It was just that after his body was transformed by genetic drugs, all his senses were greatly enhanced. My hearing has also improved significantly. As long as he wants, he can hear any whisper within 10 meters. Besides Soo-hee, there was another person who heard it. This is a middle-aged man in his 20s, wearing a uniform, and is obviously a salesperson in the sales department. The salesman's name is Li Liang, and he was just sitting on the sofa in the corner. Although the two people spoke quietly, they happened to be next to Li Liang, so he heard everything they said. Li Liang was not disgusted by the behavior of keeping a mistress, he was just a little envious. However, he also heard two people say that they were not planning to buy the house here. Since he wasn't going to buy it, he wasn't going to stand up and serve. Since they are invalid customers anyway, why waste time? I'll hand it over to the intern Shan Ron Yue to serve him later. Shan Ron Yue quickly came back excitedly with a contract. Soo-hee, our manager has agreed to your price. I just don't know whether you are paying in full or taking out a loan. If you pay in full, I can give you 2 parking spaces as well. If you take out a loan, you only have 1 parking space. Shan Ron Yue said with a smile. Buying a car is different from buying a house. The profit from buying a car is limited. If you buy a car in full, you can only make a few $100s. So if you say you want to buy the car in full, the salesperson will ignore you. When buying a car, the sales commission will be higher only if you choose a lot of configurations and add a loan. So the salesperson and Forest store both hope that you can get a loan, and they can extract a certain profit from the loan. But buying a house is different. The profit point of the house is very high. Even if a house costs 5 or 600,000 yuan, the salesperson can make a commission of several thousand yuan. For houses worth tens of millions, the commission from sales is calculated in tens of thousands. So, they don't need to earn interest at all. Moreover, the nature of real estate developers and 4S stores are also different. Real estate is very cash flow intensive. Especially for pre-sale properties, the funds need to be recovered for the construction of the property, and the sooner the funds are recovered, the better. If you pay in full, you will receive the money immediately. If you apply for a loan, the bank review will take at least a week. It may also be put on hold due to some special reasons, delaying the developer from receiving the payment. Therefore, if the full payment can be made, the developer is very willing to pay a small profit. Well, we'll pay in full, Sui said with a smile. He had more than 30 million in cash on hand, so it was no problem for him to pay the full amount. At the same time, Sui was also somewhat looking forward to it. I don't know if this payment can trigger more than double the cash back. If he could trigger double, then his savings would instantly reach 60 million. Okay, what about swiping the card? Hearing Sui's words, the smile on Chen Rongyue's face became even wider. I didn't expect that I would be able to close such a large order within less than half a month after arriving at the company. I estimate that the commission this month will definitely not be less. Well, swipe the card. Sui nodded, then took out his bank card and handed it to Chen Rongyue. Well, Lao Su, wait a moment, I'll go get the POS machine. As Chen Rongyue spoke, he stood up from his seat. At this moment, the middle-aged man and his mistress also walked around the sales office. However, no salesperson paid any attention to them during the entire process. This made the middle-aged man somewhat dissatisfied. They are wealthy people with some financial resources, but they are not ordinary people. Even if you don't really want to buy a house, you wouldn't refuse to even have a salesperson come out to meet you, right? Suddenly, he saw Chen Rongyue standing up from his seat, so he quickly called out to the latter. Hey, kid, we want to look at a house. Why is there no salesperson to take care of us? Do you think we can't afford it? The middle-aged man had a loud voice. Fortunately, there are no other customers in the sales office except Su He and Luan Ru. So, don't worry about causing any adverse effects. However, as a salesperson, Chen Rongyue naturally has the ability to calm customers' emotions. Sir, you want to see the house, right? Okay, please wait, I have a client here, I'll let my colleague accompany you to see the house. After Chen Rongyue finished speaking, he immediately looked around for Li Liang. Now there are only 3 salespeople in their sales office. One is Li Liang, one is Chen Rongyue, and there is a female salesperson who happened to have asked for leave and was out for something. Therefore, Chen Rongyue can only look for Li Liang, and now only Li Liang can serve the customers. Chen Rongyue already has a client, and is about to close a deal with the client, so he will definitely not serve other clients. This is also not in line with sales rules. Soon, Chen Rongyue found Li Liang lying on the sofa in the corner playing with his mobile phone. Brother Liang, there are 2 customers over there who want to see the house. Could you please receive them? Chen Rongyue said politely. He is an intern and has just graduated from college. Therefore, when facing an old senior like Li Liang, he was still very polite. You mean the 2 of them? Just receive them. Li Liang sat up from the sofa and saw that the clients Chen Rongyue was talking about were the 2 people he had just heard about. He suddenly lost interest. Those 2 people had no intention of buying a house at all. It would be a sheer waste of time to receive them. Since Chen Rongyue is an intern, just let him receive the guests alone. As an intern, you should exercise more. I'm sorry, Brother Liang, I have a client who has booked a room and is about to pay and sign the contract. I really can't leave, Chen Rongyue said embarrassedly. Viewing a house doesn't just take a few minutes. Sometimes I even have to entertain one client for an entire afternoon. Therefore, once you have locked in a customer, you must keep following up. Besides, Sua is about to close the deal. It was impossible for him to give up Su He to serve other customers emotionally and logically. That's easy. You go serve that couple of customers, and I'll serve the 2 customers who want to close a deal. Don't worry, I won't cheat you. The commission is still yours, but how about this house being counted as my performance? When Li Liang heard Chen Rongyue mention that Su He and the others were about to make a deal, his eyes suddenly lit up. He is about to go 2 months without placing any orders. If I continue to be bald this month, I will face the situation of being fired by the company. Chapter 55. Whose name should I write? Real estate sales is a very lucrative industry. Don't even think about getting the minimum living allowance in this place. If you don't place an order for a long time, you will be fired sooner or later. Even if there is only one order a month, that's good. But they really can't sell this property. On the one hand, it is because the price is too high, and on the other hand, the remaining floors are not very good. Good floors are expensive, and cheap floors are not good. This is a vicious cycle. Therefore, the remaining houses are becoming increasingly difficult to sell. It is very difficult to meet a sponsor who is rich and doesn't mind the floor. I finally came across this opportunity and am ready to make the deal. Li Liang certainly couldn't miss such a good opportunity. Brother Liang, if the commission belongs to me, then what about the bonus? There is a bonus for selling a house, right? Bonus and commission are two different concepts. The commission will be paid in the second month. As long as the house is sold and the company receives the money, you can get the commission. Bonuses are given based on your total sales, either once a quarter or once every 6 months. Chen Rongyue's sale of this house worth 30 million yuan has already put him among the best in terms of performance, and his bonus will certainly not be small. He can give up the quota to sell the house, but he must get the money and also complete the regularization process. Xiao Chen, don't be too greedy. You are just an intern. It's good enough to have a commission. Why are you still thinking about the bonus? Besides, please have some pity on me, your brother. I don't have any orders now, and I'm in urgent need of a bonus to support my family. It's settled. You go serve the middle-aged man, and I'll serve the young couple. I have also taught you for free for a while. This bonus will be regarded as your tuition. After Li Liang finished speaking, he didn't give Chen Rongyue a chance to refuse and walked directly towards Suhi and Luan Ru. Chen Rongyue curled his lips and quickly chased after him. Of course, he would not give the benefits he had gained to Li Liang for free. Such a good client, who is also my classmate, is something that can't be found easily. If you miss it, it will be difficult to meet it again next time. Li Liang moved quickly and came in front of Suhi in a few steps. Hello, sir. I'm Li Liang, the sales representative of Wangjiang Mansion. I'll serve you two from now on. As Li Liang spoke, he picked up the POS machine on the table and was about to swipe the cards for the two of them. At the same time, he said to Chen Rongyue, Xiao Chen, go serve those two customers. Chen Rongyue curled his lips, not knowing what to do for a moment. It must be a very uncomfortable feeling to watch your customers being snatched away by others. But he didn't have any good solution. As an intern, I am supposed to be inferior to others. However, Chen Rongyue cannot say anything, but Suhi, as a customer, can say something. When Suhi saw Chen Rongyue's expression, he instantly realized that his old classmate was being bullied in the workplace. Bullying in the workplace is very common. This happens often and is very common, especially among interns. As long as interests are involved, there will definitely be conflicts and disputes. There is no way around it. However, who dares to bully his old classmate in front of Suhi? Is this fair? It's outrageous. Thinking of this, when Li Liang reached out to take his bank card on the table, Suhi directly took the card back. Ha? What happened? He was clearly the one serving me just now, how come it became you? Give him back the POS machine. I only want him to serve me today. Suhi pointed at Chen Rongyue and said lightly. His tone was calm, but contained no room for doubt. Sir, he is just an intern here. He is not professional. I will handle the rest of the formalities for you, which can save you a lot of trouble. I know that for a big client like you, time is very precious and efficiency is very important in doing things. Li Liang smiled calmly. As a qualified salesperson, your psychological quality must be very good. Li Liang believes that he has a very strong psychological quality. At least, even at this time, he could still smile, and it was a standard smile with 8 teeth showing. No, I just want him to do it for me. I have plenty of time, so I don't mind a little while longer. After Suhi finished speaking, he waved at Chen Rongyue, motioning him to come over, and then said, If he hadn't handled the rest of the paperwork for me, I wouldn't want this house. Anyway, the contract has not been signed and the money has not been paid. If you say no, then you don't want it. This. Li Liang's outstretched hand was suspended in mid-air. For a moment, he didn't know whether to take it back or continue to take the card, which seemed a bit awkward. Fortunately, Chen Rongyue also came over at this time. "Brother Liang, let me do it," Chen Rongyue said, taking the POS machine directly from Li Liang, and then said to Sui. "Lao Su, I'll swipe your card for you." "Old Su?" Hearing this address, Li Liang realized that Chen Rongyue and Sui must know each other. Sui bought this house just because of Chen Rongyue. Thinking about it this way, his series of actions of grabbing orders just now were like those of a clown, and were extremely funny. An old classmate would definitely seek services from an old classmate. How could he give the opportunity to earn commission to an outsider? If this isn't a clown, then what is this? After gritting his teeth, Li Liang finally handed the POS machine to Chen Rongyue reluctantly. It is definitely impossible for him to get a commission from this business. But he also didn't want to serve the middle-aged man and his mistress. What service can we provide to people who clearly cannot afford to buy a house? "Okay, Lao Su, I'll swipe your card now." After getting the POS machine, Chen Rongyue smiled. "Well, take it." Sui handed the bank card to Chen Rongyue casually. Then, swipe the card and enter the password in one go. When the POS machine showed that the deduction was successful and the receipt was printed out smoothly, the smile on Chen Rongyue's face became even bigger. "It looks like this deal has been done. Lao Su, the deduction was successful. Just sign the receipt." Chen Rongyue handed the receipt to Sui with a smile on his face. Sui took it, looked at the amount and confirmed that there was no problem, then immediately signed his name on the receipt. "Ding! Your Daxia bank consumption is 30 million.00, and the current available balance is 5,261,548.23. The familiar voice of SMS consumption came. However, the sound of cash back did not ring in Sui's mind. He was not in a hurry. The ownership of the house had not been resolved yet, so there would naturally be no talk of a cash refund. "Old Su, excuse me, whose name is the house in?" "It's about my husband." "It's about my wife." Suhi and Luan Ru spoke almost at the same time. Then, the two looked at each other and saw smiles in each other's eyes. Chapter 56, 1%. "Mr. Chen, just write my wife's name." "This house was originally given to her," Sui said with a smile. He can only get the cash back if the house is written in Luan Ru's name. If Luan Ru's name was not written, Sui would have suffered a direct loss of 30 million this time. He still knows what is more important. "Thank you, husband." Luan Ru came close to Suhi and kissed her hard on the face. "Hey, honey, you're so nice, mwah." Sui smiled and kissed the little girl on the mouth. "It feels soft, really nice. Good fellow. Are you two going to show off your affection here? Isn't this just bullying me, a single dog?" Chen Rongyue curled his lips. "Aren't these young couples so loving?" This single guy, who has been single for 23 years, was so envious. "Ah, Lao Chen, I'm so sorry, please continue, please continue." Sui said sorry, but there was no sign of apology on his face. What else can Chen Rongyue say? "I can only drink this bowl of dog food first as a token of my respect. Sister-in-law, please give me your ID card so I can write a house purchase contract for you." Soon, Chen Rongyue wrote the contract. Next, it's time to sign. After Luan Ru signed her name, the contract officially came into effect. "Ding, your Daxia bank received 60 million.00, and the current available balance is 65,261,548.23. Cool." When Sui saw the text message alert, he was so happy that he almost jumped up on the spot. Although this house purchase only triggered a double cash back, due to the large consumption base, he directly earned 30 million yuan. The bank deposit also reached 60 million. With 60 million in bank deposits and 30 million in real estate, Sui's assets are almost over 100 million. With assets exceeding 100 million, his wealth has already exceeded that of 99% of the people in the country, and he stands among the 1%. It can be said that Sui is now infinitely close to this 1% of people. Sui tried hard to suppress his excitement and not show it too obviously, but even though he tried hard, he couldn't stop smiling. However, he just bought a house, which is something to be happy about and will not arouse other people's suspicion. After getting the house purchase contract, Sui exchanged contact information with Chen Rongyue. "Now that I have contacted my old classmates, we can get together often in the future." After exchanging contact information, Chen Rongyue gave Suhi a few more gifts. Originally, there was a golden egg step when buying a house, but now there are not many houses left in the sales office. The one sold today is one of the last few houses left. Therefore, the golden egg smashing step can be saved, and the remaining gifts can be chosen by the customers. The gifts mainly include air humidifiers, air conditioners, refrigerators, and the like. However, Suhi did not ask for big items such as air conditioners and refrigerators, but only took a humidifier and an air fryer. You must pay for large items such as air conditioners and refrigerators yourself. Good air conditioners and refrigerators cost tens of thousands of dollars, so buying furniture is a great opportunity to get cash back. Suhi would certainly not miss such a good cash back opportunity. Moreover, the air conditioners and refrigerators given away by the developer are ordinary products, which do not match the positioning of a luxury house worth 30 million yuan. After getting all these gifts, I still have to find a place to put them, which is really troublesome. Lao Su, the property certificate will be mailed in about 3 days. Will it be sent directly to the new house address? The sales department will be fully responsible for handling the property certificate, so the customer does not need to go there themselves. It is very convenient to apply for a certificate now. It can be done entirely online without having to go offline. Yes, I'll send it here. Thank you for your hard work, Suhi said with a smile. Why bother? You helped me a lot by buying this house. When you move into your new home, remember to call me and I'll give you a red envelope for your move. No problem. The two of them walked towards the door while talking and chatting. Now that the house has been bought, it's time for them to leave. Next, we need to buy furniture and other things, which also takes time. Just as the three of them walked to the door, Li Liang also came back with the middle-aged man and young girl. Li Liang's face didn't look very good. It's not his fault. He already knew that these two people had no intention of buying a house. They were just here to look at the house. Accompanying them to look at houses is a waste of time. It would be better to play a few more games. Suhi and these people would not have had any intersection, they were just passers-by. Once you walk out of this real estate sales center, you may never encounter something like this again in your life. But Li Liang still seemed unhappy about Suhi being so rude to him just now. When he walked over, he deliberately brought the two people behind him and bumped into Suhi and the other two. Li Liang was very smart. He pretended not to see the three people. While walking forward, he turned his head and said something to the middle-aged man behind him. It was as if he was introducing the house he had just bought to the two of them, acting as if nothing had happened. The two middle-aged men's eyes were all on Li Liang, so they didn't notice Suhi and the other two. When he was about to get close to Suhi and the others, Li Liang moved to the side without leaving a trace, revealing the middle-aged man and woman behind him. The two did not expect that there were people in front of them, and immediately bumped into Suhi and Luan Ru head-on. Neither party was walking very fast, but if they collided like this, they would definitely get hurt. Fortunately, after Suhi underwent system transformation, his body's reaction speed was extremely fast. He instantly hugged Luan Ru's shoulders, turned around and carried her away from a distance. The middle-aged man and the young woman reacted quickly and stopped at the same time. This is how the two sides avoided colliding. However, Suhi guessed instantly that Li Liang definitely did this on purpose. The road is so wide. If Li Liang hadn't deliberately led the customers here, how could they have bumped into each other by chance? Don't you have eyes? Or is it mold in the eyes? Presumably, Li Liang wanted to cause a conflict between him and the middle-aged man. This is a way to avenge the recent unhappiness and vent my anger. Thinking of this, Sui's cold gaze immediately fell on Li Liang. Mr. Su, I'm sorry. I was just busy talking to a client about the house and didn't notice you too. Li Liang quickly apologized. He was smart enough to know that nothing he said would be of any use at this moment, and that an apology was the most important thing. Moreover, this can also distance himself from this matter. After all, the people who were about to be hit were Suhi and the middle-aged man, not him. What he wanted to do was to cause a conflict between Suhi and the middle-aged man. The brief contact just now gave Li Liang a general understanding of the personalities of the middle-aged man and the young woman. Both of them are people with bad tempers. Once a conflict occurs, it will never end well. Sure enough, as soon as Li Liang finished speaking, the middle-aged man snorted coldly and spoke. Chapter 57, Shouting Grandpa 3 times. Humph. Boy, do you have no eyes or no legs? It's such a wide road, you have to block my way? The middle-aged man didn't know that Su-hee and Luan Ru had bought a house here. In his opinion, these two young men must be here to rent a house just like him. There are not many houses left in Wangjiang Mansion. In order to sell all the houses as quickly as possible, there is no need to verify funds before viewing the houses. In other words, as long as you want to see a house, you can contact the salesperson at any time to show you the house. Therefore, in the middle-aged man's opinion, Su-hee and Luan Ru came to see the house on purpose. After viewing the house, take a few photos and post them on your moments to pretend to be rich. So cool. As for their identities, there is no doubt that they are just ordinary paupers. At least, it's definitely not comparable to a big boss like him. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man naturally became impolite. Ha, this road is so wide, we have always been walking on the right side. You are blind and have to come over. Who can you blame? Su-hee was not someone who would be bullied, so he responded directly. The left side is so wide, even if you don't go there, you won't bump into us if you walk in the middle. If I hadn't been quick enough to move my wife aside, we would have been the ones injured. You're still blaming Zhu Beiji for something else? Su-hee narrowed his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man coldly. He knew that Li Liang was definitely the culprit in this matter. But this middle-aged man is not that kind. Birds of a feather. You little bastard, who do you think is Zhu Beiji? Hearing Su-hee's words, the middle-aged man exploded. He is indeed a little uglier and a little fatter. But saying he is Zhu Beiji, isn't that an exaggeration? What's going on in your sales department? Can anyone view the property? After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he set his eyes on Li Liang and continued. What's going on with your sales department? How come anyone can come and see the house? This guy is dressed in ordinary clothes, without a single luxury item on his body. How can he afford a house? Do you also receive this kind of client? As the middle-aged man spoke, he glanced at Su-hee with disdain. How could two college graduates who looked like they had just graduated afford a house that even he couldn't afford? What a joke! At the same time, the middle-aged man looked at Luan Ru greedily. Luan Ru was born with natural beauty, and her graceful and curvy body seemed to glow. She was wearing a white gauze long skirt, which seemed to be covered with a layer of moonlight, making her look hazy and ethereal, like a fairy. Compared with Luan Ru, the middle-aged man felt that the young woman around him was just vulgar. If I could bring this girl home, my life would be worth it. In the eyes of the middle-aged man, Luan Ru following a young poor boy was like a flower stuck in cow dung. Such a beautiful girl should follow a capable and steady man like him. Luan Ru felt very uncomfortable with the middle-aged man's lustful eyes. She subconsciously took a half step back and hid behind Su-hee. Su-hee also subconsciously protected his wife behind him and prepared to retort. However, before Su-hee could speak, the young woman next to the middle-aged man became unhappy. Honey, what are you looking at? Do you think that woman is prettier than me? The young woman snorted. Although Luan Ru in front of her is indeed prettier than her, girls always have a competitive mentality. Openly, she would never admit that she was worse than Luan Ru. In addition, the young woman also saw desire in the middle-aged man's eyes. This bastard has taken a fancy to someone else. Even if she is a mistress, she still has the dignity of a mistress. The young woman cannot control how the middle-aged man behaves outside. After all, she is not the legal wife and has no right to control. But here, she would never allow her man to look at other beautiful girls wantonly. No, The middle-aged man wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Su-hee before he could finish his words. Pfft, isn't this obvious? Don't you know what you look like? My wife is not only more beautiful than you, but also has impeccable character. At least, she would never be with a man older than her father just for money. Su-hee said lightly. You. The young woman's face was covered in bruises after being confronted by Su-hee, and she had no way to refute at all. The main reason was that Su-hee was telling the truth. The middle-aged man next to her was indeed about the same age as her father. Kid. So what if I'm old? I have more wealth than you can ever earn in your lifetime. The middle-aged man sneered and continued. Do you think the girl behind you is willing to follow you now and will be willing to follow you when she enters society in the future? Do you believe that as long as I promise to buy her a house here, she will follow me immediately? The middle-aged man's tone sounded very confident. In his opinion, all women in the world are the same, they are all gold diggers. If a woman does not appear to be a gold digger, it only means that she thinks your money is too little and not worthy of her gold diggering. As long as the money is enough, he dares to make the queen's daughter a gold digger. Humph. I don't want your house. Luan Ru behind Soo-hee snorted. She has never been a gold digger. Not to mention that her husband has already bought her a large flat in Wongjung Mansion. She doesn't mind even if he doesn't buy a house and lives in a rental house. Little girl, don't be so confident. This is a house worth tens of millions. I'm afraid this is a house you can't afford even if you work hard all your life. The middle-aged man said calmly. What's wrong with a house worth tens of millions? Can't you afford it? Soo-hee chuckled. Soo-hee heard everything the middle-aged man said to the woman when he entered the sales office. The middle-aged man may have some savings, but if he says he wants to buy a house here, that is wishful thinking and a foolish dream. Ha, how can I not afford it with all my savings? But you will never be able to afford a house here in your lifetime. The middle-aged man sneered. The houses here are indeed very expensive, but if you can take out your savings and liquidate your assets, it should be no problem to buy one. But now the value of houses is not that high. A middle-aged man naturally would not use all his cash to buy a house. However, he couldn't afford it, and he didn't believe Soo-hee could afford it. Oh? What if I can afford it? Soo-hee asked calmly. He planned to set a trap for the man, just to see if he would fall into it. Obviously, the middle-aged man is not a smart person. TSK, if you can afford it, I will kneel down to apologize to you too and yell at you 3 times, Grandpa and Aunt. The middle-aged man said disdainfully. Chapter 58, Find. If young people like Soo-hee can afford a house in Wongjung Mansion, then sows will climb trees. Unless the 2 people in front of you are rich second generations. But which rich second generation would dress so simply? This is totally inconsistent with the image of the rich second generation. However, the middle-aged man's words obviously made Soo-hee very satisfied. This idiot is really extremely stupid. Then don't regret it later. Soo-hee said with a smile. I regret that I am your grandson. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes at Soo-hee. Okay, dear grandson, you can kneel down and call me Grandpa now. After Soo-hee finished speaking, Luan Ru took the house purchase contract with a smile, opened it, and showed it directly in front of the middle-aged man. The contract clearly stated Luan Ru's name, identity information, and specific information about the property. My dear grandson, do you see clearly? Call me Grandma. Hubby, we don't even have a son, and we got a grandson for free. Luan Ru on the side also covered her mouth and laughed. It's quite interesting to have a grandson out of nowhere. The only regret is that this grandson is a little too old. More than 20 years older than them. How is this possible? How can you 2 low-class people afford a house in Wongjung Mansion? The middle-aged man suddenly collapsed to the ground. He felt that he had made a big mistake this time. Are young people who can afford to buy a house in Wongjung Mansion ordinary people? The 2 people in front of me are definitely rich second generations. Moreover, it is possible that he is one of the top rich second generations. When the middle-aged man thought of this, he felt sick all over. He has a little money. But in Shanghai, there are too many rich people. If you offend the top rich people, isn't that seeking death? With just one word from him, all his partners can terminate their cooperation with him. Okay, grandson, listen to your grandma and kneel down and call me Grandpa. Soo-hee had no intention of answering anyone. Since the middle-aged man lost the bet, he had to fulfill his promise. Although the middle-aged man was unwilling, he had already regarded Soo-hee as a top-notch rich second generation. Finally apologized. And called Grandpa and Grandma. As for the mistress, she also apologized. This matter was just exposed. However, Soo-hee had no intention of letting Li Liang go. This incident was instigated by Li Liang. This culprit must not be let off. He asked Chen Ronyue to report what happened today. There are surveillance cameras everywhere in the sales office, and it is easy to find out what happened through them. Afterwards, Li Liang was directly fired because of his poor performance without any attempt to retain him. Based on his past performance, he should not have been fired for poor performance. After all, everyone who comes to this sales office knows that it is definitely difficult to achieve good results. There are only a few houses, how can we achieve good results? Unless you are selling a second-hand house. It's all his fault that he offended the owner of the sales office. In this kind of top-notch property, the owner is the boss. As a salesperson, if you offend the owner, isn't that simply asking for trouble? However, this has nothing to do with Soo-hee. After leaving the sales office that day, he and Luan Ru hired a professional housekeeping service to clean their new home inside and out 3 times. Then I went to the home appliance market and bought a complete set of electrical appliances. After buying the electrical appliances, I went to the furniture store and spent the afternoon shopping, buying a complete set of furniture. After putting all these things into the new home, I returned to the rental house with satisfaction. For the whole set, Soo-hee spent another 400,000 yuan. However, most of them only triggered a 1-fold cash back, and only when I bought a refrigerator did I trigger a 5-fold cash back, which allowed me to get more than 200,000 yuan for free. Next, they just need to choose an auspicious time to move. At the same time, the situation on Luan Ru's side was not good either. Ever since her gold investment failed, she seemed to have entered a dark period in her career. Problems also frequently arise at work. Especially today, I made a huge mistake. For the buying operation, the original price should have been 10.5, but Luan Ru was distracted and mistakenly entered 11.5 instead of 10.5. Don't underestimate it as just $1. $1 multiplied by 1 million is 1 million. Fortunately, the stock price eventually rose to 11.3, and after other traders of the company took over, they also sold all the stocks in their hands at this price. But even so, the company still lost 20 cents, which is a full 200,000 yuan. 200,000 is not a lot, especially for a large investment company like Gene2 Group. If it is a normal investment mistake, the company allows it to happen. Even the top financial companies cannot guarantee that their investments are 100% correct. Mistakes are inevitable. However, Luan Ru's outrageous behavior was entirely due to her own problematic work attitude. The price of 10.5 was entered as 11.5, simply because I was not careful enough when entering the amount. There was no careful review before the transaction was completed. Otherwise, such mistakes would never happen. Therefore, the company also made corresponding penalties, deducting the performance bonus for that month's salary and imposing a fine of 10,000 yuan. Seeing the company's punishment, Luan Ru must be dissatisfied. But there is no way to be dissatisfied. This accident was entirely caused by her carelessness, otherwise the company would have made at least 1 million. Not only did I not make any money, I also lost 200,000 yuan. Just fining her 10,000 yuan and deducting her performance bonus for that month's salary is already a leniency outside the law. Under normal circumstances, such a mistake would even result in direct dismissal. In desperation, Luan Ru had no choice but to agree and take out 10,000 yuan from the remaining 20,000 yuan from gold futures trading as a fine. As for the remaining 10,000, she took out 9,000 and repaid part of it to several friends and the lending company. After paying off the debt, she only had 1,000 yuan left, not even enough to fill up her BMW. If she doesn't work hard next month and doesn't get the company bonus, she might have to sell her car. However, it is definitely impossible for her to drive to work now. I have to take a taxi again to go to and from get off work every day. However, this is not the most uncomfortable thing. When Luan Ru returned to the rental house exhausted, took a shower and lay on the bed to check her moments, she suddenly saw a post from her sister. Since Luan Ru and Soo-hee got married, the frequency of posting on WeChat moments has obviously increased a lot. Moreover, most of them are showing off their wealth. However, what Luan Ru didn't know was that the circles of friends where her sister showed off her wealth were visible only to her. Only those who show affection are public. Luan Ru's meaning was very clear. She just wanted to tell her sister how stupid it was to betray Soo-hee. Sure enough, when Luan Ru saw the content of her sister's circle of friends, she almost vomited blood. Chapter 59: The ugly daughter-in-law meets the mother-in-law. A house worth 30 million? Deluxe riverside room? Just write the woman's name? Luan Ru rubbed her eyes hard, unable to believe what she saw. However, although the house purchase contract posted in the circle of friends concealed important information such as the ID card, Luan Ru's name and the red seal of Wang Jiangfu's sales office were clearly written on it. This cannot be faked. In other words, Soo-hee really bought a luxurious riverside house for his sister. How is it possible? How can Soo-hee afford a house worth 30 million? Ah! Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Luan Ru screamed madly and tore her hair. She didn't want to believe it, and she refused to believe that Soo-hee bought a house for her sister, and it was a riverside house worth more than 30 million yuan. Even her suitor Lu Xiaoyuan couldn't afford this kind of house. Lu Xiaoyuan's family does have some money and several houses. But if you want to buy a house in Wangjiang Mansion, that is absolutely impossible. A house in Wangjiang Mansion is already more expensive than the total price of his family's 3 houses. But now, her ex-boyfriend has bought such an expensive house for his new wife. Moreover, the new wife is her biological sister. She could have become a rich lady, but she ruined her own life. I'm afraid only the person involved can understand how painful this feeling is. However, Sui didn't care about Luan Ru. The next day, he officially took his wife home. "Honey, will our mother dislike me?" Luan Ru asked anxiously while sitting in the passenger seat. 2 big words were written all over her pretty face, entangled. Luan Ru was dressed very elegantly today. A white knee-length dress, like a blooming white lotus, fresh and refined. However, at this time, the hem of the dress was almost torn by Luan Ru. She was worried that Li Ma didn't like her, and even worried that Li Ma would say that she had destroyed the relationship between her husband and sister. After all, Suhi and his sister have been together for many years. If they suddenly broke up, someone would definitely suspect that she was the third party who destroyed their relationship. The little girl has a lot of ideas, but it all comes down to her lack of confidence in herself. "Don't worry, honey. You've met my mother before. She's very easy to talk to." Sui stretched out his right hand, gently touched the little girl's head, and then said, "Besides, my mother already knows about our relationship, and she is very grateful to you for standing up and choosing me at that time." Sui is telling the truth. Cheng Hui is really satisfied with this new daughter-in-law. She brought up Sui all by herself, and only she knew the hardships involved. Therefore, she would treat any woman who was good to her son as her own daughter. Moreover, Cheng Hui herself is a very open-minded person. That kind of traditional mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship would never happen between her and Luan Ru. "Really? Then I feel relieved." Luan Ru blinked. She said she was relieved, but she was still very nervous inside. "After all, it was my first time meeting my mother-in-law, and it would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous." "Ha, wife, an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law anyway, so go ahead and feel free." Sui leaned over and gave his wife a kiss as an encouragement of love. "Aha!" Luan Ru nodded vigorously, and then reacted. "Hubby, who are you calling ugly? How am I ugly? I'm the school belle, okay?" Luan Ru raised her fair chin high and looked at Sui proudly. "Ha, not ugly at all, my wife is a goddess." Sui quickly changed his words with a smile. "Humph, that's more like it." Suhi's mother's house is quite far from the city center. It took about 50 minutes to reach the destination. This is an old residential area near the suburbs. The house is almost 40 years old. It was purchased when Su's father was still alive. Because it is in the suburbs, there is no demolition and reconstruction plan. If the house were sold, it could be sold for 20,000 to 30,000 yuan per square meter. However, the prerequisite is that someone takes over. A house that no one takes over is just a pile of used bricks and is worthless. Luan Ru had been here before, although only once, but she was still familiar with the environment here. The houses here are similar to theirs, all old-style, low-rise buildings without elevators. Fortunately, Sui's house is on the first floor, so there is no need to climb stairs. The price of the first floor of this kind of apartment without an elevator is also the most expensive. It can be seen that when Su's father was alive, their family conditions were relatively good. The community is an open community with wide distances between buildings, and parking is available at the doorstep of each building. After Sui drove the car to the door of his house and parked it, he and Luan Ru got out of the car and took the prepared gifts from the trunk. Just as I was about to enter the building, a surprised voice came from behind me. "Xiaohua. You're here so soon. Mom." Sui turned around and saw a middle-aged woman carrying several plastic bags. It was his biological mother, Cheng Hui. "Xiaohua, this is Wan Ru, right?" Cheng Hui then turned her gaze to Luan Ru. "Well, she is beautiful and has a good figure. Moreover, her butt is very perky, so she can definitely give birth." The more the mother-in-law looks at her daughter-in-law, the more she likes her. Now that the country has allowed 3 children, she feels that her daughter-in-law will definitely be able to give birth to more children for their Su family and make their Su family prosperous. "Hello, Auntie, I'm Wan Ru." Luan Ru nodded obediently, but she was still a little nervous at this time. A pair of little hands were placed at both sides, at a loss, not knowing what to do. Hello, Wanrong. You and Xiuha have both obtained your marriage certificate, so are you going to change your words? Cheng Hui looked at her daughter-in-law with a smile. Although they had only met once, this was the second time. But after their previous meeting, Cheng Hui had a very good impression of this girl. Now that Lu Wanrong is married to Su He, the way they address each other naturally has to change. Mother! Lu Wanrong lowered her head and called softly. Hey! My dear daughter-in-law, come in quickly. This is your home, don't be restrained. Mom bought a lot of vegetables, including fish, meat and seafood. I'll show you my skills later. As Cheng Hui spoke, she called her daughter-in-law into the house. She has a carefree personality and is easy to get along with. Lu Wanrong, who was originally nervous, felt relieved a little when she saw her mother-in-law being so enthusiastic. Sometimes, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is like this, and one person must be proactive and generous. If one person is proactive and generous, the other will also be proactive. This is the case with Lu Wanrong and Cheng Hui. Lu Wanrong is a lively person and I believe she will be able to get along well with Cheng Hui soon. Chapter 60, The In-Laws. Sui's house is not big, with only 2 bedrooms and a living room, with an area of about 90 square meters. However, because it is on the first floor, the price is slightly higher. If it were sold, it could be sold for about 30,000 renminbi per square meter, which is about 2.7 million renminbi. After Cheng Hui knew that her son was getting married, she thought about selling the house and buying a new one for her son. With 2.7 million, it will definitely not be a problem to pay the down payment for a new house in the city. As for herself, she could go back to her hometown and live there. The house in my hometown has been under renovation. Although it is in the countryside and a little remote, it is still suitable for living. Moreover, the rural areas in the south are developing well now. With the construction of new countryside, everything is convenient. Wanrong, the house is a little small, sit wherever you want. Xiaohe, make Wanrong a cup of tea. Wanrong, this is your first time here and I don't know what you like to eat, so I just bought some fruits for you to eat. Don't be polite. This is your own home. Cheng Hui was obviously very happy to see her new daughter-in-law. As he spoke, he took out the fruits that he had prepared long ago to entertain his new daughter-in-law. There is an abundance of fruit and many varieties. There are cut watermelons, honeydew melons, oranges, bananas, and even cherries. Cherries in this season are very expensive, costing almost 100 yuan per pound. Ordinary families would never buy such expensive fruits at this time. It can be seen that Cheng Hui really attaches great importance to her daughter-in-law's first visit to her home. She usually can't even afford to buy bananas when she's alone. Mom, the fruits you bought are too expensive. Lu Wanrong said somewhat embarrassedly. Watermelon and the like are not so bad, as summer is the season for eating watermelon. Even if it is a good variety, it only costs a few dollars per pound. But cherries are a bit unnecessary. It's not expensive. You can eat whatever you like. Cheng Hui said with a smile. My daughter-in-law must be heartbroken. If the mother-in-law doesn't love you, who else can do it? Well, thanks, Mom. Lu Wanrong smiled sweetly, then took out a gift box and handed it to Cheng Hui. Mom, this is a little gift from me. Do you like it? Gift? Cheng Hui subconsciously took the gift box from Lu Wanrong. When she saw the jewelry store label printed on the gift box, her brows immediately frowned. Just when Cheng Hui thought that her mother-in-law didn't like the gift she gave, she turned her head and looked at Sui, saying unhappily, Xiaohe, how could you let Wanrong buy such an expensive gift? Wanrong is still a college student, you should save some money for her. This gift is said to be given to me by Wanrong, but I guess the money must have been paid by your father-in-law and mother-in-law, right? Cheng Hui is very smart. It is impossible for an unintelligent person to guess so much from the expression on the gift box. This gift box has a jewelry store label printed on it, so there must be some jewelry inside. Such a large gift box is most likely a gift like a bracelet. Cheng Hui knew that her daughter-in-law was a student who was about to enter her senior year. Where does a college student get the money to buy gifts? Isn't it from her own parents? This is indeed the case. This little gift from Cheng Hui was bought with her own 50,000 yuan dowry. Inside was a 30-gram gold bracelet that cost almost 10,000 yuan. Mom, no, this is a gift that Wanrong bought with her own savings. See if you like it. Su-hee explained with a smile. At this time, he certainly would not say that the gift was bought by his wife with her dowry. Just muddle through it anyway. Hey, you kid. Luan Ru, don't spend money recklessly anymore. Chang Hui warned. Yeah, Mom, open it and see if you like it. Luan Ru nodded with a smile. Good. Chang Hui didn't act pretentiously anymore. After wiping her hands, she opened the gift box. Oh. Luan Ru, this bracelet is so beautiful. When Chang Hui saw the gold bracelet in the box, her eyes suddenly lit up. She has been living frugally these years, so how could she have ever worn gold jewelry? Unexpectedly, on the first day the daughter-in-law came into the house, she was given a gold bracelet. Mom, as long as you like it. Seeing her mother-in-law's happy expression, Luan Ru finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that my mother-in-law must like this gift very much. It wasn't difficult to choose something for her that took so long. Luan Ru, you are so generous. My first meeting gift is a bit embarrassing. Chang Hui smiled bitterly. Then he went back to the room and took out a gift box. It contained hardware, including gold necklaces, gold bracelets, gold earrings, gold pendants, and gold rings. I know Xiaohua also bought some for you, but as a mother-in-law, I still have to prepare some for you. These hardware items cost Chang Hui nearly 80,000 yuan. Adding to the 200,000 yuan she gave to Su He before, most of her savings had been spent. However, Chang Hui felt that it was all worth it. It is definitely an honor for the Su family that their son can marry a good girl like Luan Ru. Mom, this is too expensive. Looking at the hardware in the gift box, Luan Ru was very moved. As a daughter-in-law, the thing I fear most is not being respected by my mother-in-law. Therefore, many people ask for a dowry before getting married. It seems that the more betrothal gifts one gives, the more respect one gets from the husband's family. In fact, the Su family had already given the betrothal gift and bought the hardware. But as a mother-in-law, she still paid for the hardware herself. This is definitely a respect for her as a daughter-in-law. No matter how valuable it is, it's not as important as my daughter-in-law coming. Chang Hui smiled, and then said to Su He, who was standing beside her. Silly boy, why are you standing there? Try it on your wife and see if it fits. Luan Ru, if it doesn't fit or you don't like the style, you can take it to the jewelry store to exchange it. The invoice is inside. Chang Hui is not the unreasonable person. After all, they are from the older generation, and their aesthetic tastes are definitely different from those of the younger generation. It is normal for young people not to like the jewelry styles they like, they can just change them. Anyway, gold is a good way to preserve its value, and at most you'll just have to pay a little labor fee. Mom, I like them very much. They are all very beautiful. Luan Ru smiled sweetly. Then, Su He tried it on his wife. Although wearing gold jewelry may give people a nouveau riche vibe, the styles Chang Hui bought are all very beautiful. In addition, Luan Ru is naturally beautiful. These jewels made her look more elegant and graceful. Luan Ru also really likes it. Well, as long as you like it. Chang Hui could see that her daughter-in-law really liked him, and she felt slightly relieved. Then, the two sides sat down and chatted for a while. After chatting for about half an hour, Chang Hui saw that it was almost time, so she prepared to go to the kitchen to cook. Mom, let me help you. As Luan Ru spoke, she rolled up her sleeves and was about to help her mother-in-law cook. Chapter 61. Where does all the money come from? No, just take a rest. The kitchen is too fumed, so you young people should avoid going in. I can handle it on my own. Chang Hui quickly refused. How can you ask a new bride to do any work on her first day at home? The kind of thing that would happen in the Su family, where the mother-in-law wants to establish her authority and ask the new daughter-in-law to do work on the first day she arrives home, is absolutely impossible to happen. It's better not to marry into that kind of family. Luan Ru couldn't persuade her mother-in-law, so she had to let her do what she wanted. Luan Ru finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing her mother-in-law enter the kitchen. Hubby, Mom is really like what you said, that's great. Luan Ru smiles like a flower. She is lucky to have such a good mother-in-law. I told you my mom is easy to get along with. Are you relieved now? Su He said with a smile. Yeah. I think I can definitely get along well with my mother. It's natural. The couple chatted in the living room for a while, and then Su He took his wife back to his own room for a tour. Su He also took out many childhood memories, including some of the memories with Luan Ru. He was going to throw these things away. After all, he has died once, so what is there to be reluctant about? After cleaning up, Sui asked Luan Ru to rest in the room for a while, and he went to the kitchen. Mom, do you need help? Sui poked his head into the kitchen and asked with a smile. Go, what can you do to help? You're not even causing more trouble. Go and stay with your wife. Cheng Hui was busy as hell, and when she saw her son sticking his head in, she immediately gave him a cold look. Mom, turn off the fire first, I want to tell you something. Sui smiled, pushed open the kitchen door and walked in. Can't we talk about it later? Can't you see I'm busy? Cheng Hui said this, but still turned off the gas. Hurry up, tell me what you want to say, there are still several dishes. Cheng Hui urged. Hey, Mom, I transferred 1 million to your card. See if you received it. Sui said with a smile. He took out this 1 million as a gift to his mother and did not return it in cash. However, Sui doesn't care whether he gets cash back or not. Since I earn so much money, it's only right that I give my mother 1 million. It's not that Sui doesn't want to give more, but he knows his mother's character. Giving too much at one time will cause the mother to worry. Give 1 million at a time, and then give it every few days, in a steady stream. In this way, his mother would just think that his business was getting bigger and bigger and wouldn't worry about anything. However, there will definitely be trouble if you give so much money for the first time. When Cheng Hui heard that her son had transferred more than 1 million yuan to her, she immediately became anxious. Son, where did you get so much money? Did you rob a bank? I'm telling you, your mother, don't want a single cent of ill-gotten gains. Cheng Hui's eyes were filled with worry. Robbing a bank is a small matter, but if the son is going to kill people or sell drugs, that would be troublesome. Mom, what are you talking about? How could I possibly rob a bank? I made a lot of money in the futures market. Sui still used the same old excuse. But this time it can't be considered a lie. He did make more than 30 million in the gold futures market. Son, you're not lying to your mom, are you? Is it so easy to make money in futures? Cheng Hui obviously didn't quite believe what her son said. If futures trading is so easy to make money, wouldn't everyone be playing futures? She had heard from her neighbors that many people who traded futures lost a lot of money and ended up jumping off buildings out of despair. Mom, I'm telling the truth. Sui curled his lips. In order to prove that what he said was true, he even showed his mother the screenshots of his gold futures trading. When Cheng Hui saw that her son had earned more than 30 million in gold futures, her mouth suddenly became O-shaped. Then, Sui told his mother the news of buying a house. Cheng Hui was even more overjoyed. Okay, son, you really didn't embarrass me. You've finally grown up and can take care of this family. Your father's spirit in heaven can rest in peace now. Cheng Hui's eyes became red. As a mother, I am really pleased to see my son get married, start a family, and own a house and a car. All these years of hard work have finally paid off. Well, Mom, you don't have to work so hard in the future. With me here, you can enjoy your old age and play with your grandchildren. In his previous life, Sui did not repay his mother well. After his rebirth, he must make his mother live a happy life. Yeah, I was originally planning to sell my house to buy you a new house as a down payment, but now it seems that's not necessary. When you and Luan Ru have a child, I will give the house to my grandson. Cheng Hui has already begun to fantasize about the day when she will have grandchildren in her arms. Mom, I'm moving to a new house in a few days. You can come and stay for a few days. The new house is quite big. When we have children in the future, you have to live with us and help take care of them. Don't be bothered by it. Sui said with a smile. He knew his mother was a cautious person. If I hadn't said this, my mother might never have lived in their house. What the mother fears most is disturbing the lives of her son and daughter-in-law. However, Sui hopes to live with his parents and parents-in-law. The house is so big, it's a happy place for the whole family to live together. Of course, young couples definitely want to have independent space. At worst, I can see if there are any houses upstairs or downstairs and buy one for the 3 elderly people to live in. Or buy a villa after a while. The whole family moved into the villa and lived happily. Okay, as long as Luan Ru needs me, I can take care of you anytime. Cheng Hui said with a smile. After knowing that her son had made a lot of money, Cheng Hui was obviously happier. She did not refuse the 1 million and accepted it directly. Of course I had to accept the money my son gave me. However, Cheng Hui did not intend to use the money. My son is making money now, but he may lose money in the future. With this $1 million deposited with her, she can help her son when he needs money urgently in the future. This is a mother, always thinking about her children. Soon, a sumptuous lunch was ready. Chang Hui had asked her son about Luan Ru's taste and dietary restrictions in advance. So, today's meal is all made up of Luan Ru's favorite dishes. Moreover, there are 10 dishes on the table, which is very rich. It is said that you can tell whether the husband's family respects the daughter-in-law by the first time they cook for her. This table of dishes included fish, meat, shrimps, and hairy crabs. For a family like theirs, it was definitely a high-standard reception. Luan Ru also enjoyed the meal very much. Chapter 62 Moving. After dinner, Luan Ru wanted to help clean up the kitchen, but was still rejected by her mother-in-law. Cheng Hui meant that Luan Ru married into their family to enjoy a good life. She won't have to do any housework from now on. As a mother-in-law, I will arrange everything. These words made Luan Ru feel very warm again. That night, at Cheng Hui's request, Su-hee and Luan Ru stayed at home for one night. Didn't leave until the next day. Hubby, Mom is so nice. I feel so lucky to have met such a good mother-in-law. After leaving home, Luan Ru kept muttering while sitting in the car. Ha, you have to slowly experience how good my mother is. Su-hee said with a smile. Yeah, hubby, it's great to marry you. Luan Ru hugged Su-hee's arm and said sweetly. Me too, it's great to marry you. When love is deep, one cannot control oneself. Su-hee drove the car directly into a small forest on the side of the road, and then the car began to shake. 2 hours later, Su-hee drove back to the rental house. The day after tomorrow is the day they move into their new home. We have to start packing today and move everything over tomorrow. In this way, you can invite relatives and friends to your house for dinner the day after tomorrow. After packing up his things, Su-hee received a call from Chen Ronyue. Lao Su, the property certificate has been mailed. When will you come to pick it up? When buying the house, Su-hee said that the property certificate would be sent directly to Wangjiang Mansion. As the clerk of Wangjiang Mansion, Chen Ronyue naturally received the express delivery first. Now he has been converted to a full-time employee and will soon leave the Wangjiangfu sales office to work at another newly opened real estate project. However, before leaving, he needed to serve Su-hee, his only customer, well. It's already here? So soon? We're moving tomorrow, so I'll come pick it up tomorrow. Su-hee said with a smile. Okay, no problem. I'll put it here first. Well, thank you for your hard work. You're welcome. After hanging up the phone, Su-hee told Luan Ru the good news. Luan Ru was naturally very happy. Then, Luan Ru called her parents and asked them to come to her house for dinner the day after tomorrow. After that, I started to clean up. There's actually nothing to pack. The furniture in the rental house was all brought by the tenants, so they only needed to pack their clothes. As for quilts and other things, Su-hee chose to throw them all away. All the 5-piece bedding sets used in the new house are new, so these old ones will definitely not be used anymore. There's no point in keeping them, so you might as well throw them away. The next day, Su-hee found a professional moving company to pack up all his things and move them to his new home. Then, he went to Chen Ronyue to get the property certificate. Wife, here's the property certificate for you. It hasn't been opened yet, so you have to open it yourself. Su-hee handed the property certificate to his wife by express delivery. Well, thank you, husband. Luan Ru took the express from Su-hee with a sweet smile, then solemnly opened it and took out a red book from it, which was the real estate certificate. Looking at the two big words property registration certificate clearly written on it, Luan Ru also became excited. When I opened the cover, I saw Luan Ru's name clearly written on it. Hubby, we finally have a house of our own. Luan Ru said excitedly. That's right. From today on, this is our home. Su-hee was also very excited. After 2 lifetimes as a human being, he finally owns a house in this life. Moreover, the property is worth more than 30 million yuan. In the previous life, this was simply unimaginable. Whatever he missed in the previous life, Su-hee will get back in this life. That day, the young couple moved into their new home. In fact, today can be considered as moving to a new house. However, this is how it is when moving into a new house: first move in, then hold a housewarming party. Soon, it was the next day, which was also Saturday. Lu Tiancheng's home. Luan Ru, get up quickly. Today is the day your sister and brother-in-law move to their new home. We have to go there early, Bayuague urged. Luan Ru was still lying on the bed sleeping. She was exhausted during this period. Because of the mistake in the last investment, the company lost hundreds of thousands. Therefore, the company does not plan to hand over key business to her during this period. Without key business, it means that you 1T get high commissions. Luan Ru still owes more than 100,000 yuan in foreign debt, and the interest she has to pay every month is a considerable amount. Add to that rent and daily expenses, that basic salary is simply not enough. If this continues, she might not be able to afford to rent a house next month. And now, hearing her mother say that she was going to celebrate Suhee and her sister's housewarming, Luan Ru was even more reluctant. Isn't this just rushing to send your face to someone's house to be beaten? And repeatedly. Mom, I don't want to go anymore. Why don't you two go? Luan Ru lay on the bed, buried her whole body in the quilt, and refused to get up no matter what. How can I do that? She's your biological sister. How can you, as her elder sister, not go when your biological sister is moving to a new house? Luan Ru, you two are my only daughters. If you can't get along, what should we do as parents? I gave birth to a sister for you in the hope that you two sisters could support each other in the future. Now that we're both still here, how can you sisters stop interacting? At the end of her speech, Bayuegue's eyes became red. As a parent, the most painful thing is probably when brothers become enemies. Just as Bayuegue said, she only has a pair of daughters. If even the two of them can't get along, what hope can the old couple have in the future? If they die, who cares if there is a flood? But as long as I'm still alive, I can't just stand by and watch the sisters fighting each other. Mom, I'll go. Luan Ru curled her lips, lifted the quilt and sat up from the bed. Isn't it just a slap in the face? If you get slapped, then get slapped. At worst, I can just leave after dinner. Okay, we'll wait for you in the living room, hurry up. Seeing that her eldest daughter was willing to go, Bayuegue smiled again, and after giving her instructions, she turned around and left. After Luan Ru got up and washed, she sat in front of the makeup mirror and started to put on makeup. Lose the battle but not the person. Even though my sister is living a better life than me now, I will never admit defeat in terms of appearance. Soon, Luan Ru put on some delicate makeup and then drove out with her parents. Luan Ru was a novice driver, so she drove slowly on the road. It took her a full hour to arrive at the gate of Suhee's community. However, when they arrived at the entrance of the underground parking lot, the security guard refused to let Luan Ru in. Miss, I'm sorry, but you can't enter unless you are the owner of this community. The security guard stopped Luan Ru outside. Chapter 63, Is it to piss me off? In fact, security guards will also treat people differently based on their situation. Luan Ru drives a BMW 1 Series. This kind of car may be a better car for ordinary people, but the security guards here all have a certain vision. Knows the car very well too. Who among those who can live in a mansion like Wangjiang Mansion doesn't drive a car worth more than 500,000 yuan? Even 500,000 is the lowest configuration. If you don't have a car worth several million, you would be embarrassed to say that you live in Wangjiang Mansion. Having seen so many luxury cars, the security guard naturally thinks the BMW 1 Series is very ordinary. Okay. Luan Ru curled her lips and didn't say much. She turned her head and said to Lu Tiancheng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, Dad, call Wanrong and ask her to contact the security guard to let us into the parking lot. Luan Ru turned around and said to her father, who was sitting in the passenger seat. She was actually a little dissatisfied. What a crappy community, it's so troublesome to get into the underground parking lot. Good. Lu Tiancheng nodded, took out his cell phone and immediately called his little daughter. Dad, you guys are here, right? Huh? You're not allowed to enter the parking lot? Okay, I'll call the property management. After Lu Wanrong answered the phone, she immediately called the security guard at the parking lot. Okay, Ms. Lu, I'll open the door right away. After the security guard confirmed that the car in front of them belonged to the guests of Lu Wanrong's family, he did not make things difficult and raised the barrier to let their car in. Soon, Lu Wanru found her sister's parking space in the underground parking lot. When Suhee bought a house, the developer gave him 2 parking spaces. Their Mercedes-Benz GLC is already parked in 1 parking space. The other parking space is just right for them to park. However, there are still plenty of parking spaces in the underground parking lot. Although most of the houses in this community have been sold, the overall occupancy rate is not very high. After parking the car, the family of 3 went to the elevator and prepared to take the elevator. Luan Ru had already pressed the elevator upstairs, so they could go upstairs without a card. When the elevator reached the 22nd floor, it made a slight ding sound and the elevator door slowly opened. Then, the 3 of them felt their eyes brighten. Wow, Rongrong's house is so big. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, Bayuague couldn't help but exclaimed. She didn't expect that the house bought by her youngest daughter and son-in-law was so big. The entrance door alone was equivalent to one of their bedrooms. As for Luan Ru, her expression was not so good. The better her sister's life is, the more it's like a slap in her face. After all, if she hadn't broken up with Soo-hee, she would be the one living here now. Dad, Mom, sister, you are here. Come in quickly, come in quickly. Luan Ru heard the noise and came out of the house. When she saw her parents, she immediately welcomed them into the house with a smile. Wow, Rongrong, your house is really big? Walking into the room, Bayuague was really shocked. Before she came, she already knew that her youngest daughter had bought a large apartment of 300 square meters. But she had no idea how big 300 square meters was. It was not until she walked into the large flat and saw that its living room was even bigger than theirs that Bayuague realized what a large flat was. Luan Ru's face at the side also turned unhappy. This house is so luxurious. As soon as you enter the house, you will see a large living room. On the south side of the living room is an extra large floor-to-ceiling window. Standing here, you can have a panoramic view of the most luxurious areas of Shanghai. This kind of house is called a house. Even if she married some wealthy second-generation guy, she might not be able to afford such a luxurious house. And now, my sister has actually moved in, and the house is in her name. In other words, this house belongs to my sister. At this moment, Luan Ru had only 2 words in her mind, and that was, regret. Dad, Mom, you're here. Father-in-law, mother-in-law. At this time, Soo-hee and Cheng Hui also came out of the kitchen. Hey, mother-in-law, hello, hello. Seeing Cheng Hui, Lu Tiancheng and Bayuague hurriedly went to greet her. Both parties are straightforward people and there is no generation gap at all. The 2 families had actually met each other a long time ago, but it was all informal. This is the first time we have met formally. After the 2 sides greeted each other, Luan Ru hesitated for a moment and walked forward to greet Cheng Hui. Aunt Chang, hello. Luan Ru was a little embarrassed. The middle-aged woman in front of her was her ex-boyfriend's mother, and she almost became her mother-in-law. But now, she has become my sister's mother-in-law, that is, her mother-in-law. This change of identity really makes people feel awkward. Wan Ru is here too, hello. Cheng Hui smiled politely at Luan Ru. She did not bear any grudge against Luan Ru. The 2 children did not end up together, which only means that they are not destined to be together. Adults shouldn't interfere too much in children's affairs. What's more, Luan Ru is now the sister of his daughter-in-law, so she is also a relative. Cheng Hui naturally would not let her daughter-in-law be caught in the middle. However, Cheng Hui was only polite on the surface towards Luan Ru. It would definitely be impossible to treat Luan Ru the same way he treats his daughter-in-law. Luan Ru could naturally sense Cheng Hui's estrangement from her. After all, Cheng Hui was really good to her in the past. Whenever Luan Ru visited Cheng Hui's house, Cheng Hui would prepare a lot of delicious food. Treat her as your own daughter. Not to mention caring about each other. She would even ask Soo-hee to subsidize her living expenses. It is really hard to find such a mother-in-law even with a lantern. But now, to Cheng Hui, Luan Ru is just an ordinary guest. However, there is nothing that can be done about it. After all, it was Luan Ru who cruelly dumped the other person's son. The mother was so generous that she allowed her to enter the house. After exchanging greetings for a while, the 2 sides sat down and started chatting. Cheng Hui is very talkative, has high emotional intelligence, and what she says is very likable. Both sides had a very happy chat. During the whole process, only Luan Ru remained silent, as if she was an outsider. She also felt very cramped here. Everything in the mansion was what she dreamed of. But now I have given all of this to my sister. After chatting for a while, it was time for dinner and the 2 mothers went to the kitchen to cook together. As for Soo-hee and Lu Tiancheng, they went downstairs for a walk together, leaving only Luan Ru and her sister at home. Sister, how is it? Seeing that Sui is doing so well now, do you regret breaking up with him? Luan Ru looked at her sister with a smile. In fact, she didn't even need to ask. Just by looking at Luan Ru's stern face, you can guess what she is thinking. Ha, Wanron, those moments you posted were also meant to irritate me, right? Luan Ru did not give a direct answer, but asked back. Chapter 64, Loan Rejected. That's right. I just want to tell you what an excellent man you gave up. You missed the chance to become a rich wife because you worship money. Luan Ru spoke frankly. She had wanted to say this to her sister for a long time, and today she finally had the chance. You're right, I do regret it. Luan Ru stared at her sister and finally spoke out her true feelings. I didn't expect that Sui would be so lucky and make so much money in the futures market. Shit luck? Hearing this, Luan Ru immediately refused to do it. Sister, Sui is not just lucky. He used his professional knowledge to analyze it. Just like the recent surge in gold prices, it was an opportunity he seized with his keen sense. Sui also asked you to go long on gold futures at that time, but you just didn't listen. Although Luan Ru didn't understand finance, she still knew what had happened. After just a few words, Luan Ru was left speechless. Luan Ru suffered a huge loss in gold futures and only got back 20,000 yuan out of the 200,000 yuan. Of the 20,000 yuan, he lost another 10,000 yuan due to work mistakes. Now, in addition to owing more than 100,000 yuan in car loans, he also owes more than 100,000 yuan in credit loans. It is very appropriate to describe it as heavily in debt. If she had believed Sui at the beginning, she would not have shorted gold futures, but chose to go long on gold. Then even if you can't afford a house in Wangjiang Mansion now, you won't be heavily in debt. She might even have several million in her hands. Sister, did you lose a lot of money investing in gold futures this time? When Luan Ru saw that her sister stopped talking, she immediately realized something and took the initiative to ask. Luan Ru raised her head and glanced at her sister, her eyes were a little tangled, and after hesitating for a long time, she nodded and said, Yes, I lost a total of 180,000 this time. Luan Ru never mentioned the matter of losing money to anyone except Lu Xiaoyuan. Not even the parents know. The reason why she told her sister now, besides the sisterly friendship, she also hoped that after she told this matter, her sister would be able to help her. In Luan Ru's opinion, her sister is now a member of a wealthy family, and 180,000 is probably just a small amount of money for them. What? So much money? Sister, where do you get so much money? Luan Ru looked at her sister in disbelief. She originally thought that her sister had lost at most 50,000 yuan. After all, when my sister borrowed money from her parents, they were all at home. At that time, her parents only gave her 50,000 yuan. Luan Ru knows her sister very well. Over the years, my sister has been earning little and spending a lot. Not only did he spend all the money he earned, he also spent a lot of Sui's money. Therefore, she certainly has no savings. If there is no savings, then where did these hundreds of thousands of dollars come from? I borrowed a little from friends and took out a few small loans. Luan Ru said lightly. Now that it's been said, she doesn't mind saying a little more. Small amount loan? Sister, are you crazy? Don't you know that many small amount loans have routines? Luan Ru felt unwell all over. She didn't expect that her sister, who was so smart and rational before, would become so confused now. Actually borrowed a small loan to trade futures? Isn't this crazy? Schools are now publicizing the dangers of microloans every day, for fear that students will become addicted to them. This thing is a bottomless pit. Once you enter it, you can't get out. Luan Ru didn't say anything else. Of course she understood what her sister was saying. But everyone has desires. She was blinded by desire and didn't think too much. Seeing that her sister stopped talking, Luan Ru also fell silent. After a long while, Luan Ru took the initiative to speak. Wanron, we are sisters. Now that you are rich, I don't ask you to take me with you. But I still hope you can help me. Lend me 200,000 to pay off my debt. Once I pay off my debts and get my bonus, I will pay you back as soon as possible. After Luan Ru said this, her whole body went limp like a deflated ball. There is nothing shameful in borrowing money. Everyone encounters difficulties and everyone needs money sometimes. However, it is embarrassing to borrow money from my sister who has not yet graduated from college. Luan Ru herself knew that her sister, who had not even graduated from college, had no money. Isn't borrowing money from your sister the same as borrowing money from your ex-boyfriend, Sui? At the beginning, she broke up with her ex-boyfriend because she disliked him for being poor. Now I have to borrow money from my ex-boyfriend again. Isn't this embarrassing? Sister, I'm afraid I can't help you with this matter. I don't have much money. Luan Ru hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head and refused. It's not that she was unwilling to help her sister, but she really didn't have much money. She did have $250,000 in savings. But out of the $250,000, $200,000 was the betrothal gift given by Soo-hee. She definitely couldn't give this money to her sister. The rest was the 50,000 yuan dowry given by my parents. This money is also to be given to Soo-hee. Soo-hee bought her a house worth tens of millions and a car worth hundreds of thousands. It would be neither reasonable nor moral if she didn't even give him a dowry of 50,000 yuan. So, she really had no money to lend to her sister. I knew you wouldn't lend me. Luan Ru curled her lips and said, Sister, if you really need money, why don't you ask Soo-hee directly? She will probably help you for the sake of her parents. Luan Ru reminded. She said this to give her sister a way out. It depends on whether my sister wants this step. Forget it, he must hate me to death, how could he lend me money? Luan Ru shook her head bitterly. Although it was a peaceful breakup at the beginning, she was ultimately in the wrong. She was too proud to ask Soo-hee for money directly. Well, then I can't help it. Luan Ru shook her head. That's all I have to say. There's nothing she can do as her sister wants to save face. In fact, Luan Ru didn't know that even if Luan Ru really asked for it, Soo-hee would not give out a penny. In her previous life, she was hurt too deeply by this heartless woman. Even paid with his life for it. How could he still be entangled with this woman after living his life over again? Luan Ru sighed. It seems that she has to figure out a solution for this matter herself. Lunch was soon ready. After lunch, Lu Tanchang and his wife and Cheng Hui were asked to stay in their new home for a few days. As for Luan Ru, she left alone in shame. She also has to find a way to borrow money. Since I can't borrow money from my sister, I can only borrow money from Lu Xiaoyuan. It's just 200,000 yuan, I think Lu Xiaoyuan should be able to lend her that. At worst, I can just agree to be his girlfriend for a while. Thinking of this, Luan Ru felt relieved. Chapter 65, One left and another came. Monday came in a blink of an eye. As soon as Luan Ru got to work, she went straight to Lu Xiaoyuan's office, wanting to borrow some money from him immediately. In her opinion, Lu Xiaoyuan is a rich second generation after all, so borrowing 100,000 or 200,000 shouldn't be a problem, right? However, just as she reached the door, she saw Lu Xiaoyuan walking out of the office with a pair of silver bracelets on his hands. Behind him followed two uniformed policemen. Manager Lu, what are you doing? Luan Ru was a little slow to react for a moment. How come Lu Xiaoyuan, who was so high-spirited last week, was arrested just after a weekend? Lu Xiaoyuan did not answer, nor did he have the chance to answer. He just shook his head helplessly and was taken away by the police. Afterwards, Luan Ru found out that the last time Lu Xiaoyuan invested in gold futures, he had embezzled the company's funds. If you had made money at the time and returned the money in time, no one might have noticed. But in the end, not only did he not make any money, he even lost all the 3 million. Lu Xiaoyuan couldn't come up with so much cash to repay at once, which is why he was discovered by the company's risk control department. The embezzlement of public funds, and a huge amount of them at that, was naturally a very serious crime, so he was taken away directly by the police. Lu Xiaoyuan originally wanted to sell his house or mortgage it to raise 3 million yuan to return to the company. However, whether it is selling a house or mortgaging it, the procedures are rather complicated and not that fast. He doesn't have that much savings himself. In the end, I had no choice but to admit defeat. Of course, the final verdict is still uncertain. If his family could gather the money and return it to the company, he might not be in too much of a problem. But I definitely can't stay in Gene 2 Group anymore. Gene 2 Group would not want someone who would misappropriate company funds at will. How could this happen? How could this happen? Lu Xiaoyuan has been arrested, what should I do? Luan Ru felt like the sky was falling. This time, she not only lost $200,000, but her boyfriend-to-be was also arrested. Even though she is naturally beautiful, it is not easy for her to find a rich man who knows how to lick her. Moreover, although Luan Ru was unwilling to admit it, in fact she did receive a lot of care from Lu Xiaoyuan in the company. If it weren't for Lu Xiaoyuan, she might not have been the one who got the permanent job. After all, everyone who can come for internship is excellent. For Luan Ru, Lu Xiaoyuan is her resource and supporter in the company. Now that her resources are gone and her backer has fallen, Luan Ru will naturally panic. No, I don't think I can continue to be depressed like this. I have to find new resources as soon as possible. Luan Ru's eyes were firm. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoyuan's incident had nothing to do with her, so she was not afraid even if the company investigated. Although her money was not her own, it was all borrowed. But after the company found out, at most they would say that she violated the rules in stock speculation and give her a disciplinary action, but there wouldn't be any big problems. Therefore, she doesn't need to worry about this matter implicating her. What Luan Ru needs to do now is to find a new resource. With the new resources, she was able to rise quickly in the company. Just as Luan Ru was thinking about this question, the human resources manager walked into their department with a man in his 20s. Everyone, let me introduce you to them. The HR manager clapped his hands and spoke loudly. Everyone fell silent instantly, and their eyes fell on the personnel officer and the middle-aged man beside him. This is the new department manager assigned to your department by the company, Jean Yuxing, Manager Jean. From now on, all operations of your operations department will be managed by Manager Jean. Everyone is welcome. Wow! As soon as the HR manager finished speaking, the whole audience burst into applause. At the same time, the people under his command began to talk among themselves. Isn't our company's efficiency too high? Manager Lu was just taken away this morning, and a new manager was parachuted in so quickly. This Manager Jean looks unfamiliar. He must be a new employee of the company. I'm afraid the company has already discovered that Manager Lu embezzled public funds, and is just waiting for the successor to take office before making trouble. Alas, it's a pity for Manager Lu. He is actually a pretty good person. The army may change, but the tent remains the same. If you want to leave, just leave. We should just follow the new manager. That's right. There was no great resistance to the change of manager. This is how the company is. Just as they themselves said, the camp remains unchanged, but the soldiers come and go. The transfer of colleagues or leaders is a very common thing. Change the leader and still get things done. Their salaries are paid by the company, not by their leaders. Even if they have unpleasant relationships with their leaders, the leaders have no right to do anything to them. At most it's just a suggestion. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether the leadership is changed or not. However, Luan Ru was not included here. When she saw the new manager, Luan Ru's eyes suddenly lit up. She knew her chance had come. After the HR department introduced the new manager, they took him into the new office. At the same time, he shouted to Luan Ru, who was thinking at her desk. Luan Ru, come and clean up the office for Manager Jean. The HR manager waved at Luan Ru. Miscellaneous tasks such as cleaning the office are usually done by newcomers. Luan Ru is the newest person who can't be any newer, so the HR department will call her. If it were in the past, Luan Ru would definitely have resistance. She came to work, not to do odd jobs. However, this time she agreed very readily, and immediately stood up and went to Jean Yuxing's office. His positive attitude attracted the attention of many colleagues. This Luan Ru is really proactive. Seeing her superior fall, she wants to curry favor with a new superior right away, right? Shoo, don't talk nonsense. It's not good if it gets to the manager's ears. What's there to be afraid of? We all saw how close Luan Ru and Lu Xiaoyuan were before. Now that Lu Xiaoyuan has just left, she's already flattering the new manager. Ha, isn't this normal? She does want to flatter you, but do you have the ability to let her flatter you? Forget it, forget it. This kind of woman may look pleasing to the eye, but who knows how messy her private life is. I'd better stay away from her. It's not too late to understand this truth. Many colleagues were discussing this. Obviously, Luan Ru's reputation in the company is not very good. This is normal. She is a new employee, but she was able to get so many resources before. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that it was arranged by Lu Xiaoyuan. They are all from the same department, so someone is bound to be unhappy. However, they didn't dare to say anything in front of Luan Ru. This is how the world works. No matter how unhappy you are in your heart, you have to appear friendly on the surface. Chapter 66 Senior Boss. Luan Ru came to the door of Jin Yuxing's office, knocked and walked in. "Hello, Manager Jin, I'm Luan Ru." Luan Ru took the initiative to introduce herself. Jin Yuxing didn't say much. After glancing at Luan Ru, he nodded indifferently. "Manager Jin, this is Luan Ru, a college student who just joined the company this year. Just ask her to tidy up your desk for you. I have a few more interviews over there, so I won't bother you," the HR said with a smile. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Jin Yuxing smiled politely. "It's my duty." After the personnel had finished speaking, he turned around and left. As soon as the person left, Luan Ru immediately started to get close to Jin Yuxing. "Hello, Senior Jin, do you still remember me?" Luan Ru looked at Jin Yuxing expectantly, wanting to see a positive response from his face. This Jin Yuxing is from Shanghai University, and also in the Department of Finance. However, Jin Yuxing is 3 years older than Luan Ru. When Luan Ru was a freshman, Jin Yuxing was already a senior. The two parties had once met at an event, so Luan Ru always remembered this senior. "Ha? Are you also from the finance department of Shanghai University?" Jin Yuxing was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet alumni here. "Yes, senior, when you were a senior, we organized an event together." Luan Ru simply recalled her experience at that time. "Oh, you are that junior high school girl?" After recalling, Jin Yuxing also remembered, but his face was still full of surprise. When Luan Ru was in college, she looked very plainly dressed. Although she looked good, her dressing style was a bit disappointing. I didn't expect that after not seeing her for a few years, Luan Ru has become so fashionable. Moreover, the whole person becomes more beautiful. It is very appropriate to describe her as a goddess. "Yes, senior, I didn't expect to meet you here," Luan Ru said with a smile. "Moreover, you even became my boss. You are really young and promising." She knew it was a sure thing. With this new manager here, in the future in the company, he will be more or less cared for because of his status as an alumnus, right? Moreover, Jin Yuxing's ability is unquestionable as he was able to become a department manager at the age of 27 or 28. At least, he won't be much worse than Lu Xiaoyuan. "Ha, you're so polite, junior sister." Jin Yuxing chuckled. At the same time, he glanced at Luan Ru inadvertently, and suddenly some special ideas came to his mind. However, when they met for the first time, he was able to control his thoughts very well. His eyes were determined and his tone was calm, looking like a handsome young man. Luan Ru also had a very good impression of this senior. After a brief conversation, he learned that the senior was also a rich second generation. The family conditions are much better than Lu Xiaoyuan's. At least, the car you drive is not of the same grade. Lu Xiaoyuan drives a BMW 5 Series, which costs more than 500,000 yuan, and is indeed a luxury car. But Jin Yuxing drives a Porsche Cayenne. Even a low-end version of this kind of car would cost more than 1 million yuan. The gap between the two is already obvious. The BMW 5 Series is something that ordinary people can still afford if they grit their teeth. But a car like the Porsche Cayenne has nothing to do with ordinary people. This is a car that is exclusively for the middle class and above. In addition, Luan Ru also found out through indirect inquiry that Jin Yuxing's family ran a small business. It is very easy to earn 10 or 20 million a year. Luan Ru found out all this information intentionally or unintentionally. She was also very impressed with her language skills, as she was able to easily find out other people's financial situation. But little did she know that Luan Ru had fallen into the trap of the Sea King. The information she got was all what people wanted her to know. Beneath Jin Yuxing's gentle appearance, he actually has a heart of a Sea King. When a beautiful girl like Luan Ru came to him on her own initiative, and it was obvious at first glance that she was a gold digger, why should he be rude? "Wan Ru, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together." Aquaman took the initiative to extend the invitation. "Okay, senior, I'll treat you to a meal," Luan Ru said with a smile. "How can I do that? I'm your senior and your boss, and you even cleaned up my office for me. It's only right that I treat you to a meal," Jin Yuxing said with a smile. "Okay, I won't be polite then." Luan Ru smiled sweetly. She felt that she had found love again. On the other hand, after Su-hee and Luan Rong settled down in their new home, they also had more free time. After that, Su-hee helped Luan Rong to watch the store every day. The store decoration was completed very quickly in just over a month. The decoration style was determined after discussion among Luan Ru, Zhu Dancheng, and Che Qinxue. After the decoration is completed, the next step is to carry out employee training. With a store, training is much easier. At the same time, after Zhu Dancheng had prepared the traditional flavors of milk tea, he also began to try to prepare some new flavors of milk tea. Only Zhu Dancheng and Luan Ru know all the recipes. Other employees only need to make milk tea according to a certain proportion of the recipe. During these 2 months, Zhu Dancheng also completely broke up with her ex-boyfriend Bai Yueming. However, Bai Yueming's milk tea shop has the recipe of Zhu Dancheng's milk tea, so it will definitely not go bankrupt in the short term. After all, those recipes were all prepared by Zhu Dancheng himself, and the taste is absolutely impeccable. Of course, Bai Yueming would have to wait until he could find a second Zhu Dancheng, or a milk tea designer with higher skills. Then his milk tea shop won't be far away. Bankruptcy, that is for sure. Milk tea needs to be constantly updated and replaced. Those that stand still will eventually be eliminated by the market. As for Che Qinxue, she mainly trains employees to make various types of bread and pastries. He is not afraid of others learning his skills. The cake recipe and ingredients were also prepared by Che Qinxue in advance. There is no need to worry about others learning from you. What she taught was just the simplest cake making skills. The employees recruited by the cake shop are all college students, so there is no problem with their IQ. When we recruited, we only recruited college students with lively personalities and strong hands-on skills. So the first batch of employees will be able to take up their posts soon. The cakes made with their ingredients do taste much better than those from most cake shops. After 1 month of training, everyone was able to take up their posts. Everything is ready. The next step is to prepare for the opening of the cake shop. At the same time, the school was about to start, and new students were gradually registering, while old students also returned early. The cake shop has also made preparations for its opening and only needs to choose a time to open. Chapter 67 Dormitory 511. If a cake shop is to be opened, it must be done in a grand manner and its reputation must be built up before the opening. What they are going to open is not an ordinary cake shop, but an internet celebrity cake shop. The cost of opening their milk tea shop was too high. The salaries of the 2 main technicians alone were a considerable expense. If I just opened an ordinary cake shop, the annual profit might not be enough to pay the salaries of 2 technicians. Therefore, it is imperative to open an internet celebrity cake shop. As an internet celebrity cake shop, it is necessary to create the atmosphere of an internet celebrity store on the first day of opening. However, if you want to open an internet famous cake shop and make it popular, the most important thing is traffic. As long as the traffic is released, this place will become a celebrity check-in spot, which will attract a steady stream of customers. Only if there are long queues of people buying cakes and milk tea every day will the cake shop have a chance to make a profit. Therefore, pre-opening publicity is very important. Boss, how are you going to promote it? It's time to reveal the truth now, right? Zhu Dancheng held his chin and looked at Sui in front of him helplessly. The second floor of the milk tea shop. After renovation, this place has become a celebrity check-in spot. It is very beautiful. It's very comfortable to sit here and drink milk tea and eat cake. Because the milk tea shop had not yet opened, the second floor was used as a temporary meeting place. At this time, the 4 main personnel of the company, Sui, Luan Ru, Zhu Dancheng and Che Qinxue, were sitting together in a meeting. It's no wonder that Zhu Dancheng was helpless, as school was about to officially start. Now the new students have arrived at the school to register. If a cake shop wants to promote itself, this is the best time. However, their boss has never even sent out a single flyer, put up any advertisements, or held any promotional events. It can be said that no publicity has been done. In this case, it seems difficult to turn a cake shop into a celebrity check-in spot. How can a celebrity check-in spot be called an internet celebrity check-in spot if it's not popular? I've already thought of a promotional method. Take a look at this copy. Sui chuckled, then took out a piece of paper that had been printed long ago and placed it in front of the 2 of them. I bring salt for myself? When Zhu Dancheng saw the copy, he was obviously stunned. Isn't this the homonym for endorsement that was very popular in the past 2 years? Can I still use it now? However, Zhu Dancheng did not question it immediately, but opened the copy and started reading. 5 minutes later, Zhu Dancheng and Che Qinxue put down the documents in their hands, their faces full of excitement. If they proceed according to the copy, maybe their cake shop will really become popular. How about it? Is this plan okay? Suhee asked with a smile. Yes, boss. If we really do this, I think our cake shop will be a big hit. Shu Danqing said with a smile. Okay, then let's do it according to this copy. I hope that everyone at all the surrounding universities will see this message on the first day of school. Suhee said seriously. No problem. Leave it to us. Shu Danqing nodded vigorously. After 2 months of idleness, I can finally get down to work. The registration time for school is fixed, but many people arrive at school a week before the start of the school term. Some of them are older students. They have many reasons for coming back. Some come back early to accompany their boyfriends or girlfriends, and some come back early because they feel they are not free at home. There are even some old perverts who are thinking of coming back early to welcome the new students, so that they can take a quick look at whether there are any good-looking girls among the new batch of schoolgirls. If there is something good to see, they can take advantage of it. If I could find a pretty junior high school girl and have a passionate love affair with her, then the 4 years of college would be worth it. But most of the people coming to school now are freshmen. The main purpose for freshmen to arrive early is to adapt to the school environment. With the arrival of new students, the school became lively. After a few busy days, the first day of school finally arrived, and most of the old students came back to prepare for class. At the same time, Luan Ru was in the male dormitory of the university, dormitory number 511. Xiaopeng, the quality of the new students this year is not good. I haven't met a single good-looking junior school girl. A man with dyed yellow hair and a typical Shanghai accent said. There are 4 people in their dormitory. Huang Mao is the 4th one, but he is only 1.9 meters tall, so everyone calls him 4th brother. Yes, 4th brother, let alone this class, the quality of the last class in our class is not good enough. Xiaopeng nodded and said in agreement. If we talk about prettier, it has to be the girl from the class before us, I think her name is Luan Ru. The dormitory leader suddenly said. That's right, Senior Wanrong, my goddess. The second guy, who was lying on the bed playing with his phone, heard the 3 men talking about his goddess, and he sat up from the bed. He is not interested in other topics, but as soon as he talks about the goddess, he immediately becomes excited. In fact, there are good-looking juniors and seniors in every class, but under the brilliance of senior sister Wanrong, everything else becomes vulgar. Xiaopeng sighed and said. Goddess Wanrong is not only beautiful, but she has never been in a relationship for many years and has no scandals. She is very self-disciplined. When the second brother said this, his eyes revealed a look of longing. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and continued. Goddess Wanrong is very aptly described as pure as ice and jade. Several boys were talking about it. It can be seen that Lu Wanrong has a very good reputation in school. Especially among boys. A girl who is beautiful and keeps herself clean is of course liked by every boy. Especially the fact that she keeps herself clean really makes all the boys admire her. You know, people like Lu Wanrong never lack suitors. There are even wealthy suitors who drive Ferraris and Lamborghinis. It is extremely easy for these suitors to pursue girls. But when they faced Lu Wanrong, they all returned empty-handed. Even being the passenger seat of a Ferrari or Lamborghini couldn't attract even one more glance from this goddess. It is precisely because of this that everyone looks at Lu Wanrong with new eyes. Similar discussions were taking place in many dormitories. At the beginning of the school year, what boys are most concerned about is of course whether there are a new batch of good-looking female students in the school. But, unfortunately, ever since Lu Wanrong came to school, all the girls have been overshadowed. Even if a girl is originally good-looking, once compared with Lu Wanrong, she will become very ordinary. By the time Lu Wanrong graduates, the aesthetic standards of their school will have regressed by at least 10 years. Ah, if I can be with Miss Wanrong, I would be willing to live 10 years less. Chapter 68, The Copywriting Exploded. Xiaopeng couldn't help but sigh. He is a typical fat boy, 1.7 meters tall and weighs 190 pounds. Judging from his appearance, he might never have any contact with Lu Wanrong in this life. Unless, he is a rich second generation, has a lot of money, and has a strong attraction to the opposite sex. It just so happens that Lu Wanrong is a gold digger, so maybe I can win her heart. However, Xiaopeng is neither a rich second generation nor Lu Wanrong is a gold digger. The two people will have no intersection. Xiaopeng, stop dreaming. Do you still want to be with Lu Wanrong? I'm afraid it's impossible for you to even say a word to her. The second one started to retort directly. Even a handsome and elegant young man like him couldn't pursue Miss Luan Ru. He is a little fat boy, where does he get such confidence? Yeah, if it were me, I would be satisfied if I could have a word with the beauty of Lu University. The fourth one said with a smile. Alas, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She's about to graduate, and there won't be many opportunities to see her anymore, let alone talk to her. The boss also sighed. The goddess is about to graduate, and they basically have no chance. Several people sighed endlessly. The campus beauty is about to graduate, but they still can't say a word to her. Who can understand this regret? Just as several otakus were expressing their feelings, the silent little fat boy suddenly exclaimed. Oh my god! Is this the campus beauty of Lu University? Hearing Xiaopeng's words, everyone rushed over. The second child even jumped down directly from the upper bunk, which was more than 1 meter high. There was a loud bang and he grimaced in pain. But he ignored the pain in his feet and rushed to Xiaopeng immediately. Immediately afterwards, the sounds of the national quintessence rang out one after another. Fuck, she's really a goddess. Isn't the goddess so beautiful? Is the goddess doing endorsement? Following everyone's gaze, they looked at Xiaopeng's computer. This is the Tieba forum. On the forum, there is a post that is pinned to the top. The title of the post is very eye-catching. I am Luan Ru, and I am speaking for myself. After clicking on the post, there are more than a dozen photos of Luan Ru. Each photo has a different style. Luan Ru is either holding a cake or holding a cup of milk tea. But whether she is holding a cake or holding a cup of milk tea, Luan Ru in every set of photos can only be described with the word absolutely beautiful. In the past, it's not that no one had ever secretly photographed Luan Ru's stunning beauty. But how can the effect of candid photos compare to that of photoshoots? Luan Ru in the photo, with every frown and smile, seems like she is about to jump out of the photo. But this is not the best part. At the bottom of the photo, there is a 3-minute video. After clicking on the video, all the boys were excited. This is a 3-minute advertising video. Advertisements have always been something people hate. If you can avoid watching ads, do so. But today's advertisements are too aggressive and basically pervasive. Especially the major video apps, even if you have a membership, they have to find a way to make you watch ads. However, if the person appearing in the advertisement is the goddess you have been dreaming of but cannot meet, then the nature of the situation is different. When you open the video, what comes into view is a green grassland, blue sky and white clouds, green grass and butterflies. The beautiful scenery is eye-catching. Then, Luan Ru appeared holding a small porcelain plate with gold edges. As soon as Luan Ru appeared, everyone held their breath. Beautiful, so beautiful. The pure white dress without any decoration highlights Luan Ru's purity and innocence. The face is exquisite and flawless, with a little makeup and beautiful eyes. A head of shiny black curly hair draped over her shoulders adds a touch of charm to her purity. There is a delicate cake on the small porcelain plate. Luan Ru took the cake and sat casually on the grass. There is no tablecloth, just blending in with nature. On the ground, there was a cup of beautifully packaged milk tea. The painting style of milk tea is antique and full of culture and heritage. Luan Ru gently scooped a piece of cake with a delicate spoon and put it into her cherry mouth, with an intoxicated look on her face. The cake melts in your mouth and is sweet to the heart. Then, she picked up the milk tea, took a sip, and winked mischievously at the camera. This scene immediately melted the hearts of the boys watching the video. The goddess actually winks at these otakus? No. The goddess winked at me. Goddess, I love you. In dormitory 511, a few otakus went crazy. They could not even dream of this scene. Unexpectedly, it became a reality. The goddess is worthy of being a goddess, a simple wink can fascinate them. The 3-minute video ended quickly. At the end, Luan Ru said those words, I am Luan Ru, I represent myself, Lu Yanchase, welcome you. After saying this, the video came to an abrupt end. But the video is over, but everyone's enthusiasm won't end so easily. The school's forum became instantly popular. Fuck, I didn't expect a goddess would be the spokesperson. What is this Lu Yen tea color? Is it a milk tea shop? Looking at the ad, it should be a cake and milk tea shop. Where is the store? I want to rush in for the beauty of Lu University. Me too, maybe I can even talk to the campus beauty of Lu University. If it's a cake shop, then I should be able to top up, right? I'll just top up 10 648s. Have you played too much Hokage upstairs? Ah. I can't hold it anymore. I didn't expect the goddess could act cute. This is too adorable. It's so terrifying. I'm afraid that our school will still be ruled by the goddess for the next 4 years. I don't care. As soon as the cake shop opens, I'll line up right away. Wait until the store opens to queue up? Then it will definitely not be your turn. The cake shop is on Hojie Street, across from the school. I'll go queue up now. That's right, I'm going too. It's a cake shop endorsed by a goddess. Even if it sells shit, I, Chu Yunfei, have to help out. Old Lee is a well-known milk tea lover in the surrounding area. How could he miss me? Luan Tea is located in a great location, and people have long discovered that there is such a store in Hojie. But the store door has been closed all the time, and no one knows what kind of store this is. Now that the advertisement came out, everyone immediately guessed that this was the cake and milk tea shop endorsed by the campus beauty Ludi. And, the name fits. Lu Yencha say, isn't that the name that the campus beauty Ludi said in the video? So, even though the milk tea shop hasn't opened yet, the outside is already crowded with people. These people are not only from this school, but even those from other schools were attracted by Luan Ru's beautiful appearance after seeing the post on the forum and wanted to see her. Obviously, Sui's copywriting was successful. Luan Ru became popular, and the milk tea shop became popular too. Chapter 69 Official Opening. When a group of eager young people rushed to the milk tea shop and paid for milk tea, they were told that the shop was not open yet and they had to wait until the next day. Today is the first day of school, and it also happens to be a Friday. After a day of classes, the next day is Saturday and I can have a rest again. When is Hojie busiest? Of course it is the first weekend after school starts. Hojie is well known and most freshmen will go there to join in the fun. Old students would also go to the big supermarket in Hojie to buy some daily necessities. Although there is a supermarket in the school, it is still cheaper to buy daily necessities in supermarkets outside. It's the school supermarket, everyone who knows will understand. Therefore, on the first weekend after school, there was a particularly large flow of people in Hojie. Choosing this day to open the business will definitely add fuel to the fire. Everyone was a little disappointed at first. After all, they had come all the way here but didn't see the goddess, so they felt a little disappointed. But soon Luan Ru came out in person to explain, and everyone shut up in an instant. The goddess has already come out to apologize, what else can they say? Moreover, the goddess also said that she would personally take orders for everyone at the ordering counter tomorrow. After hearing the news, a group of college students immediately became excited, rubbing their hands and vowing to be the first to line up tomorrow. Some people who were quick-witted even brought tents and settled down in the square in front of the milk tea shop. It's summer now, so you won't catch a cold if you live outside. Sui had anticipated such a result, so he informed the property management of the community in advance, and no one would come to stop them from setting up tents in the square. Of course, saying hello also comes at a price. Red envelopes and the like must be opened. And just like that, the next day soon arrived. At 8 o'clock in the morning, all the employees of Luan Tea were already on standby in the milk tea shop. The outside of the milk tea shop is also filled with flowers. The store will officially open after the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Everyone, are you all ready? After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, the milk tea shop will officially open. Suhi and Luan Ru stood in front of all the employees and asked with a smile. Always be prepared. All the employees seemed to be full of energy as if they had been injected with chicken blood. No wonder they are spirited. It has been more than a month since I was hired by the company, but I have basically not done any practical work. Apart from training, there is nothing else. The most important thing is that wages are still paid as usual. The salary standard is also very high, much higher than other milk tea shops or fast food restaurants. All employees held their breath and made sure to be in high spirits on the first day of opening. Okay, let's open the business. Sui smiled and then gestured to Luan Ru. He didn't plan to show up when the business opened. This store was opened in the name of Luan Ru. She is not only the nominal owner but also the spokesperson. It's very appropriate for her to host the ribbon-cutting ceremony. However, when everyone opened the store door and walked out, they were immediately frightened by the scene outside. There was already a huge crowd of people and a long queue outside. At a glance, there were at least 300 or 400 people queuing, and they were all boys. The number was still increasing, and there were many boys who had just woken up and rushed over. These boys all came for Luan Ru. As for how the cake and milk tea taste, it doesn't matter to them. However, although there were many people outside, the queue was orderly. They are all college students, so there is definitely no problem with their quality. Moreover, in the store endorsed by the goddess, no one would cause trouble, for fear of leaving a bad impression on the goddess. This really touched Luan Ru. Luan Ru is dressed very cutely today. A Lolita in blue, white, red and white, with a pair of black over-the-knee stockings and a pair of black patent leather boots. The long wavy hair was tied into 2 ponytails, adding a touch of playfulness. As soon as she appeared, she caused cheers from everyone. Names like goddess, wife, little fairy and so on are mentioned one after another. It was as if the Luan Ru in front of him was not a milk tea sister selling milk tea, but a top female star. Fortunately, Luan Ru is a very lively and outgoing person. After a brief moment of nervousness, she was influenced by the enthusiasm of the crowd. Then she took the initiative to stand up and say a few words. Dear students, thank you for supporting Luan Chasse. Today is the first day of opening of Luan Tea. For all cakes, buy one get one free. The same goes for milk tea, buy one get one free. However, whether it is cake or milk tea, each person is limited to purchasing one. I hope everyone likes our Luan tea colored cake and milk tea. After Luan Ru finished speaking, she bowed deeply to everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience burst into warm applause. Many boys even shouted directly. Lu University Campus Beauty, we support you. Lu University Campus Belle, please open the business soon. My wallet can't wait any longer. Lu University Campus Beauty, are you really the one who ordered milk tea for us today? Lu University, Campus Beauty, can I order a few more drinks for you? I don't want any free drinks, I just want to talk to you more. Lu University Campus Belle, why don't you open online ordering? There are too many people here. Are you stupid? Can you talk to the beauty queen of Lu University when you order online? That's right, look at all these people here, who is here just to drink milk tea. You're so smart. Facing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Luan Ru just smiled slightly and then answered a few questions. It is indeed me who is taking orders for everyone today. Don't worry, as long as you line up and place your orders, we will finish them all today. Luan Ru smiled and continued. Because we have a promotion going on now, which will last for 3 days, we are all taking orders offline, and we have to trouble everyone to queue up. After the event is over, we will refer to the flow of people and gradually open the online ordering function. It was naturally Suhi's idea not to enable online ordering. He used a trick that has been overused in the electronics industry but is still very effective: hunger marketing. Only when there are long queues will customers feel the preciousness of milk tea. After they drink the milk tea, they will find it tastes even better. This is the milk tea that I drank with great effort, and the feeling is naturally different. At the same time, long queues will also attract passers-by and bring this group of people in. Humans are herd animals. When you see others queuing, you will also feel the urge to queue. Even if this thing doesn't taste very good, I would still want to queue up to try it. So he believes that as long as the first batch of customers taste their milk tea and cakes, they will definitely fall in love with the Luan tea brand. Chapter 70: The First Guest. As for the online ordering function, it is definitely necessary. Now is the electronic age, and everything is inseparable from electronic payment. However, that is something they can only consider after they have multiple stores and become famous enough. Now, in order to implement hunger marketing, it is definitely correct to let customers queue up. Opening up online ordering will only reduce the popularity it deserves. So he would never do such a stupid thing. After Luan Ru finished her explanation, the ribbon-cutting ceremony began. The ribbon-cutting ceremony was very simple. After cutting the ribbon and taking a photo, the milk tea shop was officially opened. All employees also came to their respective posts, ready to open the door to receive customers. Luan Ru came to the ordering counter, opened the ordering computer, and prepared to take the order for the first customer. Student, what would you like to drink? This is our menu. Luan Ru handed a piece of promotional paper to the first customer. As for the guests coming later, in order to save time, some employees also handed out menus. The first guest was none other than the second student in dormitory 511. The second brother knew that the milk tea shop would open today, so he waited directly at the door of the milk tea shop last night. The second brother didn't even set up a tent. He just moved a chair and sat at the first seat at the ordering counter at the entrance of the store. Moreover, he didn't sleep all night and sat here all night without leaving. Hard work pays off, and this morning, he was finally the first one to talk to the senior. The second brother excitedly took the menu from Luan Ru and started to choose immediately. However, at first glance, he was stunned. Can't spell Lu, are these bread and milk tea? Why are the names so weird? The second brother raised his head and looked at Luan Ru in confusion. Seeing her looking at him with smiling eyes, he immediately lowered his head in embarrassment. Yes, the types of bread and milk tea are marked on the back. For example, this pineapple bun is called pineapple bun, and it says pineapple bun at the back. For example, this high mountain flowing water jasmine rose double flower is a combination of jasmine tea and rose tea. Luan Ru explained patiently. The gentle voice immediately made the second brother desperate. Okay, I want this double flower milk tea and pineapple bun. Buy one get one free, so give these two. The second brother said with a smile. The price of milk tea is not cheap, a cup of double flower milk tea costs 22 yuan. The pineapple bun is not cheap either, it costs 18 yuan. However, the second brother didn't care at all and placed the order directly. Today, college students' spending power is still very strong. However, although the bread and milk tea don't look cheap, they are not expensive if you take advantage of the buy one get one free promotion. On average, a cup of milk tea is 1 yuan, and a pineapple bun is 9 yuan, which is really cheap. Okay, I'll place your order right away. Luan Ru smiled sweetly. Although she had a transparent protective mask on her mouth, her perfect face could not be concealed. The second brother was stunned by what he saw. Soon, Luan Ru finished placing the order, and the second brother took out his mobile phone to pay. Student, this is your pickup ticket. Please wait for a while at the food pickup counter next door. Luan Ru handed the number-taking form to the second brother with both hands. The first cup is made very quickly and you don't have to wait too long. However, as more and more orders are placed, the waiting time will naturally become longer and longer. The second brother excitedly took the list from Luan Ru. Then I reluctantly went to get the milk tea. Today is definitely a historic day for the second child. He spoke to Luan Ru for the first time. The goddess is worthy of being a goddess. Her voice is gentle and pleasant, like an aureole, which makes people intoxicated. The first few customers took some time to place their orders because they didn't know much about milk tea. But when it came to the later customers, there were 7 or 8 waiters introducing the service, so when it was their turn, they had already chosen the milk tea and cake they wanted. When it is their turn to order, they just need to tell the name of the milk tea and cake. As a result, Luan Ru placed orders faster and faster. Of course, with so many people, there were some who were a bit too much and wanted to take this opportunity to say a few more words to Luan Ru. When ordering, he deliberately took his time and couldn't say what he wanted to eat or drink for a long time. Due to her image, Luan Ru could only introduce it patiently. But this would just waste too much time. Fortunately, the people queuing behind soon became unhappy and started to scold this shameless person and drive him away. They are all queuing here. You waste a minute, I waste a minute, so how long will it take for them to get their turn? Even if you have decided what to drink in advance, the ordering process is still generally slow. At most, we can place 2 orders in 1 minute. At this rate, we will only receive 1,200 orders today. If they say a few more words to Luan Ru like this, they will not be able to drink milk tea today. So, order was quickly restored. Suhi roughly estimated today's turnover based on the flow of people. If the average turnover per order is 40 yuan, the daily turnover is about 48,000 yuan. The cost of milk tea and bread is actually very low. If we only consider the cost of these two materials, we can earn 30 yuan per order, which means we can earn 36,000 yuan a day. In 1 month, that is 1.08 million. It may seem like a lot, but there are also labor costs, water and electricity costs, and rent costs. These costs are about 10,000 yuan a day. Of course, the biggest part of this is definitely Zhu Dancheng and Che Qinshui's salaries and the shop rent. As for raw materials and the like, they are indeed nothing compared to the high prices. But even if they took away the bulk of the costs, they could still make a net profit of 26,000 yuan a day. What is more, it's buy one get one free right now. When the event is over, you will definitely earn more. In addition, the current prices are based on the cheapest milk tea and cakes. The most expensive milk tea costs more than 30 yuan, and the most expensive ready-made 4-inch cake even costs more than 200 yuan. Therefore, the money you earn will increase. Of course, the premise is that the flow of people is just as much as not. If the flow of people decreases, the profit will be less. This is what an internet celebrity store does, its main focus is popularity. But as it stands now, milk tea shops can definitely make a profit. Therefore, it doesn't matter even if Xu Dancheng and Shechinxue receive high salaries. A milk tea shop is enough to support all the employees. It only takes 2 months to cover all costs for a year. The remaining 3 months are winter and summer vacations, so there may be fewer people, but it will still be profitable. It's no problem to earn 100,000 or 80,000 yuan a month. But minus these 5 months, there are still 7 months to make money. Assuming a net profit of 1 million per month, the company can make at least 7 or 8 million per year. Delicious. Chapter 71. Are they all extras? Soon, the first batch of milk tea was produced, and the first batch of cakes and bread were also received. Cakes and breads are all ready-made and prepared in advance. Of course, new cakes and breads are also being made in full swing later on. The ready-made products are definitely not enough to sell to so many people, so new products must be produced continuously. The second child was the first to get the milk tea and bread. After getting the things, he randomly found a seat at an empty table on the first floor and sat down, ready to taste the milk tea and cake ordered by the school beauty herself. There are seats on the first and second floors of the store. Not many, but those who came earlier can still sit in the store for a while. However, looking at the current situation, it is obviously impossible for the people behind to sit in the restaurant and dine. The name is quite artistic, but I don't know how it tastes. The second brother took a look at the packaging of the milk tea and said to himself. He originally didn't like milk tea, he didn't like these sweet things. But this was ordered by his dream lover, so he had to take a sip even if he didn't like it. As he spoke, he opened the cup of milk tea and took a sip. After taking a sip, Lauer's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he felt refreshed all over. The irritability of queuing outside in the summer and the fatigue of staying up all night disappeared without a trace in an instant. Delicious. This milk tea is so delicious. The second brother couldn't help but exclaimed, and then took a deep breath. After taking this big bite, the second brother was even more astonished. He swore that this was absolutely the best milk tea he had ever tasted, no doubt about it. When the people behind saw the second brother's look, they couldn't help but laugh. Country bumpkin. It's just a cup of milk tea. No matter how delicious it is, it can't be that exaggerated, right? In order to leave a good impression in front of the school beauty, he really did everything he could. With such acting skills, he can probably become a movie star in Hollywood. However, these people soon stopped laughing. When they drank the first sip of milk tea, they immediately exclaimed like the second child. Fuck, this milk tea is so delicious? I've never tasted such delicious milk tea. I was planning to give the remaining cup to my roommate, but after tasting it, I realized that only a fool would give it away. Me too. I queued up for the milk tea based on my own ability, so I have to drink it myself. A group of people drank the milk tea first and kept clamoring about how delicious it was. The people queuing outside were a little confused. Are these the extras invited by the campus beauty of Lu University? It doesn't look like it. Are the extras acting so good? This is much better than the performance of those young actors in the entertainment industry. However, regardless of whether she was an extra or not, everyone began to look forward to milk tea. Maybe, the taste of this milk tea is really special? If this is true, then this store can be considered a treasure store without any pitfalls. At the same time, the second child also started to taste the pineapple buns. If the milk tea is so delicious, the pineapple bun shouldn't be bad either, right? With such emotion, Lauer took a bite of the pineapple bun. Before he started chewing, saliva started to flow from the corners of his mouth. Fragrant. It smells so good. This pineapple bun was completely different from any he had eaten before. When he took a bite, it was filled with the aroma of milk. Moreover, it is soft and delicious, as if it will melt in your mouth at any time. Lauer started chewing subconsciously, and in less than 30 seconds, a pineapple bun was in his stomach. Then he picked up the second cream bun and started eating it. Delicious. Delicious. This bread is so delicious. The second child spoke incoherently while eating bread. He was really hungry too. I came here to queue after dinner yesterday afternoon, and I haven't eaten anything until now, so I must be hungry. The few people behind him who got the bread were in a similar situation as him. They immediately found a place to sit down, opened the package and started eating. Then, there were bursts of exclamations. Wow, how come this bread is so delicious? I heated this up a bit, and it was even better after that. Although this tiramisu is a little expensive, such a small piece costs 40 yuan, but the taste is really unparalleled, it's simply amazing. Why do I feel like the craftsmanship of this bread is a bit like that of a state banquet chef? Fuck, have you ever tasted the bread made by the state banquet chef? I was lucky enough to eat it once with my family, and the taste was really similar. Oh my god, the origin of the baker in this milk tea shop is so mysterious. Never mind, I'll queue up again while there aren't many people around now. Maybe I can get one more time. I don't have time, so I just asked someone to buy it for me. I gave him 300 yuan and asked him to queue up here for me. That makes sense. I'll go find the scalper too. The first group of people who had experienced milk tea decided to buy it again. This time, they didn't come for Luan Ru, but came for the milk tea and cake. How can you get enough of such delicious cake and milk tea after just one serving? However, some people also set their sights on other people at the scene. Brother, I'll pay you $200, can you give me your place in the queue? Brother, I see you can't finish your bread, why don't you sell it to me? I'll pay a high price. Brother, isn't it a waste for you to drink 2 cups of milk tea by yourself? How about selling me 1 cup so I can bring it to my girlfriend to try too? I'll pay twice the price. No, it's not enough for me alone. Double? I won't sell it to you even if you give me 20 times the price. I've been waiting in line all night, how can I possibly sell it to you? That's right, I don't even have enough to drink for myself, so why should I sell it to you? Go, and get in line again. At the same time, the news that Lu Yan's tea tasted excellent also spread. Originally, all the people queuing up were boys, and they all came for Luan Ru. Only a few people really drink milk tea for the sake of drinking it. But after the news that Lu Yan tea tastes great spread, many girls also came to line up. Of course, some internet celebrities also came here specifically to check in. These small internet celebrities are all college students, and they don't have many fans, ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands. But their fans are all nearby college students. When they come to check in, it is equivalent to attracting traffic to the milk tea shop for free. It instantly attracted more people to join in the fun. By noon, there were already more than 2,000 people queuing outside. This posture also scared Luan Ru. With so many orders, she definitely can't handle it all by herself. Even if I shouted myself hoarse, it would be impossible to complete the orders of more than 2,000 people. So the emergency plan was also activated. That is to add 2 additional machines for ordering. At the same time, Luan Ru also asked someone to take out the watermelon and herbal tea that had been prepared long ago, and asked the employees serving customers outside to distribute these things. Chapter 72, a good start. It's September now. September in Shanghai is dominated by the autumn heat, and the weather is still very hot and humid. If there were no emergency measures, I'm afraid someone would faint from heat stroke. After the watermelon and herbal tea came, the anxiety caused by the long queue was relieved. However, due to the large number of people, it also attracted the attention of the police. After the police learned about the situation, they were surprised that a milk tea shop could be so popular and attract so many people to line up. But they still specially sent 2 uncles to maintain order. They are all college students. If anything happens, the country will suffer the loss. The property management was also very considerate and brought rows of large parasols and placed them in the square to provide short-term shade. Since they took Sui's money, they must do something practical. With the police, sunshades, and free watermelons and herbal tea, waiting in line is not so uncomfortable anymore. Of course, Sui also asked the staff to make a batch of milk tea and cakes to give away for free to the police and property management. Honey, our milk tea production is almost at its limit today. But people are still arriving. Should we stop calling out numbers? Luan Ru saw on the machine that more than 3,000 orders had been placed today, but there were still at least 1,000 people queuing outside. Although she was happy to have so many customers, her heart began to beat fast at this time. It would be good enough if we could finish making milk tea for the remaining 1,000 people today. If people keep queuing up, we will definitely not be able to finish it. Even if you work all night, you may not be able to finish it. After all, we placed more than 3,000 orders, but in fact, we only completed more than 2,000 orders. There are still more than 1,000 orders that have not been completed. Moreover, the employee's physical strength has its limits. Although it is a shift system, the high-intensity work throughout the day is definitely unbearable. They are all college students. Even if they are all poor college students and they usually work, they are also human beings and their physical strength has limits. Therefore, orders cannot be placed endlessly. Well, have your employees take out the end-of-day sign they prepared and stand at the end of the line. That's all I have to say. I won't be accepting any new customers in line. The brand Suwa has been prepared long ago. He considered everything very comprehensively. Once the cake shop becomes popular, there will definitely be long queues. So he has already made a series of preparations. Well, husband, I'll send someone right away. Luan Ru nodded. Then, a girl wearing a bright pink short-sleeved shirt and pink bunny ears on her head came to the end of the line with a conspicuous sign and held it high. After seeing the sign indicating that the milk tea service ends here, the people in the queue ahead of them naturally felt relieved. After all, the milk tea shop promised that all customers in line today can order their favorite milk tea. So, they will definitely not wait in vain. As for those who arrived late, they were speechless. I finally got here, but they were no longer accepting new people in the queue. However, they did not lose heart. At worst, they could come back tomorrow. Finally, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, more than 1,000 people got their numbers. All that was left was to work overtime to make all the milk tea orders. This is a long process, and everyone is busy in the production room. The busy day passed quickly. At 10 o'clock in the evening, everyone breathed a sigh of relief as the last customer took his milk tea. Oh my God! It's finally over. This is too busy. Luan Ru stretched her body vigorously, showing her perfect figure to the fullest. I came to the cake shop at 7 o'clock this morning. Then came the meeting, ribbon cutting, ordering milk tea, and so on. She hardly had any rest during the day. Other employees can also take turns to take a break to eat and take a nap. But Luan Ru was really busy from beginning to end. Even if you don't order, they will still help call numbers and distribute milk tea and cakes. After this day, she was really tired. However, when it came to taking inventory, Luan Ru instantly perked up. Honey, how much is today's turnover? Luan Ru looked at her husband expectantly. Later she went to do other things, so she didn't know exactly how much was sold. Our total turnover today is 105,700. Suhi directly reported a total data. 105,700. Everyone was shocked when they heard this number. The daily turnover is more than 100,000, so what about a month? Wouldn't it be possible to make millions? You know, there is a promotion today. Buy one, get one free for everyone. If there are still so many people coming even without giving away gifts, wouldn't the turnover be doubled directly? Even if it doesn't double, I can still earn more than 3 million a month. After deducting various costs, it is absolutely no problem to make a net profit of 2 million a month. If you make 2 million a month, that would be 24 million a year. Isn't this too scary? At this moment, Luan Ru was already stunned by this number. Before opening, she was always worried that the cake shop would not make any money. However, the naked reality slapped her in the face. The cake shop not only made money, but also made a lot of money. At this rate, it would only take a few days to make back all the initial investment. Honey, are you telling the truth? Did our sales today really exceed 100,000? Luan Ru asked excitedly. That's right. After deducting all costs, our net profit today is at least 70,000. Suhi nodded with a smile. He was actually very happy too. Although the cake shop's money-making speed is not as fast as the cash back from consumption, it is already amazing. There are at least 1,000 different brands of milk tea shops across the country, but there are probably only a few that can actually make more than 100,000 yuan in daily revenue. The impressive achievements we have today are definitely the result of the right time, right place, and right people. That's great. It's really great. Luan Ru was so happy that she couldn't help herself. The milk tea shop achieved brilliant results on the first day, making her feel that there was a bright future ahead. I'm in charge today. I'm going to give all employees a red envelope of 1,000 yuan as a good start. Suhi waved his hand. There are only about 30 people in the milk tea shop. These people work in shifts, and there are only about a dozen people working today. 1,000 per person, which is less than 20,000 yuan. We made so much money on the first day, which was the result of everyone's joint efforts. Soo-hee is naturally not stingy. Chapter 73 Surprise. If you want your employees to work hard for you, prestige is one thing, but the most important thing is to provide adequate salary and bonuses. As long as the money is paid, everyone will work for you. You want the horse to run, but you don't want it to eat grass. How can this be possible? Only when you get real benefits will people work for you wholeheartedly. It is impossible for the cake shop to have such high business every day in the future. But today is the first day of opening, so we have to show our attitude. Taking out 20,000 yuan of profits to give red envelopes to employees can not only motivate employees, but also make them work harder in the future. At the same time, it can also enhance the cohesion of employees. Cohesion is something that can never be achieved through a few team-building activities or meetings. If you want your employees to feel a sense of belonging to the company, you have to allow them to afford cars, houses, and bonuses. Only when employees don't have to worry about money will there be so-called cohesion. Soo-hee did a very good job in this regard. When you make money, you take out a portion of it as bonuses. It may seem like the profit is less, but it is definitely good for the company. Of course, Luan Ru didn't refuse. Although she felt a little distressed to give out nearly 20,000 yuan at once. But she knew that everything Soo-hee did must have a reason. Without hard work, how can there be any reward? Long live the boss. Long live the boss lady. Hearing Soo-hee's words, Zhu Danqing jumped up and shouted first. Immediately afterwards, the rest of the employees also stood up and started shouting excitedly. 1,000 yuan is not a small amount. They can only earn a few million or 1,000 yuan a day, which is equivalent to 3 or 4 days' salary. Who wouldn't like such a big red envelope? Who wouldn't be happy? At the same time, everyone has secretly decided that they must work hard in the future and must not let the boss down. The boss treats them sincerely, how can they not do their work seriously? If they do a good job, their bonuses will surely increase in the future. This is the promise their boss made to them. Then, Soo-hee gave each employee a red envelope of 1,000 yuan. Originally, he wanted to pay from the company account, but the procedure for paying the money from the company account directly to an individual was rather complicated. So he paid for it in advance. A total of 16,000 yuan, which is not a lot. However, just as Soo-hee had sent red envelopes to everyone, he received an unexpected surprise from the system. The 16,000 yuan triggered a 5-fold cashback, which directly gave him 80,000 yuan. Soo-hee then remembered that he was paying the employees' salaries on behalf of Luan Ru, which could be considered as spending for Luan Ru. Therefore, you can also get system cashback. This made him very happy. There will be many more opportunities to pay salaries in the future, and you will definitely get more cash back. Soo-hee was even looking forward to getting his salary. It doesn't mean that wages cannot be paid from private accounts, but private accounts must be linked to public accounts and taxes must be reported normally. Of course, the premise is that it is limited to individual business owners. If there are more people in the future, it will not be possible to operate in this way. After the employees received the red envelopes, although it was already very late, they still worked very hard to keep the store clean. In addition to good taste, hygiene is also very important for a cake shop. These foods are all very fragrant. It would be troublesome if they attracted rats due to hygiene issues. Things like rats are absolutely not allowed to appear in the company. If customers see mice crawling around your store like crazy, they will be scared away even if they like your cakes. After cleaning up the cake shop, Soo-hee and Luan Ru went home together. Hubby, I didn't expect to make so much money on the first day of business. If the cake shop can continue to be so popular, we can rely on this shop to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Luan Ru leaned back in the soft seat of the Mercedes-Benz, with her long black legs resting on the center console, looking extremely sexy. As soon as she got in the car, she started chattering non-stop. Although she had already said a lot today, the excitement of making money still made her want to say a few more words. Soo-hee inadvertently glanced at his wife's long legs, and his heart was suddenly moved. He has been with Luan Ru for a while, but he is still attracted by her long legs. Honey, put your legs down. This is very dangerous. Soo-hee stretched out his hand and gently patted Luan Ru's black silk thigh. The smoothness of the stockings and the tightness unique to a 20-year-old girl were immediately transmitted from the palm of his hand, making Soo-hee's heart flutter. This feeling is so fucking comfortable. Hee hee, isn't this sexy? Luan Ru laughed playfully. Although she said this, she still put down her long legs obediently. She will take seriously whatever her husband says, whether it is right or wrong. However, the little girl is still a little girl after all. A naughty character cannot be changed. Just when Sui thought that the girl was about to sit down obediently, the pair of long legs and stockings suddenly stretched out to his seat and placed directly on Sui's legs. Moreover, he is still provoking Sui. Luan Ru's pair of beautiful legs were well maintained, and even after wearing shoes for a day, there was no odor at all. Little girl, if you don't take your feet away, you may not be able to go home today. Sui turned his head and glared at his wife sinisterly. The little girl's current behavior is undoubtedly courting trouble. Hee, husband, I'm testing your perseverance. If you can hold on and make it back home, I'll give you a surprise. Luan Ru said with a smile. Surprise? What surprise? Hearing the little girl's words, Sui immediately became energetic. He loves surprises the most. Every time my wife says there is a surprise, it really is a big surprise. This is the surprise. Ta-da! Luan Ru suddenly took out two things from her hands. Seeing these two things, Sui almost stepped on the accelerator and caused the Mercedes to lose control. Popping candy? Jelly? Do you really have to play it so big? It can be said that women's recovery ability is much stronger than men's. Although she was tired after a tiring day yesterday and was busy until after midnight when she got home, Luan Ru was still full of energy when she got up the next day. Sui, on the other hand, rubbed his waist and added 2 more eggs to his breakfast. After dinner, Sui took Luan Ru to the cake shop. After yesterday's warm-up, the cake shop is even busier today than yesterday. It was clearly 8 o'clock in the morning, but there were already more than 2,000 people waiting outside. Among them, many are repeat customers. After tasting the Luyan tea-colored milk tea yesterday, they were amazed, so they came early to queue up the next day. Of course, most of them are newcomers who heard the news and came to join in the fun. Chapter 74 No Rules, No Order. Hojie is located in a university town, surrounded by many universities. If these college students buy from us once each, they one tea encounter the same customer for a month. With such a large flow of traffic, there is definitely no need to worry about the loss of traffic in the short term. Especially during the first 3 days of the opening, there was a buy one get one free promotion, so the popularity naturally increased. The cake shop opens at 9 o'clock. At 8:30, although all the employees had arrived, Luan Ru did not open the door. There must be rules for running a business. Without rules there will be no order. We agreed to open at 9 o'clock, so we must open at 9 o'clock. Opening the store early will not make customers grateful, but will only make them feel that your store is easy to bully. Only by arriving on time and following the rules will customers feel that this store is classy. To become an internet celebrity store, doesn't it have to be classy? At the same time, this can also be regarded as a small means of hunger marketing. As soon as the door opened at 9 o'clock, a large number of customers poured in. After being quiet for a night, the milk tea shop became busy again. There are obviously more people today than yesterday. So as soon as the door opened, Luan Ru directly used the 3-day ordering machine. But even so, the ordering continued until 3 in the afternoon. After the final statistics, I earned 30,000 yuan more today than yesterday. However, by the 3rd day the heat had subsided a bit. There is nothing we can do about it. The 3rd day is a working day and also the first day of school, so the flow of people will definitely be affected. However, the cooling down of heat is relative. On that day, because there were activities going on, there were still about 800 people queuing outside. Moreover, the money earned on that day is almost the same as that earned on the next day. On the 4th day, the buy one get one free promotion ended. But Lu Yincha's reputation also became known throughout the world. Especially after being introduced by a few internet celebrities, people throughout Shanghai and even the whole country knew that there was a treasure cake shop on an inconspicuous pedestrian street in Shanghai's university town. The tea color of Lu Yan has truly become a check-in spot for internet celebrities. 5 days later, almost every day before Lu Yanchash opened, there were already thousands of people waiting outside. The employees of the milk tea shop spend every day busy. However, they don't find it hard. The salary is high, the benefits are good, you can work one day and rest one day, and the boss's wife is pretty. If you complain about the hard work and such a good job, then there is really no hope for you. After school starts, Luan Ru can't stay in the milk tea shop all the time. The academic work in the senior year is still quite busy. Not only do I have to take care of the courses, but I also have to make good use of the time to take various certificates and prepare for the thesis topic, etc. Seniors in some subjects are even preparing to take written exams for some companies. For example, a senior student majoring in finance who wants to enter the banking system needs to make some preparations for the bank's spring recruitment. Bank campus recruitment usually starts in September every year and lasts until October. So, now is the golden period for bank recruitment. There are many similar recruitments at this time. So, everyone is very busy and under a lot of pressure. Luan Ru does not need to take these exams. She has already started her own business and definitely does not need to work for any company anymore. How can working provide you with the freedom that starting your own business provides? Once you start a business and make money, you may be able to earn in 1 year what others earn in 10 years. As for the internship certificate or tripartite agreement required by the school later, it is even simpler. Just ask Lu Yencha's finance department to stamp the official seal. As a legal person, isn't it easy to issue yourself an internship certificate? Relaxed and enjoyable. At the same time, Jean 2 Group. Luan Ru, please have some milk tea. Jean Yuxing smiled and placed a cup of milk tea in front of Luan Ru. Thank you, Manager Jean. Luan Ru smiled sweetly, took the milk tea from Jean Yuxing's hand and took a look. Lu Yen tea color? This is the first time I've heard of this name for milk tea. There was some surprise on Luan Ru's face. She has been busy at work during this period and has not paid attention to things happening on the internet. Moreover, Luan Ru didn't like watching short videos, so she had never heard of Lu Yencha. In addition, Lu Yen tea is very popular and it is hard to get a cup. Although their company has high-paid employees, they are adults after all and will not spend a lot of time queuing for a cup of milk tea. For them, nothing is more precious than time. If you haven't bought it, you naturally won't discuss this issue. In addition, Luan Ru opened a milk tea shop and made a lot of money. But maybe she felt her sister was miserable enough, so she didn't post anything on WeChat Moments to provoke her sister. Therefore, Luan Ru was completely unaware of the existence of this milk tea shop. However, Luan Ru's recent performance is indeed quite good. I estimate that I can get a bonus of 20,000 yuan this month. Although it's not much, if I save a little, I can return some to a few classmates. Don't you know? This milk tea shop is very popular recently. It's located in Hojie behind our school. I also found someone to run errands and queued for a whole morning before I could buy it. Jean Yuxing said with a smile. After spending some time together, the relationship between the two people has improved by leaps and bounds and has become very passionate. Although Jean Yuxing did not formally pursue Luan Ru and did not express anything, Luan Ru could feel his overt and covert closeness. Jean Yuxing knew that Luan Ru was a gold digger, so he naturally understood what a gold digger needed. Before the relationship was officially confirmed, or before he was sure he could win the heart of this delicate beauty, he would not spend too much money on Luan Ru. However, it's still okay to buy a cup of internet-famous milk tea or something like that. Although Jean Yuxing hired a runner, the cost of paying the runner was only 200 or 300 yuan per trip. For a rich second-generation department manager, this is not a problem. We've been waiting in line for the whole morning? Is this milk tea so popular? Luan Ru was a little surprised. What kind of milk tea requires queuing for a whole morning to buy? Is it worth it to go through so much trouble to drink a cup of milk tea? However, this obviously satisfied her vanity. Take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments, showing off your petty bourgeois lifestyle. Yes, it's very popular on the internet now. This milk tea shop has become a popular check-in spot for internet celebrities. Jean Yuxing couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that there would be a store like this behind our school. Now is the era of internet celebrity economy. No matter what it is, as long as it is labeled as an internet celebrity, it has the potential to attract huge traffic. However, the development of internet celebrities is still limited. Especially in front of a behemoth like Jean 2 Group. No matter how powerful the internet celebrity economy is, it can never compare to a capital giant. Chapter 75. Let us have a cup of milk tea together. I see. If I have a chance, I really have to go and see it. Luan Ru said with some excitement. Even if you don't go to buy milk tea, it's good to go and take a look. Sure, how about we go there tonight? Jean Yuxing suggested. He hasn't been back to the school for a long time. Of course, Jean Yuxing definitely didn't want to go back for a stroll, and his purpose was naturally not so simple. The most important thing is that there are a lot of food and drinks in Hojie, and barbecue snacks are everywhere in the street. If I could drink a little wine, I would drink a little more and it would be too much. Find a small hotel nearby to stay for the night. Isn't this perfect? There isn't much else around the university town, just a lot of small hotels. Especially on weekends, the sound of singing in the hotel is so beautiful. Once the atmosphere is right, everything will fall into place naturally. Great! It just so happens that I don't have to work overtime tonight. Luan Ru didn't think much about it and agreed immediately. Okay, then don't drive after get off work, I'll drive you. Good. After get off work, Jin Yuxing and Luan Ru left the office one after another. Jin 2 Group does not allow office romances. This is also to prevent couples from performing illegal operations together. Most financial institutions have such regulations, and they are clearly stated. Therefore, even if they are really together, they must keep a low profile. After Luan Ru came to the underground parking lot and found Jin Yuxing's car, she opened the passenger door and sat in. There are rules for riding in a car at work. Jin Yuxing is considered Luan Ru's leader. Therefore, when Luan Ru rides in Jin Yuxing's car, she must sit in the passenger seat when no one else is present. The back seat is for leaders higher than Jin Yuxing. Luan Ru is a subordinate, not Jin Yuxing's leader, so she must sit in the passenger seat. As for the special seat for wife? That's your own family's business. When you are at work, you have to follow the rules of the unit. Luan Ru has been working and interning for several months, so she still understands this etiquette. Jin Yuxing was also very satisfied. He casually glanced at Luan Ru's long black legs wrapped under her professional suit, revealing a little greed. I guess I can't get enough play with these legs in a year. However, experienced hunters are very patient. High-end hunters will wait for the prey to come to them on their own initiative instead of exposing their purpose directly. After Luan Ru got in the car, Jin Yuxing started the car and set off. After leaving the underground parking lot, Luan Ru also began to look at the Porsche Cayenne. Porsche's interior is indeed much better than BMW's. Luan Ru hesitated secretly. In her opinion, Porsche is several levels higher than BMW. Although BMW is also a luxury car, it is slightly inferior to Porsche. However, Luan Ru was obviously comparing her BMW 1 Series with her Porsche Cayenne. Little did people know that BMW also has millions of dollars. Although a top-level BMW may not necessarily be comparable to a top-level Porsche, they are not several levels behind. Of course, there is definitely a gap between the BMW 1 Series and Porsche. Strictly speaking, the BMW 1 Series can't even be considered a BMW. It's just a BMW logo. However, how could a gold digger like Luan Ru understand so much? Even the BMW 8 Series is just a broken BMW in front of a Porsche. Similarly, the BMW 5 Series that Lu Xiaoyuan drove before was also a broken BMW. Not only BMW, even Mercedes-Benz is garbage in front of Porsche. For example, the GLC in Suwa. After Luan Ru rode in a Porsche, she no longer looked down on the junky Mercedes-Benz. Some people are like this, they work in luxury stores and think they can afford luxury goods. When you work in a sales office, you think the house is yours. After riding in a Porsche once, I will look down on Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Little do they know that they are actually nothing. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. After arriving in Hojie, it took another 20 minutes to find a parking space. There are so many cars in Hojie that it is hard to get a seat. It's really strange. Are there so many more cars in recent years? Why is it so hard to find a parking space? Jin Yuxing frowned and continued. It was easy to park here before. Yes, there are indeed a lot more cars. There weren't so many cars here when I graduated. Luan Ru was also a little surprised. It's only been a few months since she graduated. In such a short time, has Hojie changed so much and its popularity increased so quickly? Oh, I see. They must be here to buy milk tea. Jin Yuxing patted his forehead and suddenly thought of Lu Yan's tea color. Buy milk tea? Can a milk tea shop attract so many people? Isn't that possible? Luan Ru said in surprise. It's just a milk tea shop, it can't be that exaggerated, right? You know, the traffic volume in Hojie is now 2 or 3 times more than before. If there is an abortion, it may be more. Will so many people really be attracted to a milk tea shop? Although Luan Ru thought Luyan's tea was delicious, she wouldn't be so crazy just to drink a cup of milk tea, right? Of course, I heard that now besides students, many people from society also come here to buy milk tea. They should all be driving here to clock in. Jin Yuxing analyzed it. What he said was indeed true. Luyan Chase has become extremely popular. Even if there are only 200 more cars every day, it will be enough to fill up all the parking lots in Hojie. Hojie is a very small place, and there aren't many places to park. Oh my god, let's go take a look and see if we can get in line and buy a cup to try. Luan Ru said with a smile. Although she had already had it once, the milk tea and cake in this shop really tasted good, and she missed them a little. Moreover, this is also a way to post on WeChat moments to pretend to be living a bourgeois lifestyle, and she will definitely not miss it. Okay, let's go check it out. Jin Yuxing did not refuse either. Now that you're here, you might as well go and take a look, right? Besides, he really likes being able to queue here. The more time you spend here, the later it will be after dinner. He also had more reasons to let Luan Ru stay in a small hotel with him and have sex with him. Soon, the two arrived at the door of the cake shop. Ha! There aren't many people here to take orders. Luan Ru covered her mouth and chuckled, then continued. Senior Jin, this seems to be different from what you said. Luan Ru was not laughing at Jin Yuxing, she just thought that what Jin Yuxing said was too exaggerated. It's just a milk tea, how could people wait in line for a whole morning? It's impossible for milk tea to taste so good. This must be a gimmick. When I came over to take a look, it was indeed the case. There's no one in line, how is it possible to queue for a whole morning? Chapter 76. Why are you working here? Hey, this is weird. It clearly said that I would have to wait in line for a long time before I could get a spot. Could it be that those people on the internet were lying to me? Jin Yuxing was also a little strange. What you see on the internet is completely different from what you see in person. The people queuing online can be described as huge crowds, shoulder to shoulder, but in reality? There was not a single person queuing at the scene. Even at the food pickup counter, there weren't many people, only about a dozen or so waiting there. For a milk tea shop, more than a dozen people waiting to get their food is not a small number. But compared with the long queues on the internet, it is really nothing. However, Hojie is indeed different from before, with much more people than before. At least, the flow of people in this area of the square is incomparable to before. At first glance, there are people everywhere, and most of them are young people. Obviously, these people should be students from the university town, or some young people who come here to play. It's very likely. Internet celebrity stores are all about traffic and popularity. With the popularity gone, the traffic will naturally drop. Luan Ru smiled. Her analysis was very clear and logical, as if she was very familiar with these routines. In fact, this is indeed the routine of internet celebrity stores. Once the heat has passed, it's no longer popular. Well, you have a point. Jin Yuxing did not refute and nodded in agreement. Since there's no one here, why don't we just go and order 2 cups of milk tea? Since we're here, we can't go back empty-handed. Jin Yuxing suggested. Good. Luan Ru smiled and agreed. Then, the two of them walked into the milk tea shop side by side. Welcome to Willow Yen Tea Color. As the two walked in, Luan Rong, who was busy at the order counter, noticed someone coming in and immediately greeted them with a smile. However, she did not look up, but was using a computer to calculate today's income. I just felt someone coming and subconsciously said hello. So, Luan Rong didn't see who walked in. However, Luan Ru recognized at a glance that the person who ordered the order was her own sister. Seeing her sister working as a waitress, Luan Ru's brows immediately frowned. As an elite in the financial world, she must think that being a waiter is a lowly job. During her 4 years in college, Luan Ru never took a part-time job doing these odd jobs. Even if she was hungry, she would not do such a disgraceful thing. She doesn't do it herself, and she looks down on people who do this kind of work. Even if it is his own sister, he still looks down on her. If she came alone, it wouldn't matter, no one would know even if she was embarrassed. However, now she came with the company's department manager, who is her senior. Most importantly, she has always created an image of a business elite and a wealthy and beautiful woman in front of her seniors. When the superior sees his sister working part-time in a cake shop, her image as a rich and beautiful woman will naturally be shattered. How embarrassing would that be? Luan Ru even wanted to turn around and leave, not wanting to see her sister doing such a shameful thing. However, before she turned around, Jin Yuxing spoke first. "Hello, we want to order milk tea." As Jin Yuxing spoke, his eyes fell on Lu Wanrong's face. "Beautiful. It's so beautiful." Jin Yuxing was a little stunned. The Lu Wanrong in front of him was even more beautiful than the Lu Wanru beside him. Although Lu Wanru and her sister are biological sisters, Lu Wanrong is better than her sister in terms of appearance and figure. If described by level, Lu Wanrong is at the school beauty level. And Lu Wanru is just a beauty in the department. Lu Wanrong is the undisputed school beauty in their school. But in their school, even though some people call Lu Wanru the school belle, there is still a lot of controversy. Not everyone thinks she is the school belle. At least, there are many girls who can compare with her in terms of appearance and figure. So, when Jin Yuxing saw Lu Wanrong, who had a more perfect appearance and figure, he suddenly couldn't stand it. Especially today, Lu Wanru was wearing a purple Lolita dress and had 2 ponytails. She looked like a college student out for an internship. With the identity of a cute college girl, no one can resist it. However, Jin Yuxing can be considered a veteran who has been working in society for many years. He hasn't even gotten Lu Wanru beside him yet, so he certainly won't throw the baby out with the bathwater. So, on the surface, he still has the image of a handsome and upright gentleman. "Sorry sir, our milk tea is sold out today. You need tomorrow." "Sister, why are you here?" As Lu Wanrong spoke, she raised her head and looked towards Jin Yuxing. Then, she saw her sister standing behind Jin Yuxing with a frosty face. "Sister? Wanru, is this your sister?" Jin Yuxing turned his head and asked in surprise. 2 beauties in one family. Aren't the Lu family's genes a little too strong? Moreover, the purple sister is indeed more charming. "Yes, this is my sister." "Wanrong, why are you working here? Didn't Suhi give you pocket money?" There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Lu Wanru's tone. It's only been a short time, and this bastard Suhi has already asked his sister to go out to work? At the beginning, Suhi vowed in front of them that he would take good care of his sister and not let her suffer any grievances. Unexpectedly, not long after getting married, my sister had to go out to work. It is naturally impossible for a college student to find a high-paying job. It is already good enough to be able to work as a cashier in a cake shop. However, it was indeed a very embarrassing thing for her, Lu Wanru's sister, to work as a cashier in a cake shop. "Sister, what are you talking about? I have a job, why should I ask Suhi to give me pocket money?" Lu Wanrong curled her lips. Ever since she married Suhi, she has never asked Suhi for pocket money. Even though everything she wore and used was bought by Suhi, she never accepted a penny in cash except for the betrothal gift. Of course, the betrothal gift was 200,000 yuan. However, Lu Wanrong kept the 200,000 and would not use it casually. All along, Lu Wanrong used the money she earned from working. Over the years, she has saved a lot of pocket money from working, which is definitely enough for daily expenses. Her expenses were not much, and Suhi basically took care of her food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Therefore, there is no need for Suhi to give me pocket money. It's not that Suhi was reluctant to give, although there would be no cash back if he gave the money directly, but after earning so much money, giving tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of pocket money was nothing. I really gave her pocket money, but the little girl refused to accept it. So, Suhi just let her do what she wanted. In addition, Lu Wanrong can now also receive dividends from the cake shop. It can be said that she is not short of money at all. Chapter 77, Just a Working Relationship. That's outrageous. You're my sister. How can you work in a place like this? Lu Wanru's face looked even uglier. She couldn't let Jin Yuxing think that she was from a poor family and didn't want to be looked down upon by her suitor. "Sister, what are you talking about? I work in a cake shop, not a nightclub. How can that be inappropriate?" Lu Wanrong was completely speechless. As an elder sister, am I too concerned about my reputation? There is no high or low in professions. What's shameful about making money based on your own abilities? This is also why Lu Wanrong did not dislike Suhi, who used to deliver the takeaway. People who deliver food are even more worthy of respect. Not only are they willing to work hard, but they also earn more than many office workers. What qualifications do you have to look down on others? You. Lu Wanru's pretty face turned red. She just couldn't understand why her sister, who used to be so obedient to her, changed so much after getting married. Not only did he learn to talk back, but his talk back seemed to make sense. This made her not know what to say even if she wanted to continue educating her sister. Fortunately, Jin Yuxing stepped forward in time. Luan Ru, is this your biological sister? She is quite sensible and knows how to go out and gain some experience on her own. Don't be angry. College students should also do more work and learn more about the ways of the world in advance. After Jin Yuxing finished speaking, he smiled at Luan Ru. He thought that his smile was very handsome and that he stood up to speak for the goddess, so he would definitely win the goddess' favor. But Jin Yuxing must have thought too much. Just because Jin Yuxing appeared with his sister, Luan Ru didn't even look at him well. When Luan Ru heard what her boyfriend-to-be said, her expression eased slightly. Jin Yuxing's words gave her a way out. That's right, my sister came out just to train herself, and she was not forced by life. As for experiencing life and training yourself, there is nothing wrong with that and it is not something to be ashamed of. After all, the second generation of rich people also work in their own factories. Some of the general's sons also joined the spearhead company and went to the battlefield. It's not unusual for her younger sister to work part-time to exercise. Luan Ru did not feel any favor towards Jin Yuxing because he spoke for her. She looked at Jin Yuxing, her pretty eyebrows suddenly frowned, and she couldn't help but ask. Sister, this isn't your new boyfriend, is he? You change boyfriends quite frequently. Did you dump that manager Lu last time? When it comes to her sister's boyfriend, Luan Ru can't control her emotions. My sister really went too far. How long has it been since you broke up with Sui? Changing boyfriends one after another, isn't that a bit too frequent? Even cold-blooded animals will develop feelings for each other after being together for a long time. But my sister seems to be the kind of person who is even cold-blooded than cold-blooded animals. When Luan Ru heard her sister mention Lu Xiaoyuan, she was startled. After looking at Jin Yuxing, she quickly explained. What nonsense are you talking about? He was my former manager, not boyfriend. After Luan Ru finished speaking, she turned her head and said to Jin Yuxing. Senior Jin, please don't misunderstand me. Manager Lu and I have a purely professional relationship. There is absolutely no personal relationship involved. Luan Ru was not lying. Although she was close to Lu Xiaoyuan and even almost became his girlfriend, in the final analysis, the two of them had never really been together. This can only be blamed on Lu Xiaoyuan's own bad luck. If the price of gold had fallen at that time, he would have made a lot of money and naturally would have been able to marry the beauty. But unfortunately, the price of gold skyrocketed, the beauty ran away, and he himself was taken in for embezzlement of public funds. It can be said that both the wife and the army were lost. Luan Ru was unwilling to admit that she had an overly close relationship with Lu Xiaoyuan. On the one hand, she was naturally afraid that Jin Yuxing would misunderstand her. Jin Yuxing is currently the biggest fish in her fish pond, and she certainly doesn't want this fish to run away like this. On the other hand, it is also to protect yourself. It was already very good that the company did not pursue the matter of her illegal futures trading. If any more rumors were to spread, losing her job would be a small problem, but if she was implicated and put in jail for a few days, her future would really be worrying. Once she has a criminal record, she will have nothing to do with the financial industry for the rest of her life. When Jin Yuxing heard what Luan Ru said, his face looked a little unhappy. Although he had no real feelings for Luan Ru, he didn't want this woman to be the leftover from his ex. However, after hearing Luan Ru's explanation, Jin Yuxing smiled again. Luan Ru, I believe you have nothing to do with that Lu Xiaoyuan. Jin Yuxing patted Luan Ru on the shoulder and said with a smile. He is a complete sea king and naturally knows how to win the hearts of beautiful girls. Trust is sometimes much more useful than sweet words. Thank you for your understanding, senior. Seeing that Jin Yuxing did not seem angry, Luan Ru also breathed a sigh of relief. I hope there is no misunderstanding, senior. Otherwise, she really couldn't explain it clearly. Then, she did not continue to explain this issue. Since we are at the cake shop, we must order some. My sister is here, so let her treat us. Employees must have employee discounts, right? Luan Ru, order us 2 cups of milk tea and 2 desserts. Luan Ru thought that since the cashier was her sister, she would be able to get in through the back door somehow, right? However, she obviously underestimated Luan Ru's seriousness in doing things and her compliance with the rules. I'm sorry, sister. Our cake shop gets a maximum of 6,000 calls a day, and we've already called all of them by 3 o'clock this afternoon. If you want to buy milk tea, you'll need to come and queue up tomorrow. Luan Ru shook her head and directly rejected her sister's request. At the same time, a professional apology appeared on his face. She would not make an exception to the established rules for her sister. Especially since there are other customers in the store who have already got numbers and are waiting. If they see that I have made an exception for my relatives, there will definitely be more and more people who use connections to get in through the back door in the future. The employees who work here are all students from nearby schools. As students, they will have their own circle of friends. If every employee lets their friends get in through the back door, it would definitely be unfair to other customers who have worked hard to queue up. Therefore, only if she, the boss, sets an example, other employees will not have any objections. Of course, if employees want to bring 2 cups of milk tea or some unsold cakes back to their family or friends after get off work, Luan Ru will naturally agree. Luan Ru still has some human touch. Huh? Are you kidding? There are only a few customers in your store. How is it possible that you ordered 6,000 numbers? You just don't want me to drink, right? Chapter 78. Are you the owner of this store? Luan Ru didn't believe what her sister said at all. How could a store that looks so deserted have received 6,000 orders? What does 6,000 numbers mean? Even if you turn the single tap machine to smoke, you still can't click so many numbers, right? I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm telling the truth. Our store operates an order and queue model. After placing an order, you can check the progress of the meal preparation on our mini app. When the meal is ready, you can come and pick it up. You don't need to wait here. After we place an order, it usually takes 4 to 8 hours for the food to be served. So, most of the customers left after placing their orders. Luan Ru had a professional smile on her face. At this moment, the person standing in front of her was no longer her sister, but an ordinary customer. When facing ordinary customers, they are naturally enthusiastic, polite, and know nothing about the questions. However, what Luan Ru said was also true. Except for the first 500 people in the morning, the people who come after them basically have to wait more than 4 hours to place their orders. The maximum time is 8 hours. This is the result of statistics collected during this period, which is relatively accurate. You're crazy. How can you wait for your food after ordering it? Call your manager or boss, I want to ask him. There is no such thing in this world. Luan Ru was extremely angry. She felt that her sister was targeting her. This ordering mode is unheard of. Whose milk tea restaurant has you queuing for hours, and after ordering, you have to wait for several more hours before you can get it? Waste a whole day just to drink a cup of milk tea? Are you crazy? Sister, this is the rule in our store. I can't make an exception for you. Luan Ru also frowned. She was actually a little angry. As sisters, they all try their best to take care of their younger sisters. But their sister is making things difficult for herself here. Fortunately, Luan Ru is the owner of this store. If she was just an ordinary employee, she would probably be in a very difficult situation. Then call out your boss. Luan Ru's voice became louder and louder, and she became more and more impatient. This attracted the attention of other guests around. Since its opening, Luan Tea has provided excellent service. Fruits, tea, etc. will be prepared for the guests in line. Because there are police and property management staff maintaining order on site, nothing has happened due to the queues so far. Therefore, the crowd of onlookers were very curious about what happened. At the same time, the employee in charge of maintaining order in the cake shop also came over after hearing the noise. The employee who maintains order is called Feng Haiyan, a graduate and a full-time employee. Because I have been working in sales, I have rich social experience. Therefore, Luan Ru gave her the job of maintaining order. At the same time, she was also given the title of lobby manager. Ma'am, how can I help you? Feng Haiyan asked politely. At the same time, he cast an inquiring look at Luan Ru. Although Luan Ru is at the cashier now, she is not a real cashier but the boss of the company. When there is a conflict between the boss and a customer, as a qualified lobby manager, I will definitely inquire about the situation first. The boss is still young, so it is possible that he loses his temper. As a lobby manager, Feng Haiyan should stand from the company's perspective, safeguard the company's interests, and appease customers at the same time. Are you the owner of this cake shop? Luan Ru glanced at Feng Haiyan and asked lightly. Ah? No ma'am, I'm not the boss, I'm the lobby manager. Fong Haiyan shook her head and said seriously. Ma'am, if you have any opinions or suggestions, please tell me. You're not the boss? Then call your boss out. This employee of yours is so arrogant, I'm going to file a complaint against her. Luan Ru pointed at her sister and gave her a displeased look. She actually didn't mean anything else, she just wanted to let her sister know that a cashier has no dignity at all. Customers can complain to her anytime they want. In serious cases, the company may even fire her directly. Being a cashier in a milk tea shop is a job that requires no technical skills at all. Ma'am, is there anything we did wrong? Fong Haiyan was stunned for a moment. There was actually someone complaining about his own boss? However, she still patiently comforted the customer. As a service industry, customers must be kind. As a lobby manager, she needs to understand this even more. Ha, I can't talk to you, just call your boss over. Luan Ru waved her hand. She was deliberately looking for trouble, so how could she give up just because of a few words from Fong Haiyan? Okay then. Boss, this lady. Fong Haiyan sighed. Since the other party insisted on meeting their boss, she could only ask the boss to take action. Okay, go ahead and leave this to me. Lu Wanrong smiled at Fong Haiyan and interrupted what she was about to say. Originally, she didn't want to hurt her sister again, but since she insisted on seeing her, she had no choice but to slap her in the face. Wanrong, you are the owner of this store? Lu Wanru looked at her sister in disbelief. The strong contrast made her feel like she was dreaming. She just couldn't believe that this popular internet celebrity store was actually opened by her own sister. If the milk tea shop can really sell 6,000 numbers a day, how much money can the girl make in a day? 50,000? 100,000? Or even more? When she thought of this, Lu Wanru felt unwell. What she feared most was that her sister and Suhee would live better than her. After all, she broke up with Suhee because she disliked his poverty. The better her life is, the more it proves her stupidity. That's right. Didn't I say before that Suhee opened a store for me? This is it. Lu Wanrong said truthfully. Now that her sister already knew, she had nothing to hide. Hiss. Seeing that Lu Wanrong admitted it, Jin Yuxing and Lu Wanru looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. It is not difficult to open a milk tea shop, but it is not so easy to open a popular internet celebrity shop with good taste. The first is taste. Lu Wanru had already tasted Lu Yincha's milk tea and cake during the day. Needless to say, the cake tasted really good and you could tell it was made by a master craftsman. However, Lu Wanru had no doubt about this. She knew that her sister could bake cakes and that her skills were very good. The cakes were better than those in most cake shops. In the past, my sister often made cakes at home. Lu Wanru eats a lot every time without caring about her weight at all. Therefore, my sister only needs to study more systematically, and there will be no problem in reaching the current level of cake making skills. But milk tea is different. Chapter 79. I feel a little uncomfortable. Milk tea requires a recipe. Every milk tea shop has its own unique recipe. Even if the taste is similar, the recipe is definitely different. The recipe of this milk tea shop is obviously brand new and has never appeared on the market before. In other words, the recipe was obtained by Lu Wanrong herself. Where could she, a college student, get such a unique recipe? This stuff has always been kept secret by major milk tea companies. Moreover, how did Lu Wanrong manage the business? How could she make the cake shop so popular? From zero to now, it is definitely not something that any random operator can accomplish. Could it be that she is an operations genius? Looking at the luxurious decoration of the milk tea shop and its endless popularity, Lu Wanru felt that the gap between herself and her sister was getting bigger and bigger. She even felt that she would never be able to catch up with her sister in this lifetime. They can make a net profit of 100,000 a day, which is tens of millions a year. How can we pursue this? Even for people in the financial system, earning tens of millions a year is rare. These people, without exception, are the ones who truly stand at the top of the pyramid. Moreover, my sister currently only runs a cake shop. Just one company can make such terrifying profits. If we set up a nationwide chain, even if there is only one store in each province, we can make a net profit of several hundred million yuan a year. When she thought of this, Lu Wanru felt even more uncomfortable. Several hundred million. Even if she earns tens of millions a year, she will have to work hard until retirement without eating or drinking. Wanrong, I didn't expect your store to be so popular. Luan Ru smiled bitterly. At this moment, how could she still have the face to look down on her sister? If earning 100,000 yuan a day is looked down upon, how can someone like her who only earns 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a month at most survive? Fortunately, this is all thanks to my husband Su-hee. Without his investment in creativity, the milk tea shop would not have achieved such success. Lu Wanrong smiled proudly. She invested in a potential stock. From nothing to something, from something to excellence. Moreover, this potential stock was given up by my sister herself. Who can understand this sense of pride? Okay, then you guys just live your life well. If nothing else, I'll leave first. Lu Wanru no longer had the face to stay any longer. At this moment, she felt her face was burning with pain. If she stayed any longer, her face would only feel more and more painful. Okay, sister, next time you want to drink milk tea, remember to line up early. Lu Wanrong warned. I know. Lu Wanru curled her lips. She swore that she would never drink Lu Yan tea-colored milk tea again. No, she won't even drink milk tea anymore. When she sees milk tea, she will think of what happened today. She will remember today's humiliation for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Lu Wanru turned around and left. Hey, Wanru, wait for me. Jin Yuxing hurriedly chased after him. Wanrong, is that really your sister? After seeing Lu Wanru and Jin Yuxing leave, Feng Haiyan came over and started gossiping again. Lu Wanrong is usually not arrogant and gets along well with the employees. Therefore, if there is anything, the employees will be willing to talk to Lu Wanrong. Well, yes, my sister. Lu Wanrong gave a bitter smile without trying to hide it. You are such a weird sister. You are making things difficult for your own sister. Feng Haiyan sighed. She wasn't trying to be provocative, but she really couldn't stand people like that. If Lu Wanrong was not the owner of this store today, wouldn't she have really been bullied by her own sister? A girl as beautiful and good-tempered as Lu Wanrong would not be harmed by outsiders, let alone her own sister. Oh, it's hard to put it into words. My sister is good in every way except that she is too materialistic. Lu Wanrong shook her head helplessly. What can she do when she has a materialistic sister? Looking at Lu Wanrong sighing, Feng Haiyan felt helpless. They are born from the same mother, why is there such a big difference between them? Why does Lu Wanrong, such a kind person, have a materialistic sister? I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. It's true that every family has its own problems. On the other side, Lu Wanru suppressed the grievance in her heart and walked quickly towards the outside of Hojie. She couldn't stay in this place for even a minute. Jin Yuxing followed closely behind. Wanru, wait for me. Jin Yuxing shouted and quickly chased after him. Soon, he caught up with Lu Wanru. Wanru, shall we go eat together? Jin Yuxing extended an invitation. I definitely can't drink milk tea anymore, but I still have to eat. Otherwise, wouldn't today's trip be in vain? Jin Yuxing did not realize the special conflict between the two sisters Lu Wanru. He simply thought that the two sisters just had a bad relationship. There are many sisters who have a bad relationship, it's nothing strange. Therefore, Jin Yuxing felt that he still had a chance. And, there is a great chance. The goddess was unhappy, and it was a good time for him, a suitor, to take advantage of the situation. At the beginning, he seduced several goddesses by taking advantage of the situation. Although those so-called goddesses are not as good as Lu Wanru in front of him, it is still very rare to get her. Jin Yuxing planned to do the same thing and use the same method to take down Lu Wanru again. But it was obvious that he was going to be disappointed this time. I'm sorry, Senior Jin, I feel a little unwell and want to go back first. Lu Wanru shook her head and frowned slightly, obviously still thinking about what had just happened. She was no longer in the mood to continue arguing with Jin Yuxing. Although Jin Yuxing's conditions are good, there is a gap between him and his sister who are about to take revenge in Su-hee. They can earn tens of millions a year with just one store. Even if Jin Yuxing's family has a few 100 million, what can it do? In a few years at most, they will be overtaken. Thinking of this, Lu Wanru suddenly lost interest in Jin Yuxing. However, she did not act particularly indifferent. After all, they are fish in the fish pond. Even if the fish have no hope of making it to the Dragon Gate, it won't cost much to feed them. Ah? You're not having dinner? Jean Yuxing was stunned and didn't react for a moment. If I can't have this dinner, won't today's plan be in vain? Well, Senior Jean, I have no appetite and want to go home and rest. Luan Ru smiled bitterly. Seeing that her sister's cake shop is doing so well, how can she have any appetite to eat? All she wanted to do now was to get away from here as soon as possible, that's all. Well, okay, then I'll take you back? Okay, thank you, Senior. Jean Yuxing sighed. Today's plan is definitely not feasible. Fortunately, he bought his own little blue pills, but now he probably doesn't need them anymore. However, high-end hunters are often very patient. If you miss an opportunity today, you will definitely find a new one tomorrow. There is no need to rush. If you want to win the heart of a beautiful woman, you need to have enough patience. Chapter 80 Preparing to open a branch. On the other hand, Luan Ru's mood was not affected by her sister's appearance. As she sees her bank deposits growing every day, she will only become happier. Because the milk tea shop was booming, Luan Ru recruited another group of people. Now there are 3 shifts taking turns. One shift is from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., and the other is from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. There is one more break. On the next day, change it back. In this way, everyone is busy at work, but can also take a break. However, the milk tea shop business is still very hot. The daily turnover is more than 150,000. This number is absolutely terrifying. Honey, our business is so good that I want to open a branch. When she returned home in the evening, Luan Ru lay in Sui's arms and said excitedly. She had already begun to yearn for the scene of willows blooming in brown all over the summer. Ha, it's indeed time to open a new store. Shanghai needs to open at least 3 Luyan tea shops to cover such a large flow of people. Sui smiled and nodded. Shanghai has a permanent population of more than 20 million, making it definitely a super first-tier city. There is no shortage of consumers in such a big city. The flow of people at Luyan Tea Hojie store is definitely not the largest. The customers here are mainly from the nearby university town, plus some tourists and local residents. But even so, one store can no longer handle such a large amount of traffic. This is even more true for the whole of Shanghai. Therefore, opening a new store is absolutely necessary. Just as Sui said, the whole Shanghai needs at least 3 or more Luyanka brands. Only in this way can such a large amount of traffic be covered. Okay. Tomorrow is Saturday. Let's go see the new store together tomorrow? When she heard that she could expand new stores, Luan Ru immediately became interested. Now, nothing impresses her more than making money. No problem. However, before we go, we should also buy you a new set of clothes. Sui said with a smile. The clothes Luan Ru is wearing now are all ordinary sports brands. All the stuff on my body cost only 1,000 yuan. For an ordinary student, what she wears is not bad. But in front of rich people, this is nothing. Not to mention the rich, even in front of a well-off family, this outfit is very ordinary. People from a well-off family will at least have a luxury baby worth tens of thousands of dollars. But what about Luan Ru's hand? Until now, she has only been carrying a sports backpack worth more than 100 yuan. Therefore, Sui plans to take his wife shopping tomorrow and spend a lot of money. Now that he has tens of millions in his hands, is he still worried about not being able to afford luxury goods? Moreover, there is cash back when you spend money on your wife. Take advantage of this opportunity to make another fortune. Okay. Then let's go shopping tomorrow and buy you some clothes. Luan Ru laughed playfully. She didn't think too much about it and simply thought that her husband wanted to buy her normal clothes. If it was just normal clothes, Luan Ru would not refuse. She has made a lot of money during this period and has millions in her bank account. There is absolutely nothing wrong with buying a few nice pieces of clothing. Although renting a store is an important matter, the money you have should be enough to rent a small store in the city center. The two hit it off and decided to go shopping in the city center together tomorrow. After the discussion, it was time for daily fitness exercises. After the systematic transformation, Sui's physical fitness is very strong and he exercises for 2 hours almost every day. Luan Ru was a little overwhelmed at first. But it is said that there are only oxen that die of exhaustion, but no land that is plowed. After a while, she got used to it and became addicted to it. No woman can refuse a man with excellent physical fitness, and Luan Ru is no exception. The next day, the two dressed and drove out. Honey, which mall are we going to inspect? Luan Ru sat in the passenger seat and asked obediently. There are many shopping malls in the center of Shanghai, and the flow of people varies. Generally speaking, the rent of a shopping mall with less traffic will be cheaper. If there are a lot of people, the rent will naturally be more expensive, even to an unbelievable level. The rent in cheaper places may be as low as a few thousand per month. But those are all very small in size, probably just the size of a small stall. As for the expensive ones, it may cost more than 200,000 yuan a month. Of course, the area is not small and the geographical location is definitely very good. Now all they have to do is choose a store that suits the willow tea color. It doesn't need to be the most expensive, but it must ensure that there is enough traffic. Let's go directly to Shangjin Center. Su-hee gave a name. When she heard the name, Luan Ru's eyes suddenly lit up. Shangjin Center, there should be no one in Shanghai who doesn't know about this shopping mall. Shangjin Center is the largest and most luxurious shopping mall in Shanghai. The mall brings together more than 20 luxury brands from all over the world. In addition, there are also a wide variety of big brands. As long as you have money, you can get the best service here. When you come here to shop, all you see are people who are richer, not the richest. Even if you bring 100 million in cash, you can probably only buy a few watches and pieces of jewelry here. As long as you have money, there is no reason why you can't spend it here. Of course, Shangjin Center also has ordinary brands. This can be said to be a diversified shopping mall. You can see young girls with LV logos all over their bodies and walking like a cat, and you can also see wealthy people wearing cloth shoes and walking in a low-key manner. So, there is no doubt that the flow of people in this shopping mall is absolutely terrifying. However, the influx of people means that the rent here is also very scary. Even if it is just a small stall in a shopping mall, the rent will cost tens of thousands per month. As for those shops, from big to small, none of them earns less than 100,000 yuan a month. If a shop here cannot make tens of thousands of dollars a day, it will definitely be difficult to make money. However, Luan Ru was not very worried. Even if it costs 200,000 a month, it is affordable for them, Lu Yensha say. Once a cake shop opens here, the flow of people will definitely be more terrifying than in Hojie. You know, the location of Shangjin Center is the most prosperous area in Shanghai. Prosperity means there are many rich people. With more money, the consumption level will naturally go up. So, if you open a business here, you will definitely make money. All they have to do is find a store suitable for opening a milk tea shop. You can't just open a milk tea shop anywhere. The floor, location, and layout of the store all need to be taken into consideration. Therefore, it still needs to be treated with caution. Chapter 81 Luxury Mall. Honey, Shangjin Center is a great place. We can definitely open a popular cake shop here. Luan Ru's face was full of smiles. She had already imagined Lu Yensha say opening in Shangjin Center and having long queues. Those people queuing up are not people, but RMB. Yeah. I think so too. Sui said with a smile. Shangjin Center is definitely the best location to open the second Lu Yen tea store. All they have to do is find a suitable store here. As they were talking, the two drove to Shangjin Center. Today is Saturday, so there are a lot of people in Shangjin Center. There are already many cars lined up outside the underground parking lot, ready to enter the parking lot. Fortunately, the parking lot here is large enough, and the cars lined up in an orderly manner and entered the underground parking lot. Shangjin Center is worthy of being the most prosperous shopping mall in Shanghai. All kinds of luxury cars can be seen everywhere in the underground parking lot. Luxury cars such as Ferrari, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, Porsche 911, etc. can be seen everywhere. The Mercedes-Benz GLC parked here has no highlights at all. It even looks very ordinary, just an ordinary means of transportation. It can be seen that there are really many rich people in Shanghai. Sui has decided that in a few days, he will order a super sports car for Luan Ru. A supercar starts at least 5 million. If you can trigger a cashback of more than twice, it is definitely a sure profit. Moreover, Sui really wanted to buy a new car. It is somewhat inconvenient for two people to drive one car. It's not like he can't afford a car, so there's no need for him to be so frugal. Even if there is no cash back, it is still possible to buy a car worth 1 or 2 million yuan. The underground parking lot is very large. Although there are many cars parked there, you can still find a parking space if you walk around a few times. After parking the car, the two held hands and took the elevator to the first floor of the mall. This shopping mall is very large, with 6 floors of shopping above. Including the 3 basement floors, there are 9 floors in total. 2/3 of the underground floor is a supermarket, and the remaining 1/3 is a parking lot. The supermarket in Shangjin Center is called Shanha Supermarket. It is a membership-based supermarket and only those who have become members can go in and shop. This supermarket is also one of the Fortune 500 companies and has branches all over the world. Supermarket membership requires a fee, and the annual fee is $298. It may seem expensive, but many things in the supermarket are cheaper than outside. For example, Coke. Supermarkets outside usually sell it for 3 yuan a bottle, but in Shanha Supermarket, it only costs 2 yuan. The items are exactly the same, but they are cheaper. Therefore, if you use it as a home supermarket, you can earn back the membership fee in just 1 month. Of course, the quality of the things inside is very guaranteed, and the after-sales service is also very good. In addition to the common things, there are also some high-end products. For example, some expensive imported fruits, expensive wines, and so on. Of course, the price is definitely more favorable than outside. Soo-hee and Luan Ru plan to go shopping upstairs first, and then go to the supermarket later after they finished shopping. The two held hands and soon arrived at the first floor. Wow, honey, there are so many people here. The shopping mall on the first floor is very large, but there are also a lot of people. After all, this is the most prosperous area in Shanghai. In addition to people in Shanghai who usually come here for shopping, tourists also like to come here. Especially there are various luxury brands here. These luxury brands all have various limited editions. These limited editions are hard to find in stores in other cities, but here, they are almost certain to be available. Therefore, many wealthy people who come to Shanghai will come here specifically to shop. It's great to buy 2 custom-made or limited edition items that represent your status. The mall is usually crowded with people, and there are even more people on weekends. Yeah, there are indeed a lot of people. If our cake shop opens here, we won't have to worry about the flow of people. Soo-hee smiled, and then took Luan Ru for a walk. They came out of the elevator near the main door. Close to the gate, it is definitely the best location. Therefore, the first few stores are basically some top luxury brands. LV, Chanel, Gucci, and so on. It is obviously impossible to have a vacant store at this location. Even if these top brands are not doing well, they will continue to open stores here for the sake of their own brand value. Therefore, it is unlikely that we can wait for them to not renew the lease. If you want to rent a store, you have to go deeper into the relatively bad locations. However, Soo-hee planned to buy some clothes for his wife first. If you come here to shop without wearing a high-end suit, you are likely to be looked down upon. So, Soo-hee took his wife to the nearest LV store. LV is the world's top luxury brand and can be said to be a household name. Even people from poor families have more or less heard of the name of this brand. If you want to buy luxury goods, you must go to this store first. Honey, why are we going to LV? Everything here is super expensive. Luan Ru was shocked when she saw her husband pulling her straight towards LV. This is LV. A top luxury brand. Moreover, it is an LV located in Shanghai Shangjin Center. It can be said that this store is the headquarters of LV in Daxia. In other stores, you may be able to buy bags for thousands of dollars. But here, no bag costs less than 15,000 yuan. Because here, there is no market for low-priced bags. Even the bags that rich people buy for their dogs may cost tens of thousands of dollars. Putting bags worth thousands of dollars in stores like this is simply a slap in the face of those wealthy people. No one can tell how much this top luxury product is worth. But for rich people, it doesn't matter how much it is worth. The most important thing is that the things inside can make them feel superior. Make them feel that they are different from ordinary people. That's enough. However, Luan Ru does not have such vanity. Compared to spending tens of thousands of dollars to buy a bag, she would rather invest the money in decorating a new store. It's okay, honey. We made so much money, we have to spend some of it. Don't worry, I've made a lot of money in the stock market recently. It just so happens that you are here today, so I will buy you a set of clothes. How about we buy more, just the ones you like? Soo-hee said with a smile. No matter what, trick your wife in first. Really? Luan Ru looked at Soo-hee seriously. It would be easy if you just buy what she likes. At worst, she can just say she doesn't like it. This can save a lot of money. Chapter 82. Is there anything more expensive? Of course it's true. I'm not lying to you, Sui said with a smile. Okay. Let's go in and take a look. Luan Ru didn't say anything else. There would be no problem in going in and taking a look. Soon, the two of them arrived outside the store and lined up. Yes, they still need to queue. This LV store is doing very good business and there are many people coming to shop. In order to allow customers to better experience LV's services, traffic flow needs to be controlled. If too many people come in at once, the store won't be able to handle them. At the same time, there is no way to serve so many guests at one time. Customers who can come to this store to consume all have a certain economic strength. If the service is not good, it will easily affect the reputation of the brand. Therefore, traffic restrictions occur. The same is true for Lu Yanchase, which is understandable. There weren't many people queuing, and Suhee and Luan Ru waited for about 10 minutes before it was their turn. Sir, madam, what do you need to buy? I'm the shopping guide here, you can call me Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said politely. As she spoke, she casually glanced at the two people's clothes. As a professional salesperson, it is easy to see that Suhee and Luan Ru are both wearing simple clothes, which are the kind of clothes that ordinary people wear. This made Xiao Chen a little disappointed. They deal in luxury goods and get commissions. Since there is commission, naturally we hope that the clients are as rich as possible. The richer they are, the more they will buy. The more customers buy, the higher their commission will naturally be. But if you are just an ordinary customer, your consumption will definitely not be very high. However, Xiao Chen has received professional training. Anyone who can work as a salesperson in this store is definitely a sales elite. It will never happen that they look down on others. So, even though Xiao Chen felt that she was unlucky and did not meet any big clients, she still patiently provided service to the two with a smile. Let's take a look around and see if there's anything we like. Luan Ru took the initiative to speak. Okay, ma'am. This way please. I'll show you too if there's anything you like. Xiao Chen smiled slightly and made a gesture of invitation to the two of them as he spoke. Then, Suhee and Luan Ru followed Xiao Chen for a walk. It was the first time for Luan Ru to enter such a high-end luxury store. After coming in, she seemed a little embarrassed. There are tens of thousands of goods here, which is really scary to look at. It was also the first time for Suhee to walk into such a luxury store, but he was a reborn person after all. Having even experienced death, how could he still feel guilty about entering a luxury store? Of course, the most important thing is Sui's bank deposits. With tens of millions in savings, he has the confidence to visit any luxury store in the world. Tens of millions in savings may not be enough to buy the best luxury goods, but it can allow him to shop in any luxury store. Accompanied by Xiao Chen, the two took a walk around. At just one glance, Luan Ru saw an LV bag. However, when she glanced at the price tag, she immediately looked away. 35,000? What a joke! This is too expensive. A bag costs more than 30,000 yuan, why doesn't she just rob it? No, absolutely not. Thinking of this, Luan Ru was about to pull her husband away. But at this moment, Suhee on the side suddenly spoke. Hello, how much is this bag? Suhee pointed at the bag that Luan Ru had just seen and asked Xiao Chen with a smile. Ah. This bag, right? Mr. Su, this bag is 35,000. Let me show you. As Xiao Chen spoke, he put on white gloves and picked up the bag worth 35,000 yuan. Wife, try carrying me on your back to see if you like it. Suhee said with a smile. Ah. Husband, don't buy it. This bag is too expensive. Luan Ru quickly refused. Can she afford a bag worth more than 30,000 yuan? If she really carried such an expensive bag, she was worried that someone would rob her while she was walking on the street. It's not expensive. You are a boss lady now, after all. You should have a bag to show your status, right? Come on, let's give it a try. As Suhee spoke, he took the backpack from Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen has adjusted the length of the backpack chain according to Luan Ru's figure. Suhee hung the bag directly on Luan Ru's shoulder. Luan Ru has a very slender figure and a very beautiful appearance. Paired with an LV bag, her temperament instantly improves. Yeah, it really looks good. Suhee couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As expected, Buddha needs golden ornaments and people need clothes. No matter how beautiful a person is, if she doesn't have matching complementary foods, she can't show her best. Luan Ru's appearance and figure are perfect, what she lacks is the elegance that comes with these external things. It's pretty nice, Luan Ru muttered. She really likes this bag, the only drawback is probably that it is too expensive. Well, as long as you like it. Xiao Chen, we want this bag. Help us hold it first. Suhi gestured to Xiao Chen. Ah. Okay. Xiao Chen was obviously stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Suhi to be so straightforward. A bag worth more than 30,000 yuan was bought without any hesitation. This doesn't sound like something a man with less than $1,000 on him would say. However, Xiao Chen reacted quickly and was filled with ecstasy. Maybe, today I am not unlucky, but lucky, because I met a low-key rich second generation. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's heart suddenly blossomed with joy. These second-generation rich people may look simply dressed, but they are very willing to spend money. Maybe she can make a lot of money today. And the fact is just as Xiao Chen thought. From then on, as long as Luan Ru looked at a bag for a second longer, so he would immediately ask Xiao Chen to take it over. As long as it is suitable, he will decide on the spot. In just 5 minutes, Suhi bought 7 or 8 bags. However, these bags are not particularly expensive, the most expensive one is only 55,000. Suhi wanted to buy a more expensive bag, but no matter how expensive the bag was, it would not usually be seen in display cabinets. Expensive bags are usually limited edition. Limited editions are definitely limited to top customers. Luxury stores like LV are never short of customers. Their limited editions are usually reserved for top customers. After all, a top customer may spend more in a year than 100 ordinary customers. Therefore, even if there are limited editions in the store, they will keep them and not take them out easily. Unless you meet a familiar customer or a new customer who spends a lot. And Suha is such a new customer. Xiao Chen, do you have any more expensive bags? I think these are still a bit cheaper. Chapter 83 Bye. Suhi looked at Xiao Chen with a smile. The total cost of these packages is only about 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. It seems like a lot of money has been spent, but even if 2 or 300,000 triggers the maximum tenfold cashback, it is only 2 or 3 million. Suhi is now a wealthy man with tens of millions in his hands. 2 or 3 million is a bit too little for him. If it only triggers double cashback, it will be even less. So, he has to spend more money today. The more money you spend, the more money you can make. Mr. Su, how about I take you two to the small dark room to sit for a while? Xiao Chen smiled and invited Suhi and Luan Ru. The so-called small black room is actually the VIP room. Top luxury stores like theirs will have such VIP rooms. In the VIP room, there are many limited edition luxury goods that cannot be seen in the showroom outside. However, as mentioned before, not everyone can enter the small dark room. If you don't reach a certain level of consumption, or cumulative consumption, you are generally not eligible to select limited edition products. However, there are exceptions. Suhi spent more than 200,000 yuan on his first visit, and it is obvious that he is a rich man. Xiao Chen must maintain this kind of new customer well. Maybe there will be more service opportunities in the future. Most of the big customers in their store already have dedicated sales representatives. It is not easy to meet a new big customer. Now that you have met it, you can't miss it. So, Xiao Chen took the initiative to bring up the matter of the small dark room. No problem. We are tired too. Suhi smiled and nodded. Who doesn't know about the little dark room? Have you ever seen a pig run, or eaten pork? A bag in the small dark room may cost hundreds of thousands. It can be said that this is the real den of money. This kind of place is in line with his spending level. Then, the two followed Xiao Chen to the small dark room. As expected, Suhi was not disappointed in the small dark room. He bought 3 bags worth more than 200,000 yuan in one go. These bags are limited edition or special edition, and the price is much more expensive than ordinary ones. However, Suhi secretly told Xiao Chen not to tell him the price of the package. Xiao Chen was very smart and naturally understood what Suhi meant. He did not mention the price at all. Even when Luan Ru asked, he just said vaguely, "It's not expensive." With Sui's timely change of subject, Luan Ru no longer worried about the price of the bag. In the end, Suhi successfully got the 3 bags. After buying the bag, Suhi took Luan Ru to try on a few clothes. After making sure they were suitable, he asked Xiao Chen to pack them. After buying everything, he found an excuse to get his wife away and went alone with Xiao Chen to pay. Mr. Su, your total spending this time is 1.17 million. Did you pay by credit card? When asking this question, Xiao Chen couldn't help swallowing, and he became a little nervous. Although they are a big store, only a few people spend millions at a time. What Xiao Chen is most worried about now is that Suhi will suddenly change his mind and not want it. After all, Suhi doesn't look like someone who can buy millions of things at one time. It is possible that he suddenly doesn't want them anymore. Xiao Chen must have been very nervous before the other party paid. Yes, swipe the card. Suhi nodded, took out a bank card and handed it to Xiao Chen. His bank card is just an ordinary card, but since his bank deposit exceeded 10 million, the bank contacted him and increased his transfer and payment limits. Now, with this card, it is no problem to spend tens of millions at one time. Banks are like this: when you have no money, they will ignore you. But when you become rich, they will come to you. The bank has called Suhi several times, hoping that he can visit the bank in exchange for a VIP card and some gifts. Bank VIP card is also a symbol of status. However, Suhi was not interested in these things and always declined them with various reasons. As for gifts, he doesn't need them at all. If you need something, just take your wife with you and buy it in her name. Not only can you buy good things for free, but you can also make money. Who wants free stuff in this situation? So, up to now, he is still using the ordinary card he applied for when he was in school to pay tuition. Of course, the most important thing is that Suhi is worried that changing the card will affect the cash back on consumption. In this case, the loss will outweigh the gain. Xiao Chen recognized at a glance that Suhi was holding an ordinary card, but she didn't say anything and just swiped the card. Ordinary cards may also have a lot of deposits. Mr. Su, please enter your password. After swiping the card and entering the amount, Xiao Chen handed the POS machine to Suhi. Suhi nodded, without even looking at the amount on the screen, and directly entered the password. When I bought the house, I paid 30 million yuan. Would I still care about a mere 1 million yuan? However, Suhi didn't care, but Xiao Chen's heart was already in his throat. She stared at the POS machine motionlessly, fearing that the transaction would fail due to insufficient balance. Fortunately, this did not happen. After the transaction was shown as successful on the display screen, a receipt was printed out. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, a bright smile appeared on his face. Mr. Su, the card has been swiped successfully. Please sign it. Xiao Chen tore off the receipt with a smile and handed it to Suhi respectfully with both hands. Okay. Suhi nodded and signed his name on it. Ding. Your Daxia bank card has received a deposit of 5.85 million yuan. Just as Suhi signed his name, a text message from the bank came. Seeing the text message alert, Suhi was overjoyed. This consumption triggered a 5-fold cashback. More than 1 million turned into more than 5 million, with a net profit of more than 4 million. So cool. Sure enough, getting cash back on consumption is much easier than starting a business. You know, Lu Yancha's net profit a day is only about 100,000 yuan, at most 200,000 yuan. And Suhi made more than 4 million just by buying a bunch of luxury leathers. For a million, this is Lu Yancha's net profit in 20 days. From this point, we can see that the cashback function is really terrifying. However, after experiencing more than 30 million in cashback, Suhi has long been accustomed to it. On the surface, he showed no particular emotion. He just smiled, took back his bank card, asked Xiao Chen to help pack the things he had bought, and that was it. Xiao Chen was very sensible. She packed everything by herself. Then she found a colleague to help Suhi put the bags into the car in the basement before leaving respectfully. If you spend more than 1 million, you naturally need services worth more than 1 million. Not to mention delivering it to the car, even delivering it to the home would be reasonable. Chapter 84: Finding a Store. Honey, we bought so many things. Didn't it cost a lot of money? Just now, when Suhi paid the bill, he sent his wife away so that she wouldn't find out. So, Luan Ru didn't know how much money she spent. It's not much. As long as you like it, I'm willing to spend any amount of money. Suhi gently scratched Luan Ru's nose lovingly. As long as his wife is happy, he will be willing to spend money on her even if there is no system rebate. Hee, thank you, husband. Luan Ru laughed playfully. She knew that this time she must have spent a lot of money, but she also thought it through. Isn't the purpose of making money to spend it? Since I've made so much money, it doesn't matter if I spend some of it. Then, the two of them went shopping in the mall again. They went into all the stores, including Gucci, Chanel, Burberry, Hermes, etc., and bought a lot of things. After this round, although Suhi has restrained himself a bit, he still spent 500,000 or 600,000 yuan on each store. In addition, Suhi also bought Luan Ru a Patek Philippe watch worth 1 million. This watch made Suhi earn more than 1 million. His current savings are about to exceed 80 million. However, Suhi bought the watch without telling Luan Ru the price. If my girlfriend knew that this watch was worth 1 million, she would be scared to death. Of course, Suhi didn't treat himself badly. He also spent millions to buy himself 2 sets of clothes. But he doesn't get any cash back when he buys things for himself. It doesn't matter. With nearly 80 million in savings, I don't care about a mere 1 million anymore. After putting everything in the car, the two of them had almost finished shopping. Honey, there are no empty shops in this mall. Is business too good for everyone? Luan Ru's beautiful eyebrows raised slightly. If no one cancels the lease, they won't be able to open a store here even if they want to. You can't rent a space in the atrium, right? If it is an ordinary cake shop or milk tea shop, it is not impossible. After all, the atrium is also rented out, and there is indeed a milk tea shop there. However, this certainly won't tea work for Willow Yanchase. Luyan tea colored business is booming. If it is opened in the atrium, it will probably block the place and affect other people's business. By then, there will be more conflicts. The best option is actually to open it in a store. In this way, even if there is a long queue, they can line up in an orderly manner along the corridor without affecting other stores. It's a pity that the two of them walked around upstairs and downstairs several times but didn't see any store closed. Not even those that are under renovation. This is normal. Without exception, those who dare to open a store here are truly confident. For example, luxury brands will continue to operate even if they make losses. Their main purpose in opening a business here is to build their own reputation. It doesn't matter if you don't make a penny, just think of it as advertising. Well, let's go directly to the property management. Suhi suggested. They should have known better that the leases of those stores were about to expire and not be renewed. You definitely can't get around by yourself. All stores are open as normal. You can't just walk in and ask people if their business is going to go bankrupt, right? If you really dare to do this, you will definitely be kicked out. Therefore, finding a property is the best option. The property will have the latest and most comprehensive resources. Luan Ru nodded obediently. Then, the two came to the shop management center on the second floor. The door of the management center is closed. This kind of place is usually empty and no one visits. However, there was a sign on the door that said please ring the bell if you need anything. This means that there must be someone in the office. Suhi took a glance and pressed the doorbell casually. In less than 10 seconds, the office door opened and a girl's head popped out. Hello, what can I do for you too? The girl blinked and asked curiously. Hello, we want to rent a store. Are there any shops that are moving away? Suhi directly stated his purpose. At the same time, he looked up and down at the girl in front of him. The girl is very tall, about 1.75 meters. A girl who is 1.75 meters tall is definitely a model's height. You know, Luan Ru is only 1.7 meters tall, but she looks very tall. The girl was wearing a professional suit and a knee-length skirt. Her legs were wrapped in a pair of black stockings. She was wearing a pair of high heels. But the heels of the high heels are not high, only 2 or 3 centimeters. Including high heels, the girl is almost 1.78 meters tall. After the system transformation, Suhi's height reached 1.85 meters. But even standing in front of Suhi, the girl didn't look short. The girl is also very beautiful. Bright black fox eyes, bright cherry lips, and a small and delicate nose. The facial features match perfectly together, and she is stunning at first glance. Of course, there is still some gap compared to Luan Ru. However, the girl's appearance can definitely be called the most beautiful girl in the department. Even competing for the school belle is possible. After a brief surprise, Suhi calmed down. After seeing so many stunning beauties, he got used to it. Oh, you want to rent a shop, right? Then come in first. The girl nodded. She looked like a new employee and wasn't very experienced in dealing with people. However, his tone was still very polite, and he took the initiative to invite Soo-hee and Luan Ru into the house. Soo-hee didn't hesitate and walked in with his wife. After the two men entered the house, the girl asked them to sit down and made them a cup of tea. Then she sat down and began to look at Soo-hee and the other man. Soo-hee was fine, but when the girl saw Luan Ru's face clearly, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. Although the girl is conceited about her beauty, she is still very clear about her appearance. Compared to the girl in front of me, there is always something missing. After both parties sat down, they introduced their names to each other and got down to business. The two also learned the girl's name, Luo Yao, and that she was one of the employees in charge of store leasing in the mall. Mr. Su, Ms. Lu, there are no vacancies on the first floor. You should have seen that the first floor is full of major luxury brands. They basically moved in when the mall was first built, and they basically won't move. Luo Yao was telling the truth. These luxury brands basically will not change their positions. Even if the lease contract expires and other competitors emerge, they will increase the price and continue to rent. Who can blame them for being so rich? If you want to compete, you simply can't compete. Chapter 85: The Remaining Stores. Well, we know this. Soo-hee nodded to show his understanding. They hadn't originally planned to open the cake shop on the first floor. In addition to the special situation on the first floor, there is no dining area on the first floor. At most there is a milk tea shop in the atrium. But as mentioned before, Soo-hee and his team do not intend to consider the atrium. Being located in the atrium, it is not too formal at all. Luyan Tea Cake Shop is an internet celebrity shop, so it must have a certain level of style. If you can just set up any stall and sell it, can it still be called an internet celebrity store? Therefore, we can only set our sights on the upper floors. There aren't many choices in the store upstairs. Although the mall has a total of 6 floors, floors 1 to 4 are various clothing areas and leisure areas. The dining area is on the 5th and 6th floors. If they want to open a cake shop, they can only do so on the 5th or 6th floor. However, they just took a walk around and found that there were no closed shops on these 2 floors. In other words, no one wants to cancel the lease at the moment. So, now we can only hope for good news from Luo Yao. Well, Mr. Su, if you can accept the 5th or 6th floor, then it will be easy. As Luo Yao spoke, she browsed on the computer. Then, she found the information of a store and turned the computer screen over. Now there is a store on the 5th and 6th floors whose leases are about to expire, with about a month left. Their boss also made it clear that he would not renew the lease. So, if you two are interested, you can consider these 2 stores. After Luo Yao finished speaking, Soo-hee and Luan Ru also saw the location of the store. The locations of these 2 stores are pretty good. The shop on the 5th floor is in the middle and is about 240 square meters. There is a hot pot restaurant open here now. Due to poor management and poor business, the boss decided not to continue the business. As for the one on the 6th floor, the area is much smaller, only 80 square meters. But the location is very good, on the far right side of the mall. The main reason for this store is that it is not clear about its own positioning. This is a noodle shop. It looks quite high-end, but the taste is average and the noodles are very expensive. Those who come here to eat are all looking for the high-end food. Basically, no one goes to noodle restaurants to eat. This is equivalent to opening a yarn snack shop in a high-end place, which is very discordant no matter how you look at it. However, the location is indeed very good. There is a rainbow ladder at the entrance of the store. The rainbow ladder is used across floors. The first rainbow staircase goes directly from the 1st floor to the 4th floor. The other one goes directly from the 4th floor to the 6th floor. When you get to the 6th floor and get off the elevator, you can see the store at a glance. In terms of location, this store on the 6th floor is much better than the one on the 5th floor. At least, customers don't need to go back and forth to find the store's location. The mall is quite large and walking from one side to the other is quite tiring. However, the rainbow stairs is very obvious. When you open a store in the future, you just need to mark the location at the entrance of the rainbow stairs. Very convenient. The only drawback is probably that the area is a little small. If it's 80 square meters, it can only have one operation area, just like the store in Hojie. As for the dining area, it is definitely not going to work. However, in order to make a final choice, you still have to go and see it in person. Although the two of them had just walked around the mall, they just took a quick look and did not pay attention to the specific details. Manager Luo, could you please take us to the site to have a look? Soo-hee asked. Sure. I'll take you two there right away. Luo Yao nodded. As a property staff, this is her job. If leasing can be seamless, the benefits will be maximized for the company. Then, accompanied by Luo Yao, the two first came to the 5th floor. The 5th floor is a hot pot restaurant. The two of them took a look and found that the location of the hot pot restaurant was actually quite good. There is a straight ladder next to it, you can see it when you go up. Moreover, the hot pot restaurant is located in the atrium, and there is a sightseeing elevator at the door. Although the observation elevator has limited capacity, you can see this hot pot restaurant when you get up. It can be said that there is definitely no problem with the flow of people. However, as Luo Yao said, this hot pot restaurant is not very popular. Today is Saturday. Although it is not yet time for dinner, the hot pot restaurant is already open, with only a few individual customers inside. Judging from the review software on the internet, the main problem is that the food is poor and the prices are high. Among tens of thousands of reviews, negative reviews account for almost 2/3. Among the remaining 1/3, more than half are habitual reviews, and the remaining positive reviews are all fake. Therefore, it is normal that this store's business is not good. The competition in the food industry is very fierce now. If you don't have a good reputation, naturally no one will want to come. Luo Yao took Soo-hee and Luan Ru towards the hot pot restaurant, ready to go in for a tour. This doesn't matter. What could be wrong if the landlord brings the new tenant to see his house? Just as I reached the door, a fat and strong man came out. Hey! Manager Luo, what brings you here? When the fat man saw Luo Yao, his eyes suddenly lit up. At the same time, a pair of cunning eyes glanced at Luo Yao without any disguise. I have to say, Luo Yao has a really good figure. Especially the pair of long legs, any man would be unable to resist the sight of them. The same is true for fat people. If possible, he really wanted to play with these long legs. Although he looks ugly, he has beautiful dreams. Boss Lu, last time you said that you would not renew the lease of your store. Today I brought 2 new customers to take a look at your store. Luo Yao said lightly. This Mr. Lu is the owner of this hot pot restaurant, his name is Lu Yifan. However, Luo Yao did not have any good feelings towards Lu Yifan, and her look was even full of disdain. Anyone would feel uncomfortable if they were stared at by a 1.7 meter tall, 200-pound, ugly fat man. Manager Luo, this doesn't comply with the regulations, does it? When Lu Yifan heard Luo Yao's words, his brows immediately frowned. Although I said before that we don't plan to renew the lease, it's unreasonable for you to bring a new tenant to see the store now, right? My hot pot restaurant is still open as usual. Lu Yifan's face didn't look very good. No matter who it is, they would feel uncomfortable if the landlord brought new tenants to view the shop when the shop is operating normally. In their opinion, this will affect their business fortunes. People who do business are more or less superstitious, and Lu Yifan is no exception. Of course, the most important reason is that Lu Yifan felt that Luo Yao was too cold towards him. It's such a pity that such a delicate girl can't be kissed. Chapter 86 Rent Payment. It's not that Lu Yifan didn't tee hint to Luo Yao. Although his hot pot restaurant was not doing very well, he was doing well in other businesses and had some spare money. It would be great if I could use money to win over Luo Yao. It's just that Luo Yao's family conditions are decent, and she would never sell her soul for money. If the other person is as handsome as Soo-hee, then it would be fine. The key is that this guy is just a disgusting fat guy. Luo Yao would definitely not be willing to face such a person. However, Luo Yao is a property management person after all. Property management is a service industry. No matter how disgusting the owner is, she cannot go against him. After taking a deep breath, Luo Yao decided to comfort the other person. Boss Lu, don't be angry, I'm just taking the client to have a look. Luo Yao's tone remained very calm, and she didn't say much to the other party. Anyone who can open a store here must have some background, and she, a small property manager, is not someone she can offend. Even if Lu Yifan's hot pot restaurant is not doing well, maybe others are doing well in other industries. Therefore, even if Luo Yao disliked or even hated Lu Yifan, she would not say anything unpleasant. Ha. It's not okay to just take a look. Besides, maybe I'll have to continue renting it. At worst, I can open another store. Lu Yifan sneered. Although the hot pot restaurant did not make much money due to his poor management, it was even losing money every day. But maybe it will become popular if we open some individual stores. There is definitely no problem with the location of this store. The main reason is that Lu Yifan is not good at the food industry, which leads to poor management. This year, he really didn't want to renew the lease, and the reason he said he wanted to continue renting it was because he was angry. Anyway, the store lease hasn't expired yet, so he has the final say. Boss Lu, do you want to continue renting it? Hearing Lu Yifan's words, Luo Yao's brows immediately frowned. If Lu Yifan plans to renew the lease, then Su-hee and others will not be able to take over the store. In this case, there is no need for them to go into the store again. However, if you really want to renew the lease, the most important thing is to trouble their property management. After all, they were already processing some clearance procedures for Lu Yifan. If he renews the lease, all the previous work will be in vain. Whether you can rent it or not, there is still a month left. Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Yifan rolled his eyes at Luo Yao and said indifferently. You. Luo Yao was so angry. This disgusting fat guy is so hateful. He goes back on his words and speaks nonsense. Such a person still wants to do business and make money? Dream on. Forget it, Manager Luo. Since he wants to renew the lease, let's go look at other stores. Su-hee patted Luo Yao's shoulder gently and said something soothing. This store was not even within their consideration. Ultimately, it's because the store is a little too big. More than 200 square meters is a bit of a waste for a cake shop. The most ideal store in Suwa is actually around 150 square meters. There can be an operation room and a guest lounge area. The guest seating area does not need to be large. After all, it is a milk tea shop. As long as the customers can take a break, drink a cup of milk tea and eat a piece of bread, that will be enough. If the area was really over 200 square meters, I'm afraid the guests would stay there. The most important thing is that Su-hee didn't want to talk anymore with this fat guy. It's obvious that this fat guy is making trouble for no reason. The two people have nothing in common, so there is no need to get yourself into trouble just for a store. There is no need to talk nonsense with stupid people. Okay, Mr. Su, this way please. Luo Yao nodded and decided not to continue chatting with the fat man. Anyway, this fat guy will leave in a month. After he leaves, the two of them may never have any contact again in this life. In that case, it's better to just ignore it. Thinking of this, Luo Yao turned around and prepared to leave with Su-hee and the others. However, before they could take 2 steps, Lu Yifan's sarcastic voice rang out. Manager Luo, do you really believe that these 2 young people would rent a store here? Don't you see who they are? They've just graduated from college, right? The total amount of everything you wear should be less than $1,000, right? Where does a person like this get the money to rent a store in Shangjin Center? Lu Yifan's tone was full of disdain. Even the smallest store here makes at least $1 million a year. Su-hee and Lu Wanrong look very young. Lu Yifan could tell from their age and the way they were dressed that these two were definitely not rich people. I guess he just came here to see the world. Such a person still wants to take over his shop? You're thinking too much. Lu Yifan's words immediately made Su-hee and the other two stop. You mean, I can't afford to rent a shop here? Su-hee narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Yifan indifferently. With Su-hee's current bank deposits, there is no store in the entire Shangjin Center that he cannot afford to rent. Don't fight for bread, fight for face. Since someone came to provoke him, Su-hee naturally could not remain indifferent. A real man should stand tall and upright in the world, forge ahead courageously, and not be afraid of any threats or challenges. He doesn't want to cause trouble, but if trouble comes to him, he won't be afraid. That's right. How can a poor boy like you afford to rent a shop here? Lu Yifan sneered. If this guy could afford to rent a house here, he could perform a handstand and eat shit right here. Hee hee, what if I can afford it? Su-hee looked at Lu Yifan calmly. If I can afford the rent, what are you going to do? Su-hee directly used the method of provoking the opponent. He knew that people like Lu Yifan were definitely very strong-willed. If he provoked him a little, the other party would definitely fall into his trap. If you can afford it, I'll pay you to use this store for free for a year. Lu Yifan made a bold promise directly. The monthly rent for his shop is 220,000 yuan, which is 2.64 million yuan a year. 2.64 million, this is a huge sum of money. An ordinary family may not be able to save so much money in their entire lifetime. Therefore, he didn't believe that Su-hee could afford to rent this shop. Ha, you said this yourself, don't deny it when the time comes. I recorded a video. A smile immediately appeared on Sui's face, and he took out his mobile phone and waved it in front of Lu Yifan, indicating that he had been recording the video. Of course, if you can really afford it, I can just give you 2.64 million. What's wrong with that? But if you can't take it out, how about letting this beautiful girl next to you stay with me for one night and let me do whatever I want? Lu Yifan smiled confidently. He wasn't panicking at all. What's the use of shooting a video? If you can't pay for it, everything is in vain. At the same time, Lu Yifan also set his sights on Luan Ru. Chapter 87. Do you really have 80 million? This girl is so beautiful. As soon as Lu Yifan saw Luan Ru, he was attracted by her beauty. Such a beauty, but she can only follow a poor boy like Su-hee. It's such a waste of talent. But you have to show me your bank balance now. Otherwise, how would I know if you borrowed money from someone temporarily? Lu Yifan smiled faintly. He is not really an idiot who knows nothing. Anyone who can open a store here must be a capable and smart person. Since the bet has been made, there must be some certainty in it. In Lu Yifan's opinion, whether he can afford to rent this shop depends mainly on Sui's bank deposits. Bank deposits are a very virtual thing. If Sui is given more time, maybe this guy can really save more than 2 million. Each of these is a big gamble. If you win, you can get more than 2 million. If it were an ordinary person, he or she would probably ask relatives and friends for money to give it a try. Who doesn't have a few rich relatives? By that time, wouldn't he have paid more than 2 million in vain? Therefore, he had to ask Su-hee to produce sufficient proof of deposits now. In just a few minutes, if Sui was just an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to collect more than 2 million. There's no problem with the deposit. As long as you don't regret it. As for your idea of asking my wife to spend a night with you? That's just wishful thinking. How can a fat guy like you be worthy of my wife? Su-hee sneered. His anger level has gradually increased. As long as Lu Yifan dared to say anything disrespectful to Luan Ru, Su-hee would take action instantly. Don't be fooled by Lu Yifan's fat and strong figure, he weighs 200 kilograms. But that's all just puffiness. After Su-hee was transformed by genetic drugs, his overall physical fitness has become very strong. Any random punch can produce a sound of breaking through the air. If a fight really came to a head, he would only need one punch to make Lu Yifan lie on the ground and unable to get up. You dare to set your sights on Sui's wife? You must be tired of living. As for the bet? Su-hee would never use his wife as a bet. Even if it was a sure win, he would never sacrifice his wife. This is the most basic respect between husband and wife. His wife is a person, not a thing. Anyone who would gamble with his wife will never achieve much in his life. Humph. A poor boy like you, what else can you offer besides the young lady next to you? If not betting on her, what would she bet on? On you? Lu Yifan snorted coldly and continued. It's not impossible to bet on you. If you lose, just jump down from here. How about that? Betting more than 2 million on a life is still acceptable. Lu Yifan could also accept this bet. This was a normal bet. Even if Sui lost and really jumped off the building, it had nothing to do with Lu Yifan. Okay, I promise. Sui chuckled and at the same time, filmed the conversation between the two. Lu Yifan didn't stop him either. With this video, when Sui loses and really jumps, he will not be held responsible. After all, they jumped voluntarily. He didn't force anyone to do this. Okay, then show me your bank balance. Lu Yifan looked at Su-hee with a smile. Now just wait and see how this brat will smooth things over. No problem. As Su-hee spoke, he took out his cell phone and opened the mobile banking app. Seeing Su-hee so happy, Lu Yifan's heart suddenly skipped a beat and he secretly said that something was wrong. Could this guy really come up with more than 2 million in savings? Lu Yifan suddenly felt that he had made a mistake. Some things did not seem as simple as he thought. This is Shanghai. What Shanghai lacks the least is rich people. Maybe Su-hee is the kind of rich second generation who is both wealthy and low-key. Maybe it is not a problem for people to take out more than 2 million in cash deposits. Thinking of this, Lu Yifan suddenly panicked. More than 2 million is a huge sum of money for him. It would be fine if the investment failed, but if you gave it to others for nothing because of a messy gambling game, you would really be a sucker. However, after all, Lu Yifan has been in the business world for so many years, he still has a certain level of psychological endurance. Soon, he came up with a solution. In his opinion, Sui could only take out a few million at most. At that time, he just needs to throw a tantrum and refuse to admit that Sui was willing to spend more than 2 million to rent a house. After all, having several million in savings doesn't mean you're willing to spend more than 2 million to start a business. It is possible to lose everything you put into starting a business, and anyone would feel guilty if they were in that situation. Even those who have assets worth tens of millions may not be able to invest more than 2 million in an industry. As long as you use this as an excuse, the other party will definitely not be able to do anything to you. Thinking of this, Lu Yifan relaxed and a smile appeared on his face again. But soon he couldn't laugh anymore. Sui opened the mobile banking app, logged in through facial recognition, and directly checked the bank card balance. Then, he showed the phone in front of Lu Yifan. See? This money is enough to rent this store, right? Sui looked at Lu Yifan indifferently. With a deposit of 80 million, can't you rent a store of more than 200 square meters? Not to mention a store, even a floor can almost be rented out. More than 8 million? Boy, I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation. But my shop costs more than 2 million. I don't believe you're willing to spend a quarter of your savings to rent a shop. When Lu Yifan saw Suhi's bank deposit, he took a breath. A fresh college graduate can have more than 8 million in savings. This guy is definitely a rich second generation. But fortunately, it's only more than 8 million, not more than 80 million. If it was more than 80 million, then his excuse would not work. There are many people who have more than 8 million in deposits, but among them, only a few dare to take out 2 million to do business. More than 8 million? Fatty, please look carefully, this is more than 80 million, not more than 8 million. Sui rolled his eyes at the fat man. I just made a purchase downstairs and triggered more than double the cash back multiple times, which also made Sui's bank deposit officially exceed 80 million. What Sui didn't expect was that this fat guy was not only fat, but also had poor eyesight. He mistook more than 80 million for more than 8 million. Is he blind or did he not learn math well in elementary school? 80 million? Are you kidding me? Can you come up with 80 million in savings? Lu Yifan didn't believe it at all. He leaned back to Sui's phone and counted the numbers one by one. 1, 10, 100, a million, tens of millions, damn, you really have more than 80 million? Chapter 88. You're so cruel. After Lu Yifan counted the commas that followed, he was so shocked that he cursed. This kid actually has more than 80 million? After he uttered this curse, even Luan Ru, who was beside Sui, was startled. More than 80 million? How did my husband become so rich? Could it be that all the money was earned from the stock market? Luan Ru felt very confused. When we bought the house, my husband had already spent 30 million. The money in the account has not decreased, but is still more than 80 million. If this money was really earned in the stock market, then my husband's ability to make money is a little too terrifying, right? You have to know that this is more than 80 million, not 80,000. Even if it's 80,000, an ordinary person would have to save for a year, right? Moreover, if you add the 30 million for buying a house, that would be more than 100 million. With more than 100 million in cash deposits, he is considered a rich man even in Shanghai. However, Luan Ru had no intention of questioning her husband. She knew her husband was not the kind of person who would do something illegal or criminal for money. There is definitely no problem with where the money came from. If you love someone, you must trust this person. Besides, it must be a good thing that her husband is rich, so why should she question it? That's right. Over 80 million. You can't say I can't afford to rent your store, right? Sui looked at Lu Yifan with a smile. If a deposit of more than 80 million yuan is not enough to rent a store worth more than 2 million yuan, then there are few people in the world who can afford to rent a store in Shangjin Center. How is this possible? How do you have so much money? Where did you get so much money? Lu Yifan covered his mouth and shook his head repeatedly, unable to believe that Sui could actually afford to rent his store. Later on, he even began to question Sui. No one would believe that a young man with ordinary clothes and not even $1,000 on him could come up with 80 million in savings, right? Put. Fatty, you seem to have forgotten who you are? Where did I get so much money? Do I need to explain to you? You're not from the tax bureau either. Sui just burst out laughing. This Lu Yifan must have been so angry that he fainted. Not to mention that Sui only has more than 80 million, even if he has more than 800 billion, there is no need to explain the source of the money to a passerby, right? Suhi's words immediately made the fat man's face turn pale. He suddenly realized that maybe he had really offended some particularly powerful rich second generation? You know, some rich second generation should not be messed with. The truly top second generation rich are not just rich, they also have many unimaginable strengths behind them. Lu Yifan is just an ordinary businessman. He may have a lot of properties, but at most his assets are only worth tens of millions. These assets seem to be a lot. But if a big boss really wants to deal with him, it will only take a few days to bankrupt him. So, Lu Yifan is really panicked now. He was worried that Suhi was a real boss who would make him bankrupt and lose all his money. A young man can easily take out more than 80 million in savings. How can this young man say that he is an ordinary person? Only a fool would believe it. You, what do you want? Lu Yifan hesitated for a moment, and finally said this. What do I want? What else can I do? According to the bet, you have to pay me 1 year's rent for the store. I won't make it difficult for you. Just 2 million is fine. I don't want the rest. Sui smiled and stretched out his right hand towards Lu Yifan, as if it was only natural to pay back a debt. That's right, it's about paying back debts. Since the bet has been lost, it must be fulfilled. This, Mr. Su, is just a joke, just a joke. Lu Yifan chuckled and his tone became polite. He wanted to simply default on his debt. How can you not default on the debt? This is 2 million. He works so hard all year round and only earns this much money. If he really gave it all to Suhi, then he would have worked for nothing for a year. Joke? Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding you. I'm betting my life on you for 2 million. You have to give me this money. Suhi's face also darkened. If Lu Yifan hadn't been so aggressive and insisted on betting Sui's life for 2 million, Sui wouldn't have really asked others to pay 2 million. Now that Lu Yifan has lost, he wants to say that he was joking and used this to shirk his debt? Where in the world is there such a cheap thing? If Sui lost today, he would not think that Lu Yifan would let him go. Maybe they will use all kinds of insulting language to force you to jump off the building. Although Suhi and Lu Yifan had only brief contact, it was still easy to see this person's character. This guy is definitely not a good person. Therefore, Suhi must get this money. You, Mr. Su, please don't go too far. Lu Yifan also became anxious. To him, it was a joke. If he won, he wouldn't really want Suhi to die. Now that he has lost, he definitely won't really give the money to Suhi. It's just a joke, why take it so seriously? Of course, this is what Lu Yifan took for granted after he lost. If he really wins, will he let Sui go? It's definitely impossible. Too much bullying? Boss Lu, you proposed this bet yourself. It would be inappropriate to deny it now, right? Our country attaches great importance to contracts. If you really don't give it to me, I will file a lawsuit in court. In the end, you will have to give it to me. Sui said with a smile. The laws in this world place great emphasis on the spirit of contract. Even if it's just a verbal contract. As long as there is evidence to prove the existence of this oral contract, it must be fulfilled. As for the evidence? Of course there is. Suhi recorded the entire bet with his mobile phone. If Lu Yifan really regrets it, then we'll see you in court. At that time, he would not only have to pay 2 million, but also have to pay an additional penalty to the court. Violation of the spirit of the contract will be severely punished. You're so cruel. Lu Yifan gritted his teeth. Although he was reluctant, he was even more reluctant to go to court. In desperation, he had to pay 2 million. After paying, he turned around with a gloomy face and went back to his shop. This was a really unlucky day for him. Not only did he lose face, but he also lost 2 million. It would be nice to use these 2 million to do some other projects, maybe you can make some money. Now that it has been given to Suhi for nothing, it is no different from throwing stones into the water. Of course, the reason why Lu Yifan gave the money so readily was ultimately because of the laws in this world. If it were a normal world, I would just default on my debt. Even if a formal contract is breached, the court cannot do anything, let alone a breach of contract that is unreasonable in itself. Therefore, here, Lu Yifan would never dare to default on his debt. Chapter 89, 1 point, 2 points, save until marriage. Wow, husband, we really got 2 million for nothing. Luan Ru was overjoyed when she saw that there was an extra 2 million in her husband's bank card. The 2 million is definitely enough to pay the rent for their newly opened milk tea shop for a year. Yeah, who would have thought that I would meet such a sucker? Our rent and renovation fees are almost all paid. Soo-hee chuckled. Anyone would be very happy to get 2 million for free. Moreover, this money belongs to Soo-hee, and he can still get cash back when he uses it to pay Luan Ru for the decoration. If he is lucky enough to trigger a tenfold cashback, then he will have earned the equivalent of 22 million. Making 22 million from a bet is so cool. Congratulations, Mr. Su. Luo Yao, who was standing by, had stars in her eyes and took the initiative to congratulate. She has never had a good impression of Lu Yifan. This guy is a scoundrel who often harasses the female employees of the property. Due to the identity of the other party's owner, they all endured it. Especially since Lu Yifan's store lease is due to expire in a month, he can just bear with it. After all, they are just workers. What else can they do but endure it? However, endurance is also a very cowardly thing. If I don't vent my anger, I'll feel really uncomfortable. Who would have thought that there would be such a sudden turn of events in the end? Before this guy left, he was severely cheated again. It's really satisfying. However, she still envied Soo-hee very much. In such a short period of time, he easily earned 2 million by using the so-called provocation method. Sure enough, it makes sense that the rich get richer. If it were an ordinary person, it would be absolutely impossible to win this bet with an overwhelming advantage. Similarly, ordinary people would not dare to make such a gamble. After getting the money, Soo-hee and Luan Ru followed Luo Yao and went up to the 6th floor under Lu Yifan's resentful gaze. This incident was just a small episode for them and it will be over in the past. As for whether he will suffer revenge from Lu Yifan in the future, Soo-hee is not worried about this. If this guy dares to provoke him again, Soo-hee will definitely make him suffer. As they were talking, the three of them arrived at the door of the shop on the 6th floor. The business of the shop on the 6th floor is even worse than that of the hot pot restaurant on the 5th floor. There were still a few customers eating at the hot pot restaurant. But there was no one in the noodle shop on the 6th floor. It is very appropriate to describe it as deserted. Of course, it cannot be said that there was no one there, there were still a few people in the noodle shop. There were 6 people in total, including 2 waiters, a cashier, 2 chefs in chef uniforms, and a boss. It's really a waste to have so many people in one noodle shop. It would be fine if business was good, but with such bad business and so many employees, it would be a sheer waste of money. With so many employees, it costs tens of thousands of yuan to pay their salaries every month. In other words, the longer the store is open, the greater the losses. In fact, the lease of the noodle shop has not expired yet. But they really couldn't continue running the business, so they had to cancel the lease. Although the security deposit will be deducted when you cancel the lease, part of the rent will also be returned. The most important thing is that after the lease is terminated, the store can be closed. In this way, the employees are no longer employed and can be laid off. You can save tens of thousands of dollars every month. If things continue like this, the boss will be driven into bankruptcy. This time, when Luo Yao brought Soo-hee and Luan Ru to the noodle shop, the boss didn't say anything. Not all store owners are as unreasonable as Lu Yifan. Most people who do business believe that harmony brings wealth. So, Soo-hee and Luan Ru finished their store tour smoothly. After shopping, they were still very satisfied with the store. The location is good and the layout of the store is also okay. It is definitely possible to open a cake shop. At the same time, they also confirmed it with the noodle shop owner again. The noodle shop owner also promised not to renew the lease after the expiration. In this way, Soo-hee and Luan Ru felt relieved and signed a lease agreement with Luo Yao as soon as possible. Of course, the lease agreement was signed by Luan Ru's Luyan Chase and Shangjin Center. This is the advantage of using a company business license. You can do anything in the name of the company. But the rent will naturally be paid by Soo-hee. He must seize every opportunity to get cash back and never miss it. Ms. Lu, the total annual rent is 1.6 million, and it needs to be paid annually. Then we'll give you a month to renovate. That is to say, starting from the official handover, you can have the right to use this store for 13 months. Also, if this customer renews the lease in the end, then this contract will be void, and we will refund all the money paid. Luo Yao briefly introduced some matters concerning leasing. This is not the first time Luan Ru has rented a shop. Although there are some differences between renting from an individual landlord and renting from a company, it is just that corporate leasing is more professional. In terms of contracts, corporate leasing contracts are also more detailed. Other than that, there is no difference. After signing the contract, you only need to pay a deposit first. After all, the shop has not yet been handed over to the tenant, so it is not appropriate to collect the full payment. 1.6 million is not a small amount. If you deposit a money fund in a bank, you can earn several $1,000s a month. However, Suhee is not the kind of person who values such petty profits. He decisively paid the 1.6 million yuan rent plus a 200,000 yuan deposit for renovation. If you can get multiple times the cash back, the monthly interest will definitely be much more than 1.6 million. Ding! Your Daxia bank expenditure is 1.8 million yuan. Ding! Your Daxia bank income is 3.6 million yuan. Excellent! Suhee cried out inwardly. Suhee was very satisfied with the double cashback he triggered. Although twice is not a lot, it is still a profit on this consumption. At least it's much better than double the cash back. That's fine. Suhee is a person who is very easy to satisfy. Isn't that what saving money is all about? A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A little bit, save till you get married. After paying the money, Suhee and Luan Ru took the contract and left. Next, they will prepare to recruit employees for the new store. However, with the previous experience of the Hojie main store, these things will be much easier to do. Everyone is already familiar with the route. That night, Suhee and Luan Ru did not go home, but went to his parents-in-law's house. Suhee bought a lot of things today. These things are not only for Luan Ru, but also for his father-in-law, mother-in-law and his own mother. When I go out for a walk, I definitely have to buy some gifts for everyone. It is definitely inappropriate to visit your parents-in-law empty-handed. Chapter 90, You Can't Buy It Anymore. Dad, this watch was picked out by Suhee for you. Take a look and see if you like it. Mom, look at this diamond necklace, it matches you so well, and this dress, both were bought for you by Suhee. Luan Ru handed the gift to the two elders with a smile. Hey, Xiuhua, why do you always buy us gifts? Baiyu couldn't help but complain. Your father and I have everything we need. As long as you two live your lives well, we will be relieved. Baiyu still likes the gift her son-in-law gave her very much. However, compared to gifts, she hopes that the young couple can live a better life. As long as the young couple have a good life, the old couple will feel relieved. Mom, these are just cheap gifts. Just as long as you like them. Suhee said with a smile. The gift must be valuable. The Vacheron Constantin watch on my father-in-law Lu Tianchang's wrist alone costs more than 400,000 yuan. However, these are nothing to Suhee. As a son-in-law, I should always give some gifts to my father-in-law and mother-in-law, right? Hey, kid, don't spend money recklessly anymore. You bought so many gifts last time you came to my house, and you bought so many again this time. What a waste of money. Baiyu complained, but she was really happy in her heart. She has decided that she must wear the things her son-in-law gave her and go out to dance square dance tomorrow. I envy those old guys so much. Mom, it's okay, it's just small amounts of money. Now that our milk tea shop is established, we can make a lot of money every day. Luan Ru hugged her mother's arm and said with a smile. The milk tea shop's net profit is over 100,000 yuan every day, and even more on weekends. You earn so much money, what's wrong with taking out some to buy some gifts for your parents? Okay, this is the last time. Don't buy it again. Baiyu warned. Yeah, Mom, don't worry, I'll remember it. Luan Ru nodded vigorously. Little did she know that it was actually useless for her to remember it. The most important thing is whether Suhee can remember it. Can Suhee remember it? Obviously impossible. His principle is to spend as much money as possible. Money is never saved, but spent. Although Lu Tianchang on the side didn't say anything, he felt very happy in his heart. The watch Suhee gave him didn't look cheap at first glance. Men all love watches. Those who say they don't love it just don't have money to buy a good watch. Who wouldn't like a good watch if they could afford it? Then, after chatting for a while, the two sides prepared dinner. Now that their daughter and son-in-law are back, the old couple naturally want to express their gratitude. Bayuague directly ordered her husband to go out and buy groceries. Tonight, she's going to show off her skills. At the same time, Luan Ru also drove towards home in Jin Yuxing's Porsche. Yuxing, you really don't have to send me off. My home is too far from the city center. Luan Ru said a little embarrassedly, holding a brand new LV bag in her hand. This LV bag was bought by Jin Yuxing for Luan Ru when they were shopping today. It's not too expensive, just over 20,000 yuan. Originally, Luan Ru was reluctant to accept it. After all, she and Jin Yuxing were not together, so how could she accept such an expensive gift? However, Jin Yuxing only said that this was allocated to Luan Ru by the company. After all, Luan Ru has to meet many wealthy clients, and it is always inappropriate for her to carry a bag worth hundreds of dollars. A bag worth 20,000 yuan is definitely nothing in front of these big guys, but it is not shameful to carry such a bag. After shopping for a day, buying a bag and having a meal, Luan Ru was ready to go home. So, Jin Yuxing took the initiative to offer to send Luan Ru home. Jin Yuxing originally didn't plan to spend money on Luan Ru so early. But ever since Luan Ru was slapped in the face last time in the milk tea shop, Jin Yuxing realized that if he didn't spend money again, the goddess might run away. This woman is a typical gold digger. If you want to pursue her, you have to pay some money. So, he planned to bleed less. 25,000 is nothing to him. As long as you can win the favor of a beautiful woman, everything is worth it. And the fact is just as Jin Yuxing thought. After giving him the bag, Luan Ru's attitude towards him was indeed different from before. Now, she calls him Yuxing all the time, which sounds so intimate. It's okay, Wan Ru. I don't have anything to do right now, so I'll just take it as a ride. Jin Yuxing said with a smile. He didn't just want to send Luan Ru home. It would be even better if I could go to his house and talk to her parents. This is how you pursue a girl. If the situation is right, start with her parents. Then you might be able to win her over easily. Well, Yuxing, thank you. Luan Ru smiled sweetly. She suddenly felt that Jin Yuxing was actually quite good. He is a rich second generation. My family can earn several million a year. In addition, Jin Yuxing is the department manager of Jin 2 Group and his annual salary is 1 million. Luan Ru is also very confident in herself. As long as she continues working in Jin 2 Group, she will definitely be able to earn an annual salary of 1 million in the future. With two people earning 1 million a year, plus Jin Yuxing's family business, they could probably earn tens of millions a year. She earns tens of millions a year, which is not much less than her sister Luan Rong and her husband. Thinking of this, Luan Ru felt much better. She had even begun to plan to accept Jin Yuxing. After all, it is not easy to meet a man like Jin Yuxing who is rich, handsome, good to her, and ambitious. Oh, why are you saying thank you to me? There's no need for us to do this. Jin Yuxing smiled and waved his hand. Her intuition told her that this woman already had a very high liking for him. It only takes a little more time and he will definitely be able to win the beauty. Thinking of this, Jin Yuxing's smile grew even wider. Then, the two of them walked and chatted, and soon arrived at the door of Luan Ru's parents' building. Yuxing, we're at my house, it's upstairs. Luan Ru got out of the car and prepared to say goodbye to Jin Yuxing. Well, shall I take you upstairs? It's hard to carry so many things. In addition to buying a bag for Luan Ru, Jin Yuxing also bought some cosmetics. But compared to the bags, these cosmetics are nothing. Although the things are not expensive, it is indeed inconvenient for Debao and Xiaobao to carry them. At the same time, Jin Yuxing also wanted to take this opportunity to gain entry. No need, senior. My home is upstairs. I can get it up there myself. Luan Ru shook her head and politely declined Jin Yuxing's kindness. Okay, then you should be careful. Jin Yuxing sighed in his heart, but his face remained unchanged. Don't be anxious, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Chapter 91. Why are you here? The most taboo thing when chasing a goddess is impatience. You can't catch the goddess if you are impatient. However, it was obvious that Luan Ru also realized that there was something wrong with her attitude. They drove me home from so far away, and not to mention anything else, the gas cost alone would have cost hundreds of dollars. Even if they are just ordinary friends, you should invite them to your home and sit for a while, right? Anyway, my parents are at home, so there is no need to worry about the problem of being alone and having a passionate relationship. As for whether my parents will misunderstand anything, let it be a misunderstanding, just explain it properly. Thinking of this, Luan Ru was silent for a moment, then turned around and said to Jin Yuxing. Yuxing, why don't you go up and sit for a while? It's time for dinner now, why don't you eat at my house before leaving? It's almost 5 o'clock, and it's indeed time for dinner. It is the most basic etiquette to invite guests to dinner at mealtime, and Luan Ru understands this. Ah? Isn't this inconvenient? Jin Yuxing was ecstatic in his heart, but he remained calm and even reserved on the surface. It's not inconvenient at all. My parents are very hospitable. Luan Ru smiled and shook her head. In her impression, her parents were indeed very hospitable. Every time Suhi came, his parents would always entertain him warmly. I guess it will be the same if Jin Yuxing takes over this time. After all, Jin Yuxing is rich and handsome, and in terms of wealth, he is much better than Suhi before. There is no reason for my parents not to like him. Okay, I won't be polite then. Jin Yuxing smiled and did not refuse. He couldn't miss such a good opportunity to communicate with Luan Ru. Well, let's go up. Luan Ru waved at Jin Yuxing and then walked upstairs first. Wait, Wan Ru, I'll be there soon. After Jin Yuxing finished speaking, he first went to the trunk to get 2 bottles of mutai, and then quickly chased after him. Wan Ru, give me the things, I'll take them. Jin Yuxing took the bags from Luan Ru. When you come to the goddess's house to meet her parents, of course you have to be more attentive. As for the 2 bottles of mutai liquor, Jin Yuxing had prepared them long ago. These 2 bottles of mutai are new wines from last year, and they are not expensive, only more than 3,000 yuan each. In Jin Yuxing's opinion, these 2 bottles of wine were already a very good gift to Luan Ru's father. Judging from the location of Luan Ru's residential area, her family's conditions are very average. I definitely can't afford a wine as good as mutai under normal circumstances. Giving these 2 bottles of wine as gifts is definitely a great honor. Thank you, Yuxing. Luan Ru was not polite and took the initiative to hand several gift boxes to Jin Yuxing. Then, the 2 of them walked upstairs one after the other. When she arrived at the door, Luan Ru found that she didn't have the key to the house. Her keys were kept with the car keys. But I didn't drive today, so I didn't take the car keys. However, Luan Ru heard some noise at home, so she knocked on the door and shouted. Dad, Mom, open the door, I don't have the key. Here I come. As soon as Luan Ru finished speaking, she heard her father's deep voice. Then, the door opened and Lu Tiancheng poked his head out. Wan Ru, how come you have time to come back today? Your mom and I were just planning to call you and ask you to come back for dinner. Hey, who is this? Lu Tiancheng was originally very happy when his eldest daughter came home. But then he noticed that there was a strange man following his eldest daughter. Seeing the strange man, Lu Tiancheng's brows immediately frowned. His intuition told him that the relationship between this man and his daughter was definitely unusual. Dad, this is my leader Jin Yuxing, who is also my senior in college. He took me home today. Luan Ru explained with a smile. He took you home? Lu Tiancheng was naturally not naive enough to think that Jin Yuxing was just his daughter's leader. Which leader doesn't he stay at home to rest on Saturday, but instead has time to send his subordinates home? The most important thing is that the subordinate also has a car and does not look like he has been drinking. Besides, it wasn't late at night, so there was no need to ask someone to take her home. It's obvious that the real purpose is not drinking. Considering that Jin Yuxing is his daughter's senior, Lu Tiancheng became even more suspicious of Jin Yuxing's motives. At the same time, his mind began to think divergently. Could it be that the eldest daughter and her younger son-in-law broke up because of this senior? Thinking of this, Lu Tiancheng instantly lost all favor towards Jin Yuxing. In Lu Tiancheng's eyes, Suhi is the best son-in-law. If they didn't have 2 daughters, they would have almost lost such a good son-in-law. With great difficulty, the youngest daughter managed to keep her son-in-law, which was the good deeds done by their Lu family's ancestors. If his eldest daughter really broke up with Suhi because of the man in front of him, he would never allow this person to step into the door of their Jin family. Dad, Yuxing sent me back home. Can you let us in first? Yuxing is my leader. It's not appropriate for him to stand at the door all the time, right? When it comes to the word leader, Luan Ru deliberately emphasizes the tone. She guessed what her father was thinking. The emphasis on the word leader was mainly to tell her father that she and Jin Yuxing had no special relationship. Oh, it's the leader, please come in. When Lu Tiancheng heard his daughter's words, his brows relaxed. If he was really just a leader, he wouldn't have put his daughter in a difficult position. After all, Lu Tiancheng had heard before that large companies like Gene2 Group had home visits. Don't think that home visits only happen in schools. In fact, official units or some large enterprises will organize home visits for their employees. Home visits are mainly organized by the company's guild. The main purpose is to understand the employee's family situation and whether they have any difficulties in life. Especially financial companies, they attach great importance to whether the employees' families are harmonious. Employees who have a wealthy life and harmonious family life will also be more serious at work. Those who have complicated family situations and difficult lives are likely to commit illegal and criminal acts at work. For example, misappropriation of funds, stealing customer funds, etc. The money that employees of financial institutions deal with every day is calculated in tens of thousands. If they have a bad mentality, they can easily be confused. Therefore, home visits are very necessary. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Jin Yuxing thanked Lu Tiancheng politely. Then, he officially entered the room. As soon as she walked into the house, Luan Ru saw Suhi sitting in front of the coffee table in the living room drinking tea. Suhi, why are you here? When she saw Suhi, Luan Ru's brows immediately frowned. If you were to ask who Luan Ru least wanted to see in this world, it would definitely be Suhi. Especially when she has a suitor by her side. It would definitely be embarrassing to see Suhi at this time. Chapter 92, Warm and Polite but Not Intimate. Luan Ru, how can you talk like that? Suhi is your brother-in-law. This is his home. Lu Tiancheng rolled his eyes at his daughter in annoyance. My daughter really has no conscience. Suhi was really sincere to her at the beginning. Who would have thought that in the end he would be ruthlessly abandoned by his daughter? It doesn't matter if I abandon it. The eldest daughter committed a sin, and the younger daughter came to pay for it. But after all, they have raised you for so many years. It's okay if you are not grateful, but you should at least have the basic courtesy, right? How can you treat someone as a stranger and speak to them in such an impolite tone? Dad, I'm just surprised, and I don't mean anything else. Luan Ru curled her lips. Sure enough, my father still values Suhi more. There is no way around this. Who was it that Suhi stepped forward to help his family out of the difficult times? In the eyes of his parents, Suhi is the benefactor of their family. We must treat our benefactors better. However, Luan Ru was unwilling to say anything more to Suhi. Just stay where he is. Just talk less to him. After all, he is your brother-in-law. You can't stop him from visiting your parents-in-law, right? That would be totally unreasonable. Yuxing, come here, give me the things, and sit for a while, don't be polite. Luan Ru turned around and took her things from Jin Yuxing's hand. Well. These are all yours. Jin Yuxing smiled slightly, gave Luan Ru's things to her, and then brought over the Maotai gift box. Uncle Lu, these are 2 bottles of Maotai, both new from last year. This is my first visit and I don't know what you like, so I prepared a small gift. I hope you don't mind. As Jin Yuxing spoke, he handed the Maotai to Lu Tiancheng. Jin Yuxing said it was a small gift and asked Lu Tiancheng not to be polite. But the arrogance in his tone was still obvious. In his opinion, Lu Tiancheng must have never tasted such good wine. 2 bottles of Maotai liquor costing more than 3,000 yuan were enough to give Lu Tiancheng enough face. Oh, Mr. Jin, you are too polite. It is our Luan Ru's honor to have you come to visit us. How can I accept such an expensive gift from you? Lu Tiancheng quickly refused. He is already accustomed to Maotai liquor. Suhi would bring him this wine every time he came, and it was never new. When it comes to liquor, the higher the price, the better. Therefore, Lu Tiancheng really had never seen Maotai liquor, as Jin Yuxing thought. He has really seen a lot of good wine. Uncle Lu, this isn't expensive, just over 3,000 per bottle, it's nothing. Jin Yuxing smiled and waved his hand. He specifically emphasized the price and said it was not expensive. On the one hand, he wanted to tell Lu Tiancheng that this wine was very expensive and they couldn't afford it normally. On the other hand, it is also a way to demonstrate one's financial strength. They normally can't afford the wine, but from Jin Yuxing's place, he can give away 2 bottles at will. Isn't this considered rich? Lu Tiancheng didn't say anything, just smiled. Then, the 2 of them declined each other for a few words, but finally Lu Tiancheng took the wine and put it on the table. But he had no intention of accepting it. They are guests when they come to your home, and it would be inappropriate to refuse gifts. It's not too late to return it after the other person is about to leave. Boss Jean, please sit down and have a cup of tea. Luan Ru, go make Mr. Jean a cup of tea. Lu Tiancheng completely regarded Jean Yuxing as Luan Ru's leader. Enthusiastic and polite but not approachable. Since my daughter said she is a leader, then she is a leader. When dealing with leaders, it's enough to be warm and polite. Why is it necessary to be too close? A leader is a leader, not your son-in-law. If they leave this door, two people may not recognize each other if they meet on the street. Oh, okay. Luan Ru nodded but said nothing. Uncle Lu, you can just call me Xiao Jean. You don't have to call me Mr. Jean. That's too polite. Jean Yuxing smiled and continued. Or you can call me Yuxing like Luan Ru does. I really don't deserve the title of President Jean. Jean Yuxing was very humble. The first time you visit someone, even if it's a wolf or a tiger, you have to keep your tail between your legs. This is the principle of being a son-in-law. It's a pity that Lu Tiancheng doesn't by it. That won't do. You are Luan Ru's leader. It's very rude to address you like that. Lu Tiancheng said with a smile. Since he is a leader, he should be addressed as a leader. Don't try to trick this old man. Su-hee on the side couldn't help laughing. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Jean Yuxing and Luan Ru have a special relationship. The father-in-law said this just to vent his anger on Su-hee. After all, it wasn't long since Su-hee and Luan Ru broke up, and this woman found a boyfriend. It really didn't make sense. Although Su-hee is married, he is the victim and the two are completely different. No, how can it be rude? You are the elder, it is reasonable for you to call me Xiao Jean. Jean Yuxing said quickly. In any case, this name must be changed. At this time, Luan Ru also came over with tea. Dad, Yuxing asked you to call him that, so just call him that. He is not only my leader, but also my senior. We are from the same school, so there is no need to be so formal. Senior Yuxing was also very outstanding in our school before. Yuxing, come and have some tea. Luan Ru called Su-hee Yuxing all the time in a very intimate manner and gave him a provocative look. She just wanted to tell Su-hee that even without Su-hee, she could still find a very good boyfriend. How can this be? You have no rules, but I can't have no rules. Lu Tiancheng rolled his eyes at his daughter, not giving her any face at all, then turned to Jean Yuxing and said. Boss Jean, I've spoiled this girl. She's been accustomed to being unruly. Don't mind it. Lu Tiancheng's tone was still very polite. He demonstrated the principle of being warm and polite but not too approachable to the fullest. This made Jean Yuxing a little embarrassed, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Fortunately, Luan Ru came out of the kitchen at this time. Sister, you're back. When Luan Ru saw her sister, she was not surprised, nor did she say stupid things like why are you back? Like her sister did. I just said hello to my sister. Yes. Luan Ru, this is my senior, Jean Yuxing. Yuxing, this is my sister Luan Ru, the one you met in the milk tea shop. Luan Ru gave a brief introduction to the two of them. When he saw Luan Ru, Jean Yuxing's eyes lit up again. Luan Ru's appearance is definitely better than Luan Ru's. Especially now that she is wearing an apron, she looks even more virtuous. Apron, this has a special meaning. Chapter 93 One-word difference. It would be one of the greatest pleasures in the world to have a small meeting with a stunningly beautiful girl wearing only an apron in a spotlessly clean kitchen. So, looking at Luan Ru's appearance, Jean Yuxing suddenly started to have wild thoughts. However, he could only daydream. Such a good thing can only be enjoyed by Su-hee. Anyone else wants his wife to wear an apron? That's impossible. Cooking for you is a privilege not everyone can have. Oh, hello, Mr. Jean. Luan Ru nodded politely at Jean Yuxing. She didn't call Jean Yuxing by his name, and her attitude was also very polite. She would never consider this man as her brother-in-law. Even if Jean Yuxing really gets together with Luan Ru one day, Luan Ru will never call him brother-in-law. In her heart, her only brother-in-law is Su-hee. Although Su-hee has become her husband now. But in Luan Ru's heart, her brother-in-law can only be Su-hee forever. It was Su-hee who stepped forward to help their family through the most difficult times. After saying hello, Luan Ru came to Su-hee. Honey, you want to have a drink with Dad later, right? Then go find the wine. It just so happens that we have guests today, we can drink together. In fact, Luan Ru heard the noise outside in the kitchen, but she just didn't come out. What's so great about a bottle of wine that costs 3,000 yuan? They have several boxes at home. These wines were sent by Suhee, and I'd like to show them off today. Anyway, you can keep buying after you finish drinking it. They are all wines from recent years and can be bought at any time. Now that Luan Ru is rich, she feels more confident. As long as it's for the sake of face, it doesn't matter how much money is spent. Good. I'll get it right away. Suhee smiled and instantly understood what his wife meant. This is how we get our revenge. Thinking of this, Suhee immediately stood up and went to get the wine. Hey, brother Su, you don't have to go get it, how about opening the mitai I brought? At this moment, Jin Yuxing took the initiative to speak. Such a good wine will only taste better if we drink it together. Jin Yuxing said this and was about to get his own wine. He just wanted to show off in front of Suhee. This is mitai liquor. These people definitely can't drink it on normal days. It's okay, I also got mitai. Suhee smiled and waved his hand, then walked to the wine cabinet with familiarity and opened the door. The cabinet door is not made of glass, so you can't usually see what's inside the cabinet. Seeing Suhee's pretentious look, Jin Yuxing couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This kid also wants mitai? Don't let it be mitai town. There is only one word difference between mitai and mitai town, but the price difference is at least 10 times, or even 100 times. A bottle of mitai costs 3,000 yuan, but in mitai town, 30 yuan might be enough. In Jin Yuxing's opinion, what Suhee will take out later is most likely mitai town liquor. If ordinary people have never come into contact with authentic mitai, they simply cannot tell the difference between mitai and mitai town. However, Jin Yuxing didn't say anything. It's not too late to talk about it after others have taken it out. Dad, what year of wine should we drink today? I see that all the new vintages are gone, and only those older than 10 years are left. Suhee glanced at the wine cabinet. In addition to the first time he got 2 boxes of mitai 3 years ago, Sula brought mitai several times later. And the years are getting longer and longer. Every time Suhee comes, he drinks a bottle with his father-in-law. My father-in-law can drink quite a lot. He drank a few bottles by himself and a few bottles with his friends. So, the new vintage is basically finished. The rest are mitai that are more than 10 years old, and my father-in-law can't bear to drink them. The price of mitai that is more than 10 years old has basically doubled. There is no problem with increasing it 2 or 3 times. Moreover, some of them are mitai liquors that are more than 30 years old. That kind is more expensive, basically the price is over 100,000. However, this kind of wine is out of stock. Even if you have money you may not be able to buy it. So he only got 2 bottles in total and sent them all to his father-in-law. Lu Tiancheng must be reluctant to drink these 2 bottles of mitai liquor that are more than 30 years old, so he has been keeping them. However, those that are more than 10 years old are still drinkable. A bottle of mitai that has been preserved for more than 10 years only costs about 10,000 yuan, which is nothing. Then get 2 bottles that are over 10 years old. The 3 of us should be able to finish them. Lu Tiancheng said with a smile. He himself certainly couldn't bear to drink it, but he would definitely open it when his son-in-law came. These wines were also bought by my son-in-law. How can you be reluctant to part with your son-in-law? Jin Yuxing, who was standing by, heard their conversation and felt a little disdainful. Mitai over 10 years old? This family doesn't look like the kind that can afford to drink mitai for more than 10 years. Moreover, he had to drink 2 bottles at once? What a joke. 2 bottles cost 20,000 yuan. Who is so rich? However, Jin Yuxing would certainly not say such things, so let them pretend for a while. When they take out the mitai town liquor, you can take out the mitai liquor yourself, and you will know which one is real and which one is fake at a glance. Okay. Suhee smiled and nodded, then took out 2 bottles of 12-year-old mitai from the cabinet. Dad, here are 2 bottles of wine from 12 years ago. Shall we drink these? As Suhee spoke, he took out the wine and gestured to Lu Tiancheng. No problem. Lu Tiancheng smiled and nodded, and then did not forget to remind. Don't take out those 2 bottles from 30 years ago. I can't bear to drink this wine. Don't worry, Dad. Those 2 bottles are for you alone. Suhee chuckled. My father-in-law is sometimes a little childish, as if he is afraid that someone will snatch his wine away. Ah, you kid. Lu Tiancheng cursed with a smile. He treated Soo-hee as his own son, so it didn't matter if he beat or scolded him. Only an intimate relationship can do this. At the same time, Jin Yuxing also noticed the Mutai liquor packaging in Soo-hee's hand. The packaging has turned a bit yellow. Judging from the color, it is indeed an aged wine. Then he looked at the words on the packaging. Mutai? There is no word Jin? Jin Yuxing was stunned for a moment. Could this be a real Mutai bar? No way. This Mutai liquor is 12 years old and is so well preserved that it can be sold for more than 10,000 yuan per bottle on the market. They don't buy this kind of wine often, even on normal days. Even when very important guests come, they still use ordinary Mutai. This kind of Mutai liquor that is more than 10 years old is basically collected. How could Lu Tianchang and his friends be so generous as to take out their treasured wine to entertain guests? Could it be fake wine? Chapter 94. Did I say something wrong? Fake wine and copycat wine are two completely different concepts. Copycat liquor is similar to Maotai town liquor. Their wine is real, but it may not taste as good as Mutai, and the packaging and other styles are all imitations of Mutai. But there are still key differences, which anyone with a discerning eye can see at a glance. For example, the difference between Mutai liquor and Maotai town liquor is just one letter, which makes people know that the latter is a copycat. Although copycat liquor is copycat, it is legally produced and can be sold openly. But fake wine is different. Fake liquor is packaged in a way that is exactly the same as real liquor, and some even use the packaging of real Mutai. It's just that the real Mutai has been drunk, so they filled the bottle with some not so good wine, or even wine blended with industrial alcohol. There are still a lot of fake wines like this on the market. Therefore, some people would rather buy counterfeit wine than fake wine. After all, copycat liquor is also real grain liquor, and they also want to sell it for its taste. But fake liquor is something that only people without any conscience would sell. After drinking fake liquor, feeling dizzy and having a headache is considered the mildest symptom. In serious cases, it may even endanger your health. Therefore, resisting counterfeit liquor is the obligation of all drinkers and gift givers. At this time, Jin Yuxing had subconsciously thought that the 2 bottles of 12-year-old Mutai that Soo-hee took out were fake. After bringing out the wine, Lu Tianchang asked Soo-hee and Jin Yuxing to sit down. Then, Bai Yuegue and Luan Ru brought up the dishes one by one. As for Luan Ru, it seemed as if cooking and serving dishes had nothing to do with her. It seemed as if she was not a member of this family, but just a guest. It was always like this in the past. It can be said that Luan Ru has never done housework and basically doesn't know how to do housework. This was the case even in the small rental house she and Soo-hee lived in. Before, Soo-hee had always spoiled Luan Ru, thinking that girls should be like this and do nothing. But after being with Luan Ru, Soo-hee realized that many things can be done together. For example, 2 people cook together, one washes and cuts vegetables, and the other stir-fries. For example, 2 people wash dishes together, one washes the dishes and the other wipes the dishes. For example, 2 people can do housework together. One sweeps the floor, the other mops the floor. A complete family is the result of joint efforts of both men and women. If it is just one-sided effort, then it is meaningless. Obviously, Luan Ru was not aware of this problem. She was spoiled by her family and didn't even know how to help with housework. However, no one said anything. The Lu family has long been accustomed to it. As for Sua, he has nothing to do with Luan Ru, so there is no need for him to interfere in other people's affairs. However, Sui still has to feel sorry for his wife. Wife, you've worked hard, please sit down and eat. As Sui spoke, he took the initiative to help Luan Ru take off her apron. The friendly look makes people feel sweet when they see it. Thank you, husband. Luan Ru smiled sweetly at Soo-hee. With her husband's words, she doesn't feel tired even if cooking is hard. Well, everyone, come and eat. Wan Rong made all the dinner today. Xiao-hee, eat more. Your wife's cooking skills are amazing. Bai Yuegue said with a smile. Well, thanks, Mom. Soo-hee smiled and nodded. Oh, what can I say thank you to Mom? Bai Yuegue rolled her eyes at Soo-hee, then turned to Jin Yuxing and said. Boss Jin, how about you try the dishes my little daughter cooks? Okay, thank you Auntie. Jin Yuxing smiled slightly, didn't hesitate, and immediately picked up his chopsticks. In front of him was braised pork. Jin Yuxing picked up a piece of meat, put it in his mouth and chewed it, and an expression of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Delicious. Auntie, this dish is especially delicious. I didn't expect Miss Lu's craftsmanship to be so good. Jin Yuxing spoke from his heart. Although braised pork is a home-cooked dish, it is not easy to make it delicious. Luan Ru's braised pork is definitely a 5-star hotel standard. He didn't expect that such a beautiful girl could cook such delicious food. Sure enough, the perfect girl is perfect in every aspect. If it's delicious, eat more. Lu Tiancheng laughed loudly and continued. I want to eat more too. My daughter is married now. It won't be easy to eat her braised pork often in the future. Dad. Luan Ru grumbled. It's so embarrassing to say such things in front of so many people. Just kidding, hurry up and eat. My daughter is so virtuous. She can cook any dish. Lu Tiancheng said with a smile. Luan Ru, who was standing by, felt very uncomfortable seeing this. Everyone was praising her younger sister, which made her, as an older sister, really embarrassed. But what can we do? Luan Ru is indeed not good at things like cooking. Jin Yuxing also seemed to realize that something was wrong with Luan Ru's mood. He was very smart and guessed the reason in an instant. Luan Ru must be jealous. For a gold digger, what she pursues is definitely not just money, but also honor. There are 3 daughters in a family, but everyone praises the younger daughter, but no one praises the older daughter. This must make the older daughter feel bad. So, Jin Yuxing prepared to say a few words to save Luan Ru's face. Uncle Lu, even though your youngest daughter is married, you still have Wan Ru. Wan Ru is my elder sister, so her cooking skills must be pretty good. Jin Yuxing said with a smile. However, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Luan Ru even lowered her head and didn't say a word. Of course there is nothing wrong with praising her for other things, but praising her for her good cooking skills? Isn't that a clear mockery? How could Luan Ru know how to cook? Forget cooking, she doesn't even know how to turn on the gas. Saying that she is a good cook, isn't that a slap in her face in disguise? Therefore, it would be strange if Luan Ru was in a good mood at this moment. Su-hee and Luan Ru on the side couldn't help laughing. This Jin Yuxing really doesn't know anything about Luan Ru. Especially Su-hee almost laughed out loud. No one knows Luan Ru's cooking skills better than him. In the past, Su-hee didn't dare to let Luan Ru enter the kitchen or cook. Because that's not cooking, that's defusing a bomb. Every time she cooked, she almost tore down the kitchen. Uncle, did I say something wrong? Jin Yuxing didn't react for a moment and didn't know what was wrong with these people. Why are all your attitudes so weird? Didn't I praise their daughter and sister? Why did it seem like I was wrong? Chapter 95, Is the God of Wine Reincarnated? That's right. Come on, Mr. Jin, try this bar. This is also Maodai liquor, the same as the one you brought, but it's a little older. It's Xiaohua's gift to me. Try it and see how it tastes. Lu Tiancheng changed the topic in time and raised his glass to Jin Yuxing with a smile. Okay, thank you Uncle Lu. Jin Yuxing picked up the wine glass with a smile, then took a sip. He didn't want to drink at first. After all, he drove here today and it was not convenient to drink. However, he thought the wine must be fake. In order to add some face to his wine, he had to try this fake mitai. Only by tasting it can you be sure whether it is fake mitai. However, after taking a bite, Jin Yuxing was stunned. This mitai tastes really good. Moreover, it is indeed an old wine that has been stored for more than 10 years. Much softer than new wine. It shouldn't be. If it is fake liquor blended with industrial alcohol, it will not have such a soft feeling even if it is stored for 100 years. Could it be that this is the real mitai? It's impossible? Thinking of this, Jin Yuxing subconsciously wanted to take another sip. In a flash, he drank the entire mitai cup. After drinking a whole glass of mitai, Jin Yuxing became more certain that this wine was definitely not fake. Fake wine can't possibly have such a pure taste. How about it, Mr. Jin? This wine is good, right? Lu Tiancheng said with a smile. Well, it's really good. Is this real mitai? Jin Yuxing asked subconsciously. He wanted to make sure whether the wine was real. Of course it's true. Lu Tiancheng showed some displeasure on his face. Whatever Xiaohua brings me, whether it's food or things to use, must be real. Lu Tiancheng can allow others to question him, but he absolutely cannot allow anyone to question his son-in-law. For Lu Tiancheng, no matter what Su He brought, even if it was just Nulinshan worth a dozen yuan, it was good. Compared with Matai, he would rather his son-in-law bring Nulinshan. After all, Matai is too expensive. Lu Tiancheng also didn't want his son-in-law to spend too much money on him. It is very hard for young people to make money. As elders, they naturally need to save more money for their children wherever they can. However, as long as Sui said that this was authentic Matai, Lu Tiancheng would never question Sui. Don't allow others to question. Even if this person is really her eldest daughter's boyfriend, she would not allow it. In Lu Tiancheng's heart, Sui is no longer just a son-in-law. He is even more his own son, his own biological son. Uncle Lu, you misunderstood. I just think this wine is so delicious that I'm a little surprised. Jin Yuxing also realized that what he said was a bit too much, and quickly changed his words. Jin Yuxing didn't expect that just a simple question from him would cause Lu Tiancheng's attitude to change 180 degrees. Isn't it said that Lu Tiancheng is easy to talk to? Why doesn't he look like someone who's easy to talk to? He didn't say anything particularly unpleasant, so why did this old guy react so strongly? Dad, Yuxing didn't mean that. Aren't you making a fuss about it? Luan Ru said with a frown. She really felt that she was not valued. How can you blame your eldest daughter's boyfriend for your younger daughter's husband? Isn't it obvious that he doesn't want his eldest daughter to live a good life? After all, she is not even together with Jin Yuxing yet, let alone married. At a time like this, right? We should show the most basic courtesy to Jin Yuxing? The son-in-law is already one of ours, so it's okay if he suffers a little bit of grievance. But my daughter's boyfriend is still an outsider, so I have to be polite to him. Luan Ru, Dad didn't mean anything else. Lu Tiancheng also realized that what he said was a bit too much. Even if Jin Yuxing is not my daughter's boyfriend, he is still a leader after all. It is somewhat unacceptable for a leader to treat his daughter like this. Lu Tiancheng's attitude towards his two daughters must be the same. Although I feel a little disappointed with my eldest daughter. But after all, she is his own daughter, so how could he not consider her career? So, thinking of this, Lu Tiancheng took the initiative to pick up the wine glass and said to Jin Yuxing. Boss Jin, I was too hasty just now. I apologize. This glass of wine is for you. When Lu Tiancheng said this, his tone softened a bit, but it was not very enthusiastic. It is very difficult for elders to apologize to younger generations. He can do this, it's hard to win. How could Jin Yuxing dare to ask Lu Tiancheng to apologize to him? If he really accepted this, then he would never have anything happen between him and Luan Ru in the future. Even though Luan Ru is a gold digger, she still has basic principles. If someone doesn't respect her father, it would be basically impossible to pursue her. Uncle Lu, I can't take responsibility for what you said. This glass of wine should be my toast to you. As he spoke, Jin Yuxing also raised his wine glass and clinked it with Lu Tiancheng. After the two of them finished drinking, the matter was over. At the same time, Jin Yuxing also realized that this wine was definitely real. This Su He has a very prominent background. However, thinking that Su He was the boss behind Lu Yenti, Jin Yuxing felt relieved. It is an indisputable fact that Lu Yenti is very profitable. As a boss, it's normal to have some money, right? However, Jin Yuxing's attitude has obviously improved a lot. He also started to get close to Su He. Su He will definitely become richer and richer in the future. He is in financial investment and usually deals with rich people. For him, wealthy customers are resources. So, he definitely wants to make friends with Su He. If you build a good relationship now, they will become a big customer in the future. There's no reason to give up such a big client, right? However, when Luan Ru saw this, her expression did not look so good. No matter who it is, they would be unhappy if they saw their future boyfriend chasing after their ex-boyfriend, right? The most important thing is that Luan Ru cannot tell Jin Yuxing the truth. What would Jin Yuxing think if he knew that Luan Ru's brother-in-law was her ex-boyfriend? The relationships here are a bit too complicated. So, no matter what the reason, you should not say what you shouldn't say. Luan Ru knew this very well. Fortunately, the meal was finished quickly. Jin Yuxing originally wanted to show off his drinking capacity. As someone in the financial industry, he must be very good at drinking. But soon he stalled. Forget about Lu Tiancheng, he is an older man and doesn't want to compete with others in drinking. The problem is Sua. He can actually drink quite well. He drinks 1 cup at a time without blushing or panting, and he doesn't even have to eat a bite of the food. It was as if he was drinking water instead of wine. Jin Yuxing even suspected that this guy was the reincarnation of the god of wine, the kind who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Seeing that the other person could drink so much, Jin Yuxing didn't dare to compete with him in drinking. Being drunk is no big deal, but if you act crazy and embarrass yourself, then you'll be in trouble. So, Jin Yuxing drank a few glasses with him and then refused, saying that he couldn't drink much. Lu Tiancheng didn't mind either. He had never planned to drink more with Jin Yuxing. As long as Su He is with me, that's enough. However, this also made Lu Tiancheng like Su He more. People always need comparison. After the comparison, I realized how outstanding and good Su He is as a son-in-law. After finishing his meal and drinking, Jin Yuxing said goodbye. He was drunk and couldn't drive. Originally he wanted to find a designated driver, but Luan Ru took the initiative to offer to take him back. Luan Ru was not in the mood to stay at home anymore. Although this is her home, she feels uncomfortable with Su He and Luan Rong here. It was as if this was not her home. Su He and Luan Rong both drank a little wine in the evening, so they will definitely stay here and not leave. They live here, so what's the point of her being here? Watching the two of them show affection and eating dog food? She couldn't stand this. The most important thing is that Luan Ru has low self-esteem. Today she finally bought an LV bag worth more than 20,000 yuan. Before she could show off, she saw more than a dozen bags lying on the sofa at home. Every bag is a big brand, such as LV, Gucci, Chanel, Hermes, etc. Luan Ru was very familiar with these brands. She even recognized that many of the bags were limited editions, worth hundreds of thousands. A bag worth hundreds of thousands and a bag worth 20,000 are two completely different concepts. A bag that costs 20,000 yuan is indeed very expensive, but ordinary people can buy it if they grit their teeth. Nowadays, young people in Shanghai will arrange one for their wives as soon as they get married. Therefore, this bag is still very common. But bags worth hundreds of thousands are different. A bag is equivalent to a BMW car. That is a high-end luxury product that only the rich can afford. In addition to inferiority complex, Luan Ru also felt very uncomfortable. You know, if she had not broken up with Su He, then all these bags would have belonged to her. Although Luan Ru despised Su He for being poor, she still knew how good Su He was to her. Su He will give Luan Rong exactly what she has now, and even more. Luan Rong firmly believed in this. But now, all this is obviously impossible. Chapter 96, Striving for a Billion. Faced with these high-end luxury goods, how could Luan Ru still have the face to show off her wealth? I can only find a reason to go back. After saying goodbye to her parents, Luan Ru left with Jin Yuxing. Luan Ru's driving skills were not very good, but she drove slowly. After more than an hour, she finally returned to the city and arrived downstairs of Jin Yuxing's house. Luan Ru was a little excited as it was her first time driving a luxury car like a Porsche. After driving around, she felt a little better. Wan Ru, thank you for sending me home. Would you like to come up and have a cup of tea? Jin Yuxing asked with a smile. My house is well decorated, you can come up and have a look. Jin Yuxing extended an invitation. He actually had his own little thought, which was to hope that Luan Ru would follow him upstairs. As long as you go upstairs, many things will happen naturally. This is also what Jin Yuxing hopes. Mainly speaking, decoration is a disguised way of showing off one's wealth. Jin Yuxing just wanted to tell Luan Ru that the location and decoration of his house were very good. Jin Yuxing's house is right in the city center. Although the geographical location is not as good as the house they bought in Suwa, the price is also very expensive. His house is a total of 150 square meters, but it costs more than 10 million yuan. All in all, it's basically around 70,000 per square meter. As for the decoration, it cost 5 or 600,000. With such a good location and such nice decoration, Luan Ru will definitely be attracted. Who made her a gold digger? However, Jin Yuxing was obviously overthinking it. No need, Yuxing, I'll go back directly. It's a bit late today. Looking at the house? Looking at the decoration? Thinking too much. Luan Ru had seen the luxurious decoration and perfect geographical location of Su He's house. In this case, how could he still look down upon the Jin Yuxing family? Luan Ru really wanted to get close to Jin Yuxing. If Sui hadn't shown up today, maybe she would have really agreed to go to Jin Yuxing's house for a visit. But seeing Su-hee and his sister living so well, Luan Ru was very depressed because her sister was covered in luxury goods. She couldn't cheer up at all. I also have little interest in Jin Yuxing and can't muster any interest. If Jin Yuxing hadn't bought her a bag and let her experience the feeling of driving a Porsche, she would probably have found an excuse to break up with Jin Yuxing long ago. However, sending Jin Yuxing here was already her limit. Now, she is ready to go home. Okay, how about you take my car away? Jin Yuxing said. No need, I'll just take a taxi. Luan Ru waved her hand, said goodbye, and left. Damn it! One day, I'm going to make you sing Conquer under my crotch. Looking at Luan Ru's departing back, Jin Yuxing gritted his teeth. The more than 20,000 yuan I spent today was definitely wasted. But there is no way, there will always be a chance. These 20,000 yuan have laid a good foundation. Let us take our time with the next step. On the other side, Su-hee and Lu Wanrong also settled down at their father-in-law's house. Of course, I lived in Lu Wanrong's small room. The room is small but cozy. Sui also came from a poor family, so naturally he wouldn't look down on others. But Lu Wanrong's bed was a single bed, and it was still a bit crowded for two people to squeeze on it. However, it is quite warm for two lovers to huddle together. The two of them didn't do anything that night. Although we are newlyweds, it is impossible to plan to have a baby every day. Both men and women need to rest. Although Sui's physical fitness has been transformed, Lu Wanrong is just an ordinary person. Although there is no plowed land, there are only similar cows. But Sui can't really just ignore everything. Besides, it's not convenient at my father-in-law's house. At least, taking a bath is a big problem. My father-in-law's house only has one bathroom. It would be really embarrassing if I was caught by my father-in-law and mother-in-law. So, the two of them just lay quietly in bed, and nothing happened. Wife, do we have to find a new house for our parents? This house is too far from our home. My parents live so far away. If something happens, we won't be able to get here in time, right? Sui lay on the bed, thinking about ways to make money quickly. Before his business can generate a fortune, if he wants to make money quickly, he can only spend. But ordinary consumption is not only tiring, but also earns little money. Just like today, I worked hard all day shopping and only made a few millions. It's better to buy a car or a house. So, Sui plans to buy another house. There is no need to upgrade their house for the time being. If they want to upgrade it, they will have to move to a villa. So, he placed his hope on his father-in-law and mother-in-law's house. As long as the house is named under Lu Wanru's name, she can get a cash rebate. The system doesn't care who lives in this house. Buy a house for my parents? No need, husband. My parents will live in this house by themselves from now on. It should be quite comfortable for them to live in. Lu Wanrong was stunned for a moment and then shook her head. This house is a little old and there is no elevator. But if two middle-aged people live there, it's not a big problem. Although Mr. and Mrs. Lu are old, they are not so old that they cannot climb the stairs. Therefore, Lu Wanrong felt there was no need to buy a house. It's okay, a house is an asset. It's a waste to keep my money in the bank. I might as well buy a house. Sui smiled and continued. It's a happy decision. I'll go look at houses later. If there's good wine, I'll order it right away. I'll write your name on it then. I'm sure my parents won't object. Sui has already thought about it. When the time comes, I will buy a house in Wangjiang Mansion, and buy a few more, and put Lu Wanrong's name on all of them. In this way, not only can he get cash back, but Lu's father and mother as well as Sui's own mother Cheng Hui can also move in and live with him. The whole family lives nearby and usually don't disturb each other. But if something happens, we can take care of each other. As for this old house, sell it if you can. As for the money, just let the old couple keep it. If you can't sell it, you can rent it out. At least it won't be wasted. This old house may not be easy to sell. After all, the house is too old, and if it cannot be demolished in time, few people will be willing to buy it. But if you rent a house, it's different. As long as the house is decorated well and the rent is cheaper, there will be no problem renting it. He wants to make another fortune by buying a house and strive to make over 100 million. Thank you, honey, you're so nice. Lu Wanrong smiled sweetly. She felt so lucky. How could she meet such a good husband? Other wealthy husbands always try to separate finances from their wives. He was afraid that his wife would come to divide his property. But what about their husbands? From cars to houses, everything is in my name. Moreover, you have to continue buying houses and keep them in your own name. Having a husband like this really makes me feel safe. Looking around the world, there are not many good husbands like this. You're my wife, who should I treat if I don't treat you well? Soo-hee chuckled and continued. In addition to the house, I also want to order a sports car and put it in your name. It's not convenient for the two of us to drive one car. Soo-hee is only in his 20s this year, and young people in their 20s all want to have a supercar. Things like supercars should be bought early while you are still young. If you wait until you are 30 or even 40 to buy a supercar, it will no longer look presentable when you drive it. Dreams must be realized sooner rather than later. Chapter 97: Buying a sports car. Well, husband, buy it if you like it. But don't put the car in my name. You bought me too many things. Luan Ru lay on Soo-hee's chest, drawing circles on her chest as she spoke. During this period, Soo-hee bought her a car, a house, and opened an internet-famous milk tea shop. The total value of these things has reached tens of millions. Not to mention lots of little gifts. Luan Ru felt that she had already received too much, and she didn't want her husband to give her anything more. Silly girl, what are you talking about? Isn't mine yours? Likewise, what's yours is mine. What's the difference between writing it in your name and writing it in my name? It's our joint property anyway. Soo-hee gently stroked Luan Ru's hair and took a deep breath. The pleasant smell made him indulge in it. Aha! Luan Ru did not insist any longer. Just as Soo-hee said, they are husband and wife. Between husband and wife, what is the distinction between yours and mine? Isn't a marriage that clearly divides property from the beginning destined for divorce? The next day, Soo-hee got up early, sent Luan Ru to the cake shop, and then took a taxi to the auto city. Today is Sunday and the cake shop is still very busy, so Luan Ru is going to help. Usually, Luan Ru would go to the cake shop to help out whenever she was free. He helped with taking orders and cleaning, without any bossy attitude at all. In fact, this is the case for many bosses and their wives in economically developed areas. Even if they make a lot of money, they will still help out with the work when their employees are too busy. Luan Ru didn't go to the cake shop yesterday because she went to choose a store. Choosing a store is also a very important task, and it is not considered lazy. Since I have nothing to do today, I must go to the cake shop to help. As for buying a car? Just let Soo-hee do it alone. Soo-hee also took Luan Ru's ID card and driver's license with him. When you order the car, just enter her information. Soon, Soo-hee drove to the auto city. This time, he drove directly to the door of Porsche. The Porsche salesperson saw a Mercedes-Benz GLC approaching and quickly came over to greet it. Porsche sports cars are still very famous. Especially their 718, a million-level sports car, has a very high cost-performance ratio and can satisfy the yearning of many middle-class people for sports cars. Middle class, with assets of around tens of millions. For such a person, it would be no problem for him to spend 1 million to buy a car. But asking them to spend 5 or 6 million to buy a sports car is a bit of a luxury. It's not that I can't afford it, it's just that it's impossible for me to spend so much. Therefore, the Porsche 718 just meets the needs of these middle-class people for sports cars. Therefore, many middle-class people choose Porsche when they replace their cars. Especially those who already drive a Mercedes or BMW worth 4 or 500,000 yuan. Of course, they will not only buy sports cars, but also coupes like Panamera, or SUVs like Cayenne. This is all very common. When the salesperson saw Soo-hee driving a Mercedes-Benz, he immediately determined that the other party could afford a Porsche. So I came forward immediately. Hello sir, are you looking to buy a car? The salesperson was a girl who looked to be around 20 years old. Wearing a professional uniform and black stockings on her feet. She was wearing high heels and her skirt was above her knees. In general, the length of a work skirt is required to be below the hem. But when it comes to sales, the shorter the better. However, the sales appearance is just average. Although she looks very charming, Soo-hee is used to seeing beautiful women and has become immune to them. Hello, do you have any Porsche 911s in stock? Soo-hee asked with a smile. The Porsche 911 is a supercar that is several levels higher than the 718. In terms of price alone, it is 2 or 3 times higher. The top-of-the-line Porsche 911 costs more than 3 million yuan. Sui came to buy a car this time for consumption purposes, so he must buy a more expensive one. Sorry sir, our cars are all custom-made and we don't have any in stock at the moment. If you need it, you can customize it now, and you can get the car in as little as 3 months. The salesperson explained with a smile. Yeah, that's no problem. I can wait. Sui nodded to show that he didn't mind. He hadn't originally planned to get the car right away. This kind of luxury car definitely needs to be reserved. If you want to get the car now, it is only possible if the previous owner breaches the contract and no longer wants it. Well sir, what's your name? Su. Hello Mr. Su, my name is Chun Jieja, you can just call me Xiao Chun. The two sides introduced themselves to each other and then walked into the Porsche VIP lounge. Chen Jieja poured Sui a glass of water and brought a tablet computer and placed it in front of Sui. Mr. Su, our cars require configuration selection. You can take a look at the configuration you like. This computer has all the configurations and prices, you can choose according to your needs. Choosing configuration is also a feature of luxury cars. Although Sui had never experienced it before, he had heard of it. So it's not unfamiliar. Then he began to choose. Sui didn't know much about car configurations, he just chose configurations that were expensive but looked pretty good. For example, PDLS plus headlights, panoramic sunroof, low noise glass and so on. All the things that should be matched and those that shouldn't be matched are matched. After completing the entire set, the final estimated value was close to 4 million. Of course, the price is definitely negotiable. Although Sui was unwilling to negotiate the price, he preferred it to be as expensive as possible. But you can't act too deliberate. Mr. Su, the configurations you chose are basically top-notch. After seeing the estimated price after Sui's selection, the smile on Chen Jieja's face became even wider. The configuration is fictitious. The more options you have, the more they earn. Seeing that Sui had basically brought all the good things, Chen Jieja was naturally happy. She will definitely get a lot of commission from this order. Well, take a look at the price, I'll pay the full amount right away. Sui said with a smile. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll help you apply for a discount first, and then deduct various discounts. Chen Jieja took a piece of A4 paper and started writing and drawing on it. Mr. Su, including insurance and other fees, the price of the whole vehicle is 3.6 million. Of course, we can give you 5 free routine maintenance services, a full car cover and car model, and a gas card worth 10,000 yuan. Chen Jieja said with a smile. She brought these things up on her own initiative. The purpose is to attract Sui with ease. As long as Sui agrees to order a car at this price, then these things given away will be just a drop in the bucket compared to the profit. Chapter 98 Continue to buy. Well, the price is right. Sui nodded. The price of 3,600,000 was in line with his psychological expectations. If you can trigger double cashback, you can earn 3.6 million. In this way, in less than an hour, I earned more than I did in the whole day yesterday. I want this car, swipe the card. After Sui finished speaking, he took out his bank card. The movements were smooth and fluid, without any drag. It was as if he had bought not a luxury car worth more than 3 million yuan, but just a toy car worth more than 300 yuan. Didn't even ask for the price. This caught Chen Jieja off guard. You know, even if it is a toy car that costs more than 300 yuan is not cheap, and a normal person will bargain for it. Chen Jieja has been working in the 4S store for some time, and this is the first time she has met such a straightforward customer in Harbin. What's wrong, Xiao Chen, is there any problem? When Sui saw Xiao Chen standing there in a daze, he immediately guessed what the other person was thinking. If he were a salesperson, he would be so happy if such a straightforward customer suddenly came. No problem, no problem. Mr. Su, I'll get you the contract and POS machine right away. When Chen Jieja woke up, she was immediately overjoyed. Then, he was busy helping Sui handle various procedures. Sui was also very happy and paid by swiping his card in one go. Originally, Sui only needed to pay a deposit. After all, you are ordering a car now and don't need to pay the full amount. However, in order to get the cash back as soon as possible, Sui paid the full amount directly. Of course, 4S stores like customers like Suha the most. Now that they have received the full payment, they can use the money to do more things. Mr. Su, please provide your ID card and driver's license so that I can complete the contract for you. Also, this is my personal WeChat account. If you have any questions about the car in the future, you can contact me. I'm usually free at night. Chen Jiejia's suggestion was already a blatant hint. She must have some different thoughts about Suhee. Suhee is handsome, rich, and generous. Which girl doesn't tea like a boy like this? So, Chen Jiejia took the initiative to provide her personal WeChat. Suhee naturally understood what the other party meant, but he did not have such intention towards Chen Jiejia. Although domestic flowers are not as fragrant as wildflowers, Suhee is not the kind of flower thief who would pick flowers indiscriminately. Well, just fill in my wife's information. This car is for her. As Suhee spoke, he took out Luan Ru's ID card and driver's license and handed them over. Ah. Mr. Su, you got married at such a young age? A trace of disappointment flashed across Chen Jiejia's face. I was originally thinking whether I could bring my rich husband home today. Who would have thought that this was someone else's wealthy son-in-law? Yes, I just got married not long ago. Suhee admitted it generously. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll sign the contract for you now. Chen Jiejia sighed in her heart, but did not show it on her face. He wanted to see what kind of extraordinary woman could make such a handsome and wealthy man get married so early. When Chen Jiejia got Luan Ru's ID card, her breathing paused for a few seconds. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. The ID cards in Shanghai are not beautified. The card holder is also not allowed to wear excessive makeup. Therefore, the Luan Ru in the photo is basically her true appearance. It is precisely because of her true beauty that people are so amazed. Chen Jiejia was a little dazed for a moment. Compared with Luan Ru, she is really like a firefly, incomparable. After seeing Luan Ru's ID card, Chen Jiejia no longer had any messy thoughts. When she saw Luan Ru's driver's license, she really had no idea at all. You can use a slightly better looking photo of yourself for your driver's license. Luan Ru got her driver's license during her freshman year. At that time, Luan Ru was only 18 years old and looked very pure and lovely. Not to mention the current Chen Jiejia, who was full of worldly air. Even the Chen Jiejia when she was 18 years old did not have that kind of purity. So, she was completely defeated. Chen Jiejia understood that only a stunning beauty like Luan Ru could be a match for Suhee. Then, she began to carefully write out the order for Suhee. As for private WeChat, you definitely have to add it. Even if I can't hook up with Suhee, it's good to have more clients like this. As a salesperson, the most important thing is customer resources. The more customers they have, the more stable their position will be. Mr. Su, please take your car purchase contract. When the car arrives, I will contact you as soon as possible to pick it up. Chen Jiejia said respectfully. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Suhee smiled slightly, then took the contract and left. At the same time, Suhee also received a text message from the bank notifying him that 7.2 million yuan had arrived. This Porsche 911 made Suhee earn 3.6 million. After leaving the Porsche 4S store, Suhee did not go home directly, but went to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store and found Zhang Shanshan. Hello, Mr. Su, welcome to Mercedes-Benz. Zhang Shanshan was overjoyed when she saw Suhee. This guy is a real rich man. Although I just bought a Mercedes-Benz GLC last time, it doesn't stop me from buying new cars. Xiao Shang, do you have the Mercedes-Benz G in stock? Suhee asked with a smile. This time he came to the 4S store just to buy his dream car, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class can be said to be the luxury car among Mercedes-Benz cars. Even the low-end model costs more than 2 million. The top-end ones basically cost more than 3 million. Mercedes-Benz G-Class is the car that Suhee has always wanted to buy. He wanted to buy it when he first came to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. But unfortunately, I didn't have enough money, so I had to give up. Now that Suhee has more than 80 million in his hands, he naturally wants to realize his dream. Yes, Mr. Su, it's actually a Mercedes-Benz G-Class AMG. The price is a little more expensive than the G-Class. The big G generally refers to the Mercedes-Benz G500. After all, the G500 is much cheaper than the AMG, which is the G63. Therefore, most wealthy people will give priority to purchasing the G500. The two cars look similar in appearance. Unless you have studied this car specifically or are familiar with Mercedes-Benz cars, it is generally difficult to recognize it. However, there is indeed a gap in price and configuration. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class in the Mercedes-Benz 4S store now is the G63, and it is the top-of-the-line model. Mr. Su, this top-of-the-line car just arrived yesterday. You came here today and said you wanted this car, so I kept it for you. How about I take you to have a look first? Chapter 99 Return to Mercedes. Okay, let's check out the car first. Sui smiled and nodded. I'm lucky today, there's a G63 in stock, and it's the top configuration. The top-end model costs about 3 million. If you can trigger double cashback, you can make a net profit of another 3 million. In this way, you can earn 6 million today. So cool. Okay, Mr. Su, this way please. Zheng Qianqian smiled and then made a gesture of invitation to Su He. Soon, the two arrived at the innermost part of the exhibition hall. Immediately afterwards, Sui saw a black SUV parked there. If the Mercedes-Benz GLC is a beast, then the Mercedes-Benz G-Class is a real bird of prey. Just docking there makes people feel very wild. It would definitely feel better if it were turned on. The moment he saw the car, Sui's eyes lit up. For him, this Mercedes-Benz G-Class is his dream car. He wished he could take the car right now. Mr. Su, can I give you a brief introduction to the performance of this car? Zheng Qianqian asked with a smile. She could see that Sui was very satisfied with the car. Even very willing to buy. Zheng Qianqian's intuition told her that this deal would definitely be successful. No, I think I know enough about this car. Take a test drive. Sui smiled and waved his hand. Performance and everything, he had already understood it thoroughly before he came. It is possible that Sui knows this car much better than Zheng Qianqian. Therefore, an introduction is definitely unnecessary. However, although it needs no introduction, you can still give it a test drive. Just now at Porsche, he forgot about the test drive and just ordered the car. Now that I'm at the Mercedes-Benz store and remember this, I must test drive it. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll have someone arrange it for you right away. Zheng Qianqian agreed immediately. 4S stores are actually not averse to test drives. In fact, they still like customers to test drive. Even sales have indicators to invite customers into the store for test drives. Those who have test-driven the car are more likely to buy it. For those who have not even taken a test drive, the probability of buying a car will be much smaller. Of course, it doesn't mean you won't buy a car if you haven't test-driven it. It's just that the probability of purchasing will be much smaller. Soon, Zheng Qianqian arranged a test drive. After Sui completed the test drive procedures, he went to experience the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. 15 minutes later, Sui drove back to the 4S store. Mr. Su, how was the test drive? Seeing Sui coming back, Zheng Qianqian immediately came up to him with a cup of water. Yeah, very good. Are you sure you have the top-of-the-line model? I'll order it now. Sui said with a smile. He wasn't going to discuss the price, just decide on it. Yes, Mr. Su, I'll calculate the price for you first. When Zheng Qianqian heard Sui say this, a smile immediately appeared on her face. No problem. Then, both sides sat down. Zheng Qianqian took the information and started to calculate the price for Sui. It took about 3 minutes for Zheng Qianqian to finally calculate the price. The bare car price of this G-Class is 2.55 million yuan. After taking into account the purchase tax, compulsory traffic insurance, vehicle and vessel tax, insurance, decoration, etc., the landing price is 3.15 million yuan. However, I can give you a discount of 50,000 because you are an old customer. I can also ask the manager for 20,000 for you. The final price is 3.08 million. And we give you 5 free maintenance services and a car wrap for the entire car. After Zheng Qianqian finished quoting the price, she placed the price she wrote in front of Sui. The price can actually be negotiated further. There should be no problem in getting it down to 20,000 or 30,000. Sales are like this, even if they are old customers, they will not give the lowest price right away. If it were another customer, I would have to work harder. But if it's Suha, it's different. Well, this price is suitable, I accept it. Swipe the card and pay in full. Sui directly took out his bank card and handed it to Zheng Qianqian. Zheng Qianqian was really stunned this time. Sui didn't bargain last time. But the last time I bought a GLC, my room for bargaining was very limited. Even if you bargain, you can only save a few thousand yuan. Some wealthy people are afraid of trouble and are too lazy to bargain. But this time it's a luxury car worth millions. The money saved from paying off the price is enough to fill the car with gas for 2 or 3 years. It's a bit surprising that he didn't bargain in this situation. Sue, vegetarian stuffing, won't you bargain for a bit? Zheng Qianqian asked subconsciously. When she met such a customer, she was really a little overwhelmed. No need, I'm too lazy to bother. Even if I bargain, it's only a few dollars. So let's just pay with the card. Sui smiled and waved his hand. Bargaining is impossible, never in this lifetime. The more you cut, the more you lose. How could he do such a stupid thing? Okay, Mr. Su, I'll swipe your card right away. Zheng Qianqian also smiled. If the deal is done at this price, she will get a lot of commission. Although the commission earned from paying in full is much less than that from a loan, Sui bought a high-end car and added a lot of configurations. This is all money. It's not often that you come across such a curious customer. Now that you have met it, you must cherish it. Su-he nodded. Then, Zheng Qianqian took out the POS machine and directly swiped more than 3 million. Ding, your Daxia bank account has received 9.24 million, and the current balance is 93.57 million. Good job. This time the consumption actually triggered triple cash back. Suhi's deposits have reached more than 90 million, and will soon exceed 100 million. Once it exceeds 100 million, Sui's wealth will be among the top 99% in Daxia. That's right, in the entire Daxia, there are only about 10 people with assets exceeding 100 million. Moreover, these are just the assets exceeding 100 million. If the bank deposit exceeds 100 million, I'm afraid the discount will be at least 50%. In other words, Sui is now about to become one of the top 70,000 people in the country in terms of cash deposits. Such a result is absolutely terrifying. You know, it has only been 2 or 3 months since Sui started the system. In just 2 or 3 months, he went from a low-level worker with only tens of thousands of yuan in savings to a wealthy man with over 100 million yuan in savings. Such a transformation is really like a dream. Su-he was also a little bit unbelieving. Is all this true? However, when he saw the top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz G63 appear in front of him, Su-he was truly sure that this was indeed true. Mr. Su, the driving license has been prepared, and the name is Ms. Luan Ru. The license plate will be sent to your home in 2 days. You can come to us to install it, or you can find an auto repair company to install it. Also, the car cover may not be put on until tomorrow. You can come and pick up the car tomorrow, or we can deliver it to you. Chapter 100 Ordering a third luxury car. When talking about the car owner Luan Ru, Zheng Qianqian was full of envy. This woman is too happy? Not long ago, her husband bought her a Mercedes-Benz GLC. How long has it been? I bought another Mercedes-Benz G. This is simply a car addiction. It is already difficult for a normal boyfriend or husband to give a bag worth tens of thousands of dollars. But here in Suwa, luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars can be given away at will. Isn't that a bit too extravagant? In fact, this is what Zheng Qianqian didn't know. If she knew that Sui had just ordered a Porsche 911, she would be scared to death. Fortunately, the payment procedure went smoothly. Well, no problem. Send it to Wangjiang Mansion tomorrow. I'll live there. Sui told Zheng Qianqian the location of his home. This time, Zheng Qianqian couldn't help swallowing her saliva again. Wangjiang Mansion is a real mansion. A house costs at least tens of millions. As expected, the rich are the rich, and the places they live in are things that ordinary people would never dare to imagine in their lifetime. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll have a tow truck deliver your car tomorrow. Zheng Qianqian carefully wrote down the address and promised to deliver the car to the door the next day. As for the cost of delivering the car, it is definitely free. Their 4S store has already made enough money from this car. If they still haggle over these small things, it would be a bit ugly. After buying the Mercedes-Benz, Sui did not leave the Mercedes-Benz 4S store immediately, but went to the Lamborghini 4S store. That's right, he wants to order another car. Try to make your savings exceed 100 million today. Compared with other 4S stores, Lamborghini 4S stores have far fewer people. When Sui walked in, there was no customer in the hall. This is normal. Lamborghini is already a supercar. The Porsche 911 can be said to be an ordinary sports car, and its landing price is only around 3 million. But Lamborghini is a supercar, and the cheapest one costs more than 5 million. If someone can spend 5 million to buy a car, then his assets must be at least over 100 million. That is to say, out of 1.4 billion people, only 130,000 can afford it. 130,000 people, distributed all over the country. Although Shanghai accounts for a high proportion, not everyone comes to Lamborghini 4S store to buy cars every day. It's considered good if we have one serious customer coming to buy a car in a week. Of course, there are also many people who cannot afford a car and come here to take pictures. There are many such people. Their main purpose of coming here is to show off their wealth. Of course, the 4S store will not stop it. After all, this will increase the popularity of the store. They even organize car pickup ceremonies for a fee. For example, display cars can be used as cars for those who want to show off their wealth. They only need to pay a few $1,000s and a car picking ceremony can be held for them. Of course, flowers, balloons, everything. Of course, it is impossible to give them the car. What the 4S store does is a car pickup ceremony. The ones who hold the most car handling ceremonies are actually those who do so-called direct sales. For example, direct sales through WeChat moments, direct sales through short videos, etc. For one car, the car picking ceremony was repeatedly held for dozens of people. 4 or 5,000 each time, you can earn tens of thousands of dollars a month. The dog pays basic salary to the sales staff of the 4S store. Therefore, 4S stores are still very willing to do this kind of thing. However, apparently no such person came today. Or rather, these people haven't arrived yet. Suhee arrived at the door in a Mercedes-Benz. So, after walking into the store, a salesperson immediately came out to greet me. Suhee directly stated his purpose. He wants to order a Lamborghini Bull. Lamborghini Bull is a very famous model among Lamborghini sports cars. It is also the most expensive one you can buy currently. Suhee actually wanted to buy something more expensive, such as the Lamborghini Veneno. But that car is a limited edition worldwide, and there are only a few of them in total. Not to mention buying a new car, even a used car is not available. This type of car has long been collected by wealthy people as a collectible. Therefore, Suhee could only settle for the second best and prepare to buy a Lamborghini. Although the Dainio has been discontinued, new cars are still on sale. But it was obvious that Suhee arrived a little late. The new Lamborghini Aventador has also been discontinued. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry, the traditional Dainio was discontinued 2 months ago. If you buy it now, we can only help you contact a used car buyer. The salesperson said apologetically. The Dainio is a model from several years ago, so it is normal that it is no longer on sale. Moreover, with the global economic downturn in recent years, their company has begun to gradually phase out the production of these top luxury cars. Stop selling it? Suhee's brows suddenly frowned. It would be troublesome if the sale was stopped. He could buy a used car, but Suhee was not interested in used cars. No matter how well the original owner maintained the car, he didn't like it very much. Like my wife, it's better to have a new car. Mr. Su, how about considering the Hybrid Bull? The Hybrid Bull is a new model that was just released this year, and the price is also acceptable. A hybrid supercar is a gasoline-electric hybrid supercar. Under the current circumstances, trams have entered a stage of rapid development. Although there has been no revolutionary change in battery technology, the performance of electric vehicles is getting better and better. However, Lamborghini is a super sports car after all. If it were just a tram, it would just be selling a logo. Selling an electric car for millions is outrageous, even if it has a Lamborghini logo. So, hybrid electric supercars appeared. The Hybrid Bull is just such a sports car. Because it is a hybrid electric car, the price is naturally much lower than that of traditional fuel-powered cars. The price of a hybrid electric car is basically around 8 million. Compared with traditional big cows, it is indeed much cheaper. Mixed bull? Suhee was silent for a moment, but still nodded and agreed. No problem, a mix is fine. Just keep it as a collection. Suha is mainly for spending money. It's good to be able to spend money. Moreover, supercars are generally not driven for long distances, they are usually driven in urban areas. If you drive in the city, there is no need to refuel, and charging is also convenient. Mr. Su, Dainio needs to be booked in advance, and the cycle is about half a year. Is this acceptable to you? A cycle of half a year is already very fast. For general supercars, it is normal to reserve for a year. However, this also indirectly shows that the current economy is indeed not very prosperous. Even a Lamborghini only takes half a year to make a reservation. No problem, I can pay the full amount at once, Sui said with a smile. Of course he had to pay the full amount, as this was an important expense that determined whether he could make over 100 million today. In fact, you can visit more 4S stores in Suwa. Order one of each of Lamborghini, Ferrari, Rolls-Royce, Bugatti, etc. But that would be too ostentatious. It would be troublesome if Luan Ru suspected me. Chapter 101 System Upgrade. So, it's better to order one first. There will be plenty of time and energy to buy another car in the future. As your wealth grows, it is not surprising to have more and more cars under your name. Pay in full? Are you sure? The salesperson was visibly stunned. It was the first time he saw someone paying the full amount for a car order. Generally speaking, the maximum advance payment is 20%. Wouldn't it be nice to keep so much money in your pocket? Does it have to go into the 4S shop's pocket? That's right, just swipe the card. So he directly took out his bank card and handed it to the salesperson. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll swipe your card right away. Of course the salesperson is willing to do so. It's not easy to meet such a straightforward customer. Now that he has swiped his credit card, he can get a large commission directly. The salesperson first brought a POS machine, then brought a contract and an A4 paper, and helped Sui calculate the landing price. Mr. Su, the landing price of this Lamborghini is 8.2 million. This landing price is naturally the result of comprehensive discounts. No problem, swipe the card. He nodded. He was satisfied with the price. Now it depends on whether the system can trigger multiple cash back. Okay, Mr. Su, the owner's name is Miss Lu, right? The salesperson asked. That's right. Good. Soon, the salesperson filled out the contract. Then, after both parties signed and confirmed, Sui paid by credit card. Ding! 24.6 million yuan has been credited to your Dasha bank card, and the current balance is 111.2 million yuan. Good job! This time it actually triggered triple cashback. Through triple cashback, Sui's deposits finally exceeded 100 million. From now on, he can call himself a billionaire. It was at this time that a series of pleasant voices came from the system in Sui's mind. Ding, the host's deposit has exceeded 100 million, and the system has begun to upgrade. The upgrade will take 24 hours, and all purchases during this period will be temporarily suspended from cashback. Has the system been upgraded? Sui was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the deposit exceeding 100 million would actually lead to a system upgrade. This made him look forward to it. I wonder if there will be more functions after the system upgrade. The cashback system is good and can make money quickly. But Sui now wants not only to make money, but also to get more. Having money is not everything. However, he was not in a hurry. Once the system is upgraded, you will naturally know what extra things are. Isn't it just 24 hours? It passed very quickly. As for the fact that there is no cashback for consumption during this period, this is not a problem at all. As long as Sui doesn't buy big items, he won't lose anything. A few tens of thousands of dollars for small expenses doesn't matter at all. He has cash assets of over 100 million yuan. Would he care about such a small amount of money? After paying the money and getting the car purchase contract, Sui left the Lamborghini 4S store. I will contact him when the car arrives at the 4S store. This is not a matter of 1 or 2 days, so Sui is not in a hurry. When Sui left, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Buying a car is still very time-consuming. Chatting here, looking there, the day passed in the blink of an eye. Sui did not go home directly, but came to Hojie and took Luan Ru to have dinner. After dinner, I bought work meals for all employees. Weekends are the busiest time for Lu Yencha. Usually, Sui would buy work meals for his employees, and today was no exception. Of course, the food for work meals is very good, and it is at the standard of big hotels. Since there is cash back anyway, Sui is willing to spend money. Luan Ru was busy until 10 o'clock in the evening and only stopped after paying the bill. During this day, he made a net profit of another 200,000 yuan. Luan Ru looked very. It feels so good to make a lot of money every day. A busy day just passed by. The next day, Luan Ru went to school as usual. This time she drove there by herself. Sui still has to wait for the car at home, and the Mercedes-Benz G will be delivered soon. When I woke up in the morning, there were more than 7 hours left before the system update countdown. Sui was not in a hurry and just had to wait patiently. At about 9 o'clock in the morning, Sui finally received a call from the 4S store. "Hello, Mr. Su. We have delivered your car. It is right in front of the gate of Wangjiang Mansion. Please bring your ID card to sign for it." A man's voice came from the other side. The man spoke very politely. This is normal. After all, he is someone who can afford a luxury car worth 3 million, and he also lives in Wangjiang Mansion. Such a big shot is definitely not someone that working people like them can afford to offend. "Okay, thank you, I'll be right there." After Sui finished speaking, he hung up the phone, then immediately went downstairs and rushed to the door. 5 minutes later, Sui saw a domineering luxury car parked on a trailer. Of course, it is impossible for the 4S store to drive a Mercedes-Benz G-Class directly over. If such a luxury car encounters an accident on the way here, it will be very troublesome for them. Although towing is a little expensive, it is nothing compared to the trouble that may occur later. "Hello, I'm Sui. This is my identification." Sui came to the trailer and handed his ID card to the man in the sales suit. This man was obviously the one who had just called Sui. "Hello, Mr. Su." The salesperson quickly greeted Sui, then took out the receipt and checked Sui's ID number and name. After confirming that everything was correct, he handed over the receipt. "Mr. Su, please sign the receipt." "Good." Sui nodded, took a look at the receipt, checked the information and signed his name. "Mr. Su, here is the receipt and business card for you. My name is Xiao Tang. You can contact me if you need any car services, including maintenance. I'm in charge of car maintenance and repairs in the background." As Xiao Tang spoke, he handed his business card and signed receipt to Sui. "Okay, thank you. Mr. Su, shall I ask the master to unload the car for you?" "Good." After getting Sui's consent, Xiao Tang started to let professional masters unload the truck. Unloading the truck is actually a bit difficult. If you are not a professional, you really can't do it. Fortunately, the unloading master was very professional, and the G-Class had a very high chassis, so there was no need to worry about scratches, and the car was unloaded from the trailer smoothly. After unloading, Sui checked it again, and after deciding that there was no problem, he took the car keys from Xiao Tang. After handing over the keys, Xiao Tang briefly explained the details of using the car and then left. Although it was Sui's first time driving a G-Class, it was not his first time driving a Mercedes-Benz. All Mercedes-Benz cars are similar, so after he sat in one and drove the car to the side, he began to tear off the seat protective covers. Chapter 102, Go Fugue. After tearing off the protective cover, Sui pasted the temporary number plate on the front and rear windshields. His license plate hasn't been sent yet, so he can only use a temporary license plate for now. After putting the license plate on, Sui opened all the doors to get some fresh air. Even a top luxury car will have some smell inside. Because it is a new car with a freshly applied car film, I cannot open the windows. I can only open the car doors and turn on the air conditioner to remove the odor. After about 10 minutes and making sure that he could not smell anything, Sui closed the door. After doing all this, Sui drove his new car out for a stroll. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class is indeed a top-level off-road vehicle, and it feels much more enjoyable to drive than the Mercedes-Benz GLC. This feeling of being able to hit whatever you point at is really great. Sui drove around for a long circle, filled up the gas, and then went home satisfied. After returning home, Sui parked the car in his own parking space. When he bought the house, he came with 2 parking spaces. Now he and Luan Ru each have 1 car, which is just enough space. As for the parking space problem after the Porsche sports cars and Lamborghini sports cars arrive, then don't worry. It will take about 3 to 6 months for both cars to arrive. By that time, Sui might have already moved into the villa. When you live in a villa, you don't have to worry about not having enough parking spaces. On the other side, Luan Ru also returned to school. I didn't have a class in the first period this morning, so I went back to the dormitory with my bags. Sisters, I brought some gifts for everyone. As soon as she entered the room, Luan Ru started shouting loudly. There were originally 4 people in their dormitory, but since Lighting moved out, there are only 3 people left. Since I'm already a senior, no one else will come to share the dormitory with me. So, in the end, there were only 3 people in the dormitory. One of them is naturally Luan Ru's good friend, Chen Xingqing. The other one is a girl from northeast China named Sun Xingyuan. Sun Xingyuan has a very good personality and is the oldest in the dormitory. Therefore, he usually takes good care of Luan Ru and Chen Xingqing. In particular, Sun Xingyuan's family conditions are pretty good. The family assets are worth tens of millions, so he is considered a wealthy second generation. In this respect, Chen Xingqing and Sun Xingyuan are similar. Therefore, the 2 sisters took good care of Luan Ru in the past. Since Luan Ru opened the shop, Sun Xingyuan and Chen Xingqing often go to the milk tea shop to help. And they are all compulsory. Luan Ru also thought about paying them a salary, but the 2 of them said they wanted nothing. Therefore, Luan Ru could only bring back some milk tea and cakes frequently as midnight snacks for her 2 roommates. However, they went shopping yesterday and bought a lot of gifts, so they took this opportunity to give them to their 2 roommates. Wan Rong, you're back? What delicious food did you buy? I haven't had breakfast yet, let me have a taste. When Sun Xingyuan heard Luan Ru's voice, she immediately jumped off the bed. That's right, he jumped down. Sun Xingyuan is worthy of being a girl from northeast China. She has a very good personality and is also very tall. He is 1.73 meters tall and looks very tall. Hee, I bought you 2 a bag and a watch for each of you. Luan Ru took out the gift she had prepared with a smile. These are 2 LV bags, the prices are similar. It's just that Luan Ru picked one for each of Sun Xingyuan and Chen Xingqing according to their styles. The price is not expensive, only more than 20,000 yuan each. As for the watch, it is a Cartier. Cartier watches are also very famous. As for the price, one is only about 30,000 yuan. 2 watches and 2 bags, the total cost is a little over 100,000 yuan. Moreover, all the money was paid by Luan Ru herself. During this short period of time, the milk tea shop made a lot of money, and Luan Ru also got a lot of it. She also has money to buy gifts for her roommates. Of course, Luan Ru is not pretending to be a rich woman. It's just that when I had no money at the beginning, I really received too much care. Now that she is rich, Luan Ru will feel uncomfortable if she doesn't repay him well. They had said at the beginning that they would not forget each other if they became rich and powerful. Now that Luan Ru is rich, how can she forget her old friends? Fuck, Wan Ru, have you made a fortune? You actually gave us such a precious gift? Sun Xingyuan cursed out loud. Although they are all children from well-off families, they would not buy bags worth more than 20,000 yuan as gifts. Hee, isn't this buying some gifts for my 2 best friends? This won't cost a bit, right? Luan Ru smiled and stuffed 2 bags and 2 watches into the hands of the 2 men. She didn't say anything to thank you. There is no need to say thank you between good friends. Moreover, Luan Ru is particularly familiar with the personalities of her 2 best friends. If I were to say thank you, these 2 gifts would definitely not be given away. So, it's best to be more natural. Wan Ru, this gift is too valuable. We can't accept it. Chen Xingqing frowned and shook her head. If it is ordinary food or drinks, or even cosmetics worth a few $100s, they will accept it without hesitation. But I really feel embarrassed to accept things worth tens of thousands of dollars. Oh, my 2 young ladies, we promised each other that we would never forget each other when we become rich and powerful. Now that I have money, what's wrong with giving you some gifts? I can tell you, I earned back this little money in just half a day. Luan Ru said proudly. She actually only said this in front of her 2 best friends. If someone else heard what I said outside, who knows what kind of trouble it would cause. However, there is definitely no problem saying it in front of your bestie. Damn it! You're pretending again. Sun Xingyuan rolled her eyes at Luan Ru. The 2 young ladies finally accepted the gifts. Just as Luan Ru said, don't forget each other when you become rich and powerful. There is no need to care so much between good friends. After receiving the gifts, the 3 of them chatted for a while. Then, seeing that it was almost time for class, they went out together to go to class. The university campus is very large. Sometimes it takes more than 10 minutes to walk from the dormitory to the classroom. However, after Luan Ru got a car, the alcohol was no longer a problem. Whoosh, you can reach your destination in just 1 minute. The 2 roommates naturally also enjoyed this treatment. When Luan Ru parked the car in front of the teaching building and the 3 of them got out, it was almost time for class. As soon as she got off the car, Luan Ru saw a familiar figure, Lighting. Because of the disagreement with Luan Ru and others, Lighting chose to move out of the dormitory in the last semester and rented a house outside the school. In fact, renting a house is not very convenient, especially if you don't have a car. It takes half an hour to walk from outside the school to the classroom every day. Chapter 103. The car was scratched. Although renting a house is inconvenient, Lighting has no other choice. Who asked her to spread rumors about Luan Ru? Since that incident, not only did Luan Ru distance herself from her, but even Sun Xinyuan and Chen Xingqing completely ignored her. No one would want to be close friends with someone who likes to slander others behind their backs. At the same time, people in the class admired Luan Ru because she often brought them milk tea and bread. Everyone's relationship with Luan Ru is getting better and better. After getting along with Luan Ru, his relationship with people like Lighting naturally became worse and worse. After being isolated, Lighting had no choice but to leave the dormitory. As for the class, I have to go even if I have to bite the bullet. There are only a few months left before all the courses are over, and by that time, there will be no need to see these classmates again. However, when she saw Luan Ru and 3 others getting out of the Mercedes-Benz, each of them was carrying an LV bag. This scene still made Lighting feel uncomfortable. In particular, Sun Xinyuan also specially showed off her bags. "Oh, Wan Ru, this LV bag you gave me is so beautiful. I think it suits my temperament very well." Luan Ru's voice was so loud that the students around could hear it. Everyone looked towards her at the same time, with envy in their eyes. This is an LV bag. A bag costs at least more than 10,000 yuan. It is simply unimaginable for children from ordinary families like them to carry such an expensive bag when they are students. But just because she has a rich roommate, she carries such an expensive bag at such a young age. It's so enviable. Oh my god, please give us a roommate like this too. This is the feeling in many people's hearts right now. Chen Xingqing, who was standing by, also noticed Lighting and immediately understood what Sun Xinyuan meant. She also said loudly, "Wan Ru, I'm so lucky to be your roommate. This Cartier watch must cost tens of thousands of dollars, right? You just gave it to us like that? That's so generous. I want to be your bootlicker for the rest of my life." Chen Xingqing said this on purpose. She knew that Luan Ru treated them as good sisters. The term dog licker is just a joke. At the same time, she also wanted to piss off Lighting. If Lighting had not done this, she would also have gotten the LV bag and the Cartier watch. As for now, that certainly won't happen. They are just some small gifts. You have helped me so much before, so it is only right that I give you some gifts. Luan Ru waved her hand without any concern. She also said this to Lighting. At that time, among the 4 people in the dormitory, only Chen Xingqing and Sun Xinyuan would help Luan Ru. As for Lighting, she was in trouble everywhere. If Luan Ru had not been with Suhi later and became a rich woman, who knows how Lighting would have made things difficult for her. Now, the troublemaker has left the dormitory. And those who helped Luan Ru also received the due rewards. Lighting's face turned pale, but she still said nothing. Be patient, it will pass if you are patient." Thinking of this, she didn't look at the 3 people again and walked straight towards the classroom. Humph! Look at how arrogant she is. Are you comparing her arrogance? Sun Xinyuan snorted coldly. She is from northeast China and has always been very straightforward. People like her despise the most those who plot and scheme behind the scenes. Forget it, Xinyuan, it's all over. Luan Ru smiled and waved her hand. She would not get into trouble with a clown like Lighting. Moreover, the 2 sides have long been people from 2 different worlds. From the moment Luan Ru opened the milk tea shop, Lighting was afraid that she would never be able to catch up with Luan Ru in her life. Now, the only connection between Lighting and Luan Ru is probably that they are classmates. After a few months, when the school courses are over, with Lighting's identity, she is afraid that she will never meet someone of Luan Ru's level in her life. Well, it's all over. Sun Xinyuan and Chen Xingqing said. Next, the 3 of them walked into the classroom together and started the class. This is the few days they have left in school, and everyone cherishes it very much. Luan Ru only has 2 classes today. The second period in the morning and the second period in the afternoon. Their university courses are basically large classes, which means one class is 90 minutes long. It looks long, but it is actually just 2 short classes of 45 minutes each. There is nothing we can do about it as the content of many university courses is very complicated. There isn't much to cover in 45 minutes. Moreover, college students are adults and can sit still for a 90-minute class. Of course, some people will go to the bathroom or smoke a cigarette during the trip, which is understandable. After the morning class, the three of them took a car to eat together, and then went back to the dormitory to rest. As for Yi Lighting, she could only return to her rental house. The break is over and the last class is coming. After this class, the day is considered to be over. It is winter now, and after the last class, it has darkened. After class, Luan Ru prepared to take her two roommates to eat first. After dinner, she would send them back to the dormitory, and she could go to the milk tea shop for a while. However, just when Luan Ru was about to get in the car, she suddenly found that her car had been scratched. "Hey, Wan Ru, how come your car was scratched?" Chen Xingqing was the first to scream. "I saw that the black Mercedes was scratched by a sharp weapon. It seems that the problem is quite serious. Who the hell did this?" Sun Xinyuan has a bad temper and cursed directly. This circle of scratches must have been caused by someone's deliberate revenge. After all, this is a university, not an elementary school, so it is unlikely that there will be children present. The probability is too small. Moreover, they saw that other cars nearby were not scratched. Only Luan Ru's Mercedes was scratched. If this isn't revenge, then who is it? Fortunately, it's just a scratch on the car cover. Luan Ru leaned in to take a closer look and breathed a sigh of relief. The car was indeed scratched, but fortunately, Luan Ru's car was covered with a car cover. The other parties seemed to be unaware that the car had a car cover. Although it was scratched, the paint inside was not damaged. If it's just a car cover, then it's not a big problem. Even car covers are not allowed. "Come on, Wan Ru, let's go to the school and check the surveillance. There happens to be a surveillance camera right here. I don't believe we can't find out who did it." As Sun Xinyuan spoke, she pulled Luan Ru to check the surveillance footage. This matter must not be let go. Even if it was just a car cover, this car of car covers would cost 8 or 9,000 yuan, which is enough to file a case. At the same time, other students also came over. "Hey, Wan Ru, why was your car scratched?" Chapter 104 Broken Surveillance. This whole circle is marked? Isn't this a bit too harsh? Fuck. In broad daylight, in the open air, how dare someone do this? Could this be done by a naughty kid? Impossible, the naughty kid only scratched the cover of one car? Have you ever seen such a kind-hearted naughty kid? Investigate thoroughly, find out who did it. That's right, we must not tolerate it. A group of classmates spoke up for Luan Ru. This is actually normal. Luan Ru has a very good reputation in school. Although he is rich, he never bullies others or pretends to be a rich second generation. Be polite to others and very courteous. He also brings milk tea and cakes to everyone from time to time. You know, it's hard to get a cup of Luyan tea colored milk tea. But the students in their class can often drink Luyan tea colored milk tea. This kind of treatment is not available to people in other classes. So, when everyone saw that Luan Ru's car was deliberately scratched, they were very angry and wanted to find the real culprit. At this time, Yi Lighting also walked out of the teaching building. However, she didn't say anything, just watched the scene indifferently. Seeing Yi Lighting coming, Sun Xinyuan immediately glared at her. If someone deliberately damaged the car to take revenge on Luan Ru, then the most likely person was Yi Lighting. Apart from her, who else would hate Luan Ru so much? But they have no evidence at the moment. Sun Xinyuan is not Yi Lighting. She will never suspect others without evidence. Even if this person is Yi Lighting. Even though Yi Lighting's reputation has been completely ruined. Okay, students, don't be angry for now. Let's go check the surveillance first. There happens to be a surveillance camera here that should be able to capture this bad guy. Luan Ru pointed to the surveillance camera on the street lamp above her head and said, Yes, check the surveillance, you must check it. Let's go together. With so many of us, the school teacher will definitely not let us see the surveillance footage. I want to see which bastard did such a wicked thing. Everyone was shouting and wanted to go to the monitoring room to see what was going on. If I knew it was someone from our class who did it, I would kill her. Sun Xinyuan shouted loudly on purpose. She just wanted Yi Lighting to hear it. Because in Sun Xinyuan's eyes, this matter must have been done by Yi Lighting. There could be no one else but her. Yi Lighting seemed very calm and didn't show anything. However, with so many classmates going to the monitoring room together, Yi Lighting had no choice but to follow. Soon, a group of people came to the monitoring room of the teaching building. Classmates, do you have anything to do? The teacher in the monitoring room was also a little surprised to see so many people coming. What's wrong with these kids? Why does it look like something happened? Hello, teacher. My car parked outside was scratched intentionally. I want to see who did it on the surveillance camera. Luan Ru said politely. Huh? The car was scratched? Where is it? The monitoring teacher asked. It's just across from the teaching building. I see there's a surveillance camera there. Luan Ru roughly described where the car was parked. Oh, that location. Alright, wait a moment, I'll bring it up for you to see. The attitude of the teachers in the school is relatively good. Scratching a car is considered a vicious incident. The person who did this was most likely someone from our school. The school also has to consider the impact and cannot make too big a deal out of it. After all, this is not a glorious thing. If it gets too big a fuss, the school will lose face. Now that the students are checking the surveillance themselves, they may want to resolve the issue privately. In this case, the school will naturally agree. The monitoring teacher also understands the school's concerns and will naturally cooperate. Soon, the teacher found the person who was monitoring the situation. But the surveillance screen was black, there was nothing. Teacher, why is the surveillance screen black? Luan Ru asked with a frown. Oops, this surveillance may be broken. Sorry, classmate. The monitoring teacher said somewhat embarrassedly. The surveillance is indeed broken, there is nothing we can do about it. After all, the school is so big and there are so many surveillance cameras, it is impossible for her to keep an eye on all of them. It is normal if 1 or 2 surveillance cameras are damaged. What should I do? Why is this surveillance camera broken? Some classmates around couldn't help but complain. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Yeah, there are so many surveillance cameras, but this one is broken. Teacher, can you think of a way to restore the surveillance? Or we can ask our computer science classmates for help. Maybe they have a solution. No, I guess the camera is broken and it didn't record anything at all. That's troublesome. A group of people frowned. If the surveillance is broken, it means that the evidence is gone. How can we catch the criminal? Yi Lighting, who was standing at the end, smiled secretly when no one was paying attention. This was what she did. Yi Lighting had already surpassed Luan Ru. She knew that if she wanted to take revenge on Luan Ru, she could only do it through this kind of thing. Yi Lighting also discovered that the surveillance camera was broken by accident. For other surveillance cameras, you can see a small red dot lit up, which is evidence that the surveillance camera is working. Only at the spot where Luan Ru parked her car, the red light of the surveillance camera was not on. Yi Lighting specifically checked the brand of this surveillance camera and consulted the customer service. If the red indicator light does not light up when the power is on, it means that there is a problem with the monitoring. So, she was waiting for the moment when Luan Ru would park the car at this location. This wait lasted for 2 weeks. There are quite a lot of students who own cars in the school, and the parking spaces in front of the teaching buildings are basically all occupied. It would be somewhat difficult for Luan Ru to park nearby. And just today, Yi Lighting discovered that Luan Ru finally parked the car here. So, she sneaked out during class under the pretext of going to the restroom, and when no one was paying attention, she scratched a circle on the car with a nail knife. Yi Lighting thought that she was doing it very covertly, and no one would find out if the surveillance camera was broken. What should I do? Luan Ru also frowned. If there is no surveillance, then this matter will just end up in nothing. Although the car cover only costs 8 or 9,000 yuan, it is nothing to Luan Ru. But once it happens, it will happen a second time. If we don't catch this bad guy, similar things will definitely happen again and again in the future. I guess it must have been done by someone in our class. Sun Xinyuan snorted coldly, then suddenly thought of something and said to the monitoring teacher. Teacher, can you check who left our classroom and walked out of the teaching building during the 4th class this afternoon? Chapter 105, Unable to Find. Sun Xinyuan thought about it and immediately came up with an idea. The main thing is to find out who left the classroom, then we can find out who did it, right? This incident was clearly a deliberate act of revenge. And the person who might take revenge is Yi Lighting, isn't she? Therefore, as long as we check whether Yi Lighting left the teaching building during the course, everything will become clear. Hearing Sun Xingyuan's words, the eyes of all the students present suddenly lit up. That's right, teacher, please check the surveillance of our class. It's over. I went to the bathroom in the middle of class and didn't come out until the get out of class was over. Don't tell the teacher. Haha, were you going to the bathroom? You were smoking. It's okay, didn't we go there together? I can testify for you. Teacher, please check the surveillance. I have a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes here. Please don't be disgusted. Okay guys, I'll check now. The teacher smiled and waved his hand, then continued. And this student, take your cigarette back. You bribed the teacher in public, do you want to make the teacher lose his job? This teacher was obviously easy to talk to. After giving the student who handed him the cigarette a cold look, he immediately started checking the surveillance footage. Everyone was eagerly waiting to know who had left the classroom. Of course, this does not include Yi Lighting. At this time, Yi Lighting was brainstorming, thinking about how to explain her going out. Soon, the monitoring teacher found the result everyone wanted. A total of 3 people walked past the gate of the teaching building. However, 2 of them soon appeared in the surveillance footage on the other side of the road. There is only a few seconds of gap in between. It is absolutely impossible to drive a car in a circle in a few seconds. Moreover, they were clearly heading towards the dormitory. These 2 people probably skipped classes and went back to the dormitory. Now, there is only one person left. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Yi Lighting at the back. That's right, the last person to walk out of the teaching building was Yi Lighting. Moreover, after Yi Lighting walked out of the teaching building, it took her 5 minutes to return to the building. 5 minutes was enough time for her to smash the entire car. The reason why it took so long was probably because she was waiting to make sure that no one was watching her before taking action. Why are you looking at me? I did go out, but that doesn't prove that I scratched the car. When Yi Lighting saw everyone looking at her, she immediately started to argue. After the mediation just now, she has calmed down and thought of an excuse. Who else but you? You are just jealous of Luan Ru. You have been jealous of her from the beginning. But you can't scratch Luan Ru's car. It's a new car. Sun Xingyuan was impatient and couldn't help but start to argue. She suspected from the beginning that Yi Lighting was the one who did it. Although it is not yet confirmed, the evidence does point to her. Apart from the 5 minutes when she disappeared from the surveillance, no one else appeared. Even the passers-by were just passing by in a hurry. In this case, who else could it be except her? Sun Xingyuan, you are talking nonsense. Why do you say it was me? I'm telling you, this matter has nothing to do with me. Yi Lighting refused to admit it even if she was beaten to death. The surveillance camera didn't capture her at all, so as long as she doesn't admit it, no one can do anything to her. Haha, it's okay? Then what were you doing during the 5 minutes you disappeared? And you disappeared right next to Luan Ru's car. Give me a reason why you went to Luan Ru's car during class and stayed there for 5 minutes. Sun Xingyuan hit the nail on the head. She wanted to see how Yi Lighting was going to argue. As for Luan Ru, she remained silent throughout. She actually suspected that Yi Lighting did it. But Luan Ru is still rational after all. Although the evidence pointed to Yi Lighting, there was no clear footage of Yi Lighting doing this. Luan Ru has a kind heart. She doesn't want to slander her classmates without sufficient evidence. Even if this classmate had once spread obscene rumors about her. But it is also because of this that Luan Ru can understand how it feels to be slandered. If you have already experienced the suffering of others, you can persuade them to do good. Can I call my mom from there? I just happen to have something happen at home, and there are few people in that area, so I can play there. Is that not okay? Yi Lighting sneered, took out her cell phone, opened it and handed it to Sun Xingyuan. Look, am I on the phone at this hour? Everyone looked at Sun Xingyuan's phone and saw that there were 5 minutes of call records during the 5 minutes she disappeared. The note on the phone number was Yi Lighting's mother. Well, do you believe it now? I'm just on the phone. Speaking of this, Yi Lighting also became proud. She is simply too smart. She just went out to make a phone call. Is it not possible? Is it illegal to make phone calls? Moreover, Yi Lighting did make a phone call at that time. She called her mother on purpose and the two chatted for a while. It was during this casual chat that Yi Lighting did these illegal things. Okay, you're calling me? You're so cruel. Sun Xinyuan gritted her teeth. This guy is really difficult to deal with. Everything is ready. It is indeed a little difficult to convict based on this now. Forget it, let's call the police. Chen Xingqing said calmly. Once the police arrive and a large set of memories are restored, everything will be simple. At that time, we just need to call the 3 students who have left the teaching building over for routine questioning. I believe nothing can be escaped. Hearing this, Yi Lighting's heart sank. She thought her excuse was perfect, but if she really had to face the police, the slightest hint of guilt would likely lead to her being recognized. So, she was still a little nervous. Okay, I'll call the police then. Luan Ru nodded and continued. But I'll notify my husband first and tell him about this. After all, he bought the car for me. After Luan Ru finished speaking, no one objected. Everyone knows that Luan Ru is married. It is normal to get married at this age, so no one thinks it is strange. Soon, Luan Ru called Su-hee. Honey, my car was scratched on purpose. Having said this, Luan Ru suddenly choked up. She felt really aggrieved that her new car was scratched like this. Honey, are you okay? When Sui heard what his wife said, he was shocked and asked quickly. Sui's voice was very loud, and even if Luan Ru didn't turn on the speaker, other students around could hear it. Chapter 106 The Truth Comes Out. After hearing what Sui said, everyone felt a little envious of Luan Ru. Especially those girls. After all, when Sui heard that Luan Ru's car was scratched, his first reaction was whether Luan Ru was injured, not how serious the damage to the car was. This alone is enough to prove that Luan Ru married the right person. You know, this is a luxury car worth 400,000 or 500,000. Some people even curse and insult their wives directly. After all, not all people are human. If it were their boyfriends, they might not be able to do as well as Su-hee. Honey, I'm fine. I was in class the whole time. It was my car that was parked there and got scratched. Luan Ru briefly recounted what had happened. Oh, the surveillance is broken? That's okay, our car has a 24-hour recorder. You can check the surveillance by just getting in the car and turning on the central control screen. Someone should be able to take a picture of that bad guy. 24-hour recorder? Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Yi Lighting was even more stunned. Does the car have this function? Isn't this something only available to Tesla? In fact, you can also have a Mercedes-Benz car, it's just a matter of optional configuration. In order to spend more money, Su-hee naturally installed this thing. Now is the time to use this. Husband, are you telling the truth? Luan Ru asked in surprise. Of course it's real. Look for it. If you can't find it, wait until I get here. As for calling the police, there's no need to do that. Once we find the person, we'll see how he reacts. Sui guessed that this was most likely done by a jealous classmate. If the other party is good at admitting his mistake, then just educate him. If your attitude is bad, it's still not too late to call the police. Okay, husband, I'll go check the surveillance first. Luan Ru said with a smile. Yeah. I'm on my way. Good. Xinyuan, Xingqing, classmates, my husband said that I have a 24-hour surveillance camera in my car, which should be able to record who did it. Let's go check the surveillance in my car. Luan Ru said to everyone. Haha, I didn't expect there was such a thing. If I had known, I wouldn't have come here to check the surveillance. Alas, it's all our fault. We have never driven a Mercedes-Benz and didn't know there was such a high-end thing. This thing isn't only available on Mercedes-Benz, it's also available on electric cars worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. The main reason we don't know about it is because we don't have a car. Haha, I want to see who did such a wicked thing. It's not too late for some people to admit their mistakes now. If they wait until surveillance footage shows up before apologizing, then they're done for. Haha, you're just being stubborn, Campus Bell Lu, let's go check out the surveillance footage. Go. At this time, Yi Lighting could no longer laugh. Man proposes, God disposes. She never expected that the Mercedes-Benz car actually has built-in surveillance. What should I do? At this time, Yi Lighting already wanted to escape. But where can she, a weak woman, escape to? Even if she ran away, she would be caught by the police once Luan Ru called them. At this moment, Yi Lighting really regretted it. Why would she offend Luan Ru for no reason? However, there is no medicine for regret in this world. What has been done has become a fact. She wants to change this fact. Is it possible? Obviously impossible. But, should she admit her mistake now? Beg for mercy from Luan Ru and ask for her forgiveness? This is even more impossible. She would rather go to jail than beg for mercy from Luan Ru. Thinking of this, Yi Lighting took a deep breath and followed. She wanted to see whether this car really had surveillance. Maybe he was just bluffing her? She must not panic before seeing the surveillance video. Soon, a group of people returned to the car. A scratch on the car is still shocking. Luan Ru opened the driver's seat, sat in and started the car. Sun Xinyuan sat in the passenger seat and started operating the car immediately. Soon, the surveillance footage from that time period was retrieved. Then, Yi Lighting was seen walking towards the car, looking around, and talking on the phone while looking around. After making sure that no one was approaching, he walked around the car while holding it with one hand. This scene was all captured by surveillance cameras. During this period, no one except Yi Lighting approached the vehicle, so the instigator of this incident was Yi Lighting. Yi Lighting, what else do you have to say? Sun Xinyuan got out of the car, pointed at Yi Lighting's nose and sprayed. Are you fucking sick? What on earth did Wan Rong do to you? It's okay that you embarrassed her in the dormitory before. She also endured the Huang Yao who made Wan Rong. You are still doing such a wicked thing now. Are you still a human being? Have people like you completely lost their humanity? Luan Ru on the side didn't say a word. She didn't expect that Yi Lighting actually did it. The tolerance at the beginning not only failed to make the woman stop, but made her even worse. At this time, Luan Ru was already very disappointed with her. Humph. I did it, so what? I just don't like Luan Ru. Yi Lighting shouted. Now that she's been exposed, she has nothing to hide. I'm just jealous of her. I'm pretty too. Why do all the men chase after her? Why can she marry so well? Why is she the school beauty? How am I worse than her? Yi Lighting knew that she would not be able to survive in school. In that case, it would be better to just go straight to the point of breaking up. So you're using this despicable method to retaliate against me? Luan Ru looked at Yi Lighting coldly. Jealousy can make a person look unrecognizable. Yi Lighting was completely blinded by jealousy. That's right, I'm going to take revenge on you using despicable means. I even want to tear off your face. So that you can never seduce men with this face again. As Yi Lighting spoke, she took out an eyebrow trimmer from her bag and stabbed it towards Luan Ru's face. The eyebrow razor is actually not very lethal, at least it can't kill people. But if you cut your face a few times, it will still cause disfigurement. Especially Luan Ru's delicate and fair face would definitely be disfigured. For a moment, everyone was shocked. No one expected Yi Lighting to be so cruel and to take action directly. This means giving up on oneself completely. Luan Ru was also surprised, she was even a little frightened. Just as Yi Lighting's knife was about to reach Luan Ru, at this critical moment, a big hand reached out and grabbed Yi Lighting's wrist. Chapter 107 Let Them Go. Husband. Seeing the person coming, Luan Ru shouted in surprise. The owner of this big hand is Su He. At the last moment, Su He arrived in time and avoided the crisis. Honey, are you okay? Su He held Yi Lighting's arm tightly with one hand, and turned his head to check on his wife's condition with concern. At this time, Su He was extremely angry. Fortunately, he arrived in time. If I come too late, won't my wife be disfigured? If something really happened to Luan Ru, Su He would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. I'm fine, husband, be careful. Luan Ru shook her head. She cares more about her husband than she does about herself. After all, Yi Lighting still had a knife in her hand. Even if it's an eyebrow razor, it's still a knife. Don't worry, I'm a grown man, can't I handle a woman? Su He sneered, and at the same time, he pinched Yi Lighting's wrist with a little force. Ah! Yi Lighting felt pain and subconsciously loosened her hand, and the eyebrow razor fell to the ground. Let me go, you're pinching me. Yi Lighting struggled hard and stretched out her hand to hit Su He. Su He's grip is very strong, and most people can't handle it. After his body was transformed by systematic drugs, it is no longer comparable to that of an ordinary person. If she clenched her fist with all her strength, she could crush a brick, let alone Yi Lighting's small wrist. Haha, let you go? You think too much. You'd better stay here obediently, the police will be here soon. Intentional damage to other people's property and attempted murder, these two charges are enough to put you in jail for 3 to 5 years. Soo-hee sneered. He had already called the police on the way here. I guess the police will be here soon. Originally, he really didn't want to make a big deal out of this matter. The car was just damaged, and there was no need to send the person to jail. But this guy didn't repent and even dared to hurt people with a sharp weapon. This was something Soo-hee couldn't accept. Hearing Soo-hee's words, the students around him were also stunned. Some people have already run over to call the teacher. This matter has obviously become more and more serious. If we don't tell the counselor, it will definitely get worse. As for Soo-hee, it was obviously impossible for him to let Yi Lighting go. This woman is a lunatic, and no one knows if she will do something even crazier. He must not let this woman go until the police arrive. Yi Lighting is indeed a ruthless character. Seeing that Soo-hee refused to let her go, she struggled to come to him and tried to bite Soo-hee's hand that was holding her wrist. If this bite went down, Soo-hee's arm would definitely be bitten. But how could Soo-hee give her this opportunity? She simply backhanded Yi Lighting and pushed her to the ground. Then, he tied her hands behind her back. Yi Lighting attempted to commit murder and injure someone, but Soo-hee just subdued her and no one would say anything. Ah! Let me go, let me go. Yi Lighting was going crazy. How humiliating is it to be pinned to the ground like a prisoner? Even if she and Luan Ru reconciled in the end, she probably wouldn't have the face to show up in school again. Some of the female classmates around felt sorry for her and wanted to plead for Yi Lighting. There are always saints in troubled times, let alone times like this. However, Soo-hee simply ignored them. Sympathy for criminals is cruelty to yourself. He would never be merciful to such a person. Fortunately, the police and counselors arrived soon. After the police arrived and learned about the situation, they handcuffed Yi Lighting. After all, there are so many witnesses here. It is a fact that Yi Lighting attempted to assault someone and she cannot deny it. This kind of person must be controlled. In addition, the police also took away the dashcam records of the Mercedes-Benz. Then they took Yi Lighting away. As for Luan Ru, Soo-hee and the counselor, they also went along. Several other classmates were also brought in to testify. As for the remaining students, special police officers stayed at the scene to take simple statements from them. The main reason why the counselor went along was because this incident happened in their class, and as a counselor, she had to take responsibility. Moreover, she was also obliged to notify Yi Lighting's parents. When something like this happens, the counselor is more or less responsible. To her, this was actually an unexpected disaster. But there is no way. Who made her a counselor? Such a big thing happened in the class, but she just found out about it now. She is responsible anyway. Soo-hee and Luan Ru stayed in the police station until 9 o'clock. During this period, Yi Lighting's parents also rushed over. Considering that both parties were students, the police did not immediately file a case but allowed the two sides to negotiate. After all, there were no real casualties in this incident. Although college students are adults, they have not yet entered society and their thoughts are still simple. The country has paid a lot of costs for me to go to university. If he goes to jail like this, it will be a loss to the country. Of course, the prerequisite is that Yi Lighting admits her mistakes and corrects them. If you don't repent, you will still be imprisoned. It would be troublesome if she did something crazier and caused greater damage. Therefore, the police first mediated between the two parties. If mediation fails, then we'll just have to do what we have to do. Hubby, why don't we forgive each other for once? After all, I'm not injured. Just let her compensate us for the damage to the car. Luan Ru heard the police say that if she pursued the case, Yi Lighting would have to serve at least 6 years in prison for multiple crimes. 6 years later, Yi Lighting was almost 30 years old, and her best youth was gone. Luan Ru still felt a little distressed. Let's see the attitude of the other party's family first. If the attitude is okay, we can still take a step back. But if the attitude is tough, then there is no need for us to be polite. Soo-hee touched Luan Ru's little head and said lightly. He knew his wife was kind. But sometimes, being too kind can hurt yourself. He had to make his wife understand this. Yes. Husband, I understand. I'll leave this matter to you. Luan Ru said. Good. Soon, Yi Lighting's parents rushed over. After learning what happened from the counselor, Yi Lighting's parents were furious. You're the vixen who killed my daughter, right? I'll strangle you to death. Mother Yi rushed directly towards Luan Ru. They have only one daughter in their family, and she has been treated very kindly since she was young. Now that she heard that her daughter was going to jail because of Luan Ru, Yi's mother certainly couldn't bear it. In their opinion, it was all Luan Ru's fault. They must teach Luan Ru a lesson for their daughter. Father Yi did not stop him. Instead, he rolled up his sleeves and followed. Chapter 108 No Virgin Heart. What are you doing? It was Yi Lighting who scratched my car and stabbed me with a knife, but you blame me? Are you being reasonable? Luan Ru gave a delicate cry. She felt that Yi Lighting's family was simply unreasonable. It was clearly them who did something wrong, but they blamed her instead. She's a victim, okay? Why are you being unreasonable? My daughter has already told me that you are a vixen. Confusing the boys in their class. She just exposed your vixen nature, and then you and the whole class isolated her. People like you deserve to die. Ye's mother cursed angrily. I don't know how much her daughter whispered in her ears, but she completely distorted the facts. As for Father Yi, he stretched out his hand and slapped Luan Ru directly. You're the one who wants to harm my daughter, right? Go to hell. Stop. Do you think you can cause trouble in the police station? When the two policemen saw this scene, they immediately started shouting loudly. But Father Yi didn't listen at all and slapped Luan Ru directly. Just as he was about to hit Luan Ru, Suhi attacked again. He just gave a quick whip kick and kicked Ye's father 5 meters away. This scene stunned the policeman who rushed over. Has this boy practiced before? How can the power in the feet be so great? However, before they could react, Ye's mother lost her mind when she saw her husband being beaten and stretched out her dog claws to scratch Suhi. You dare to hit my husband? I'll scratch you to death. It seems that Ye's mother does a lot of rough labor, and the gaps between her nails are black. If she scratches it, it will definitely cause poisoning. But how could Suhi give her the chance to get close? He kicked her away with the same kick. The couple just lay there neatly on the ground and groaned. Ah! It hurts so much. Murder. Lawless murder in the police station. 2 people were lying on the ground screaming in pain. Mr. Policeman, I just fought back in self-defense. You should have seen it, right? Suhi didn't care at all. He clapped his hands and said to the police. Several policemen saw what just happened, and there was a surveillance camera overhead, so it was clear who was right and who was wrong. Well, you fought back in self-defense, we can testify for you. Let's go and control these 2 guys. The police nodded, then quickly handcuffed Mr. and Mrs. Yi. What are you doing? Why are you arresting us? What law have we broken? Mr. and Mrs. Yi struggled frantically. Ye's mother was so excited that she bit a policeman. She bit hard and directly bit off the skin from a policeman's hand. Oh my God, you dare to attack the police? I tell you, you can't leave. The counselor standing by was stunned. She originally thought that after Mr. and Mrs. Yi came, they would apologize to Luan Ru and try to gain Luan Ru's forgiveness. Who would have thought that this couple was so fierce? Not only did they not apologize, they also planned to attack Luan Ru. The most outrageous thing is that they actually attacked the police. Isn't this courting death? Now, the daughter has not been rescued, and one of the couple will probably have to go in again. Yima will definitely not be able to escape the charge of assaulting a police officer. The policeman had a large piece of skin lost on his hand, so he will have to be locked up for at least 10 days or half a month. As for Ye's father, it depends on his attitude. But it was clear that his attitude would not be good. Suhi was too lazy to say anything to these people. Since they don't appreciate the favor, I won't accept mediation. The police originally felt sorry for Yi Lighting. After all, Yi Lighting is still very young. Wouldn't it be too pitiful to lock her up like this? Young people are bound to make mistakes, so just correct them. But seeing the state of Ye's father and mother, the police knew that it is difficult to change one's nature. What morals can we expect from our daughter if her parents are such people? At the same time, Suha also refused to accept mediation. As a result, the police successfully filed a case. Damaging other people's property and paying compensation of 9,000 yuan has reached the standard for filing a case. Although the knife attack was unsuccessful, the person had a bad attitude and refused to accept mediation and education, so he can naturally be sentenced. What awaits Lighting will be a prison sentence of more than 3 years. As for the specific judgment, it depends on the court. Husband, did I do something wrong? It seems a bit too harsh to treat Lighting like this. Sitting in the car, Luan Ru felt a little unhappy. After all, he was her classmate, so she still felt very uncomfortable. Wife, don't blame yourself. If you make a mistake, you have to take responsibility for it. Besides, this Lighting didn't make a mistake, she committed a crime. He comforted. If you make a mistake you can apologize, but if you commit a crime you must accept the punishment of the law. If Sui had not arrived in time this time, Luan Ru's life would have been in danger. Why should we sympathize with such people? Well, husband, I understand. I will definitely not be soft-hearted in the future. Luan Ru nodded vigorously. She knew she had some biological motherhood. After all, it was the first time I experienced something like this, so it was normal to feel soft-hearted. However, people grow up, and next time, Luan Ru will definitely not be soft-hearted. Well, that's good. Let's go home directly today and not go to the milk tea shop. After such a big thing happened, Luan Ru must be exhausted both physically and mentally, so she shouldn't go to the milk tea shop to join in the fun. Well, husband, let's go straight home. Good. The two quickly returned to the underground parking lot. Honey, why is there a car parked in our parking space? A new car? Is it the one you bought? When she saw the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Luan Ru's eyes suddenly lit up. This big G is much more domineering than her GLC. That's right, you can drive this G-Class for the next 2 days while I take the GLC to get a new car cover made. Such a big scratch doesn't look good? Sui said with a smile. I don't think I'll be able to get compensation for the car cover for a while. However, compensation must be obtained. This is a matter of civil compensation. If the other party does not pay, Sui will continue to sue. Anyway, he is rich and powerful, so he is not afraid of lawsuits at all. Well, that works too. Luan Ru nodded. The feeling of driving a Mercedes-Benz should be similar, right? It's just that this car is a little bigger. The view from a large vehicle should be much better. As for worrying about too many blind spots, this is totally unnecessary. Mercedes-Benz G-Class also has 360-degree imaging. Images may not matter to experienced drivers, but they are really important to novice drivers. With 360-degree images, a lot of trouble can be reduced. After taking Luan Ru to look at the car, the two went upstairs together. After washing up, Luan Ru went to bed. After this day, she was indeed exhausted. As for Sui, he opened the system expectantly. System, introduce the new features. Chapter 109 New Features. Host, after the system is upgraded, the cashback function will be strengthened. From now on, all purchases will receive more than double the cashback, up to 10 times. Pretty. Hearing this, Sui suddenly became excited. In other words, from today on, all the expenses he spends on Luan Ru will make money. Previously, although you could get cash back for consumption in Sua, most of the time you could only get 1x cash back. 1x cash back means not a penny more. But from now on, all purchases will receive more than double the cash back. That means that every time Sui gives Luan Ru cash back, he can earn at least twice the money. It can be said that after this system upgrade, it will be more convenient for Sui to make money. System, are there any other functions? Sui asked expectantly. He wondered if the system could develop a few more functions. If it is just a consumption cashback function, it is definitely still a little bit lacking. Of course. After this upgrade, the system has enabled the function of predicting financial markets. The host can use this function to predict the trend of the global financial market within 7 days, down to a specific stock. Hiss. Hearing this, Sui took a breath of cold air. This is a very amazing ability. With this ability, wouldn't Sui become a stock god? Although the trend only lasts for 7 days, as long as the plates are dispersed, Sui can definitely make money. The financial market is large and global. If 10 billion were invested in all global markets, it wouldn't even create a ripple, and there would be no need to worry about being maliciously attacked. However, this 10 billion can earn back 1, 10, or even 100 times the profit. Of course, Sua doesn't have 10 billion now. There are only about 100 or 200 million in his account. This amount of money can't cause any waves even in Dasha's financial market. However, even so, Sui already has a preliminary plan. This function is good, system. Are there any other functions? Sui asked expectantly. If there are other even more amazing functions, Sui must find out about them. For now, this is the only function. Please work hard to make money and strive to break through 10 billion in savings as soon as possible. After the system finished speaking, it fell silent. However, Sui's eyes lit up. Will deposits exceed 10 billion soon? What does this mean? Could it be that once his deposit exceeds 10 billion, the system will be upgraded again and new functions will be opened? Thinking of this, Sui suddenly became excited. 10 billion is indeed a lot of money, at least it is the amount that ordinary people cannot save even if they don't eat or drink for generations. However, Sui was not worried. With the system in place, it's only a matter of time to make this money. Moreover, Luan tea-colored milk tea has risen. As long as the second store is successful, it can be expanded across the country. By that time, earning 10 billion will only be a matter of time. Therefore, sooner or later, Sui will be able to make so much money one day. He believes in himself. However, the most urgent task is to first understand how this stock market trend chart prediction works. After a brief introduction to the system, Sui opened the stock market chart. There are many modules in it, both domestic and international. International data is also accurate to every stock or bond in every country. In addition to the trend chart for the next 7 days, there is also news. Under each stock or futures contract, there is news for the next 7 days. For example, under gold it would be written that a conflict has occurred in a certain country, under the US dollar it would be written that the United States has issued a certain policy, and so on. In other words, with this trend chart, Sui can even know what will happen in the world in the next 7 days. However, Sui was not prepared to interfere with these events. The system told Sui that there was no problem with investment, but if he wanted to change these things, there would be cause and effect. The system can bear the consequences of investing and making money for Sui. Even if Sui makes hundreds of billions or trillions of dollars, the system can bear it. But if you interfere with these future events, the system will be helpless. There are some causes and effects that even the system cannot bear. I understand the system. Don't worry, I won't bear the consequences. Sui made a solemn promise. He made no further attempts to invest this evening. Although you can invest in the international financial market at night, Luan Ru was frightened today and needs to rest early. Sui also needs to comfort his wife. The next day, Luan Ru went to class as usual. Although yesterday's incident caused a big fuss, Luan Ru was the victim and no one would blame her. After Luan Ru left, Sui began to look at the stock market chart. The trend chart shows that the stock market is in good condition today and most stocks will be in the green. Sui found 3 stocks that would hit the daily limit during trading and bought 1 million of each. 1 million is not a lot, and even the purchase of a single stock will not affect the stock price trend. Sui was just trying to test the waters this time. Even if his investment really caused the stock price to change in the future and he lost 3 million, he would not feel bad. Fortunately, the future trend chart did not change, and the so-called butterfly effect did not occur. During the trading session, all 3 stocks were suspended. Sui's 3 million directly became 3 million. In one day, he made a net profit of 300,000. However, Dasha's stock trading is T+1, which means that if you trade today, you will not be able to redeem the money until tomorrow. Sui is not in a hurry. According to the trend, these 2 stocks will still rise when they open tomorrow. So don't worry. After tasting the sweetness, Sui invested another 10 million yuan and bought stocks that would hit the daily limit in the afternoon trading. The best thing about stocks compared to futures is that no matter how much the stocks fall, as long as you don't sell them and the company does not delist, you will not lose money. The equity you hold is always there. Therefore, some wealthy people followed the trend and bought at high prices during the bull market, but later got trapped when they encountered a big bear market. They simply threw the money into the stock market and left it there for 5, 10, or even 20 years. Until we encounter a bull market again. Although a bull market is hard to come by, rich people don't lack the money. As long as they don't sell, they won't lose money. But futures are different. Futures have a margin-forced liquidation mechanism. Once the margin is insufficient, the position may be forced to close. The consequence of forced liquidation is likely to be a complete loss of all your money. The last time Luan Ru and Lu Xiaoyuan shorted gold futures, they were forced to close their positions. The two of them nearly lost their pants. This is the horror of futures. Chapter 110. I'm here to see my account manager. The next day, Sui sold all his stocks. There were a total of 12 stocks, and each of them made at least 10%, so in just one day, the net profit was over 1 million. Although it is much slower than cash back, if you set it up as a company, you can throw the investment data to employees every day for them to operate. If you just lie down, wouldn't you be able to earn tens of millions or even hundreds of millions every day? You know, there is always money to be made in the capital market. As long as you seize the opportunity, you can make money continuously. As long as this market exists. Moreover, the global market is so large that if all operations are really put into action, it may only take a few months or even weeks for Sui to make 10 billion. Of course, the prerequisite is to find a reliable team. This is more troublesome. It has been less than half a year since Sui graduated and he doesn't have any connections in society. Where can I find this reliable team? Sui thought about this problem carefully for the whole morning, and finally, he thought of someone. The next day, Sui drove a Mercedes-Benz G to G2 Group. Yesterday he drove his GLC to the 4S shop to change the car cover. After the replacement, Luan Ru drove the GLC away today and left the G-Class to Sui. G2 Group is the most famous investment company in Shanghai. If you come here, you must drive a better car. In fact, there are quite a few luxury cars parked in front of the G2 Group. You can see Bentley, Rolls-Royce, and the like. When Sui used to work here, he naturally envied these car owners. But now, he is much calmer. With assets worth hundreds of millions, you can afford it at any time. How could he possibly envy those people? When he arrived at G2 Group, Sui walked towards the business department. He needs to find a former colleague. Soon, Sui arrived at the business department. His appearance stunned his former colleagues. Sui, why are you here? A woman in her 30s sitting in the corner saw Sui and immediately came over. Sister Lu, long time no see. Sui greeted the other party with a smile. This brother Lu is called Lu Zhanting, and he is considered Sui's master. When Sui first came to work in the company, it was Lu Zhanting who brought him there. After Sui left, Lu Zhanting secretly shed tears. It can be said that she is very intellectual. Lu Zhanting is pretty good looking. Although not as stunning as Luan Ru, she is also very decent. She was wearing a proper business suit and a knee-length skirt. Unlike some salespeople, whose skirts are so short that they reach the thighs. Lu Zhanting was obviously very happy to see Sui coming. He kept asking questions about this and that. Other old colleagues who knew Sui saw Sui coming and came up to him to ask about his well-being. It can be seen that when Sui was in G2, he had a very good relationship with people. Of course, Sui greeted everyone with a smile and ordered coffee for everyone. Naturally, everyone thanked Sui again. Just when Sui was chatting with everyone, a scolding voice came over. Is everything all right? What do you want to do if you don't want to work? As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Yuxing walked towards the crowd. Following behind him was Luan Ru. Jin Yuxing was the supervisor of these people. When they saw him coming, everyone immediately dispersed. But before leaving, he whispered that he wanted to have dinner with Sui. However, there was still one person who did not leave, and that was Lu Zhanting. Sui said that he came to the company this time to find Lu Zhanting, so Lu Zhanting naturally would not leave just like that. Zhanting, why don't you go back? Do you have nothing to do today? Seeing Lu Zhanting still there, Jin Yuxing's brows immediately frowned. He seemed not to see Sui and simply ignored him. Manager Jin, a friend came to see me. Let's chat with him. Lu Zhanting is also a veteran in the company. Although her position is not as high as Jin Yuxing's, she still has a lot of qualifications. Not to mention facing Jin Yuxing, even when facing the group boss, she can remain neither humble nor arrogant. Friend? Jin Yuxing frowned, then turned his gaze to Sui. Who are you? Sui, why are you here? Luan Ru, who was behind him, also noticed Sui and blurted out. Sui? Oh, Wan Ru, so he's your brother-in-law. Sui, are you here to see Wan Ru for something? Only then did Jin Yuxing remember that the man in front of him was Luan Ru's brother-in-law. They also drank together. Ha, I'm not here to see Luan Ru, I'm here to see Sister Zhanting. Sui said lightly. He called Luan Ru by her name, but always called her sister Zhanting. This made Luan Ru feel very uncomfortable. After all, she is Sui's sister. Sister-in-law is also sister. Even though Sui has broken up with Luan Ru, a sister is still a sister. Sui, what are you looking for Zhanting for? Let me tell you, even though you are a former employee of the company, you can't just walk in here casually. Luan Ru scolded. Ha, Luan Ru, you are not a manager of the company, what qualifications do you have to criticize me? Also, although I am no longer an employee of the Gene 2 group, I can become a client of the Gene 2 group. When a client comes to see his account manager, you have no reason to refuse, right? Sui said lightly. Luan Ru was so rude to him, so of course he wouldn't give her face. Account manager? You mean Lu Zhanting? Luan Ru was stunned for a moment. Sui is actually looking for an account manager? These people all have their own clients. In addition to trading, you also need to maintain your own clients. Luan Ru is a new employee, so of course she doesn't have many clients. There are only a dozen or so, and most of them are small customers with a value of a few $100,000. Luan Ru knew that Sui made money in the stock market, so it would be no problem for her to take out tens of millions. Tens of millions of customers are big customers even for their Gene 2 group. That's why Luan Ru was stunned. She is Sui's sister-in-law. If Sui was looking for an account manager, shouldn't he have looked for her? Why did he look for an outsider? Don't you understand that good things should be kept within the family? Yes, it's Sister Zhanting. Sister Zhanting, I have 100 million yuan and want to invest in some financial products. Do you have any recommendations? Gene 2 Group has financial products, similar to banks. Of course, the interest rate will be slightly higher. In addition to financial management, there are also funds, trusts, etc. As long as Sui is willing, Lu Zhanting can make a customized plan for him. With a fund of 100 million, this is definitely a big client. If she can do it, Lu Zhanting will definitely get a bonus of hundreds of thousands. Anyone would be envious of such a large sum of money. Chapter 111. Are you willing to change jobs? 100 million? Lu Zhanting was stunned for a moment, then she confirmed with Sui tremblingly. Sui, you are not kidding, are you? Do you really want to spend 100 million on financial planning? 100 million, definitely a VIP among VIPs. In a bank, if you have a deposit of 10 million, you can become a private banking customer and enjoy the smiling and bowing service of the bank president. If it's 100 million, the bank will even come to your door in person with various gifts to express their condolences during festivals. This is the case with banks, not to mention investment companies like them. A customer with a value of 100 million should definitely be treated like a real father. Generally speaking, small salesmen like them are not qualified to serve customers worth 100 million yuan. Even an account manager like Jin Yuxing is not qualified to serve a client worth 100 million yuan. Such customers are in the hands of the company's top management. If Sui really took out 100 million yuan to invest in Gene 2 for financial planning for Lu Zhanting, then Lu Zhanting would definitely become a middle-level manager of the company immediately. Become someone who can stand on equal footing with Jin Yuxing. Moreover, she will continue to get promoted and get salary increases, and eventually become a senior executive of the company. This is not empty talk, it is really possible. Of course, the prerequisite is that Sui will really hand over 100 million yuan to Gene 2 Group, which will be managed by Lu Zhanting. It is precisely because of this that Luan Ru feels very angry. My brother-in-law is so rich, but he didn't even think of helping my aunt. Instead, he helped a colleague he had only worked with for a few months. Give up the opportunity for promotion and salary increase to others. Who wouldn't be angry? Of course it's true, it's just 100 million, no big deal. Sui smiled confidently. To him, 100 million is really nothing. Luan Ru, who was standing by, felt speechless when she heard this. If Sui had said this in the past, she would have sneered. She had followed Sui for 4 years, so she naturally knew what kind of person Sui was. Luan Ru knew very well how much money she had earned and how much savings she had. If Sui had money at that time, Luan Ru would not have broken up with him. But that was all before. Ever since breaking up with Sui, Luan Ru found that Sui seemed to be favored by the goddess of luck, and his savings were increasing. First he bought a car worth more than 400,000 yuan, and later he bought a house worth more than 30 million yuan. He also opened a milk tea shop for his sister. A few days ago, he seemed to have bought a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth $3 million. Luan Ru was already very sure that Suhee had at least tens of millions of dollars in funds. There will be even more. So, when she heard Suhee say that he could come up with 100 million, she didn't feel surprised at all. Maybe Suhee can really make so much money in the stock market. As for winning the lottery? Luan Ru actually checked the recent lottery. Dacia has indeed had several lottery jackpots in the past year. Not long ago, there was even a 220 million tax-free prize. However, after Luan Ru checked, she directly eliminated the reason that Suhee had won the lottery. All of these awards are outside the province. Before Suhee and Luan Ru's honeymoon, he had never been outside the province. But at that time, Suhee was already very rich. So, there was absolutely no way he had won the lottery. What about winning 10 million and then winning hundreds of millions? This is even more impossible. Can the goddess of luck visit two people at the same time? Do you really think the goddess has nothing to do and is staring at you all day? Besides, lottery has always been about statistics rather than probability. The probability of a person winning the jackpot twice in a row is basically zero. In other words, it is very likely that Suhee's money was earned from the stock market. This shocked Luan Ru very much. She even suspected that Suhee was the reincarnation of the stock god. Otherwise, how is it possible to make so much money in such a short time? However, now is not the time to think about this. When Luan Ru heard that Suhee was really going to invest 100 million yuan, she felt terrible. After snorting coldly, he turned and left. She knew that Suhee would never credit this achievement to her. In that case, why bother yourself here? As for Jin Yuxing, he was wondering why Suhee didn't ask Luan Ru for help with such a big matter, but instead asked an outsider. But it doesn't matter. Suhee is such a big client, he has to flatter him, right? If he could bring this achievement under his own name, perhaps he could be promoted to a senior position in the company. However, Suhee was obviously not interested in Jin Yuxing. He just chatted for a few words and ended the topic. Manager Jin, I would like to talk to Miss Lu alone for a while. Is that possible? Suhee looked at Jin Yuxing calmly and asked. Yes, of course. Exhibition hall, please serve Mr. Su well. Jin Yuxing knew that he had no hope. Suhee could even ignore his aunt, let alone him. Although he felt very sorry that he couldn't get a client worth over 100 million yuan, if Suhee could really win the client, he would at least get some bonus. Something is better than nothing. Okay, Manager Jin, don't worry. Lu Zhanting smiled and nodded. She knew what to do without Jin Yuxing telling her. Then, Suhee and Lu Zhanting went to the company's reception room together. When they arrived at the reception room, Lu Zhanting invited Suhee to sit down, made him some tea, and then couldn't help asking again. Suhee, do you really want to invest in financial planning? Of course you can, but the main reason I came here today is to bring you, Sister Zhanting, something better. I have a job. I wonder if you are willing to accept it, Sister Zhanting? If you are willing to accept it, the salary of this job will definitely be more than 3 times better than your current salary. Of course, if you don't want to accept it, I won't force you. I will still buy a 100 million yuan financial product. Suhee picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Then he said nothing and waited for Lu Zhanting's reply. Work? What kind of work? Suhee, did you open a company? Lu Zhanting did not answer immediately, but asked carefully. Not yet. I plan to open a financial investment company and you will be the general manager. Suhee put down the teacup and said lightly. I'm the general manager? Suhee, are you kidding me? Lu Zhanting stood up suddenly from her seat. Her intuition told her that this matter was very promising. Maybe she can turn from a serf into a master. However, Lu Zhanting is 30 years old after all, and her thoughts are still very mature. It was easy for her to think of the risks involved. First, the company doesn't exist yet. Suhee is just planning to start a company, but whether he can succeed is another matter. Secondly, even if the company is opened, it is a new company. A new company needs to recruit employees, find an office, etc. There are many things to do. Chapter 112, 20 years salary in advance. As the general manager of the company, Lu Zhanting must do all these things personally at the beginning. It is not easy to do everything yourself. She couldn't guarantee that she had that much energy. Next is the company's business development. An investment finance company is a company similar to the financial investment group. The main investment project is the securities market. The securities market is a place with high risks and high returns. Soo-hee is just an individual, how can he guarantee profits all the time? Even if Soo-hee has tens of billions in his hands, it is just a small ripple in front of the huge financial market. Once a financial crisis occurs, not to mention tens of billions, even hundreds of billions will be lost. Even a giant like the Gene2 Group is treading on thin ice when facing the financial crisis, not to mention small companies, which may even go bankrupt. The last point is also the most important. Although Lu Zhanting is not valued in Gene2 Group, her performance is still good. I can earn around 400,000 or 500,000 yuan a year. Gene2 Group is not a place where you can come and go as you please. If you really leave, once things don't go well for you, it will be impossible to come back. As mentioned above, Soo-hee cannot guarantee that the company will always be profitable. In case of losses or even bankruptcy, not only would Lu Zhanting not be able to get the several times annual salary promised by Soo-hee, but she would not even be able to keep the annual salary of 400,000 or 500,000 yuan from Gene2 Group. This is an unacceptable loss for Lu Zhanting. So, she was still very hesitant. Sister Lu, I know what you are worried about. Soo-hee smiled slightly and continued. Are you worried that my company will go bankrupt due to poor management, and that you will not only lose your job, but also your source of livelihood? Soo-hee spoke frankly. Some things just need to be honest. Everything will be fine once you talk it out. Seeing Soo-hee being so frank, Lu Zhanting no longer hid anything. Soo-hee, you are right. My sister is indeed worried about this problem. You know, I have a family and a child. The family still has a mortgage of more than 20,000 yuan every month. If you really lose your job, it will be quite stressful for your brother-in-law to be alone. Lu Zhanting's husband's salary is about the same as hers, also about 500,000 or 600,000 yuan a year. The couple earns about 1 million yuan a year. This is definitely a high-income family. However, once Lu Zhanting lost her source of income, the family would depend on her husband for support. Excluding 1 year's mortgage, it would be 250,000. The family only has about 300,000 yuan left for living expenses. 300,000 may seem like a lot, but this is in Shanghai. In addition to food, clothing, housing and transportation, there are also various expenses such as children's schooling. 300,000 a year is definitely not enough. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frug. Lu Zhanting's family lives a middle-class life and they usually lead a rather carefree life. But once she loses her job, she may have to be demoted to a well-off or even worse level. So, she couldn't accept being without a job no matter what. Well, sister, I understand your concerns. But what if I could pay you 20 years' salary in advance? Would you be willing to come with me? Soo-hee asked with a smile. The thing he lacks least now is money. For him, as long as the problem can be solved with money, it is not a problem. 20 years of annual salary? Soo-hee, are you kidding me? Lu Zhanting was stunned for a moment. 20 years of annual salary, even if calculated based on his current annual salary of 500,000, would be 10 million. Soo-hee said that he would give her more than 3 times her annual salary. In other words, Soo-hee gave her an annual salary of 1.5 million. If paid in one lump sum for 20 years, that would be an annual salary of 30 million. Is there really anyone who would give so much money to employees all at once? You should know that this is prepaid wages, not a one-time pension paid to employees after they retire after working for your company for a lifetime. Employees receive retirement pay when they retire. Most state-owned enterprises will pay your retirement salary on time every month. Just like office workers. But some large private enterprises will buy it out directly at a suitable price. If you are the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, it is possible to receive a pension of tens of millions. However, looking around the world, there are probably not many people like Soo-hee who directly advance tens of millions of wages before even starting work. Of course, I'm not kidding. I can advance you 20 years' salary. And I'm talking about salary. Bonuses are paid separately. Of course, Sister Lu, you also have to sign a 20-year contract with me. You cannot leave my company within 20 years. Once you leave, you will have to compensate for the losses. Unless force majeure occurs or the company goes bankrupt. Soo-hee is certainly not a philanthropist. Once you sign a contract with someone, you naturally cannot let them change their mind. The reason why he offered Lu Zhanting such a high salary was not only because Lu Zhanting's ability was indeed outstanding, but also because he needed someone who would work hard for him. Now that Sui has this trend chart, it is impossible for him to operate every stock by himself. All he had to do was spend half an hour every day selecting securities that could be invested in the next week, and hand the data over to Lu Zhanting, who would lead her team to carry out the operations. At the same time, Sui has no time to manage this team. He needs someone he can trust, like Lu Zhanting. After all, the company will grow bigger and bigger. By the time they have achieved the level of being on par with giants like the Gene 2 group, the team must have become very professional. At that time, Suha will no longer need any trend chart, and everything can develop naturally. As for the trend chart, it is not really completely useless. For some major investment plans, you can still look at what the trend chart says. In order to achieve this goal, Suha needs a professional person to manage the team. Suhi is definitely a very suitable candidate for the role. This woman is hiding her edge. Suhi, I need to think about it and discuss it with my husband. Lu Zhanting hesitated for a moment. This matter is definitely very important to her. She couldn't make a decision immediately and had to go home and discuss it with her husband. No problem, Sister Zhanting, if you figure it out, tell me anytime. Is the 3 days I give you enough time? Sui said with a smile. It won't take 3 days. I'll be able to give you a reply tomorrow. Lu Zhanting said with a smile. In fact, she had already agreed in her heart and was just waiting for her husband's opinion. After all, changing jobs is a big deal, and Lu Zhanting feels that she should respect her husband's opinion. No problem. Sui smiled and nodded. If my brother-in-law disagrees, I will invest 100 million in your company as a way to repay you for taking care of me. Okay, thank you, Suhi. You're welcome. Chapter 113. Don't ask your parents for money. On that day, in order not to bring trouble to Lu Zhanting, Sui symbolically asked Gene 2 Group to make a financial plan of 10 million for him. 10 million is not a small amount, so the other party naturally has nothing to say. He would even pay more attention to Lu Zhanting. After all, Sui can invest 10 million today, 20 million tomorrow, and 100 million the day after tomorrow. It was obvious that they came here just for Lu Zhanting. If Lu Zhanting was unhappy, she might drive the person away with just one word. Therefore, neither Gene Yuxing nor other middle and senior management of the company would be angry because Lu Zhanting did not secure the 100 million today. However, some people are angry. This person is Luan Ru. Of course, Luan Ru didn't dare, and wouldn't be angry with Lu Zhanting. Although Lu Zhanting is quite low-key in the company and has worked for so many years, she is only in a basic position. But Luan Ru is a new employee, and she doesn't have the courage to get angry with an old employee. Besides, since Lu Zhanting has taken over Sua today, he will definitely be valued by the company in the future. And she caused the company to lose hundreds of thousands of dollars last time. Once she and Lu Zhanting have a conflict, the company will definitely stand on Lu Zhanting's side 100%. It would be useless even if Luan Ru had Gene Yuxing protecting her. After all, they are a private company. For private companies, good employees are those who are beneficial to their company and can create profits for the company. Therefore, it is absolutely unwise to have a conflict with Lu Zhanting. But Luan Ru couldn't swallow this. So, she found another person, her sister, Luan Rong. Wanrong, you're going too far, aren't you? Even if you want to humiliate me, you don't have to use such despicable means, right? After all, I am your biological sister. Do you think it's fun for you to do this? Luan Ru said hatefully. In her opinion, Sui's sudden visit to the company today must have been a way for the couple to take revenge on her. Haven't they been taking revenge on her since the day she broke up with Sui? Today, it is just one of the means. Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? What did I do to you? Lu Wanrong had just finished class, and when she heard what her sister said, her brows immediately frowned. For no reason, why is this woman acting like a spoiled brat again? Lu Wanrong was still speechless. She felt that she, as an older sister, was really spoiled by her parents. Even a little ungrateful. Don't pretend. Didn't you ask Su-hee to come to the company? Come to our company and make a financial product worth 10 million. We are all family, why would he look for another financial manager instead of me? Isn't he just trying to humiliate me and scold me for having no vision? Su-hee went to the company? Lu Wanrong was stunned for a moment. She was very smart and immediately knew what happened today from these few words. Probably, Soo-hee went to his sister's company to make some investment, and then his sister found out. That's how financial companies are, they need to attract customers. Soo-hee is Luan Ru's brother-in-law. Logically speaking, if a brother-in-law comes to the company, it must be invested by his own relatives. Why would you look for someone else? If you find someone else, won't you just be letting someone else make the money for nothing? If my relatives knew about this kind of thing, they would be very upset. Sister, I know Soo-hee. He would never do such a boring thing. He went to the company today. He must have something to do with the manager. Luan Ru frowned. Although he and Soo-hee had not been together for a long time, it was at least very short compared to his sister's 4 years together. But Luan Ru still knows Soo-hee very well. Soo-hee is not a narrow-minded person. Even if I want to retaliate, I won't use such childish means. Today, Soo-hee went to the company, he must have something else to do. As for the purchase of 10 million in financial management, it was probably because he was provoked by Luan Ru. Hump, I saw it with my own eyes, how could they not do such a boring thing? Luan Ru snorted softly and continued. Please tell Soo-hee that I, Luan Ru, will not regret it, even if he becomes the richest man in the world. Tell him not to hang around in front of me for no reason. Regret? Luan Ru actually really regretted it. But how could she, who cares so much about her reputation, admit it? Sister, you are really stubborn. Luan Ru said bluntly. It was obviously you who insisted on breaking up with Soo-hee. You dumped him so ruthlessly at the beginning, but now it seems like he did something wrong. Sister, you have to know that even the money for your 4 years of college was paid by Soo-hee. Do you think you should pay him back? Luan Ru was really angry. My sister is really too much. All the tuition and living expenses for college were saved by Soo-hee. It's okay to break up without gratitude, but there's no need to say so many excessive words, right? If this person wasn't her own sister, Luan Ru would even ask Soo-hee to sue Luan Ru directly and get back all the money she gave him for college and living expenses. If you add up all this money, it must be at least 100,000 yuan. Rather than giving something away for nothing to an ungrateful person, it would be more practical to buy her 2 bags. You don't need to remind me, I will return the money to him. Luan Ru said hatefully. Isn't it just 100,000 yuan? When she has saved enough, she will definitely return it to Soo-hee. Otherwise, she will never be able to hold her head up in her life. Okay, then I'll wait for you to pay me back. Luan Ru sneered and continued. But don't go to your parents for money. Luan Ru knew that her parents had money. Not long ago, Soo-hee forced a bank card with 3 million yuan in it into the pocket of Lu Tiancheng and his wife. It's pocket money for them. Of course, it's not just Lu Tiancheng and his wife who have this problem. Soo-hee also gave 3 million to his mother Chang Hui. Although the 3 old people said no, they were still very pleased that their son-in-law was so nice. They won't spend this money and don't need it, so just consider it as saving it for their son-in-law. Of course, Luan Ru didn't know about this. However, no one can guarantee that Lu Tiancheng and his wife will not let the cat out of the bag. Based on Luan Ru's understanding of her sister, if she really knew that her parents had so much money, she might really ask for it. Over the years, she has taken more and paid back less. In order to prevent her sister from getting concerned about her parents' pension money, Luan Ru directly used provocation. If my sister still had a bit of self-esteem, she would be provoked by my own provocation. Okay, don't worry, I will never ask my parents for money. After Luan Ru finished speaking, she hung up the phone. A poor person may have a strong will, and she absolutely cannot let her sister and Soo-hee look down on her. Chapter 114 Important Things. Luan Ru heard the busy tone coming from the other end of the phone and shook her head helplessly. When will this sister grow up? He put the phone down. Luan Ru was not affected by her sister's call, nor was she prepared to question Soo-hee. A couple needs to trust each other. If she really blamed Soo-hee for being careless just because her sister said a few words to her, then she would not be Luan Ru. After class, Luan Ru went straight to the milk tea shop to keep an eye on it. During this period, Zhu Dancheng and She Qinxue were both in charge of the decoration of the new store, so when Luan Ru had nothing to do, she would go to the old store to keep an eye on it, to prevent any accidents. As for Soo-hee, he returned home. He will also study the international trends today. We may need to pay attention to regulatory issues in the country and not act rashly. But the international market doesn't matter. His main source of money is also in the international market. It would be a waste not to make money from the foreigners. Soon it was time to get off work. Lu Jianting also went home after get off work. As soon as it was time to get off work today, Lu Jianting drove directly home without any delay. She wanted to tell her husband the good news that Suhi brought him as soon as possible. This concerns their family's entire life and cannot be taken lightly. "Hey, husband, are you off work?" Lu Jianting asked excitedly. "Not yet." "What's wrong? Are you off work?" A gentle voice came from the other side. It was Lu Jianting's husband, Resigning. "Yes, honey, I'm off work now." "What time can you come back today? Can you come back earlier? I have something very important to discuss with you," Lu Jianting said with a smile. "Ah? Something important, what is it?" Resigning was stunned for a moment and asked curiously. "Oh, this is something very important. I have to tell you in person. Can you please come back earlier?" Lu Jianting said coquettishly. Although the couple have been married for many years and have children, their relationship is still very good. They look very much in love, just like a newlywed couple. "Okay, I'll get off work now." Resigning smiled. Although his wife didn't say what it was, he could tell from her tone that she sounded very happy. So, this should be a good thing, right? Thinking of this, Resigning stopped worrying about it and went home directly. He can do his work when he gets home, so it's okay for him to leave work early. Soon, the couple returned to their respective homes. This is a house in the city, not far from their respective companies, only about 20 minutes drive away. The house is 120 square meters, which is not big, but not small either. The housing price is about 70,000 yuan per square meter, and a 120 square meter house is about 8.4 million yuan. The couple has to pay off their mortgage, which is more than 20,000 yuan per month. But their salaries are very high and there is no pressure. Resigning drives a Buick Regal, which is worth more than 200,000 yuan. Lu Jianting drives a Mercedes-Benz C which costs more than 300,000 yuan. Their family is truly a petty bourgeoisie family. "I don't make a lot of money, but my life is very comfortable." When Resigning got home, Lu Jianting had already picked up the child and was cooking. They have only one child, and the child attends a key primary school, which is very good. Seeing her husband coming back, Lu Jianting immediately put down what she was holding and went to greet him. "Hubby, you're back," Lu Jianting said with a smile. "Yes, wife, what good news is going on? Why are you so happy?" Seeing his wife, Resigning couldn't help but smile. "It's like this, husband. I may have to get a new job, and I want to discuss it with you." Lu Jianting smiled and continued. "If you think it's appropriate, I will follow the new boss to start a business." Then, Lu Jianting briefly stated Suhi's conditions. "What? You're going to be given 20 years of annual salary right from the start? And it's 3 times your current annual salary? Is that true?" Resigning looked at his wife in disbelief. "My wife's annual salary is now around 500,000. 3 times that is 1.5 million. In 20 years that would be 30 million. Isn't this boss too generous?" Seeing his wife's figure which had not changed at all over the years, Resigning's face suddenly showed worry. Could it be that this big boss has any improper thoughts about his wife? "Honey, what are you thinking about? Suhi is not the kind of person you say he is." Lu Jianting and Resigning have been together for so many years, and she instantly guessed what her husband was thinking. She immediately rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Suhi has now successfully opened a milk tea shop. You know it's Lu Yancha, right? He is the big boss behind it. They just want to set up another investment company now. Besides, even if I don't want to go, he can still do a 100 million financial management in our company. In general, I didn't lose anything. They just saw my talent. Lu Jianting explained patiently. "Wife, don't get me wrong, I believe you." Resigning smiled. He also felt that he was overthinking. If this rich boy really wants to pick up girls, he can spend 30 million and pick up any kind of girl. There is absolutely no need to chase after his wife. "Well, husband, do you think I should go?" Lu Jianting asked her husband for his advice. She couldn't tell her colleagues about work matters, so she could only discuss it with her husband. "If I go, the salary will definitely be much higher, but the pressure will definitely increase a lot." Guo Ziming thought about it for a while, and then analyzed it for his wife. However, pressure also brings motivation. Besides, 30 million is too tempting. If the other party can promise that the money will not be recovered even if the company goes bankrupt, then I think it's worth considering. 30 million would take the couple 30 years to save even if they didn't eat or drink. But now you can get so much money directly. Money will depreciate. 30 million now may only be worth 15 million in 30 years, or even less. Therefore, holding so much cash now is definitely better than holding so much cash in the future. They could use the money to do many other things. At the same time, 30 million is just prepaid wages. Suha also promised to pay performance bonuses every month. This is another considerable amount of money. So, no matter how you think about it, it is more cost-effective to agree to it. Yeah, I think so too. Lu Zhanting nodded and continued. With this money, we can also find a nanny to pick up our child from school, so that we won't be left without a baby because of our work. With 30 million in hand, just the interest, at 3% a year, would be 900,000. What kind of nanny can't you afford? Chapter 115 lets you be a legal person. Guo Ziming nodded and continued. Wife, it seems that you have decided to follow Suhi, right? Yes, husband, I think this is a really good opportunity. Lu Zhanting nodded vigorously. Even if the company doesn't really develop, I can still make 20 or 30 million for free. Why don't we do it? Okay, then I support you. A smile appeared on Guo Ziming's face. Since what my wife said is so reliable, let us give it a try. As long as Suhi has no tricks and really pays the annual salary for 20 years in advance, they have no reason to refuse. Moreover, Suhi is also the boss of Lu Yanxia milk tea shop. This milk tea shop is very famous now. If calculated based on the number of people flowed, I can earn 3 million a month. 20 or 30 million, you should be able to afford it, right? Well, then I will call Suhi back tomorrow? Good. On the other side, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening when Luan Ru returned home. Honey, I'm back. As soon as Luan Ru walked into the house, she collapsed on the sofa. After a day of classes and a busy night in the milk tea shop, she felt like she was about to collapse from exhaustion. As the milk tea shop became more and more popular, Luan Ru became a semi-internet celebrity. Customers who came to order for the first time would take photos with her when they saw her. Luan Ru could not refuse such a normal request. Although she is the boss's wife, she is ultimately in the service industry. In the service industry, the customer is God. How could she refuse God's normal request? Honey, you're back? You've been busy all day, thank you for your hard work. Suhi walked behind Luan Ru with a smile and massaged her shoulders. It's not hard work, husband. You have paved the way for me. I just walked a little longer on the road. How can it be hard work? Luan Ru said with a smile. Well, but wife, if you feel tired, there is no need to go to the milk tea shop every day. We already have enough employees now, so it doesn't matter if you don't go. The milk tea shop now has enough employees, and everyone has their own responsibilities and everything is in order. There is no need to worry about lack of manpower. Having another Luan Ru actually doesn't make any sense anymore. I just like going there. When I see the milk tea shop doing a booming business, I feel safe. Luan Ru said with a smile. Okay, as long as you like it. Suhi smiled, then remained silent for a moment before continuing. Wife, I plan to set up an investment company and want you to be the controlling shareholder and legal representative. Suhi plans to set up a new investment company, and still let Luan Ru be the boss and legal representative. Because only Luan Ru is the boss of the company, so he can get the corresponding rebate for all the expenses he pays to employees, such as wages, bonuses, and year-end bonuses. Although this money can be paid when the company makes a profit, so he will get less money. This was something he didn't want to see. Therefore, the best choice is to let Luan Ru be the boss of the company. Honey, but I don't understand financial investment. Luan Ru was stunned for a moment. She knows nothing about this. There is definitely no problem in being a legal person. Although being a legal person is very risky and you may have to bear various responsibilities of the company. But Luan Ru believed that her husband would not betray her. However, if she wanted to be a boss, Luan Ru felt that she was definitely not qualified. It doesn't matter that she is the boss of a milk tea shop. A milk tea shop is not that complicated. But being the boss of a financial investment company is a bit nonsense. It doesn't matter. You don't need to understand. You just need to be a boss who collects dividends. I have hired a professional to manage all the company's operations, investment decisions, etc. The professional person He was talking about was naturally Lu Zhanting. Although Lu Zhanting is usually very low-key, He knows that this woman is absolutely capable. It's just that some people hide their edge. Who is it? Do I know him? Luan Ru blinked and asked curiously. Could this be another person that my husband found randomly on the street? If this is really the case, it is too coincidental. Last time they just found Zhu dancing casually on the road, and then they got a top designer for the milk tea shop. By the way, a top pastry chef was also given as a gift. But this is definitely something you can only encounter by chance. It is said that there are many good horses, but there are few good horse trainers. Those are the words of Pua from ancient times. In fact, a good horse and a good horse trainer are rare. I don't know her, she's a senior from my previous company. I've spent a lot of money to recruit her, but I don't know if she's willing to come. He smiled. Although his conditions are very good. As long as Lu Zhanting comes, the annual salary will start at 1.5 million. However, the fact that Lu Zhanting has been able to remain unknown in the Gene 2 group for so many years shows that he is obviously a rather Buddhist person. For a Buddhist, no matter how much you offer, it may not be able to attract him. Honey, did you really go to Gene 2 today? I thought my sister was deliberately throwing a tantrum at me today. When Luan Ru heard what her husband said, she immediately realized that her husband had indeed gone to the company today. At the same time, she was glad that she believed in her husband. When she faced her sister's questioning in the afternoon, she told her sister clearly that Suhi would never do such a childish thing. Now it seems that she was right. Suhi went to Gene 2 group because he had something to do. As for what happened later, it must have been due to Luan Ru's provocation. Oh? Did he bother you again? After Suhi learned what happened from his wife, he sneered. This woman is truly hopeless. Jealousy and vanity have completely blinded her eyes. Didn't he understand how the innocent and romantic Luan Ru could become like this today? If he had known that Luan Ru was such a person, he would never have been so nice to her in these 4 years. Such a person really doesn't deserve it. Hubby, I still want to say sorry to you on behalf of my sister. Having said this, Luan Ru lowered her head embarrassedly. After all, their family still owes Suhi. Even if she stood up and made amends to Suhi out of love, it could not make up for Suhi's efforts over the years. Silly girl, your sister did something wrong, why are you apologizing on her behalf? You are not your sister. Suhi touched Luan Ru's little head and continued. Your sister is your sister, and you are you. In my mind, you two are completely different. You don't have to apologize for her. After all, this matter has nothing to do with you. Chapter 116 I Want a Child. Suhi still knows what's going on. He couldn't possibly blame Luan Ru for Luan Ru. This is a woman who truly cares for and loves him. How could he do such a thing? Moreover, he became a wealthy man because of Luan Ru's activation of the system. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. So, what else could he not be satisfied with? As for Luan Ru, Suhi just wanted to stay away from him and have less interactions with him. Well, husband, you are so nice. Luan Ru smiled sweetly. Then, the two of them began to make love. Hubby, I want a baby. Luan Ru raised her head and looked at her husband affectionately. Ah? Then I work hard? Suhi smiled. Now that he has over 100 million in savings, he can afford to raise a child. Moreover, Luan Ru will graduate soon, so having a child will not be a big problem. Of course, pregnancy is a matter of fate, and you may not be able to get pregnant just because you want to. So, if you really want to get pregnant, you have to try now. Yeah, okay. Luan Ru smiled sweetly. Then, the two began to work hard for the next generation. The next day, Luan Ru went to class as usual. Now, as long as she doesn't have the first class the next morning, she will go back home to stay. If I have classes, I want to come back. So he originally wanted to send Luan Ru to school, but not long after he got up, he received a call from Lu Zhanting. Suhi, I've figured it out. Can I talk to you about it? Lu Zhanting said with a smile. No problem, Sister Zhanting, let's go to the coffee shop downstairs from your company and have a good chat. Sui smiled and then asked. Can you come out? Yes, yes, yes. You are a big customer of our company. If you invite me, the company is 100% willing to let me meet you. Lu Zhanting is telling the truth. As long as a big customer like Suhee can be retained, there is no need to even think about letting Lu Zhanting accompany Suhee for coffee and chat. As long as Lu Zhanting is willing to pack herself up and send herself to Suhee's bed, the company will have no objection. Okay, I'll call you when I get there? No problem. Suhee packed up and went out. Then, he drove directly to the vicinity of Jintu Group. After parking the car and sitting down in the coffee shop, I called Lu Zhanting. Hello, Sister Zhanting, I'm here. Suhee said with a smile. Okay, Suhee, wait a moment, I'll be down soon. After Lu Zhanting finished speaking, she hung up the phone. 5 minutes later, Lu Zhanting appeared in the coffee shop. Sister Zhanting, what would you like to drink? I'll treat you. Suhee said with a smile. Ice Americano, please. Lu Zhanting said. Okay, waiter, 1 iced Americano. Yes. After the coffee came, the two started chatting. Sister Zhanting, what do you think? Will you come with me? Suhee asked with a smile. Suhee, you're saying this as if I want you to support me. Lu Zhanting covered her mouth and chuckled. Ha, Sister Zhanting, I would like to support you, but I'm afraid my brother-in-law will beat me to death. Suhee laughed out loud. The two people made a joke and their relationship obviously became much closer. Okay, let's get back to the topic. Suhee, I can come to your company. But can you guarantee that all the conditions you mentioned can be met? You know, I have a family to support, so I'm under a lot of pressure. Lu Zhanting speaks frankly. Talk about everything now so you don't have to discuss it again later. It is always better to deal with the villain first and the gentleman later than to deal with the gentleman first and the villain later. Of course. This is the contract I brought. Sister Zhanting, please take a look and see if there is any problem. If there is no problem, I will transfer the money to you now, and then you can apply for the license. Once the license is approved, I will sign the agreement with you in the name of the company. Suhee handed a drafted contract to Lu Zhanting. The contract has been drawn up, but the company has not yet been registered. Suhee was not planning to sign a contract with Lu Zhanting in his personal name. Since it is a labor contract, it must be signed in the name of the company. Of course, Suhee also prepared a pre-signed contract. This contract is mainly to protect Suhee himself. After all, he had paid tens of millions in advance, so Suhee still had to consider the safety of the funds. You must always be on guard against others. Lu Zhanting can also understand this point. Good. Lu Zhanting nodded, took the contract and started reading it. The contract contains a lot of content and is very detailed. And the signing period is 20 years. It took a long time, so Lu Zhanting naturally had to read it word by word. Soon, she dropped the contract. Suhee, you are in really good condition. The contract stipulates that Lu Zhanting's annual salary is 1.5 million, paid in one lump sum for 20 years, which is 30 million. In addition, the annual salary increases by 10% every year. This increase is paid starting at the beginning of the following year. In other words, starting from the second year, Lu Zhanting's annual salary will be more than that. Moreover, the contract also states that bonuses and commissions are excluded. As for how to calculate the bonus commission, that depends on the subsequent regulations. But overall, the treatment is really good. As for Lu Zhanting's position in the company, it is chairman and general manager. Until the company grows big enough and strong enough, Lu Zhanting will serve as general manager concurrently. Of course, if she feels unable to do the job, she can also choose a suitable candidate to replace her. Sister Zhanting, believe me, as long as you follow me, I will never treat you unfairly. Suhee said with a smile. When employing people, you must give them enough benefits. Only in this way will the other party work hard for you. Okay, Suhee, don't worry, I will definitely live up to your expectations. I'll take this job. Lu Zhanting no longer hesitated. It would be unreasonable for her to hesitate when the other party is so sincere. That's good, Sister Zhanting, then you sign this pre-signing contract first, and I'll give you the money after you sign it. Good. Lu Zhanting signed her name on the pre-signed contract without hesitation. However, seeing that Luan Ru's name was signed on part.If, Lu Zhanting couldn't help but ask. Soo-hee, who is this Ms. Luan Ru? This is my wife, and also the younger sister of Luan Ru from your company. Soo-hee did not hide anything and told the truth. I see. Lu Zhanting nodded and said nothing more. She could see that Soo-hee and Luan Ru didn't seem to have a good relationship. Otherwise, he would not have taken credit for the 10 million performance at that time. However, Lu Zhanting is very sensible and she knows what she can ask and what she cannot ask. As an employee, you must have some emotional intelligence. Okay, Sister Zhanting, give me your bank card and I'll transfer the money to you right now. Good. Lu Zhanting responded and sent her bank card to Soo-hee. Ding. 40 million yuan has been credited to your bank card. Chapter 117 Preparing to Resign. 40 million? Soo-hee, why did you transfer so much money to me? When Lu Zhanting saw the bank text message alert, she was startled. Wasn't it agreed to be 30 million? How did it get to 40 million? Could it be that Soo-hee took the wrong turn? Sister Zhanting, I didn't make the wrong turn. 30 million is your advance salary, and the remaining 10 million is for you to set up a company. Next, the company's business license registration, company address selection, company employee recruitment, etc., all have to be paid from this 10 million yuan. Since the company's business license had not yet been approved, there was naturally no company account for her to transfer money. Okay, Soo-hee, don't worry, I will do my best for these. Lu Zhanting took a deep breath and then nodded vigorously. She knew this matter was not simple. Building a company from scratch is definitely not an easy task. However, as she has a high-paying job, she naturally has to be able to take this risk. In fact, registering for a license is not a particularly difficult thing. It is still difficult to obtain various qualifications. Since they are an investment company, they must obtain some financial-related licenses. These things are truly rare. Not everyone can get a financial license. The 10 million yuan she had was not even enough to establish this relationship. But if you can't do it, it will become an unlicensed operation. Operating without a license means that if they raise a large amount of funds, it may even become illegal fundraising. There will be many subsequent troubles if you operate without a license. This is the only problem she has to face. However, there is no need to be too anxious for now. The most important thing is to find an office first. Well, let me tell you some of my requirements first. Soo-hee smiled and briefly explained his requirements for the office, employee quality requirements, etc. The office is not a big problem, as long as it is an office building in the city center. After all, it is an investment company, and it is certainly impossible to place the office in a remote area, which is not in line with the level of an investment company. The second is the quality of employees. The employees that Soo-hee wants must not only have a certain investment vision, but most importantly, they must be obedient. Be able to strictly implement Soo-hee's investment plan. After all, Soo-hee controls the 7-day trend chart. No matter how talented an investor is, he cannot be as accurate as Soo-hee within the 7-day investment range. That is, there will always be people in this world who are arrogant because of their talents. Soo-hee didn't want to lose one or two important money-making opportunities because of some people's self-righteous views, which led to not investing in them, or even making the opposite investment. As a result, he not only failed to make money, but also suffered a huge loss. Soo-hee absolutely does not need such people. Therefore, the first criterion for recruiting people is obedience, and the second is ability. Although Lu Zhanting disagreed with this, Soo-hee was the boss. As an employee, she naturally does whatever her boss says. After explaining the address to the employees, there were no more problems. Next, as long as Lu Zhanting resigns, the company's business can be developed. Sister Zhanting, if you resign now, it will probably take you a month to leave, right? Soo-hee asked with a frown. He suddenly remembered that Lu Zhanting was different from him. Soo-hee was just an intern at the time, so he could leave at any time if he wanted to. Although the company also stipulates that interns must submit their resignation reports 3 days in advance. But if you really want to leave, no one will stop you. But Lu Zhanting is different. She has worked in the company for many years and is a veteran employee herself. Financial companies are different from other companies. He has a lot of resources at his disposal and is involved in many important confidential documents, etc. Before leaving, you must also review whether there are any problems with the business you are handling. It's just like a bank. For ordinary employees, it is basically sufficient to resign 1 month in advance. But if Lu Zhanting is a supervisor like Jin Yuxing, he or she will have to submit his or her resignation report 3 months in advance. As for higher levels, reports must be submitted 6 months or even a year in advance. During this period, the company will review whether they have made any major mistakes in the company. Generally speaking, you can resign smoothly, but if you are found out that you have taken some money from the company, or there is something fishy about some business, you may be investigated. At that time, it would be impossible to leave. Of course, this is aimed at the big leaders. For someone like Lu Zhanting, it only takes 1 month in advance. However, things are definitely not that simple. Formal official units will ask you to go back and think about it first. This consideration took a week or 2. When you have considered it almost completely, your leader will take the initiative to call you over to retain you, and then ask you to consider it again. After all this time, another month had passed. Generally speaking, if you can walk after 3 months, it is considered fast. Of course, these are official units, such as banks, state-owned enterprises, etc. Although Jin2 Group is large and powerful, it is just a private enterprise. The procedures may be more complicated, but not as troublesome as others. However, even if it only takes 1 month in advance, it is still a very long time for Suhee. The stock market has been doing pretty well recently. If it's delayed for a month, how much money will he lose? Therefore, what Suhee hopes most is that Lu Zhanting can resign and leave today. Well, Suhee, I know what you mean. I will resign now and try to leave today, Lu Zhanting said with a smile. Although she had to resign a month in advance, she was a Buddhist and did not have many clients. In the company, I serve more as a trader. It just so happened that she sold all her stocks some time ago. Therefore, if I resign, there won't be much business to hand over. Without business handover, we can leave faster. Okay, go ahead. Suhee smiled. It would be best if I could quit today. Okay, I'll go to HR now. Lu Zhanting smiled slightly, then turned around and left. Suhee was also happy to look at his bank card balance. This time, Lu Zhanting earned 40 million and received a double cash back. In other words, he got 80 million for free today. When Suhee saw the amount deposited into his bank account, he almost jumped for joy. I earn more in 1 day than I did in a few months. Sure enough, it makes sense that the rich get richer. With such a huge base, he will really become richer and richer. On the other side, Lu Zhanting also came to the Human Resources Department to prepare to resign. The HR manager was also a little surprised when he heard that Lu Zhanting was going to resign. You know, the HR department just received a notice from their superiors yesterday, saying that they would be making a personnel transfer for Lu Zhanting. Who would have thought that she would come and resign the next day? Chapter 118 Preparations before Establishment. For such a big matter, the HR department did not dare to make the decision alone and immediately reported it to the director of the HR department. The Human Resources Director also immediately reported the matter to his superiors. The leader above came down personally to talk to Lu Zhanting. In fact, the reason why they value Lu Zhanting is entirely because of the customer resources Lu Zhanting has. Of course, this customer resource mainly refers to a specific person, that is Suhee. They hope to keep Lu Zhanting so that they can take over Suwa. After all, Suhee is a big client with 100 million yuan in liquid funds, or possibly even more. It would be a pity to lose such a customer. However, in the end, Lu Zhanting persuaded her supervisor to let her go. Moreover, the 1-month deadline was shortened to 7 days. The condition is also very simple. Suhee has already invested 10 million yuan in Jin2 Group and cannot move it within 1 year. Although 10 million is nothing compared to 100 million. But in Jin2 Group, the profit that 10 million yuan can create in a year is much greater than the value of Lu Zhanting. Lu Zhanting threatened the company with this and the company had no choice but to compromise. In the next week, she just needs to hand over the work at hand. Sister Zhanting, are you going to resign? Why? Didn't Suhee just contribute a lot to your performance? When Luan Ru heard that Lu Zhanting was leaving, she couldn't help but come over to ask. Suhee just said yesterday that he would invest 100 million yuan, so why is Lu Zhanting leaving today? If I leave now, the 10 million reward will be wasted on the company. Yes, I'm old now, and I can't keep up with the pace of the company, so I have to go home. Lu Zhanting didn't say much. She knew that Luan Ru and Suhee were relatives. But Luan Ru obviously didn't know that Suhee was going to open an investment company. It seems that the relationship between the two of them is not very good, and may even be a little hostile. After all, Sui clearly saw Luan Ru that day, but he still attributed the 10 million yuan in sales to Luan. Moreover, this matter was only mentioned after Luan Ru appeared. Just from this point alone, it can be seen that their relationship is very bad. In this case, she would not mention the matter anymore to avoid causing trouble. Besides, this is in the company. If her colleagues knew that she had run off with a client before she left, there would probably be a lot of rumors, which might even delay her resignation. This is very troublesome. Oh, that's a shame. Luan Ru nodded. There is nothing unusual about quitting a job. The army may change, but the camp remains the same. For such a large company, new people come in and old people leave every day. The world is bustling with people seeking profit, and the world is bustling with people seeking profit. It is really normal. Nothing to regret. Lu Zhanting smiled and continued. Luan Ru, after I leave here, the clients will be returned to the company. He is your brother-in-law. Do you want to go and say hello to him and let him make you his account manager? Each of them has his own clients. Lu Zhanting has worked in the company for so many years, so naturally she has quite a few clients. Of course, most of them are small customers. When he leaves, all the customers under the system will be assigned to other colleagues. Among these, of course, high-end customers give it to those with good performance, or even to supervisors. Those small clients are assigned to those with poor performance or trainee managers. This. After hearing what Lu Zhanting said, Luan Ru was definitely moved. This is a big customer worth 10 million. Luan Ru doesn't have any big clients at the moment, and doesn't even have many small clients. After all, she was a junior employee who had just been hired as a regular employee and had not achieved any particularly outstanding results. In this case, the company is unlikely to provide her with very good resources. If I can get Sui under my name, at least next month's bonus will definitely not be reduced. Luan Ru has been under a lot of pressure recently. I have to pay the car loan and the interest on the small loan every month. Also use some of the money to rent a house. With this salary, it would be difficult to live without any extra bonuses. However, she really couldn't open her mouth to ask him to beg Sui for help. Moreover, she had just had an argument with her sister Luan Ru yesterday. He said he would rely on himself and would not depend on his parents or ask his sister for help. But she turned around and went to ask Sui for help. What is the difference between asking Sui for help and asking parents and sister for help? Therefore, Luan Ru really couldn't bring herself to do it. Luan Ru, I know there may be some conflicts between you and Sui, but your relationship is there. If it really doesn't work, can't you just ask your sister to say hello? My own brother-in-law, what's wrong with that? Lu Zhanting said with a smile. She was actually speaking from the perspective of a middleman. After all, she didn't know what the conflict between Luan Ru and Sui was. However, as an old employee, I still need to be reminded. As for what others are going to do, it has nothing to do with her. Sister Zhanting, thank you for your kindness. Luan Ru took a deep breath, then shook her head and continued. But the conflict between Sui and I is irreconcilable, and I will never bow down to him for a client worth 10 million, never. Don't mention that. I'm going to get busy now. I wish you a bright future in advance. After Luan Ru finished speaking, she turned around and left. The pride in her heart made it impossible for her to ask Sui for help. Looking at Luan Ru's leaving back, Lu Zhanting seemed to be thinking about something. It seems that their conflict is not simple. However, this has nothing to do with Lu Zhanting. She just needs to do her own thing and watch her mouth. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. Lu Zhanting also completed the resignation procedures and officially became a free person. Although she didn't have much work to do during this week because she was leaving her job, she was not idle. She spent this week learning in detail about the information needed to apply for a financial license, as well as the personal connections that might be needed. Lu Zhanting definitely cannot access these resources. She is just a worker and it is impossible for her to have access to so many resources. However, money talks. Once the money is spent, anything can be accomplished. In addition, she also looked at a lot of office rental advertisements on the internet. Try to settle on an office first. An office address is also required to register a business license. So, after completing the resignation procedures, Lu Zhanting immediately contacted the agency to look at houses. House hunting is not an easy task, and choosing a company's location is even more so. Transportation, environment, food, location, and even feng shui all need to be taken into consideration. Chapter 119 High Rent. Boss Su, are you free today? One day, Sui just got up and received a call from Lu Zhanting. I'm free, what's up? Suhi asked with a smile. Ever since handing the company over to Lu Zhanting, Suhi has become a hands-off boss. Basically, everything was left to Lu Zhanting. However, Lu Zhanting is also hardworking and never complains. The boss paid such a high salary in advance, it would be wrong for her not to take it seriously. Boss Su, I picked out an office building and I want you to go take a look and see if it's suitable. Lu Zhanting said with a smile. She has looked at several office buildings in the past few days and has visited them all in person. But the one I finally chose was the office building where I was going to take Suhi. Now that it's confirmed, she still hopes Suhi can go with her to take a look. Okay, no problem, just send me the address. Suhi nodded. It's just looking at an office building, it won't take much time. Yes, Mr. Su, I'm already here. I'll send you my location via my phone. Good. 15 minutes later, Suhi drove to the destination. It's actually here? Zhanting is quite good at choosing places. Suhi smiled. The office building chosen by Lu Zhanting is located in the financial center in the city center, only a 5-minute walk from the subway station. It can be said that the geographical location is very good. But this is not the point. The point is that this building used to be the office building of a state-owned bank. As a former bank building, there is definitely no problem with the feng shui. The reason why the bank moved away was because it built an office building in the city center. Banks are wealthy and powerful, so it is not difficult for them to own an office building even in Shanghai, where every inch of land is valuable. Now that the bank has left, the office building has become vacant. After that, various small financial institutions moved in. After all, it was once the territory of state-owned banks, and these small financial institutions also want to take advantage of the popularity and good fortune of staying on at state-owned banks. Small financial institutions are relatively more likely to believe in these things. After all, the financial market is full of metaphysics, so you can't go wrong if you believe in it. This office building has a total of 50 floors, which is not too tall compared to other office buildings in Shanghai. But it's not low either. This building happens to have 2 adjacent floors that have not yet been rented out. They are the 37th and 38th floors respectively. Located on the upper middle floor of the building. The office building is next to the river. There is a road at the door, and across the road is the Puwang River. Standing on the 37th floor, you can basically have a panoramic view of the Puwang River. In terms of geographical location, it is absolutely excellent. Although the financial investment institutions in this building are all small and medium-sized institutions, they are also well known to a certain extent. Without fame, it is unlikely to make a profit. Without profits, it would be even more impossible to rent an office building here. The office building has its own parking lot below. Of course, there are also some on the ground floor. However, the first floor is already full of cars, so we can only park underground. Only employees working in the building can go underground. This is the center of Shanghai. If outsiders can park here at will, then the employees of the building can forget about parking here. But Suhi is here to rent a house. Lu Zhanting also asked the property staff to report to the security guards in advance. So, Suhi just said hello and the security guard let him pass. Then, I found a parking space and parked the car, then found the elevator and got in. Lu Zhanting was already waiting on the 37th floor. When Suhi arrived, she was standing at the elevator entrance chatting with a young man. Seeing Suhi coming up, Lu Zhanting hurriedly went to meet him. Boss Su, you're here. Lu Zhanting was very polite to Suhi. They can call each other by their names in private, but there must be rules in formal occasions. Lu Zhanting has worked in the company for so many years, so she naturally understands this truth. Zhanting, is this the floor? Suhi asked with a smile. Yes, this is Manager Chen from the Property Management Department. Manager Chen, this is our boss, Mr. Suhi. Lu Zhanting briefly introduced both parties. Hello, Mr. Su. Manager Chen took the initiative to extend his hand to Suhi. Although he is a property manager, Suhi is the financial sponsor and he must be served well. It is not so easy to rent office space in the city center now. Ultimately, the rent is too expensive. Their office buildings, which are only 1 or 2 floors high, are not what big companies that can afford the rent would look down upon. After all, for large companies, a 2-story office building is of no use at all. However, small companies cannot afford the rent. Even if they can afford the rent, the money they earn in a year may not be enough to cover the rent. If small companies can't even make a profit from the rent, they won't rent an office here. Therefore, these 2 floors have been empty for nearly half a year and have never been rented out. Even if the feng shui and location are good, no one will come to rent it. They also want to lower the rent, but lowering the rent is a very troublesome thing. Once the rent is reduced, it will not just be 1 or 2 floors that will be reduced, but the entire building must be reduced. If you calculate it this way, the loss is too much. It's better to leave it empty and wait for the right person. Hello, Manager Chen. Could you please show me around and give me a brief introduction of the situation here? Sui smiled and nodded at the other party. Okay, Mr. Su, please come in. Manager Chen smiled slightly, and then took Suhi for a walk. Mr. Su, I don't need to introduce the location here, right? It's in the downtown financial district, by the river and the street. The location is absolutely perfect. Manager Chen said with a smile. Suhi nodded to show that he understood. The area of the first floor of the office building is 1,200 square meters, which is considered a mid-level office building. There are 3 toilets on each floor, 2 of which are public toilets, divided into male and female toilets, and 1 in the main office, which is a private toilet. We have special people cleaning the property every morning and evening. You don't need to hire a cleaner. In addition, the office building has a square layout, and each office. Manager Chen was obviously very professional and explained every point to Suhi in great detail. After listening to it, Suhi was quite satisfied. Next, there is the issue of price. Manager Chen, how much is the annual rent for this floor? Mr. Su, the rent here is calculated per square meter per day. The rent for this floor is the same as that for the 38th floor, which is 15 yuan per square meter per day. That means it costs 6.57 million yuan a year. Good job. Hearing this number, Lu Zhanting on the side immediately exclaimed, wow. The rent of this office building is really too expensive. That's more than 6 million a year. No wonder this office building has been vacant for nearly half a year and has not been rented out. How many small companies can afford to rent an office building at this price? Chapter 120 Preparations completed. Well, the price is quite fair. Suhi nodded. The office space in this place costs 15 yuan per square meter per day, which is actually not too expensive. After all, it is the real city center. If the building wasn't a little old, it would definitely not be rented at this price. You should know that the rent of CITIC building in Shanghai is 19 yuan per square meter per day. Don't think that it's just a difference of $4. If converted into 1 year, that's a full 1.75 million yuan difference. So, office space here is really not too expensive. Mr. Su, are you planning to rent 2 floors? Manager Chen asked tentatively. That's right. Suhi nodded. He really wanted to rent 2 floors. One level is the International Finance Department, and the other level is the Domestic Finance Department. The two do not disturb each other. The International Finance Department needs to work at night. After all, there is a time difference of at least 8 hours between several financially developed regions in Daxia. Therefore, it is necessary to divide it into 2 floors. Mr. Su, if you can rent both floors, I can apply for a lower rent for you. Your current rent for the first floor is 6.57 million. If you rent both floors together, it will be 13.14 million. I can give you a small discount. 13 million will be enough. The price was suddenly reduced by 140,000 yuan. It must be said that this manager has great courage and power. After all, 140,000 is not a small amount of money. Even in Shanghai, only 1% of people can earn 140,000 yuan a year. Don't think that everyone in Shanghai can earn over 10,000 yuan a month. It's really difficult to earn over 10,000 yuan a month. 13 million? Hearing the price, Lu Zhanting swallowed subconsciously. This is really not a small amount of money. Although her salary is very high, 13 million is basically equal to her annual salary in 1989. But here, it can only be exchanged for the rent of 2 floors of office building. Sure enough, the real estate industry is a truly profitable industry. Originally, Lu Zhanting wanted to ask to help bargain. She guessed that Sui was a man after all, and might not be so thick-skinned and would be too embarrassed to bargain. As a woman, she is naturally much more thick-skinned in this regard. However, before Lu Zhanting could speak, Sui nodded and agreed. No problem, I'll take 13 million a year. Is it okay to sign the contract in the name of the company? Sui said with a smile. Of course, no problem. Most of our tenants here rent office buildings in the name of their companies. Manager Chen said with a smile. There are many advantages to renting a property under the name of a company. Not only can you use the funds in the company account reasonably, but you can also deduct taxes. If you want to put tens of millions of dollars into your pocket, you will have to pay a lot of personal tax. Even dividends are subject to tax. But if it is the company's rental expense, then the 13 million is not subject to tax. Even if taxes need to be paid, it is the other company's business. Seeing that Sui had already agreed, Lu Zhanting didn't say anything. It was no use for her to negotiate the price now. After all, everyone knows your boss's bottom line, so how could the price be lowered any further? At this moment, Lu Zhanting suddenly felt a little regretful. If I had known this, I wouldn't have let Sui come. If she decides on her own, the price might be even lower. But it's too late to say anything now. Next, Sui paid a deposit of 1 million and initially signed a simple lease agreement. With this lease agreement, they can then go and register for a business license. Once the license is issued and the company's basic account is opened, you can pay the full balance to the other party. Manager Chen certainly would have no objection to this. It takes no more than a week to register a business and open a company account. A deposit of 1 million is roughly equivalent to 1 month's rent. Even if Sui and the others changed their minds, they could still get 1 month's rent, so it was not a loss. Sui, you are too anxious. The price of 13 million can definitely be negotiated. Maybe it can be reduced by 1 million. As soon as they left the office building, Lu Zhanting couldn't help but complain. 1 million is basically enough to buy a complete set of office equipment for 2 floors. The boss's desk, employee's desk, office computer, and so on. 1 million in funds is almost enough. Wouldn't it be great if the money saved could be used in places like this? It's okay, Sister Zhanting, I'm not short of money. For me, the remaining money is meaningless. When our company grows, a mere million may be earned in just a few minutes. Sui said confidently. A mere 1 million is really nothing. As long as the company strictly follows his ideas, millions can really be earned in just a few minutes. You kid, you have a really big heart. Lu Zhanting smiled bitterly. If all the bosses in the world were as confident as Sui, there probably wouldn't be so many people jumping off buildings due to investment failures. Sister Zhanting, come on, I'll treat you to a meal. After we finish our meal, I'll let you handle the company's business license? Sui asked with a smile. No problem, it's my duty. After Sui and Lu Zhanting had their meal, they went home. Next, Lu Zhanting started to apply for a license. The license application process was very smooth and it was issued in 3 days. After obtaining the license, the next step is to sign a formal lease contract, open a bank account and apply for a financial license. It is quite difficult to obtain this certificate. Lu Zhanting took another 20 million from Sui to build connections. It cost a total of 30 million to get the certificate. Then, Sui paid another 13 million yuan in rent to the property. Including the 30 million yuan in advance salary paid to Lu Zhanting, Sui has already paid 73 million yuan to start this company. The financial investment company was indeed burning money. Just the previous procedures cost so much money. Sure enough, this kind of company is not something that ordinary people can start. Anyone who can afford to open a financial investment company must be worth billions. Of course, Sui is definitely not a man with a net worth of billions. He just used a cheat. Of the 73 million, basically all of them triggered double cash back, and only the rent triggered triple cash back. Although it is not much, Sui's savings now amount to nearly 500 million yuan. Fortunately, Sui was smart and wrote Luan Ru as the legal person and the only shareholder of the company. Otherwise, the 73 million would have been wasted. After all these are prepared, we start decorating the company and recruiting employees. The decoration was quite simple. We just contacted Luan Ru from Xingyi and they designed and decorated the whole process. And a full set of office furniture can also be arranged. As for employee recruitment, this requires some time and effort. Chapter 121, the world's #1 milk tea shop. On the other side, the decoration of Luan Ru's new store is also in full swing. It will probably be open for business in about 2 weeks. As for the employees, they were basically arranged by Zhu Danqing and Che Qinxue. When the first Luan Ru opened, the two already had sufficient experience in recruiting employees. So, this is not difficult for them. However, the employees recruited by the second Luan Ru store are all full-time employees. The location of this store is quite special, so it is not appropriate to use part-time employees. After all, this store will definitely be more popular than Hojie by then. The existence of the Hojie store is mainly to serve the surrounding universities. But this store serves people in the center of Shanghai and tourists from all over the country. There are so many tourists coming to the center of Shanghai every year that there is no need to worry about lack of customers. Moreover, during festivals, the flow of people here will be even more terrifying. After all, during holidays, the number of people in the city center will only increase, not decrease. This is incomparable to Hojie. Just like that, time passed quickly, and soon it was the day when Luan Ru's second store opened. Luan Ru specifically chose Saturday to open the store. There are more people on Saturdays than usual, so it is naturally a better choice to open today. For this opening, Luan Ru still chose to endorse the store in person. Since her last successful endorsement, she has become famous. Lu Yancha's official account also has hundreds of thousands of followers. As for Luan Ru, she also opened her own official short video account. There are tens of thousands of fans. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Luan Ru doesn't manage the business very much. Her personal account only has one video. It's that promotional short video. If she could shoot a few more videos, Luan Ru would definitely become more popular. The effect of this endorsement is obviously better than the first time. Luan Ru in the video looks even more fresh and refined. Moreover, compared with the first time, it was less shy and more natural. As soon as the short video was released, it even became a hot topic. At the same time, Luan Ru also launched 5 new flavors of milk tea and cakes. Therefore, as soon as the new store opened, it immediately became a hit. The Shangjin Center originally had a high flow of people, and because of the opening of Luanchase, it was even more crowded. There are all kinds of scalpers and errand runners everywhere. 2 days before the milk tea shop opened, some people had already moved in chairs and mats, ready to guard the place. If there weren't property management on site, some people would even plan to set up tents and live here. It can be seen that Luan tea color is really popular. Luan Ru had long guessed that the opening of the Luanchase Shangjin branch would attract many customers. Therefore, in order to meet the needs of more customers, the entire store directly cancelled the customer dining area and turned it all into a production area. As a result, the number of production staff is twice as much as that of the Hojie store. In other words, if the Hojie store can only handle 4,000 orders a day, we can handle 12,000 orders here. In this way, the profit becomes even greater. After everything was ready, the Luan Tea store in Shangjin Center opened. On the first day of opening, the tense ordering process began. With the experience gained from the Hojie main store, Luan Ru directly used 8 ordering machines in the branch store. Ensure that orders are completed as quickly as possible. In addition, the number limit is 12,000 per day. One number is limited to purchasing a maximum of 6 cups and 6 types of bread. This is determined after comprehensive calculation. At the same time, this is also to protect the rights and interests of more customers. After all, if you wait in line for most of the day and still can't get a drink, it would be irresponsible to the customer. At the same time, it is also to prevent purchasing agents from maliciously purchasing in large quantities. Some purchasing agents come in and order hundreds of cups, and the store simply can't handle that. This will also cause dissatisfaction among other customers. There are 12,000 numbers, and of course not everyone orders 6 cups. But at the end of the day, after Luan Ru finished counting the data, she found that she had sold 48,962 cups, with each person ordering 4 cups on average. The cake is about the same level. On that day, almost everyone worked non-stop and one milk tea blender even broke down. However, success is also obvious. The net profit of one can is nearly 700,000. Of course, this net profit does not include the wages of the store's employees. After deducting their wages, and not counting the flowers for Zhu Danqing and Che Qinxue, the net profit for the day would still be 680,000. Earning 680,000 a day, there is no milk tea shop in the world that makes more money than Luan Ru. In terms of profitability, Luan can apply for the Guinness World Record. There is absolutely no problem in saying that it is the most profitable milk tea shop in the world. Hubby, we're really going to get rich. When she returned home in the evening, Luan Ru was extremely excited. A net profit of 680,000 a day is simply a terrifying thing. On that day, even if she gave red envelopes of 1,000 yuan to all employees, she still had a surplus of 650,000 yuan. If you can make this much money every day, then in a year, you can make 200 million just from this store. Of course, Luan Ru knew that today was the first day of opening and business would definitely be the hottest. After that, it would be great if we could make a profit of 500,000 a day. However, Luan Ru was not worried. Even if the profit was only 500,000, it would be very good. It only takes a few days to earn back the rent of the milk tea shop. I never thought that I, Luan Ru, would realize my dream of lying down and counting money when I was only in my early 20s. This is simply too beautiful. Luan Ru's big eyes were filled with symbols of money. Is there anything more joyful in this world than making a fortune every day? Ah, wife, work hard, I'll wait for you to support me, Sui said with a smile. The richer Luan Ru was, the happier he was. In the future, even without the system, he can still be a kept young hunk. No problem, Xiao Suzy, as long as you serve me comfortably, I will definitely let you enjoy a lifetime of wealth and glory, Luan Ru said with a smile. Scum! Queen, then let Xiao Suzy help you bathe and change clothes? Come on, Suzy. Yes, Queen. The milk tea shop became popular again, making Luan Ru earn a lot of money. But at the same time, there are also many discordant voices. Especially online, people scoff at the marketing methods of milk tea shops. Some people even directly stood up to oppose hunger marketing. In their opinion, Luan can be completely processed by taking numbers and placing orders online. But they don't do that, instead they adopt the traditional queuing model. Isn't this just deliberately creating an illusion of busyness? Chapter 122 The Acquirer. For a time, all kinds of rumors spread on the internet. How many hours do we have to queue for a cup of milk tea? What kind of milk tea is this? Is it really that delicious? It's all just a gimmick. I guarantee that most of the people here are just agents. It's just hunger marketing. The more people line up, the more attractive it is. I saw scalpers buying numbers, and one number was sold for several thousand yuan, which is even more outrageous than the scalped prices for concert tickets. Since ancient times, deep affection cannot be retained, only routines can win people's hearts. This kind of milk tea shop should be banned. It's abnormal competition. However, the boss lady of the milk tea shop is really pretty. She is exactly what I like. Who said it wasn't? I just like this kind of pure and sexy girl. Actually it's not impossible to queue up to buy a cup of milk tea just for a boss lady like this. That's what I think. The sudden popularity of Luan tea color has caused a lot of heat, and discussions about this topic can be seen everywhere on the internet. However, where there is heat, there will be trouble. Before you know it, someone is causing trouble. On this day, a man in a suit, probably in his 20s, came to the Shangjin Center with a man in his 30s. Brother Lu, this is the milk tea shop. Luan tea color is a pretty good name. The man in the suit pointed to the long queue of Luan not far away and said with a smile. I didn't expect that an ordinary milk tea shop could achieve this level. It seems that the boss behind this shop is very business-minded. The man named Brother Lu said with a smile. It's just a small business brain, and it's definitely not comparable to an investor like you, Brother Lu. The man in the suit said flatteringly. No wonder he's flattering. The full name of this man named Brother Lu is Lu Zhenhai. He was a student in the finance department of Shanghai University 10 years ago. By this calculation, he is still Sui's senior. Lu Zhenhai was a prominent figure in school during his school days. At that time, he happened to catch the financial bull market. The stock index once rose to a terrifying level of more than 6,000 points. Lu Zhenhai originally came from an ordinary family, but he made millions in this stock market investment and earned his first pot of gold in life. Then, he retreated at the peak of over 6,000. He took millions of dollars and invested in other industries. This was very difficult at the time. Most people were bullish at that time. I believe the stock index will continue to advance and reach a better 7,000 points. Some radical investors who don't know much about the stock market but have invested a lot of money even think that the stock index will rise to 10,000 points. Who would have thought that after reaching the peak, it would begin to plummet? However, this has nothing to do with Luan. After getting the money, he invested several times in the international financial market, made money every time, and accumulated assets to tens of millions. After that, he began to invest in real estate. After 10 years of accumulation, his current net worth is almost 10 billion. It can be said that he is definitely a classic case in investment history. As for the man in the suit, he is just an insignificant flatterer named Huang Xihai. He is also someone who runs errands for him in these all kinds of places. Even though this is just a small business, according to the current popularity, their net profit is at least 500,000 a day. Luan said lightly. 500,000? Brother Lu, you are not kidding, right? Net profit of 500,000 in one day? Huang Xihai's face revealed disbelief. With a net profit of 500,000 a day, wouldn't that mean he can make 15 million a month? 15 million is enough to buy a decent house in Shanghai. This is still a conservative estimate. It could be even higher. Luan said with a smile. Will it be higher? Huang Xihai swallowed. Is it true that a milk tea shop can make so much money? Isn't this too scary? Okay, let's go take a look. If we can take over this milk tea shop, my business territory will be even bigger. Luan said with a smile. Although his net worth has reached tens of billions, he is still not satisfied. For ordinary people, a net worth of tens of billions is definitely considered wealthy and powerful. However, in the eyes of the wealthy and super rich, it can only be said that you have just entered the door. Luan is not even qualified to come into contact with those top wealthy people. Therefore, he needs to make continuous and precise investments to expand his business empire. Luan saw Luanchase as a very good industry that he could incorporate into his own business empire. If Luan tea color can be spread across major cities across the country and can all achieve similar popularity, then this milk tea shop will even become the most profitable business under his name. In Luan's opinion, the boss of Lu Yancha must be short of working capital. Otherwise, he would not have opened only 2 stores in Shanghai. The market of Shanghai is huge, and even if 7 or 8 stores are opened, they can be absorbed. There is only one reason why it didn't open, and that is because there is not enough money. If you are willing to pay a high price, the other party will not refuse. Okay, Brother Lu. Huang Xihai nodded. Then, accompanied by him, the two came to the door of the store. It's only 10 o'clock in the morning, which is the busiest time of the day for the store. All the ordering counters are working. However, their attitude was very good and they were not annoyed by the large number of customers. There was a smile on everyone's face. It can be seen that they really love this job. What are some ways to make employees love their jobs? It's actually very simple, just give the money. There were indeed a lot of people at the scene, but it wasn't too noisy. Apart from scalpers and purchasing agents, most of the people who can queue up to buy this are young people. The quality of today's young people is getting higher and higher, and fewer of them make loud noises. In addition, security guards from Luyan Tea Cake Shop and the shopping mall were on site to maintain order. There are many people, but everything is in order. Xiao Huang, go see if you can get a scalper ticket. Let's try the food in this restaurant first. Lu Zhenhai did not go to find the boss of Lu Yanxia first, but wanted to understand the situation of the company first. The information the investigators brought was all written on documents, just a series of cold numbers. When investing, Lu Zhenhai always likes to personally understand whether there is investment value. If this cake and milk tea shop became popular only because of marketing, then there is no value in investing in it. After all, marketing methods can only be popular for a while. After a long time, they will naturally decline. This is the internet celebrity economy, and the popularity won't last long. No matter how popular an internet celebrity is, he or she will gradually fade from everyone's sight. Chapter 123 Tianqing Scalper. Okay, Brother Lu, I'll go find the scalper. Huang Xihai nodded. There are quite a few scalpers on site, so you shouldn't have to wait too long. Soon, he found a yellow cow. After just a brief inquiry, his face suddenly darkened. Then, Huang Xihai walked out with a gloomy face. Brother Lu, these scalpers are really too shady. They actually asked for 2,000 for one order. Huang Xihai curled his lips and said, Even if you order 6 cups of milk tea and 6 loaves of bread, it would only cost 2 or 300 yuan. Something that costs only 2 or 300 yuan is priced at 2,000. Isn't that too much of a ripoff? Even if you queue up for a day and a night to buy something for someone else, minus the cost of placing the order, adding another 500 is still expensive, right? The asking price is 2,000, why not grab it? These scalpers really ask for exorbitant prices. Lu Zhenhai sneered. It is worthy of being the most popular internet celebrity cake and milk tea shop now. Scalpers even dare to ask for exorbitant prices. However, this amount of money is nothing to Lu Zhenhai. Xiao Huang, go buy an account from a scalper, and I'll give you 2,000 yuan. Buy the ones with the earlier numbers. It's best if they can be made in an hour. Since you want to experience it, you must spend the money. Lu Zhenhai doesn't have time to queue here. 1 hour was the limit of how long he could wait. To him, nothing is more precious than time. Okay, Brother Lu, I'll go right away. Huang Zihai nodded. Since the boss has spoken, he won't say anything. Anyway, he doesn't have to pay for it himself. So, Huang Zihai found the scalper with the number closest to him, bargained for a while, and bought the number for 1,800 yuan. Brother Lu, I'll return the 200 yuan to you. These scalpers are really ruthless. They lined up outside last night. Huang Zihai couldn't help but say. The scalper problem is really difficult to solve. Although the milk tea shops are willing to take precautions, they are not law enforcement agencies after all, and they cannot stop people from buying. Fortunately, there were not too many scalpers, only about 30 or 40 people. And because of purchase restrictions, they can't buy too much. In general, it will not affect the customers who are queuing normally. It seems that this cake shop is indeed unique. Lu Zhenhai chuckled. Then, instead of waiting here, he went to the coffee shop upstairs with Huang Zihai to drink coffee. You cannot order chai yanguansei online, but after placing the order, you can use your mobile phone to scan the QR code to check the order status. It will still be in time to go and get it once yours is ready. Lu Zhenhai still has more than 1,000 orders ahead of him, and he can finish them in about an hour. Soon, an hour passed. Huang Zihai took the pickup slip and immediately took the items back to the coffee shop. Brother Lu, there are 6 cups of milk tea and 6 loaves of bread in total. How do you like them? Huang Zihai smiled and placed the milk tea and bread in front of Lu Zhenhai, swallowing subconsciously. These things taste really delicious. Especially the bread, which is full of milk aroma. Even the packaging bag can't stop it. You should take 2 cups too. I can't finish it by myself. Lu Zhenhai nodded, picked up a cup of milk tea, inserted a straw and started drinking. After taking a bite, Lu Zhenhai immediately showed a surprised expression. It's so delicious? Lu Zhenhai said subconsciously. He doesn't like milk tea. I usually drink very little. The most common drink is coffee. For people like them, milk tea and the like are absolutely low-end things, and only poor people like to drink such sweet things. High-end people like them usually drink coffee or tea. However, after taking a sip, Lu Zhenhai was still amazed by the taste of Lu Yan's tea. Even though I don't drink milk tea often and I don't like it, I still think this milk tea tastes really good. Yes, Mr. Lu, this Lu Yan tea-colored milk tea is really amazing. Huang Zihai nodded repeatedly. After he drank it in one gulp, he couldn't help but drink several more big gulps. I have to say, this milk tea tastes really good. Try this bread again. Then, Lu Zhenhai took out the bread and tasted it. Although they were in a coffee shop, they ordered a lot of things. So, even if you eat food brought in from outside, no one will say anything. Lu Zhenhai took a bite of the bread and a large amount of saliva instantly secreted from his mouth. Smells so good. Lu Zhenhai almost bit his tongue. In less than a minute, a piece of bread was eaten. This bread is absolutely the best bread I have ever eaten. Before Lu Zhenhai could speak, Huang Zihai spoke first. Yeah, it's really good. This bread basically beats all the bread in Shanghai stores. Even if some private chefs make bread, it may not be as good as the bread in this store. I'm afraid there's a master baker in charge of this bakery. Lu Zhenhai was very smart and guessed the key immediately. This kind of bread could definitely not be made by a craftsman trained in a technical school. Only a master who has passed down the craft from generation to generation could have such skills. Lu Zhenhai often eats bread. Moreover, I have also tasted bread made by some top bakers. It is no exaggeration to say that the taste of these breads is definitely not worse than those made by top masters. That is to say, in terms of batch production, the taste is slightly inferior to that of individual production. But it's just a little bit, not a big problem. Well, that should be the case. The strength of this bakery is unfathomable. Lu Zhenhai nodded. He felt that he should pay more attention to Lu Yancha color. Being able to hire such a good milk tea mixing master and cake making master is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. In fact, Zhu Danchang and Che Qinxue were really obtained by Su He by accident. However, as the business got better and better, in order to prevent these two great men from leaving in the future, Su He added a lot of weight to them. For example, giving away a portion of Lu Yancha's shares. And signed a new non-compete agreement with the two of them. The content of the non-compete agreement is very simple, that is, once the two want to withdraw from Lianka say, they will not be allowed to enter a similar industry for the rest of their lives. Neither investment nor indirect investment is allowed, and even participation in training is not allowed. Of course, the compensation for non-compete agreements is also very generous. If the two really withdraw, not only will their shares be bought at a high price, but they can also be given half a year's operating profits from all Luyan tea stores. Even though it's only half a year's operating profit, even based on the current situation, the two of them can still share tens of millions. Chapter 124. Our boss refuses to acquire. And if the two of them quit after Lu Yancha's relationship develops to a very high level, the money they will get will be calculated in billions. Therefore, neither Zhu Danqing nor Che Qinxue had any reason to betray Su He. Su He really gave too much. If they start their own business, they may not be able to make so much money. Some people are born to work. But what is wrong with working? Wouldn't it be great to be able to earn tens of millions or even hundreds of millions a year without having to take any responsibility? Soon, Lu Zhenhai and Huang Sihai had almost finished eating. Xiao Huang, pack up and let's go. Go meet this willow-colored boss. Lu Zhenhai stood up as he spoke. Brother Lu, what about the remaining milk tea and bread? Huang Sihai asked quickly. There were 6 loaves of bread and 6 cups of milk tea in total, which the two of them definitely couldn't finish. You can take it away. Lu Zhenhai waved his hand. No matter how delicious this thing is, he will not take it away. It is better to give it directly to Huang Sihai. Okay, thank you, Brother Lu. Huang Sihai was delighted. With these things, he can go back and show off. Then, the two walked out of the coffee shop one after the other and came to the milk tea shop on the first floor. After arriving at the door of the milk tea shop, Huang Sihai took the initiative to ask. Hello, is your boss here? Huang Sihai asked the waiter standing at the door. Hello, sir. What can I do for our boss? The waiter asked politely. Our boss wants to buy your milk tea shop. If your boss is here, please ask him to come out and have a chat. When Huang Sihai said this, his tone was full of pride. In his opinion, their status should be more noble. After all, this is just a cake shop. Even if it becomes popular for a while, it is just a cake shop. How can it be compared with Lu Zhenhai's company? Therefore, there was a strong sense of pride in his tone. You want to buy our milk tea shop? The waiter was visibly stunned. She is a waitress transferred from Hojie and can be considered an old employee. I have dealt with quite a few problems in my daily life, and I can handle all kinds of problems. That's why she was sent here by Luan Ru. However, she was really confused about the idea of acquiring a milk tea shop, and was unable to react for a while. That's right, we're going to buy your milk tea shop. You can't make the decision on this matter, call your boss over. Huang Sihai said lightly. Okay, wait a moment, I'll go ask our boss. Today is Saturday, and Lu Wanrong is indeed in the store. Since the opening of the store in Shangjin Center, Lu Wanrong has been running back and forth between Hojie and Shangjin. Either here or there, very busy. Today, Lu Wanrong happened to be in the Shangjinmen store, so the waiter immediately went back to ask for instructions. What? Someone wants to buy our milk tea shop? Lu Wanrong was looking at the purchase list in the lounge at the back. When she heard the waiter's words, her brows immediately frowned. Someone actually wants to buy their Lu Yan tea? This kind of thing is really rare in my life. After hesitating for a moment, she simply refused. Go tell the customers that our milk tea shop does not accept takeovers. Let them go. If they don't have milk tea, give them 2 for free. Lu Wanrong will not sell the milk tea shop. First of all, it is because the milk tea shop itself is very profitable, and even if it is not sold, it can still make money continuously. Why sell a profitable business? The second is Luan Ru's lofty ambition. She is determined to open Luyan tea stores in major cities across the country. Even if they are not located throughout the country, they must be available in several developed cities nearby. She has only opened 2 stores now, which is far from her ambition. How can she possibly sell the milk tea shops? The last point is that if you really want to sell it, you must get Sui's consent. After all, she is the official owner of this store, but the actual owner is Sui. If Sui doesn't agree, how could she agree? Sui is Luan Ru's husband, and Luan Ru naturally knows Sui very well. She knew that Sui would never sell the milk tea shop. No matter how high the other party's offer is, I will not agree. So, it's better to refuse it from the beginning. Okay, I'll reply right away. The waiter nodded. Then he turned around and left. Luan Ru hesitated for a moment, but decided to call Sui and tell him about this. On the other side, after the waiter came out of the milk tea shop, Huang Sihai immediately went to greet him. How about it, little sister, is your boss free? Huang Sihai asked with a smile. I'm sorry, sir, our boss said he won't sell the willow tea color. You too, please go back. The waiter said with a smile. At the same time, she saw Huang Sihai holding a milk tea in his hand, which meant he had already placed an order. So, she didn't mention sending milk tea. Miss, did you not convey it clearly? Our boss is worth tens of billions, and he is willing to buy your milk tea shop at a very good price. If you didn't make it clear, please tell your boss again. Huang Sihai frowned slightly. As far as he knew, Lu Zhenhai's purchase price this time was very high. Since the other party was a small individual business owner, there should be no reason for him to refuse, right? I'm sorry, sir. Our boss has made it clear that he doesn't accept acquisitions. The waiter still had a professional smile on his face, and the other party could not find any fault with him. You. Huang Sihai was so angry at the other party. This kind of rejection with a smile really makes people angry. You want to lose your temper, but you don't know how to do it, and instead the other person bites you back. Just then, Lu Zhenhai came up. Little girl, this is my business card, please give it to your boss. With my status, even if your boss doesn't accept my investment, it shouldn't be a problem for us to sit together and have a cup of coffee, right? As Lu Zhenhai spoke, he took out a business card and handed it to the waiter. Okay, please wait a moment. The waiter took the business card and went back to find Luan Ru without delay. When Luan Ru saw the name tag, she frowned slightly, then relaxed. Okay, go tell them to go to the coffee shop upstairs and wait for a while. When Sui arrives, we'll go up together to meet them. When Luan Ru called just now, Sui guessed that the other party would not leave so easily. So, he said on the spot that he would come right over. Sui is at home. His house is not far from here, only about 10 minutes away. It will be here soon. Okay, I'll tell those 2 gentlemen right away. Chapter 125 Young and Promising Boss. Gentlemen, our boss is not here, he is on his way. Madam Boss, please go to the coffee shop upstairs and sit for a while. When our boss arrives, the 2 of them will come up together. The waiter relayed Luan Ru's words to the 2 of them. Okay, then I'll wait for good news upstairs. Lu Zhenhai smiled faintly. Since the other party is willing to see him, then this matter is almost certain. He believed that his eloquence and ability would allow him to successfully take over the cake shop. Okay. The waiter nodded. Then, Lu Zhenhai and the other person returned to the coffee shop they had just been to. 10 minutes later, Sui also arrived at the cake shop. Honey, someone wants to buy our cake shop? Where is the person? Has he left? Sui asked with a smile. Not yet. He insisted on seeing me, so I called you over. After all, you are the real owner of the cake shop. Luan Ru smiled and shook her head. She has always been very clear about her own positioning. She is Sui's wife. Even though she is the boss's wife and all the shares are in her hands, she still works for Sui. Is that so? Fine, let's go up and meet him. I definitely can't sell the cake shop, but maybe having more friends is a good thing. Sui said with a smile. The cake shop was doing very well, how could Sui sell it? What if I sell it for cash? But what Sui has the most is cash. As long as he is willing, he can take Luan Ru shopping. At that time, cash will flow into your account continuously. In this case, he does not need any cash injection. Of course, if the capital daddy is really very powerful, he can also accept the investment. This is called using a big banner as a tiger skin. At present, Luan Chase is still in its infancy and has not yet been targeted by so many capital investors. However, once Luan Chase truly appears in the eyes of those top capitals, problems will follow. Suhee is indeed not short of money, but he does not have any powerful backing. Once big capital comes to deal with him, these industries may be wiped out in an instant. Either he grows to a point where these capitalists cannot touch him before that, or he has a powerful backer so that other investors dare not do anything to him. But that's all in the past. Suha doesn't need these capital daddies now. Even if there is capital that is eyeing them, it is only small capital and there is no need to worry too much. Then shall I go up with you to meet him? Luan Ru asked. Of course, you are the boss lady, so you have to show up for this kind of occasion, Suhee said with a smile. Good. Luan Ru smiled slightly. Then, the two of them went out. Soon, they arrived at the coffee shop upstairs. Hello, sir and madam. The waiter at the coffee shop saw the two of them come in and immediately came over to greet them. Hello, we have an appointment, it's two gentlemen, Suhee said with a smile. Two gentlemen, eh? Those two? The waiter pointed in the direction of Lu Junhai. It was obvious that Lu Junhai had given notice in advance. That should be the case. We'll know when we go over and say hello. Suhee nodded. He didn't know what Lu Junhai and Huang Sihai looked like. Although the waiter described it, the description is definitely not as accurate as the photo. But if you just say hello, you will definitely know. Okay, both of you please follow me. The waiter nodded, and then brought Suhee and Luan Ru to Lu Junhai and the others. Hello sir, are these two your friends? The waiter asked Lu Junhai politely. Lu Junhai raised his head and glanced at Suhee and Luan Ru. When he saw Suhee, there was some surprise on his face. Obviously, no one expected that the boss behind Luan Chase is so young. Although the boss of Luan T is publicly advertised as Luan Ru. Luan Ru also appeared in the store many times as the boss to deal with problems. But Lu Junhai knew that the real boss was definitely not Luan Ru. There must be another boss behind her. But I didn't expect the boss to be so young. At a glance, he looks to be in his early 20s and seems to have just graduated from college. However, Lu Junhai did not underestimate Suhee. Although I was a little surprised, I was not particularly shocked. He himself became successful when he was in college. So, there's nothing strange about it. Are you two the bosses of Luan Chase? Lu Junhai asked. That's right. Suhee nodded without commenting. Hearing this, Lu Junhai smiled, nodded to the waiter and said, These two are my friends. 2 cups of coffee please. What would you two like to drink? Lu Junhai's last sentence was directed to Suhee and Luan Ru. Whatever. Anything is fine, Suhee said with a smile. Okay, then a Blue Mountain and a cappuccino? Lu Junhai asked Suhee. Can. Suhee nodded. Okay, you two, sit down for a moment, it will be quick. The waiter nodded and turned to prepare. Mr. and Madam, please take a seat. What are your names? Lu Junhai asked with a smile. At the same time, he glanced at Luan Ru inadvertently and was slightly surprised by her appearance. But that's all. Lu Junhai has been in business for many years and has seen all kinds of beauties. After he made his first fortune, all the beautiful girls in school slept with him. After that, he lived a life of debauchery in society and met countless girls. Although Luan Ru was stunning, Lu Junhai didn't have any messy thoughts. To him, nothing is more important than making money. My name is Suhee, and this is my wife, Luan Ru. Suhee said lightly. Hello, Mr. Su. My name is Lu Junhai, and this is my business card. Lu Junhai once again took out a business card and handed it to Suhee. He had already given one to the waitress and asked her to pass it to Luan Ru. However, handing out business cards is also considered a form of etiquette. Having been in business for many years, he naturally understands this truth. Hello, Mr. Lu. I don't have a business card with me, so I won't give you one. Suhee smiled. It's not that he didn't bring a business card, but that he didn't make any business cards at all. The owner of a cake shop doesn't need any business cards. Of course, we can't tell what will happen in the future. Once the investment company is established, so he might have to deal with some people. Therefore, Lu Xinhai's appearance today was a reminder to him. Business cards still need to be prepared. After all, if someone hands you a business card, it would be a bit unreasonable if you don't give one to them. No problem. Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to be so young and promising. Chapter 126, 1 billion investment. You're welcome. I'm just a blind man crossing the river groping in the dark. Sui smiled faintly and didn't care too much about what was said to others. People are being polite, but that's just being polite. If he really took the flatteries seriously, he would be the fool. Mr. Su looks like he just graduated not long ago, right? I wonder which university did Mr. Su graduate from? Lu Xinhai greeted Su-hee with a smile. I'm from the finance department of Shanghai University, and indeed I just graduated this year. Sui said with a smile. Oh, it seems you are my junior. I am also from the finance department of Shanghai University and have graduated for 6 years. When Lu Xinhai heard Sui's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Alumni meet alumni and stab each other in the back. Since we are alumni, some things are much easier to talk about. So it's you, senior. It's an honor for our school to have a senior like you. Su-hee said politely. He did not deliberately flatter Lu Xinhai. No matter how awesome Lu Xinhai is, it has nothing to do with him. However, you still need to be polite on the surface. Although Su-hee had never heard of the name Lu Xinhai. This is also normal. Lu Xinhai is 6 years older than Su-hee. When Su-hee went to school, Lu Xinhai had graduated for more than 2 years. Even if there were any legends, they have long been gone with the wind. Talents emerge in every generation, and Lu Xinhai is just a person with a little bit of ability in Shanghai University. In a century-old university, there are at least 800, if not 1,000, people like this. In addition, Sui himself is also constantly developing, so it is only a matter of time before his net worth reaches 10 billion. Therefore, there is no need to flatter the senior in front of you. Lu Xinhai naturally saw Sui's politeness, smiled slightly, and continued his words. You are the honor of the school. You have grown a cake shop to its current level in just 1 or 2 months. You are a business genius. Both sides exchanged some meaningless compliments. After the greetings, the two got down to business. Junior, since we are alumni, I won't be polite. I sincerely want to buy your flowing tea color, please name a price. As long as you make an offer, I will never bargain. Lu Xinhai picked up the coffee on the table, took a sip, and said with a smile. I'm sorry, senior, this cake shop is a gift from me to my wife. I just want her to have a career of her own. Whether you make money or not is not important to me, and I don't expect my wife to make too much money. So, I won't sell this cake shop. Lu Yen Tea has high profits, with the 2 stores making a combined net profit of 1 million a day. That is 30 million a month. Of course, there will definitely be off-seasons and peak seasons. But on average, it is definitely no problem to earn 200 million yuan a year. An annual net profit of 200 million is already better than many large companies with a market value of more than 1 billion. But for Su-hee, this can only be regarded as an industry that he can play with casually. With the system in hand, it was so easy for him to make money. Especially now he has a 7-day stock market forecast chart. With this thing, he can easily create a bloody storm in the capital market. Not to mention 30 million a month, maybe I can earn 30 million in a day. With such a lucrative plan in his hands, how could he give up? Compared to something like this that makes money, a mere cake shop is really nothing. After all, Sui also understood that the main feature of Lu Yen tea color is the word new. If the marketing is good, this popularity can last for 3 to 5 years. But it will only last for 10 or 8 years at most. After 10 or 8 years, even if the willow-colored milk tea is constantly updated, it will gradually fade away. So, this thing is just a way to make money in the past few years. It is very difficult, extremely difficult to truly develop into a century-old tea company. Sui also had no intention of developing Lu Yen Tea into a century-old tea company. Of course, it would be better to become a century-old tea company like that. If not, just being open for a few years or even a dozen years is enough. This, Xiaodi Su, are you serious? Your company can earn hundreds of millions a year, or even tens of billions in the future. Are you planning to continue running it like this? Isn't this just a good hand played badly? Lu Zhenhai frowned. He was originally very disgusted with this Buddhist approach to business. In his opinion, if you run a business for a year, you have to run it like a wolf. What is needed is also wolf culture. Without wolf culture, how can a company go far? Even if the wolf nature of employees cannot be cultivated in a short period of time, at least the boss should have the wildness of the wolf king. Otherwise, this company won't be able to go very far. Senior Lu, I said before that I don't expect this cake shop to make a lot of money for me. It's just a place for my wife to cultivate herself and cultivate her character. She doesn't have to be like other rich ladies, doing nothing all day and doing meaningless things. Suhi smiled faintly. She could let Luan Ru lie down freely at home, grow flowers, exercise, and do beauty treatments every day, and then play cards, drink tea, and hold a salon with the rich ladies. But it's all meaningless. Growing flowers, keeping fit and beautifying yourself is certainly good. But as a person with an independent personality, you must have your own career. This is true even for wealthy ladies. If they don't have their own career for a long time, then when the rich wives face the moment of family division, that's probably the time for them to cry. Although Suhi believed that such a thing would not happen to him, he would still give Luan Ru sufficient assurances. This can be regarded as a way to repay Luan Ru's kindness and guilt in her previous life for never leaving me. It's unreasonable. Are you going to ruin such a good brand like this? Even if you don't plan to sell the company, you can still accept the capital injection. I will invest 1 billion directly, and you can open Luyan tea shops all over the country. Isn't this faster than expanding slowly on your own? Cake shops are easy to imitate. Once someone starts imitating you, you really won't have many days left. Lu Zhenhai's tone turned cold as he finished speaking. What he said is true. A cake shop, generally speaking, does not require much technical content. Whether it is cake or milk tea, innovation is indeed not easy. But once the finished product is available, it won't be difficult for others to imitate it. If you meet a good imitator, it will only take him a week to imitate all the new flavors you have developed. Even 2 weeks later, it can be put on the market in large quantities. This kind of thing is very common and there is nothing strange about it. Chapter 127 Falling Out. This is not a problem for us. Suhi chuckled and continued. As long as Lu Yensha can earn the money for 3 years, we will be satisfied. As for what happens next, it doesn't matter anymore. What Suhi said was also what was in his heart. According to the current progress, Lu Yenchase makes a net profit of 200 million yuan a year. That is 600 million in 3 years. 600 million in cash, what else do you want? You. Shallow. We cannot work together if we do not share the same ideals. Suhi, I have just one last question for you. Do you really not want to accept my acquisition? Lu Zhenhai almost gritted his teeth when he said the last sentence. In his opinion, Lu Yanchase is a rough jade that must be managed well. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste? I'm sorry, I said it at the beginning, we don't accept any form of capital injection or acquisition. Suhi shook his head and rejected Lu Zhenhai again. Okay, in that case, let's just wait and see. Suhi, you are a rookie and you are not afraid of tigers. I don't blame you. But I can tell you responsibly that one person can never accomplish anything great. Without a backer, I can only do this alone until I die. After saying this, Lu Zhenhai took Huang Sihai away. Hubby, what does Lu Zhenhai's last sentence mean? Luan Ru looked at Lu Zhenhai's leaving back and asked with some concern. What does it mean that a person can only work until death? Is this a threat? That means we have no one to back us up. If we run into any problems, no one will help us. Suhi chuckled. Of course he understood what Lu Zhenhai said. When doing business in this world, having a backer is very important. Without support, once something happens, you may suffer a crushing defeat. This is also why many companies will start financing when they develop to a certain level, even if they are not short of funds. The purpose is to attract strong capital. Once powerful capital comes in, it will become their support. With a backer, other rivals who are eyeing them will not dare to do anything to them easily. Is that so? Then what should we do? We really don't have anyone to back us up. Luan Ru also realized the seriousness of the problem. The cake shop is becoming more and more popular now, maybe no one will deliberately cause trouble in the future. How can they deal with it with their current strength? Both of their families are just ordinary people. When nothing happens, you can naturally make money with peace of mind, but once something goes wrong, it will be troublesome. Don't worry about this. At least we won't encounter any trouble now. Sui comforted Luan Ru. Even though they have no backing, it doesn't mean they can be easily defeated. Once you are rich enough, you will naturally have a backer. After all, a backer is not only a capital backer, but also a power backer. If a company can successfully become a benchmark for a city, then the officials of this city will be its backers. So, there is no need to worry too much about this issue. Yeah. With you here, I don't worry about anything. Luan Ru nodded vigorously. Okay, let's go back. I don't think this senior Lu will give up so easily. Maybe he'll do something despicable afterwards. Sui has lived a new life and his judgment of people is still very accurate. This Lu Zhenhai is definitely not a broad-minded person. I guess he will come and do something soon. Although Sui is not afraid, he still needs to make the necessary preparations. He can't be screwed by someone without knowing it. Luan Ru nodded. She was going to instruct the employees to work more carefully and not let Lu Zhenhai find any problems. Brother Lu, are we leaving just like this? This Su guy is so ungrateful. We were so sincere, but they rejected us so decisively. Even if you just think about it for a few days, that's fine. That's really disrespectful to you. As soon as he walked out of the coffee shop, Huang Zihai couldn't help but add fuel to the fire in front of Lu Zhenhai. These people suddenly became rich and don't know what they believe in anymore. Lu Zhenhai sneered and continued. I think the reason they are so arrogant is simply because they have unusual tastes. Find someone to find out if there are any professional milk tea makers and cake makers behind them. If you have any, please contact me and try to poach them at a high price. Although Lu Zhenhai has not investigated yet, his intuition tells him that behind Luyanka, there must be two amazing cake makers and milk tea makers. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to continuously produce milk tea and cakes with such unique flavors. The person behind this is definitely very powerful, and he may even be the key to supporting this milk tea shop. If you can get it, it would be equivalent to getting the entire Luyanka color. It is not difficult to copy a willow-colored tea. Okay, Brother Lu, I'll send someone to investigate right away. Huang Zihai nodded. This was what he was best at. Well, be nicer and you can offer a higher price. If the other party offers a high price, don't refuse it. Tell me directly and I will decide. Don't offend others. Lu Zhenhai warned. Such a person must be arrogant. Even if it means showing the spirit of visiting Zhuge Liang 3 times, it is what we should do. Lu Zhenhai did give specific instructions. Otherwise, if these guys mess things up, it will be troublesome. Okay, Brother Lu, don't worry, I will definitely discuss it with the other party. Huang Zihai nodded seriously. Although he is not a serious person, he still knows what is important and what is not. The boss has given him instructions, and if he still can't do it, then he's really stupid. Well, let's do it. Good. Oh, right, find 2 people and find some trouble. Lu Zhenhai said suddenly. He would not let Sui's business go so smoothly. Since you don't accept his investment, you should be prepared for him to mess things up. I understand, Brother Lu. I will find someone to do this. Huang Zihai instantly understood what it meant to defeat Lu Zhenhai. He is best at making trouble like this. After all, he was born a gangster, how could he not cause trouble? Huang Zihai nodded slightly. Then, the 2 of them left. In this way, the cake shop spent a busy week. During this week, Luan Ru has been paying close attention to the situation in the cake shop. If anything special comes up, resolve it immediately. However, the cake shop was calm and nothing happened. At the same time, Sui's investment company was also registered and relevant financial licenses were successfully obtained. This is the power of money. It only took 2 weeks in total. Chapter 128 1 month's salary in advance. The licenses have been obtained and the recruitment work is also proceeding simultaneously. Lu Zhanting is very smart. She first hired a person who understands finance with a high salary. The HR department will then be responsible for recruiting relevant financial, trading and other staff. Compared with other cities, Shanghai's biggest advantage is its abundance of talented people. Here, employers don't need to worry about not being able to recruit talent. As long as the money and benefits are in place, will you still worry about not being able to recruit outstanding talents? Therefore, when the license was obtained, the company had initially formed a small team. Now, we are just waiting for Soo-hee to come and inject capital to make the first investment. After Soo-hee got the news, he immediately came to Hangsu Capital. Hangsu Capital is the name Soo-hee gave to this company. Boss Soo, everything is ready. The company's staffing is now basically complete. There are currently 8 employees in the domestic business department and an estimated 12 in the sales department. 2 people from the HR department, 1 accountant from the finance department, and 1 from the finance department. 2 people at the front desk. Including me as the general manager, there are a total of 26 people. Lu Zhanting said with a smile. 26 people were recruited in 1 week, and all of them were carefully selected. It can be seen that she really put a lot of effort into it. You know, recruiting people is not an easy thing. Sometimes, we may not be able to recruit a single person for 10 days or half a month. However, who can blame Hangsu Capital for offering such good treatment? Even when those young people saw the generous salaries, they sent in their resumes one after another. Therefore, we recruit people very quickly. However, Lu Zhanting and the 2 human resources staff have not been idle these days. Working overtime almost every day. Lu Zhanting didn't care. After all, she was hired with a high salary, so she must do something. As for those 2 people, Soo-hee had already given them overtime pay and bonuses in advance, which was very generous. Of course, neither of them would have any complaints. Well, let's get everyone to the conference room and have a meeting, Soo-hee said with a smile. Okay, Mr. Soo. Lu Zhanting nodded. Soon, everyone met in the conference room. The conference room is not very big, but it can easily accommodate 20 or so people. All the employees present were new employees and they didn't look very old. The oldest is only 29 years old. The others are basically around 25 years old. 2 of them are recent college graduates. It can be said that the whole team is very young. However, Soo-hee didn't care. It doesn't matter if you're young, as long as you're obedient. Only obedient people can strictly carry out his instructions. Soo-hee looked at his team, and the team members were also looking at Soo-hee. When they saw Soo-hee's youthful appearance, they couldn't help but hesitate. Can such a young boss really lead them to become rich? Can't they even pay the first month as salary? Just when everyone was confused, Soo-hee finally spoke. Hello, colleagues. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Soo-hee, and I'm also your boss. After Soo-hee finished speaking, the audience burst into warm applause. Thank you everyone. Soo-hee smiled slightly and continued. I'm sure everyone will be skeptical about our team after seeing my age. After all, I'm so young and look like I just graduated from college. How can I lead such a large team? After Soo-hee finished speaking, the whole audience fell silent. Everyone felt that what Soo-hee said was right, and they indeed thought so. Who doesn't want to make money when coming to work in a company? Who the hell would work for you if you don't make money? Those capitalists who say young people should not work just to make money are beasts worse than pigs and dogs. If it's not for the money, then nobody would come to work. So, after seeing Soo-hee's appearance, they were indeed worried. They were afraid that because Soo-hee was young and unreliable, no one would make any money. However, no one said anything. The company is newly established and has a good geographical location. Although this boss looks young, maybe he is a rich second generation? It's not impossible. This is Shanghai. One brick can kill a group of multi-millionaires. Everyone, you can rest assured about this. I can promise that coming to Hangsu Capital is definitely the best choice you have made in your life. To show my sincerity, I will ask the finance department to advance you 1 month's salary. This will also be the standard that Hangsu Capital will implement in the future. As soon as a new employee joins the company, he or she will be paid 1 month's salary immediately. Of course, if you don't work for a month, you have to return it. Soo-hee is actually not stupid. In fact, he is very smart. Paying 1 month's salary in advance can not only retain talent, but also help some employees in difficulty solve their own life problems. Not everyone has spare money when they first start working. Some employees don't even have money to rent a house. Paying 1 month in advance can greatly help them solve these problems. Moreover, Soo-hee is not worried that his employees will run away after taking the money. As long as you join the company, you will leave your ID card and phone number. If he really took 1 month's salary and ran away, we can easily control him whether we call the police or go to court. You wouldn't become a deadbeat just for 1 month's salary, right? Moreover, paying 1 month's salary in advance is not the first practice in Suwa. In fact, many financial institutions, especially state-owned financial institutions, have similar regulations. 2 months' salary will be paid to new employees in one lump sum 1 month after they join the company. In other words, it is also a 1 month salary paid in advance. So, this is not something unusual. It just rarely happens in private companies. After all, private enterprises are capitalists, but how many real entrepreneurs are there? Wanting them to pay 1 month's salary in advance, isn't that stealing food from the tiger's mouth? Although Sui does not claim to be an entrepreneur, it is reasonable to pay more in order to retain talent. We all come from working backgrounds, so we naturally understand the difficulties faced by working people. As soon as Sui finished speaking, the whole audience burst into warm applause. This time the applause was louder than any previous time, and it was obvious that everyone was very satisfied with the decision. Some people with lively personalities even exclaimed out loud, "Boss Su is awesome. Boss Su, come and lead us to do it. Boss Su. Even if I die, I want to die in Hangsu capital. If we don't cherish such a good boss like Mr. Su, then are we still human beings? Boss Su, I love you. All right, everyone. Stop getting excited." Sui smiled and pressed his hands, and the whole audience suddenly became quiet. The advance payment of wages obviously greatly enhanced his authority, and everyone has recognized his identity as the boss. Chapter 129: Paying People for Work. Prepayment of wages is just the first step. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Sui continued. Today, I will give all of you a mission. After that, different tasks will be issued every day. As long as you complete the tasks at hand, no matter you are a trader or a front desk or in finance or human resources, you will get the bonuses and commissions you deserve. I only have one request: do things strictly according to my requirements. This point must be made clear in advance. Sui didn't want anyone to question him after he issued an order. Discussion is fine, but after the discussion, no matter what the outcome is, it must be carried out according to his requirements. After all, even if you are a genius trader, you can't compare to Sui who has the trend chart for the next 7 days in his hand, right? How can a genius compare to a person who knows the future? Therefore, Sui must ensure that everyone listens to him. Follow his standards strictly. Boss Su, don't worry. Everyone will do things strictly according to your requirements. This is also my requirement when I first recruited people. Lu Zhanting said with a smile. Okay, that's good. I will transfer 100 million to the company later. This 100 million is for you to practice. I will give you a set of data, and you just need to buy at the specified price and sell before the price I provide. As Sui spoke, he took out a piece of investment information that he had prepared long ago. This information contains all the stocks that are expected to rise very well in the international and domestic securities markets in the next 7 days. Domestically, the worst increase is 5%. As for international ones, they are all above 8%. Therefore, as long as you invest, you will basically make money. Of course, the premise for stable profits is to strictly follow the investment strategy provided by Suwa. For example, buy at a certain price on a certain date, and sell at a certain price on a certain date. Absolutely must not fail to comply. 100 million yuan of funds is nothing, so he just treats it as a training opportunity for these people. At the same time, it is also a way to show your strength. This will prevent these young people from jumping out and questioning themselves when something big happens in the future. First, show your strength in these small aspects. Only when the critical moment comes will they realize how powerful they are. At the same time, there will be no rebuttal. Everyone took the information from Su He and started reading it. Everyone present here understands financial investment. Precisely because they understood, when they saw the names on the document, they were stunned. Isn't it rumored that Northern Electric Power is going to be delisted? How can we invest in it? And this Western Milk, it was reported a while ago that there were some problems with their dairy products, and their stock price has been falling? It is said that Tianxia Capital is preparing for asset restructuring and may suspend trading. Investors now are likely to be stuck, right? However, Anchi Pharmaceutical and Dongzhou Oilfield are good, and I am optimistic that they will rise. In the information provided by Su He, not all industries appear to be thriving. Some are even sunset industries. However, he still chose to invest. There is only one reason: the trend chart for the next 7 days shows that these stocks can make money. Just sell it in time after making money. After everyone finished discussing, Sui clapped his hands to signal everyone to be quiet. Everyone. I'm investing a total of 100 million. In the next week, you can use the information I provided to invest and buy and sell strictly according to the prices above. Each person's initial capital is 1 million. The commission is 5% of the net profit. That is to say, if you encounter a daily limit and transfer 1 million to 100,000, you can get 5,000 yuan each. Of course, if you don't follow my price and suffer losses, you will also have to bear the losses. For every mistake, 1/10 of your basic salary will be deducted. If the loss is incurred in strict accordance with the standard operation, then there is no need to bear the loss. 5% net profit is not a small amount. After all, this is the capital market, and earning 100,000 is nothing. If you can earn 10 million, the commission will be 500,000. You know, even for securities practitioners, earning 1 million a year is considered good. However, if these people can strictly follow Sui, let alone 1 million a year, it's not uncommon to make 1 million a day. At the same time, Sui established this reward and punishment mechanism, ultimately to make these people more obedient. Only if they are obedient can you earn more. After Sui finished speaking, everyone became excited. These conditions are simply too good for them. If you make money, you will get dividends, and if you lose money, you don't have to take any responsibility. Is there such a good company in the world? I'm afraid there's no other one like it in the world. Which of those large investment institutions does not have a joint liability system? Even if you are not asked to pay compensation, your bonus and performance will definitely be deducted. That is why these people are under so much pressure. Compared to this, Sui's conditions are really great. Boss Su, don't worry, even if we have objections to this investment plan, we will definitely implement it strictly. The people below said firmly. That's right, Mr. Su, lead us to do it. Yes, President Su, we can't wait. Everyone expressed their suggestions. Okay, don't worry, I will never cheat you. My goal is to make money. If I make money, you will also make money. Boss Lu, I will transfer 100 million yuan right away. After the funds arrive, you give all traders 1 million to let them practice. As for the data in this document, it depends on which one they choose to invest in. It doesn't matter which one you invest in. There are hundreds of investment stocks listed in the information. There are domestic and international ones. As long as they like, they can invest in either one. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll arrange it. Well, we can start today. I hope the first group of people will be able to receive their first prize tomorrow night. Sui said with a smile. Some international investments adopt T+0, which means that you can sell it on the same day you buy it. This way, you can make enough money to exit the market when the profit is the highest on that day. Therefore, if someone really chooses it, they will definitely get the first prize tomorrow. Once the market opens, Sui will not make empty promises but will distribute dividends immediately if he makes money. This will fully motivate employees to work. The best way to get employees to work hard is to give them money. Chapter 130. Call the emergency number. Boss Su, don't worry, we can definitely get it done. Everyone assured. Well, that's good. I'm waiting for your good news. Sui smiled. Next, the meeting proceeded as planned. The whole morning was basically spent in meetings. After the meeting, Sui came to Lu Zhanting's office. Lu Zhanting's office is in the domestic business department downstairs. The domestic business department is much smaller than the international business department, so there is also space to set up an office specifically for Lu Zhanting. Sui himself also wants to make more money from foreigners. After all, the domestic financial market is too influenced by policies, and it is easy for uncontrollable situations to occur. Moreover, making money from foreigners makes you feel more at ease. However, the office is relatively small, so it is enough to give Lu Zhanting an office. If Sui wanted an office, it would be very difficult. Fortunately, Sui is a hands-off boss and rarely comes to the company, so it doesn't matter whether there is an office or not. Sui, where did you get this investment information? Is it reliable? As soon as she returned to the office, Lu Zhanting immediately asked with concern. She is now the general manager of the company, so naturally she has to pay attention to the company's development at all times. If Sui just gave them 1 or 2 stocks or futures and asked them to analyze the investment, she would accept it. But there are hundreds of different products in this information. Is there really anyone who can accurately target so many products? In case of losses, Lu Jianting felt that he would definitely be derelict in his duty as the general manager. Don't worry, Sister Jianting, I'm absolutely reliable. I will transfer 100 million to the company account right now, and you can let each employee start the operation in a while. Su-hee smiled confidently. Could there be any problem with the information provided by the system? That's fine. But, to be on the safe side, I need to observe for a day first. There are stocks here that I can invest in today. I want to observe them first. Lu Jianting hesitated for a moment, but still insisted on his own judgment. No problem, Sister Jianting, but don't observe for too long. There are several very good investment targets here. If you miss them, the opportunity will be gone. Su-hee said with a smile. If he really missed it, he wouldn't really care. After all, for him, it doesn't matter whether he can make money or how much money he can make. Anyway, with the consumption cashback system in place, he certainly doesn't have to worry about not having money. Okay, don't worry. If we verify these data this afternoon and find that there is no problem, I will let the International Business Department take action tonight. Lu Jianting said with a smile. Yes. Sister Jianting, I trust you to do the job. Su-hee said with a smile. Boy, I'm really worried that you'll mess yourself up. Lu Jianting smiled bitterly. She was speaking from her heart. At this moment, she really cared about Su-hee. If Su-hee went bankrupt, it wouldn't matter to Lu Jianting. 30 million has been received. With this money, you can deposit it in a large bank deposit and earn interest at an interest rate of 3%. That's 900,000 a year. It's already much higher than her salary. In this case, even if Su-hee went bankrupt and Lu Jianting became unemployed, she would still be able to do well. Moreover, Lu Jianting has work experience in Gene2 Group. Even if you look for a new job, you can find a good one. Even if the annual salary is not as high as 500,000 or 600,000 yuan, it is still easy to earn more than 200,000 yuan. This is why capable people are popular wherever they go. Therefore, she is not worried about her prospects and future at all. The only thing I'm worried about is Su-hee. Don't worry, Sister Jianting, I know my limits. Su-hee said with a big smile. Okay, now that you've said that, I have nothing to worry about. Lu Jianting smiled and continued. You can rest assured that the company will be fine in my hands. As the general manager, this is what Lu Jianting must ensure. Well, of course I'm relieved. If I wasn't assured, how could I ask you, Sister Jianting, to look after the company for me? Su-hee said with a smile. You brat. Lu Jianting smiled. At noon, Su-hee and Lu Jianting had a meal and then left. The company's affairs have been explained, and now it depends on how Lu Jianting will direct them. That afternoon, Lu Jianting found 2 stocks and studied them. Sure enough, just as Su-hee said, the stock price went up. However, Lu Jianting was still worried, so when the international market opened in the evening, she picked 2 more stocks to study. The result is obvious, it also rose. Oh my god, is Su-hee a god? How can he calculate so accurately? At this time, Lu Jianting couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This is amazing. Anyone who sees this scene will be surprised. However, it is still surprising. The next day, Lu Jianting immediately organized all employees to start investing. Since we are sure that the information provided by Su-hee is correct, then what else is there to worry about? Just do it and it's done. As a result, 100 million yuan of funds were quickly distributed by Lu Jianting. Next, it's time to prepare for the harvest. At the same time, Lu Yanxia encountered trouble. Today is Saturday again. Originally, weekends were Lu Yanxia's busiest time. Not only are there more students, but there are also more working people. After 2 weeks, Luan Ru felt that Lu Jianhai was unlikely to cause trouble again, so she relaxed her vigilance a little. Who would have thought that problems would arise as soon as we let our guard down? Ma'am, what's wrong with you? What happened? 120, call 120. The entrance of Luyanche's Shingjin Center store. A woman in her 30s took a sip of milk tea, then fell to the ground and began to twitch. The milk tea also spilled all over the floor. This scene directly frightened the shop assistant outside, and he rushed forward to check. However, the clerk was a young man and was a little overwhelmed as it was his first time encountering such a situation. Although she shouted to call 120, no one at the scene actually listened to her and called the emergency center. This is also normal. With so many people present, no one wants to cause trouble. Making an emergency call is simple, but you may face various problems afterwards. Especially when you encounter unreasonable family members, they will ask you, why did you call the emergency number if it was not you who caused the incident? Of course, such things are definitely exceptions, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. Therefore, it is normal that no one calls 120 in this situation. If he were a normal clerk, he would definitely find a way. For example, just point at someone and ask that person to make a phone call. Generally speaking, in this situation, the person being pointed out will definitely get beaten. But the clerk obviously didn't have this awareness and could only stand there anxiously.